The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, Continued, Cassette 9, Side 1. Chapter 12, The Growth of Knowledge, 1300 to 1517. 1. The Magicians. The 2 centuries whose European history has been so hastily sketched in the preceding chapters were still part of what tradition calls the Middle Ages, which we may loosely define as the life of Europe between Constantine and Columbus, 325 to 1492 A.D. As we summarize now the science, pedagogy, and philosophy of Western Europe in the 14th and 15th centuries, we must remind ourselves that rational studies had to fight for soil and air in a jungle of superstition, intolerance, and fear. Amid famines, plagues, and wars, in the chaos of a fugitive or divided papacy, men and women sought in occult forces some explanation for the unintelligible miseries of mankind, some magical power to control events, some mystical escape from a harsh reality. And the life of reason moved precariously in a milieu of sorcery, witchcraft, necromancy, palmistry, phrenology, numerology, divination, portents, prophecies, dream interpretations, fateful stellar conjunctions, chemical transmutations, miraculous cures, and occult powers in animals, minerals, and plants. All these marvels remain deathless with us today, and one or another wins from almost every one of us some open or secret allegiance. But their present influence in Europe falls far short of their medieval sway. The stars were studied not only to guide navigation and date religious festivals, but also to forecast terrestrial occurrences and personal destinies. The pervasive influences of climate and season, the relation of tides to the moon, the lunar periodicity of women, and the dependence of agriculture upon the modes and moods of the sky seem to justify the claims of astrology that the heavens of today forecast the events of tomorrow. Such predictions were regularly published, as now, and reached a wide and avid audience. Princes dared not begin a campaign, a battle, a journey, or a building without assurance from the astrologers that the stars were in a propitious configuration. Henry V of England kept his own astrolabe to chart the sky, and when his queen was lying in, he cast his own horoscope of the child. Astrologers were as welcome as humanists at Matthias Corvinus's enlightened court. The stars, men believed, were guided by angels, and the air was congested with invisible spirits, some from heaven, some from hell. Demons lurked everywhere, especially in one's bed. To them some men ascribed their night losses, some women their untimely pregnancies, and theologians agreed that such infernal concubines were real. At every turn, at any moment, the credulous individual could step out of the sense world into a realm of magic beings and powers. Every natural object had supernatural qualities. Books of magic were among the best sellers of the day. The Bishop of Cahors was tortured, scourged, and burned at the stake in 1317 after confessing that he had burned a wax image of Pope John the 22nd, in the hope that the original, as the magic art promised, would suffer like the effigy. People believed that a wafer consecrated by a priest would, if pricked, bleed with the blood of Christ. The repute of the alchemists had declined, but their honest research and glittering chicanery went on. While royal and papal edicts denounced them, they persuaded some kings that alchemy might replenish exhausted treasuries, and simple people swallowed potable gold, guaranteed to cure anything but gullibility. Gold is still taken by patients and physicians in treating arthritis. The science of medicine contended at every step with astrology, theology, and quackery. Nearly all physicians related the prognosis of a disease to the constellation under which the sufferer had been born or taken ill. So the great surgeon Guy de Chauliac could write in 1363, "If anyone is wounded in the neck while the moon is in Taurus, the affliction will be dangerous." One of the earliest printed documents was a calendar published at Mainz in 1462, indicating the astrologically best times for bloodletting. Epidemics were widely ascribed to unlucky associations of the stars. Probably through disillusionment with medicine, millions of Christians turned to faith healing. Thousands came to the kings of France or England to be cured of scrofula by a touch of the royal hand. Apparently the custom had begun with Louis IX, whose saintliness led to the belief that he could work miracles. His power was supposed to have gone down to his successors, and, through Isabella of Valois, mother of Edward III, to the rulers of England. More thousands made pilgrimages to curative shrines, and turned some saints into medical specialists. So a chapel of St. Vitus was frequented by sufferers from Korea, since that saint was believed to be a specific for this disease. The tomb of Pierre de Luxembourg, a cardinal who at 18 died of ascetic austerities, became a favorite goal, where, within 15 months after his death, 1,964 cures were ascribed to the magic efficacy of his bones. Quacks flourished, but the law began to hamper them. In 1382, Roger Clark, who had pretended to cure disease by applying charms, was condemned to ride through London with urinals hanging from his neck. Most Europeans believed in sorcery, that is, the power of persons to control evil spirits and secure their help. The Dark Ages had been comparatively enlightened in this respect. Saints Boniface and Agobard denounced the belief in sorcery as sinful and ridiculous. Charlemagne made it a capital crime to execute anyone on a charge of witchcraft, and Pope Gregory VII and Hildebrand forbade inquisition to be made for sorcerers as the cause of storms or plagues. But the emphasis laid by preachers upon the reality of hell and the wiles of Satan strengthened popular belief in the ubiquitous and iniquitous presence of himself or one of his company, and many a diseased mind or desperate soul harbored the idea of summoning such devils to its aid. Accusations of sorcery were made against a great variety of people, including Pope Boniface VIII. In 1315, the aristocrat Enguerrand de Marigny was hanged for sorcery, and in 1317, Pope John XXII ordered the execution of various obscure persons for plotting to kill him by invoking the assistance of demons. John repeatedly denounced the appeal to demons, ordered prosecutions for it, and prescribed penalties, but his edicts were interpreted by the people as confirming their belief in the existence and availability of demonic powers. After 1320, the indictments for sorcery multiplied, and many of the accused were hanged or burned at the stake. It was a common opinion in France that Charles VI had been made insane by magic means. 2 sorcerers were engaged who promised to restore his wits. When they failed, they were beheaded. This in 1397. In 1398, the theological faculty of the University of Paris issued 28 articles condemning sorcery, but assuming its occasional efficacy. Chancellor Gerson pronounced it a heresy to question the existence or activity of demons. Witchcraft was the practice of sorcery by persons who were alleged to worship Satan, in nocturnal assemblies or Sabbaths, as the master of the demons whom they affected to employ. According to popular belief, the witches, usually women, secured supernatural powers at the price of this devil worship. So commissioned, they were supposed to override natural laws and to bring misfortune or death to whom they wished. Scholars like Erasmus and Thomas More accepted the reality of witchcraft. Some priests in Cologne doubted it. The University of Cologne affirmed it. Most churchmen claimed, and lay historians in some measure agree, that the secret gatherings by night were excuses for promiscuous sexual relations and for initiating young people into the arts of debauchery. Whether through insane delusion or to secure release from torture, many witches allegedly confessed to one or another of the evil practices charged to them. It may be that these witches' Sabbaths served as a moratorium on burdensome Christianity, and as a partly playful, partly rebellious worship of Satan as the powerful enemy of a God who condemned so many pleasures to repression and so many souls to hell. Or these clandestine rites may have recalled and reaffirmed pagan cults and feasts of the deities of earth and field and forest, of procreation and fertility, of Bacchus, Priapus, Ceres, and Flora. Secular and episcopal courts joined in efforts to suppress what seemed to them the most blasphemous depravity. Several popes, in 1374, 1409, 1437, 1451, and especially Innocent VIII in 1484, commissioned agents of the Inquisition to deal with witches as abandoned heretics, whose sins and machinations blighted the fruit of fields and wombs, and whose pretensions might seduce whole communities into demonolatry. The popes took literally a passage in Exodus, chapter 22, verse 18, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." Nevertheless, the ecclesiastical courts, before 1446, contented themselves with mild penalties, unless a pardoned offender relapsed. In 1446, the Inquisition burned several witches at Heidelberg. In 1460, it burned 12 men and women at Arras, and the name Vaudois given them, as generally to heretics, Valdenses, and witches in France, survived an Atlantic voyage to generate the word voodooism for Negro sorcery in the French colonies of America. In 1487, the Dominican inquisitor Jakob Sprenger, honestly frightened by the apparent spread of sorcery, published an official guide for the detection of witches, Malleus Maleficarum, or Hammer of Witches. Maximilian I, then King of the Romans, prefaced with a letter of warm recommendation this most portentous monument of superstition which the world has produced. These maleficent women, said Sprenger, by stirring up some devilish brew in a cauldron or by other means, can summon swarms of locusts and caterpillars to devour a harvest. They can make men impotent and women barren. They can dry up a woman's milk or bring abortion. By a look alone they can cause love or hatred, sickness or death. Some of them kidnap children, roast them, and eat them. They can see things at a distance and foresee the weather. They can transform themselves and others into beasts. Sprenger wondered why there were more female than male witches, and concluded that it was because women were more light-headed and sensual than men. Besides, he added, they had always been favorite instruments of Satan. He burned 48 of them in 5 years. From this time onward, the ecclesiastical attack upon witchcraft was intensified until it reached its full fury in the 16th century, under Catholic and Protestant auspices alike. In this type of fearful ferocity, the Middle Ages were outdone by modern times. In 1554, an officer of the Inquisition boasted that in the preceding 150 years, the Holy Office had burned at least 30,000 witches, who, if they had been left unpunished, would have brought the whole world to destruction. Many books were written in this age against superstition, and all contained superstitions. Agostino Triunfo addressed to Pope Clement V a treatise advising him to outlaw occult practices, but Triunfo held it unpardonable in a physician to perform a phlebotomy during certain phases of the moon. Pope John XXII issued powerful blasts against alchemy in 1317 and magic in 1327. He mourned what he thought was the increasing prevalence of sacrifices to demons, pacts with the devil, and the making of images, rings, and potions for magical purposes. He pronounced ipso facto excommunication upon all practitioners of such arts, but even he implied a belief in their possible efficacy. The great antagonist of astrology in this age was Nicole Orem, who died as Bishop of Lisieux in 1382. He laughed at astrologers who could not predict the sex of an unborn child, but after its birth professed to foretell its earthly fate. Such horoscopes, said Orem, are old wives' tales. Repeating the title and effort of Cicero 14 centuries back, he wrote De Divinatione against the claims of soothsayers, dream interpreters, and the like. Amid his general skepticism of the occult, he admitted that some events could be explained as the work of demons or angels. He accepted the notion of the evil eye. He thought that a criminal would darken a mirror by looking into it, and that the glance of a lynx could penetrate a wall. He acknowledged the miracles of the Bible, but he repudiated supernatural explanations where natural causes sufficed. Many people, said Nicole, are credulous of magic because they lack acquaintance with natural causes and processes. They accept on hearsay what they have not seen, and so legend, as of a magician climbing a rope thrown into the air, may become a popular belief. This is the oldest known mention of the rope-climbing myth. Consequently, Orem argued, the wide prevalence of a belief is no proof of its truth. Even if many persons claim to have witnessed an event contrary to our ordinary experience of nature, we should hesitate to believe them. Moreover, the senses are so easily deceived. The color, shape, and sound of objects vary with distance, light, and the condition of the sensory organs. An object at rest may seem to be moving, and one in motion may seem at rest. A coin at the bottom of a vase filled with water appears more remote than one so placed in an empty vase. Sensations must be interpreted by judgment, and this too may err. These deceptions of senses and judgment, says Orem, explain many of the marvels ascribed to supernatural or magical powers. Despite such brave advances toward a scientific spirit, the old superstitions survived, or merely changed their form. Nor were they confined to the populace. Edward III of England paid a great sum for a phial which, he was assured, had belonged to St. Peter. Charles V of France was shown in Sainte-Chapelle a phial allegedly containing some of Christ's blood. He asked his savants and theologians whether this could be true. They answered cautiously in the affirmative. It was in this atmosphere that education, science, medicine, and philosophy struggled to grow. 2. The teachers. The rise of commerce and industry put a new premium on education. Literacy had been a costly luxury in an agricultural regime. It was a necessity in an urban commercial world. Law tardily recognized the change. In England, in 1391, the feudal landowners petitioned Richard II to enforce the old rule that forbade a serf to send his son to school without his lord's consent and reimbursement for the loss of a farmhand. Richard refused, and in the next reign a statute decreed that any parent might send any of his children to school. Under this Education Emancipation Act, elementary schools multiplied. In the countryside, monastic schools survived. In the cities, grade schools were provided by churches, hospitals, chantries, and guilds. Attendance was voluntary but general, even in villages. Usually the teachers were priests, but the proportion of lay instructors rose in the 14th century. The curriculum stressed the catechism, the creed, the basic prayers, reading, writing, arithmetic, singing, and flogging. Even in secondary schools, flogging was the staff of instruction. A divine explained that the boys' spirits must be subdued. The parents agreed with him, and perhaps 'tis so. Agnes Paston urged the tutor of her unstudious son to belash him if he did not amend, for I had liever he were fair buried than lost by default. Secondary schools continued the religious training and added grammatica, which included not merely grammar and composition, but the language and expurgated literature of classic Rome. The students, boys of the middle class, learned to read and write Latin, however indifferently, as a necessity in foreign trade as well as in a church career. The best secondary schools of the time were those established in the lowlands and Germany by brethren of the common life. The one at Deventer drew 2,000 pupils. The wealthy and energetic Bishop of Winchester, William of Wykeham, set a precedent by founding there, in 1372, the first of England's public schools, institutions endowed by private or public philanthropy to provide college preparatory training for a limited selection of boys. The example was followed by Henry VI, who established in 1440 and richly endowed Eton School to prepare students for King's College, Cambridge. Above the elementary level, the education of women, with some high-born exceptions, was confined to the home. Many women of the middle class, like Margaret Paston, learned to write fair English, and a sprinkling of women acquired some acquaintance with literature and philosophy. The sons of the aristocracy received an education quite different from that of the schools. Till the age of 7 they were taught by the women of the house. Then they were sent to serve as pages, a related or neighboring noble. Safe there from the excesses of affection, they learned reading, writing, religion, and manners from the ladies and the local priest. At 14 they became squires, that is, adult servitors of their lord. Now they learned to ride, shoot, hunt, joust, and wage war. Book learning they left to their inferiors. These were meanwhile developing one of the noblest legacies of the Middle Ages, the universities. While the ecstasy of ecclesiastical architecture cooled, the zeal for founding colleges mounted. In this period, Oxford saw the establishment of Exeter, Oriel, Queen's, New, Lincoln, All Souls, Magdalen, Brasenose, and Corpus Christi colleges, and the Divinity School. They were not yet colleges in the modern sense. They were halls, places of residence for selected students. Hardly a tenth of the pupils at Oxford lived in them. Most university instruction was given by clergymen in schoolrooms or auditoriums scattered about the town. Benedictine monks, Franciscan, Dominican, and other friars maintained their own colleges at Oxford, and from these monastic academies came some of the most brilliant men of the 14th century. Among them were Duns Scotus and William of Ockham, both of whom did some damage to orthodox theology. Students of law received their training in London at the Inns of Court. In Oxford, no love was wasted between town and gown, citizens and scholars. In 1355, the hostile camps rushed into open war, and so many heroes were killed that the year was known as that of the Great Slaughter. Despite the introduction of flogging into the universities of England, circa 1350, the students were a troublesome lot. Forbidden to engage in intramural athletics, they spent their energy in profanity, tippling, and venery. Taverns and brothels throve on their patronage. Attendance at Oxford fell from its 13th century peak to as low as 1,000, and after the expulsion of Wycliffe, academic freedom was rigorously curtailed by episcopal control. Cambridge profited from the Wycliffe controversy and the Lollard scare. Cautious conservatives kept their sons from Oxford and sent them to the younger university, so that by the end of the 15th century the rival institutions had a fairly equal registration. New halls were founded along the Cam: Michael House, University or Clare, Pembroke, Gonville and Caius, Trinity, Corpus Christi, King's, Queen's, St. Catherine's, Jesus, Christ's, and St. John's. Like the residence halls at Oxford, these became colleges in our sense during the 15th century as more and more teachers chose them as the places where their lectures would draw the largest attendance. Classes began at 6 in the morning and continued till 5 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Scotland and Ireland, out of their poverty, founded the universities of St. Andrews, Glasgow, and Aberdeen, and Trinity College, Dublin. 4 institutions destined to pour genius, generation after generation, into the intellectual life of the British Isles. In France, education, like almost everything else, suffered from the 100 Years' War. Nevertheless, the rising demand for lawyers and physicians, added to the traditional attractions of an ecclesiastical career, encouraged the establishment of new universities at Avignon, Orléans, Cahors, Grenoble, Orange, Aix-en-Provence, Poitiers, Caen, Bordeaux, Valence, Nantes, and Bourges. The University of Paris, perhaps because the monarchy was near collapse, became in the 14th century a national power, challenging the Parlement, advising the king, serving as a court of appeals in French theology, and recognized by most continental educators as Universitas Universitatum. The rise of provincial and foreign universities reduced registration at Paris. Even so, the Faculty of Arts alone was reputed to have 1,000 teachers and 10,000 pupils in 1406. And in 1490 the entire university had nearly 20,000. Some 50 colleges helped to house them. Discipline was laxer than at Oxford, and the morals of the students complemented their virility rather than their religion. Courses in Greek, Arabic, Chaldaic, and Hebrew were added to the curriculum. Spain had founded its leading universities in the 13th century, at Palencia, Salamanca, and Lerida. Others now rose at Perpignan, Huesca, Valladolid, Barcelona, Saragossa, Palma, Sigüenza, Valencia, Alcalá, and Seville. In these institutions, ecclesiastical control was complete and theology predominated. However, at Alcalá, 14 chairs were given to grammar, literature, and rhetoric, 12 to divinity and canon law. Alcalá became for a time the greatest educational center in Spain. In 1525, it had an enrollment of 7,000. Scholarships were provided for needy students. The salary of a professor was regulated by the number of his pupils, and every professor was required to resign quadrennially, being eligible for reappointment if he had proved satisfactory.
At Lisbon, King Denis had founded a university in 1300, but the turbulence of the students led him to remove it to Coimbra, whose pride it is today. Mental activity was in this period more vigorous in Central Europe than in France or Spain. In 1347, Charles IV founded the University of Prague, which soon became the intellectual head and voice of the Bohemian people. Other universities appeared at Krakow, Vienna, Pest, Geneva, Erfurt, Heidelberg, Cologne, Buda, Würzburg, Leipzig, Rostock, Louvain, Trier, Freiburg im Breisgau, Greifswald, Basel, Ingolstadt, Pressburg, Mainz, Tübingen, Copenhagen, Uppsala, Frankfurt an Oder, and Wittenberg. In the second half of the 15th century, these institutions seethed with students and debates. Krakow alone had 18,338 pupils at one time. The Church provided most of the funds, and naturally called the tune of thought, but princes, nobles, cities, and businessmen shared in endowing colleges and scholarships. The Elector Frederick of Saxony financed the University of Wittenberg partly from money that came from the sale of indulgences, but which he refused to remit to Rome. Scholasticism sat in the chairs of philosophy, while humanism grew outside the university walls. Hence, most of the universities of Germany adhered to the Church during the Reformation, with two significant exceptions: Erfurt, where Luther studied, and Wittenberg, where he taught. 3. The scientists. The scientific mood was hardly more popular with the pundits than with the people. The spirit of the age inclined to the humanities. Even the revival of Greek studies ignored Greek science. In mathematics, the Roman numerals obstructed progress. They seemed inseparable from Latin culture. The Hindu-Arabic numerals seemed heretically Mohammedan, and were coldly received, especially north of the Alps. The Cour des Comptes, the French Bureau of Audit, used the clumsy Roman figures till the 18th century. Nevertheless, Thomas Bradwardine, who died of the plague in 1349, a month after being consecrated Archbishop of Canterbury, introduced into England several Arabic theorems in trigonometry. His pupil, Richard Wallingford, abbot of St. Albans, was the leading mathematician of the 14th century. His Quadrapartitum de Sinibus Demonstratis was the first major work on trigonometry in Western Europe. He died of leprosy at 43, mourning the time he had taken from theology for science. Nicole Orem led an active ecclesiastical career, and yet invaded a dozen sciences successfully. He paved the way for analytical geometry by developing the systematic use of coordinates, and by employing graphs to show the growth of a function. He played with the idea of a fourth dimension, but rejected it. Like several of his contemporaries, he adumbrated Galileo's law that the speed of a falling body increases regularly with the duration of its fall. In a commentary on Aristotle's De Caelo et Mundo, he wrote, "We cannot prove by any experiment that the heavens undergo a daily movement and the earth does not. There are good reasons indicating that the earth and not the sky undergoes a daily motion." Orem fell back upon the Ptolemaic system, but he helped to prepare for Copernicus. When we consider that no telescope or camera existed as yet to watch or record the sky, it is encouraging to note the energy and intelligence of medieval astronomers, Moslem, Jewish, and Christian. Jean de Ligny, after years of personal observations, described the positions of 48 stars with an accuracy then rivaled only by Moslems, and he calculated the obliquity of the ecliptic to within 7 seconds of the most modern estimate. Jean de Mer and Firmin de Beauval, in 1344, proposed to reform the Julian calendar, which was outstripping the sun, by omitting the quadrennial February 29th for the next 40 years, which would have erred by excess. The reform had to wait till 1582, and still awaits international and interfaith understandings. William Merle of Oxford rescued meteorology from astrology by keeping record of the weather through 2,556 days. Unknown observers or navigators discovered in the 15th century the declination of the magnetic needle. The needle does not point due north, but inclines toward the astronomic meridian at a small but important angle, which, as Columbus noted, varies from place to place. The peak figure in the mathematics and astronomy of this epoch was Johann Müller, known to history as Regiomontanus from his birth in 1346 near Königsberg in Lower Franconia. At 14 he entered the University of Vienna, where Georg von Purbach was introducing humanism and the latest Italian advances in mathematics and astronomy. Both men matured early and died soon, Purbach at 38, Müller at 40. Resolved to learn Greek in order to read Ptolemy's Almagest in the original, Müller went to Italy, studied Greek with Guarino da Verona, and devoured all available texts, Greek or Latin, on astronomy and mathematics. Returning to Vienna, he taught these sciences there, and with such success that he was called to Buda by Matthias Corvinus, and then to Nuremberg, where a rich burgher built for him the first European observatory. Müller equipped it with instruments built or improved by himself. We feel the pure breeze of science in a letter that he wrote to a fellow mathematician in 1464. I do not know whither my pen will run. It will use up all my paper if I don't stop it. One problem after another occurs to me, and there are so many beautiful ones that I hesitate as to which I should submit to you. In 1475, Sixtus IV summoned him to Rome to reform the calendar. There, a year later, Regiomontanus died. The short span of his life limited his achievement. He had planned treatises on mathematics, physics, astrology, and astronomy, and had hoped to edit the classics in those sciences. Only fragments of these works found form and survival. He completed Purbach's Epitome of the Almagest. He composed an essay, De Triangulis, the first book devoted solely to trigonometry. He was apparently the first to suggest the use of tangents in astronomic calculations, and his table of sines and tangents facilitated the calculations of Copernicus. He formulated astronomical tables more accurate than any drawn up before. His method of calculating latitude and longitude proved a boon to mariners. Under the title of Ephemerides, he issued in 1474 an almanac showing the daily position of the planets for the next 32 years. From this book, Columbus would predict the lunar eclipse that would fill the stomachs of his starving men on February 29, 1504. The observations made of Halley's comet by Regiomontanus laid the bases of modern cometary astronomy. But his personal and living influence was greater than that of his books. His popular lectures in science helped to raise an intellectual exhilaration in Nuremberg in Dürer's youth, and he made the city famous for its nautical instruments and maps. One of his pupils, Martin Beheim, drew in color on vellum the oldest known terrestrial globe in 1492, still preserved in the Germanisches Museum in Nuremberg. Modern geography was created not by geographers, but by sailors, merchants, missionaries, envoys, soldiers, and pilgrims. Catalonian skippers made or used excellent maps. Their portolani, pilot guides to Mediterranean ports, were in the 14th century almost as accurate as the navigation charts of our time. Old trade routes to the east having fallen into Turkish hands, European importers developed new overland routes through Mongol territory. The Franciscan friar Odoric of Pordenone, after spending 3 years in Peking, from circa 1323 to 1326, wrote an illuminating record of his trip to China via India and Sumatra, and of his return via Tibet and Persia. Clavijo, as we shall see, gave a fascinating account of his embassy to Timur. Johann Schnitzberger of Bavaria, captured by the Turks at Nicopolis in 1396, wandered for 30 years in Turkey, Armenia, Georgia, Russia, and Siberia, and wrote in his Reisebuch the first West European description of Siberia. In 1500, Juan de la Cosa, one of Columbus's pilots, issued an extensive map of the world, showing for the first time in cartography the explorations of his master, of Vasco da Gama, and others. Geography was a moving drama in the 15th century. In one particular, the most influential medieval treatise on geography was the Imago Mundi, from 1410, of Cardinal Pierre d'Ailly, which encouraged Columbus by describing the Atlantic as traversable in a very few days if the wind be fair. It was but one of half a dozen works that this alert ecclesiastic wrote on astronomy, geography, meteorology, mathematics, logic, metaphysics, psychology, and the reform of the calendar and the church. Reproached for giving so much time to secular studies, he replied that a theologian should keep abreast of science. He saw some science even in astrology, and on astrological grounds he predicted a great change in Christianity within 100 years, and world-shaking events in 1789. The best scientific thought of the 14th century was in physics. Dietrich of Freiburg, who died in 1311, gave essentially our modern explanation of the rainbow as due to 2 refractions and 1 reflection of the sun's rays in drops of water. Jean Buridan, or Buridan, did excellent work in theoretical physics. It is a pity that he is famous only for his ass, which may not have been his. The tale of Buridan's ass is not found in his extant works, but is a tradition of respectable age. It may have occurred in one of his lectures. Jean had argued that the will, on fronting alternatives, is compelled to choose whichever the intellect judges the more advantageous. Consequently, some wit concluded, a hungry ass placed at equal distances from 2 equally attractive bales of hay would have no reason for preferring either, and, other food lacking, would starve to death. Born near Arras before 1300, Buridan studied and taught at the University of Paris. He not only argued for the daily rotation of the earth, but he eliminated from astronomy the angelic intelligences to which Aristotle and Aquinas had ascribed the guidance and motion of the heavenly bodies. Nothing more is needed to explain their movements, said Buridan, than a start originally given them by God, and the law of impetus, that a body in motion continues its motion except as hindered by some existing force. Here Buridan anticipated Galileo, Descartes, and Newton. The motions of planets and stars, he added, are governed by the same mechanical laws that operate on Earth. These propositions, now so trite, were deeply damaging to the medieval worldview. They almost date the beginning of astronomical physics. Buridan's ideas were taken to Germany and Italy by his pupils, and influenced Leonardo, Copernicus, Bruno, and Galileo. Albert of Saxony carried them to the university that he founded at Vienna in 1364, Marsilius von Ingen to the university that he founded at Heidelberg in 1386. Albert was one of the first to reject the Aristotelian notion that a vacuum is impossible. He developed the idea of a center of gravity in every body. He anticipated Galileo's principles of static equilibrium and the uniform acceleration of falling bodies. And he held that the erosion of mountains by water and the gradual or volcanic elevation of the land are compensating forces in geology, an idea that fascinated Leonardo. Practical mechanics made some modest advances. Complicated windmills were used to pump water, drain soil, grind grain, and do other chores. Water power was employed in smelting and sawing, in driving furnace bellows, tilt hammers, silk spinning machines. Cannon were cast and bored. Steel was made in sizable quantities. Large blast furnaces were set up in northern Europe in the 14th century. Well boring is mentioned in 1373. Wire drawing was practiced at Nuremberg in the 15th century. A pump composed of buckets in an endless chain is pictured in a manuscript of 1438. In a drawing by the Hussite engineer Conrad Kaiser, circa 1405, occurs the earliest known representation of reciprocating motion converted into rotary motion. Two arms, moving in alternation, revolve a shaft, precisely as the pistons turn the crankshaft of an automobile. Better mechanisms for measuring time were demanded as commerce and industry grew. Monks and farmers had divided the daylight into the same number of periods in all seasons, making the periods longer in summer than in winter. City life required more uniform divisions of time, and in the 13th and 14th centuries clocks and watches were made that divided the day into equal parts throughout the year. In some places the hours were numbered from 1 to 24, as in the military chronometry of our time, and as late as 1370 some clocks, like that of San Gottardo in Milan, struck the full number. This proved to be a noisy extravagance. By 1375 the day was regularly divided into two halves of 12 hours each. The essential principle of the mechanical clock was a weight slowly turning a wheel, whose revolution was checked by an escapement tooth sufficiently resistant to allow the wheel to turn by only one cog in a given interval of time. Such a timepiece had been described about 1271. The first mechanical clocks were set up in church towers or belfries, visible through large areas of a town. One of the earliest was installed between 1326 and 1335 in the Abbey of St. Albans by Richard Wallingford. It showed not only the hours and minutes of the day, but the ebb and flow of the tide and the motions of the sun and moon. Later clocks added a medley of gadgets. The clock in Strasbourg Cathedral in 1352 showed a crowing cock, the three magi, and a human figure on which were indicated for each part of the body the proper time for bloodletting. The cathedral clock at Wells used a moving image of the sun to point the hour, and a small star moving on an inner circle to indicate the minute. A third circle gave the day of the month, and on a platform above the dial 4 horsemen emerged and charged as each hour struck. On a 15th century clock at Jena, a buffoon's head opened its monstrous mouth to receive a golden apple from a pilgrim, only to have the apple snatched away as his mouth began to close upon it. This comedy was performed every hour of every day for hundreds of years, and the clock still exists. A similar clock at Nuremberg, set up in 1506 and rudely interrupted by the Second World War, resumed its theatrical performances in 1953. To make watches, a spiral spring was substituted circa 1450 for the hanging weight, a fine band of steel rolled up into a small circle or drum, produced by its gradual unwinding the effect of the weight on the retarded wheel. By the end of the 15th century, watches were numerous, some as large as a hand, some as small as an almond, many ovoid like the Nuremberg eggs made by Peter Helle in 1510. The principle of weight, escapement, and wheel was applied to other purposes, so that the mechanical clock became the parent of a myriad diverse machines. While physics thus foreshadowed the Industrial Revolution, alchemy slowly grew into chemistry. By the close of this age, the alchemists had discovered and described zinc, bismuth, liver of sulfur, regulus of antimony, volatile fluorine of alkali, and many other substances. They distilled alcohol, volatilized mercury, and made sulfuric acid by the sublimation of sulfur. They prepared ether and aqua regia, and a scarlet dye superior to those now used. They bequeathed to chemistry the experimental method that would prove the greatest gift of medieval science to the modern mind. Botany was still mostly confined to manuals of husbandry or to herbals describing medicinal plants. Henry of Hesse, from 1325 to 1397, suggested that new species, especially among plants, might evolve naturally from old ones. This 500 years before Darwin. Royal or papal menageries, animal breeding, veterinary medicine, treatises on hunting or fishing or the culture of bees or silkworms, bestiaries that told animal stories to insinuate morality, and books on falconry like the Mirard de Phoebus
of 1387 by Gaston III, Count of Foix, half unwittingly gathered material for a science of zoology. Anatomy and physiology had for the most part to depend upon the dissection of animals, the wounds of soldiers, and occasional cases where the law required post-mortem autopsy. Honest Christians felt reasonable objections to the dissection of human bodies, which, however dead, were supposed to rise intact from the grave at the Last Judgment. All through the 14th century it was difficult to get cadavers for anatomical study. North of the Alps, very few physicians, before 1450, had ever seen a dissected human corpse. Nevertheless, about 1360, Guy de Chauliac pursued the authorities at Avignon, then ruled by the papal court, to turn over to medical schools for dissection the bodies of executed criminals. Dissections were performed before medical students at Venice in 1368, Montpellier in 1377, Florence in 1388, Lerida in 1391, Vienna in 1404. And in 1445, the University of Padua built the first known anatomical theater. The results for medicine were endless. 4. The healers. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 9, Side 2. The most interesting medical men of the age were the surgeons. They had not yet persuaded the physicians to recognize them as equals. Indeed, the University of Paris would admit no student to its school of medicine in the 14th century, except on his oath never to perform a surgical operation. Even bloodletting, which had already become a panacea, was forbidden to physicians and had to be left to their underlings. Barbers were still used by the people for many operations, but the barber surgeons were now abandoning tonsorial practice and were specializing in surgery. In 1365 there were 40 such barber surgeons in Paris. In England they continued till 1540. An ordinance of 1372 restricted them in France to the treatment of wounds not of a character likely to cause death. Thereafter major operations could be legally performed only by master surgeons dedicated to their specialty. A Royal College of Surgeons was chartered at Edinburgh in 1505. The great names in surgery in the first half of the 14th century were Henri de Mondeville and Guy de Chauliac. Froissart might have noted that Mondeville, though always in great demand, remained poor to the end of his days, and carried on his work despite his own asthma and tuberculosis. His Chirurgia, 1306 to 1320, the first work on surgery by a Frenchman, covered the whole field with a thoroughness and competence that earned a new standing for surgeons. His distinctive contribution was the application and development of a method which he had learned from Theodoric Borgognoni at Bologna for treating wounds by complete cleansing, prevention of suppuration, exclusion of air, and dressings with wine. He defended his innovations by warning against a supine acceptance of Galen or other classic authorities. Modern authors, he wrote, using a favorite medieval adjective, are to the ancient like a dwarf placed upon the soldiers of a giant. He sees all that the giant sees, and farther still. The generation after him produced the most famous of medieval surgeons. Born of peasant stock in the French village that gave him its name, Guy de Chauliac so impressed the lords of the manor that they paid his tuition at Toulouse, Montpellier, Bologna, and Paris. In 1342 he became a papal physician at Avignon, and held that difficult position for 28 years. When the Black Death struck Avignon, he stayed at his post, ministered to the victims, contracted the pestilence, and barely survived. Like any man, he committed serious errors. He blamed the plague, now on an unfortunate conjunction of planets, now on Jews aiming to poison all Christendom. And he retarded the surgery of wounds by rejecting Mondeville's simple cleansing method and returning to the use of plasters and salves. But for the most part he lived up to the finest traditions of his great profession. His Chirurgia Magna of 1363 was the most thorough, systematic, and learned treatise on surgery produced before the 16th century. Social and individual hygiene hardly kept pace with the advances of medicine. Personal cleanliness was not a fetish. Even the King of England bathed only once a week and sometimes skipped. The Germans had public baths, large vats in which the bathers stood or sat naked, sometimes both sexes together. Ulm alone had 168 such Badestuben in 1489. In all Europe, not always excepting the aristocracy, the same article of clothing was worn for months, or years, or generations. Many cities had a water supply, but it reached only a few homes. Most families had to fetch water from the nearest fountain, well, or spring. The air of London was befouled by the odor of slaughtered cattle, till such carnage was forbidden in 1371. The smell of latrines detracted from the idyllic fantasies of rural life. London tenements had but one latrine for all occupants. Many houses had none at all, and emptied their ordure into the streets or yards. Thousands of privies poured into the Thames. A city ordinance of 1357 denounced this, but the practice continued. In 1388, prodded by several returns of the plague, Parliament passed the first sanitary act for all England. For that so much dung and filth of the garbage and entrails, as well as of beasts killed as of other corruptions, be cast and put in ditches, rivers, and other waters, that the air is greatly corrupt and infect, and many maladies and other intolerable diseases do daily happen, as well to inhabitants as to others repairing or travelling thither, it is accorded and assented that proclamation be made throughout the realm of England, that they which do cast and lay all such annoyances shall cause them utterly to be removed, upon pain to lose and forfeit to our Lord the King. Similar ordinances were promulgated in France about this time. In 1383, Marseille, following the example of Ragusa in 1377, ordered the isolation of plague-stricken persons for 40 days, a quarantine. Epidemics continued to occur. The sweating sickness in England, 1486 and 1508, diphtheria and smallpox in Germany in 1492, but with diminished virulence and mortality. Though sanitation was lax, hospitals were relatively abundant. In 1500, England had 460, York alone had 16. The treatment of the insane gradually passed from superstitious reverence or barbaric cruelty to semi-scientific care. In 1300, the corpse of a girl who had claimed to be the Holy Ghost was dug up and burned by ecclesiastical order, and 2 women who expressed belief in her claim perished at the stake. In 1359, the Archbishop of Toledo commissioned the civil authorities to burn alive a Spaniard who professed to be a brother of the Archangel Michael, and to visit heaven and hell daily. Matters improved in the 15th century. A monk named Jean Joffre, filled with compassion for lunatics who were being hooted through the streets of Valladolid by a mob, established there an asylum for the insane in 1409, and his example was followed in other cities. The Hospital of St. Mary of Bethlehem, founded in London in 1247, was transformed into an insane asylum in 1402, and the word Bethlehem, corrupted into Bedlam, became a synonym for a place of insanity. Confirmed lepers were still outcast from society, but leprosy almost disappeared from Western Europe in the 15th century. Syphilis took its place. Possibly a development of the gros verole, previously known in France, possibly an importation from America, it appeared definitely in Spain in 1493, in Italy in 1495. It spread so widely in France that it came to be called Morbus Gallicus. And some cities in Germany were so ravaged by it that they begged exemption from taxation. As early as the end of the 15th century, we hear of mercury being used in treating it. The progress of medicine ran a brave race, then as now, with the inventiveness of disease. 5. The Philosophers. Though the age of the system-makers had passed, philosophy was still vigorous. Indeed, in the 14th century it shook the whole dogmatic structure of Christendom. A change of emphasis ended the sway of the theologians in philosophy. The leading thinkers now took a major interest in science, like Buridan, or in economics, like Orem, or in church organization, like Nicholas of Cusa, or in politics, like Pierre Dubois and Marsilius of Padua. Intellectually, these men were quite the equal of Albertus Magnus, Thomas Aquinas, Suger de Brabant, Bonaventura, and Duns Scotus. Scholasticism, both as a method of argument and exposition, and as an attempt to show the consistency of reason with faith, continued to dominate the northern universities. Aquinas was canonized in 1323. Thereafter his fellow Dominicans, especially at Louvain and Cologne, felt it a point of honor to maintain his doctrine against all challenges. The Franciscans, as a loyal opposition, preferred to follow Augustine and Duns Scotus. One unmoored Dominican, William Durant of Saint-Pourçain, shocked his order by going over to the Scotists. At age 38, in around 1308, he began a vast commentary which he finished in old age. As he progressed, he abandoned Aristotle and Aquinas and proposed to put reason above the authority of any doctor, however famous or solemn. Here was a philosopher with some sense of humor. While remaining overtly orthodox in theology, he prepared for the uncompromising nominalism of Occam by restoring the conceptualism of Abélard. Only individual things exist. All abstract or general ideas are merely the useful shorthand concepts of the mind. William's friends called him Doctor Resolutissimus. His opponents called him Durus Durandus, Durand the Hard, and warmed themselves with the hope that the fires of hell would soften him at last. William of Occam was much harder, but did not wait till death to burn. His whole life was one of hot controversy, cooled only by occasional imprisonment, and the compulsion of the times to phrase his heat in scholastic form. He admitted in philosophy no authority but experience and reason. He took his theorems passionately, and set half of Europe by the ears in defending his views. His life, adventures, and aims prefigure Voltaire's, and perhaps his effect was as great. We cannot say precisely where or when he was born, probably at Occam in Surrey, toward the end of the 13th century. While yet young, he entered the Franciscan order, and about the age of 12 he was sent to Oxford as a bright lad who would surely be a shining light in the church. At Oxford, and perhaps at Paris, he felt the influence of another subtle Franciscan, Duns Scotus. For although he opposed the realism of Scotus, he carried his predecessor's rationalist critique of philosophy and theology many steps further to a skepticism that would dissolve alike religious dogmas and scientific laws. He taught for 6 years at Oxford, and may have taught at Paris. Apparently before 1324, while still a tyro in his 20s, he wrote commentaries on Aristotle and Peter Lombard, and his most influential book, Summa Totius Logicae, a summary of all logic. It seems at first sampling to be a dreary desert of logic chopping and technical terminology, a lifeless procession of definitions, divisions, subdivisions, distinctions, classifications, and subtleties. Occam knew all about semantics. He deplored the inaccuracy of the terms used in philosophy and spent half his time trying to make them more precise. He resented the Gothic edifice of abstractions, one mounted upon the other like arches in superimposed tiers, that medieval thought had raised. We cannot find in his extant works precisely the famous formula that tradition called Occam's razor, Entia non sunt multiplicanda praeter necessitatem, entities are not to be multiplied beyond need. But he expressed the principle in other terms again and again. Pluralitas non est ponenda sine necessitate. A plurality of entities or causes or factors is not to be posited or assumed without necessity, and frustra fit per plura quod potest fieri per partura. It is vain to seek to accomplish or explain by assuming several entities or causes what can be explained by fewer. The principle was not new. Aquinas had accepted it, Scotus had used it. But in Occam's hands it became a deadly weapon, cutting away 100 occult fancies and grandiose abstractions. Applying the principle to epistemology, Occam judged it needless to assume, as the source and material of knowledge, anything more than sensations. From these arise memory, sensation revived, perception, sensation interpreted through memory, imagination, memories combined, anticipation, memory projected, thought, memories compared, and experience, memories interpreted through thought. Nothing can be an object of the interior sense, or thought, without having been an object of the exterior sense, or sensation. Here is Locke's empiricism 300 years before Locke. All that we ever perceive outside ourselves is individual entities, specific persons, places, things, actions, shapes, colors, tastes, odors, pressures, temperatures, sounds. And the words by which we denote these are words of first intention, or primary intent, directly referring to what we interpret as external realities. By noting and abstracting the common features of similar entities so perceived, we may arrive at general or abstract ideas. Man, virtue, height, sweetness, heat, music, eloquence. And the words by which we denote such abstractions are words of second intention, referring to conceptions derived from perceptions. These universals are never experienced in sensation. They are termini signa nomina, terms, signs, names, for generalizations extremely useful and dangerous in thought or reason, in science, philosophy, and theology. They are not objects existing outside the mind. Everything outside the mind is singular, numerically one. Reason is magnificent, but its conclusions have meaning only insofar as they refer to experience, that is, to the perception of individual entities, or the performance of individual acts. Otherwise, its conclusions are vain and perhaps deceptive abstractions. How much nonsense is talked or written by mistaking ideas for things, abstractions for realities. Abstract thought fulfills its function only when it leads to specific statements about specific things. From this nominalism, Occam moved with devastating recklessness into every field of philosophy and theology. Both metaphysics and science, he announced, are precarious generalizations, since our experience is only of individual entities in a narrowly restricted area and time. It is mere arrogance on our part to assume the universal and eternal validity of the general propositions and natural laws that we derive from this tiny sector of reality. Our knowledge is molded and limited by our means and ways of perceiving things. This is Kant before Kant. It is locked up in the prison of our minds, and it must not pretend to be the objective or ultimate truth about anything. As for the soul, it too is an abstraction. It never appears in our sensations or perceptions, external or internal. All that we perceive is will, the ego asserting itself in every action and thought. Reason itself and all the glory of intellect are tools of the will. The intellect is merely the will thinking, seeking its ends by thought. This is Schopenhauer. God himself seems to fall before this razor philosophy. Occam, like Kant, found no conclusive force in any of the arguments used to prove the existence of deity. He rejected Aristotle's notion that the chain of motions or causes compels us to assume a prime mover or first cause. An infinite regress of motions or causes is no more inconceivable than the unmoved mover or uncaused cause of Aristotle's theology. Since nothing can be known save through direct perception, we can never have any clear knowledge that God exists. Non potest sciri evidenter quod Deus est. That God is omnipotent or infinite, omniscient or benevolent or personal, cannot be shown by reason. Much less can reason prove that there are three persons in one God, or that God became man to atone for Adam and Eve's disobedience, or that the Son of God is present in the consecrated host. Nor is monotheism more rational than polytheism. There may be more worlds than one and more gods to govern them. What then remained of the majestic edifice of Christian faith, its lovely myths and songs and art, its God-given morality, its fortifying hope? Occam recoiled before the ruin of theology by reason, and in a desperate effort to save a social order based on a moral code based on religious belief, he proposed at last to sacrifice reason on the altar of faith. Though it cannot be proved, it is probable that God exists, and that he has endowed each of us with an immortal soul. We must distinguish, as Averroes and Duns Scotus had advised, between theological truth and philosophical truth, and humbly accept in faith what proud reason doubts. It was too much to expect that this caudal appendage, in honor of practical reason, would be accepted by the Church as atoning for Occam's critique of pure reason. Pope John XXII ordered an ecclesiastical inquiry into the abominable heresies of the young friar, and summoned him to appear at the papal court in Avignon. Occam came, for we find him in 1328 in a papal prison there, with two other Franciscans. The three escaped and fled to Aigues-Mortes. There they embarked on a small boat and were picked up by a galley that took them to Louis of Bavaria at Pisa. The Pope excommunicated them, the Emperor protected them. William then accompanied Louis to Munich, joined Marsilius of Padua there, lived in an anti-papal Franciscan monastery, and issued from it a torrent of books and pamphlets against the power and heresies of the popes in general, and of John the 22nd in particular. As he had in his metaphysics outdone the skepticism of Scotus, so now in his practical theory Occam carried to daring conclusions the anti-clericalism of Marsilius of Padua. He applied his razor to the dogmas and rites that the Church had added to early Christianity, and demanded a return to the simpler creed and worship of the New Testament. In a pugnacious Centiloquium Theologicum, he brought before the tribunal of his reason 100 dogmas of the Church, and argued that many of them led logically to intolerable absurdities. If, for example, Mary is the mother of God, and God is the father of us all, Mary is the mother of her father. Occam questioned the apostolic succession of the popes and their infallibility. On the contrary, he urged, many of them had been heretics, and some had been criminals. He advocated a lenient treatment of heresy, proposing that all expression of opinion be left free except for the dissemination of conscious falsehood. What Christianity needed, he thought, was a return from the Church to Christ, from wealth and power to simplicity of life and humility of rule. The Church should be defined not as the clergy alone, but as the whole Christian community. This entire fellowship, including the women, should choose representatives, including women, to a general council, and this council should choose and govern the Pope. Church and state should be under one head. The state itself should be subject to the will of the people, for in them is vested all final sovereignty on the earth. They delegate their right of legislation and administration to a king or emperor, on the understanding that he will enact laws for the welfare of all. If the common good requires it, private property may be abolished. If the ruler commits a great crime or is guilty of negligence so extreme that it threatens the survival of the state, the people may justly depose him. We know little of Occam's fate. The beer of Munich could not console him for the lost wine of Paris. He compared himself to John the Evangelist on Patmos, but he dared not leave the protective orbit of the emperor. According to a Franciscan chronicler, the rebel in his final years signed a recantation of his heresies. Perhaps the reconciliation of Louis with the Church made this advisable, and William may have come to feel that to question the truth of a religion's dogmas is jejune. He died of the Black Death in 1349 or 1350, still in the prime of life. Long before his death he was recognized as the most forceful thinker of his age, and the universities shook with disputes over his philosophy. Many theologians accepted his view that the basic tenets of the Christian religion could not be proved by reason, and the distinction between philosophical truth and religious truth was as widely spread in the 14th century as is today the tacit truce between scientific inquiry and religious ministrations. At Oxford a school of Occamists took form, called itself the Via Moderna, as Abelard called his conceptualism 300 years before, and smiled at the metaphysical realism of Scotus and Aquinas. The modernists were especially victorious in the universities of Central Europe. Hus at Prague and Luther at Erfurt were taught nominalism and may have been conditioned by it for their revolt. At Paris, the university authorities forbade in 1339 and 1340 the teaching of Occam's views, but many of the students and some masters acclaimed him as the standard-bearer of free thought, and more than once the opposed factions, as in our times, fought with words and fists in the cafes or the streets. It was probably in reaction against Ockhamism that Thomas à Kempis condemned philosophy in The Imitation of Christ. Occam played a part, if only as a voice, in the uprising of the nationalist state against the Universalist Church. His propaganda for ecclesiastical poverty influenced Wycliffe, and his assaults upon the papacy, as well as his constant appeal from the Church to the Bible and early Christianity, prepared for Luther, who ranked Occam as the chiefest and most ingenious of scholastic doctors. His voluntarism and individualism expressed in advance the heady spirit of the Renaissance. His skepticism passed down to Ramus and Montaigne, perhaps to Erasmus. His subjectivist limitation of knowledge to ideas foreshadowed Berkeley. His attempt to rescue faith through practical reason anticipated Kant. Though philosophically an idealist, his emphasis on sensation as the sole source of knowledge gave him a place in the procession of empirical English philosophy, from Roger and Francis Bacon through Hobbes, Locke, Hume, Mill, and Spencer, to Bertrand Russell. His occasional sallies into physical science, his perception of a law of inertia, his doctrine of action at a distance, stimulated thinkers from Jean Buridan to Isaac Newton. The general effect of his work, like that of Duns Scotus, was to undermine the basic assumption of scholasticism, that medieval Christian dogma could be proved by reason. Scholasticism maintained till the 17th century a pallid post-mortem existence, but it never recovered from these blows. 6. The Reformers. While Ibn Khaldun was founding sociology in Islam, Pierre Dubois, Nicole Orem, Marsilius of Padua, and Nicholas of Cusa were developing kindred studies, less systematically, in Christendom. Dubois served Philip III of France as Occam and Marsilius served Louis of Bavaria by aiming intellectual broadsides against the papacy and singing doxologies to the state. In a Supplication du peuple de France au roi contre le pape Boniface of 1308, and in a treatise De Recuperatione Terrae Sanctae, on the recapture of the Holy Land, 1305, the ardent lawyer recommended that the papacy should shed all its temporal possessions and powers, that the rulers of Europe should repudiate the papal authority in their realms, and that the French Church should divorce itself from Rome and submit to secular authority and law. Moreover, proceeded Dubois, all Europe should be united under the French king as emperor, with his capital at Constantinople as a bastion against Islam. An international court should be established to adjudicate the quarrels of nations, and an economic boycott should be declared against any Christian nation that should open war against another. Women should have the same educational opportunities and political rights as men. No one seemed to pay much attention to these proposals, but they entered into the intellectual currents that undermined the papacy. 2 centuries after Dubois, Henry VIII, who doubtless had never heard of him, followed his program and Wycliffe's in religion. And in the early 19th century, Napoleon set up for a moment a united Europe under French leadership, with the Pope a captive of the state. Dubois belonged to that rising legal profession which aspired to replace the clergy in administering the government. He won his battle. We live in the heyday of his victory. Orem, who stirred so many pools, wrote toward 1355 one of the clearest and most straightforward essays in all economic literature, on the origin, nature, law, and alterations of money. The money of a country, he argued, belongs to the community, not to the king. It is a social utility, not a royal perquisite. The ruler or government may regulate its issue, but should make no profit from minting it, and should maintain its metallic quality undebased. A king who dilutes the coinage is a thief. Moreover, bad money, as Gresham's law would say 2 centuries later, drives good money out of circulation. People will secrete or export good coin, and the dishonest government will receive in its revenues only its depreciated currency. These ideas of Orem were not merely ideals. He taught them as tutor to the son of John II. When his pupil became Charles V, the young king, after one desperate devaluation, profited from his teacher's instruction by restoring the shattered finances of war-ridden France to a sound and honest basis. Marsilius of Padua was of more volatile temperament than Orem, an uncompromising individualist, proud of his intellect and courage, and making his political philosophy an inextricable part of his hectic life. Son of a notary in Padua, he studied medicine at the university. Probably he owed some of his anti-clerical radicalism to the atmosphere of Averroistic skepticism that Petrarch found and denounced there in the same generation. Passing to Paris, he became for a year rector of the university. In 1324, with the minor collaboration of John of Gendon, he composed the most remarkable and influential political treatise of the Middle Ages, Defensor Pacis, the Defender of Peace. Knowing that the book must be condemned by the Church, the authors fled to Nuremberg and placed themselves under the wing of the Emperor Louis of Bavaria, then at war with the Pope. They could not have expected so lusty a fighter as John XXII to take calmly their bellicose defense of peace. The book argued that the peace of Europe was being destroyed by strife between state and church, and that peace could be restored and best maintained by bringing the church, with all her property and personnel, under the same imperial or royal authority as other groups and goods. It was, ran the argument, a mistake for the church ever to have acquired property. Nothing in Scripture justified such acquisition. Like Occam, the authors defined the church as the whole body of Christians. As the Roman people, in Roman law, was the real sovereign and merely delegated its authority to consuls, senate, or emperors, so the Christian community should delegate, but should never surrender, its powers to its representatives, the clergy, and these should be held responsible to the people whom they represent. The derivation of the papal supremacy from the Apostle Peter is, in Marsilius's view, an historical error. Peter had no more authority than the other apostles, and the bishops of Rome, in their first 3 centuries, had no more authority than the bishops of several other ancient capitals. Not the Pope, but the emperor or his delegates presided over the first general councils. A general council, freely elected by the people of Christendom, should interpret the Scriptures, define the Catholic faith, and choose the cardinals, who should choose the Pope. In all temporal matters, the clergy, including the Pope, should be subject to civil jurisdiction and law. The state should appoint and remunerate the clergy, fix the number of churches and priests, remove such priests as it finds unworthy, take control of ecclesiastical endowments, schools, and income, and relieve the poor out of the surplus revenues of the Church. Here again was the strident voice of the upsurging national state. Having, through the support of the rising middle classes, subdued the barons and the communes, the kings now felt strong enough to repudiate the claims of the Church to sovereignty over civil power. Seizing the opportunity presented by the deterioration of the Church's international and intellectual authority, the secular rulers now dreamed of mastering every phase of life in their realms, including religion and the Church. This was the basic issue that would be fought out in the Reformation, and the triumph of the state over the Church would mark one terminus of the Middle Ages. In 1535, Henry VIII, at the height of his revolt against the Church, had the Defensor Pacis translated and published at governmental expense. Marsilius, like Occam and Luther, after proposing to replace the authority of the Church with that of the people, was compelled, both for social order and for his own security, to replace it with the authority of the state. But he did not raise the kings into ogres of omnipotence. He looked beyond the triumph of the state to the day when the people might actually exercise the sovereignty that legal theorists had long affected to vest in them. In ecclesiastical reform he advocated democracy. Each Christian community should choose its representative to church councils. Each parish should choose its own priests, control them, dismiss them if need should be. And no member of the parish should be excommunicated without its consent. Marsilius applied similar principles to civil government, but with hesitant modifications. We declare, according to truth and the opinion of Aristotle, that the legislator, the prime and proper effective cause of law, should be the people, the whole body of citizens, or its weightier part, valentiorum partem, commanding or deciding by its own will or choice, expressed verbally in a general assembly of the citizens. I say weightier part, taking into consideration both the number of persons and their quality in the community for which the law is enacted. The whole body of citizens, or its weightier part, either makes law directly or commits this duty to some one or a few. But the latter do not and cannot constitute the legislator in the strict sense of the term. They act only in such matters and for such periods as are covered by the authorization from the primary legislator. I call citizen him who participates in the civil community with either deliberative or judicial authority, according to his rank. By this definition, boys, slaves, aliens, and women are distinguished from citizens. Only out of the deliberation and will of the whole multitude is the best law produced. A majority, more readily than any of its parts, can discern the defects in a law proposed for enactment, for an entire body is greater in power and worth than any of its separate parts. This is a remarkable statement for its time, 1324, and the conditions of the age justify its hesitations. Even Marsilius would not advocate equal suffrage for all adults in a Europe where hardly 1 person in 10 could read, communication was difficult, and class divisions were mortized in the cement of time. Indeed, he rejected complete democracy, wherein policy and legislation would be determined by account of noses. Egenorum multitudo, a multitude of needy people. And to correct this corruption of a republic, he was willing that individuals should have political power commensurate with their value to the community, though he did not say how or by whom this was to be judged. He left room for monarchy, but added that a ruler who is elected is greatly to be preferred to rulers who are hereditary. The king is to be a delegate and servant of the public, and if he seriously misbehaves, it may rightly depose him. These ideas had a medieval, even an ancient origin. The Roman lawyers and the scholastic philosophers had regularly endowed the people with a theoretical sovereignty. The papacy itself was an elective monarchy. The pope called himself Servus Servorum Dei, servant of the servants of God. And Thomas Aquinas had agreed with John of Salisbury on the right of the people to overthrow a lawless king. But rarely in Christendom had these ideas been extended to so explicit a formulation of representative government. Here in one man, in the 14th century, were the ideas of both the Protestant Reformation and the French Revolution. Marsilius was too far ahead of his time to be comfortable. He rose rapidly with Louis of Bavaria, and fell rapidly with his fall. When Louis made peace with the popes, he was required to dismiss Marsilius as a heretic. We do not know the sequel. Apparently Marsilius died in 1343, an outcast alike from the church that he had fought and from the state that he had labored to exalt. His temporary success would have been impossible had not the rising legal profession given to the state an authority rivaling that of the church. Over the ruins of feudal and communal law, beside and often against the canon law of the church, the lawyers raised the positive law of the state, and year by year this royal or secular law extended its reach over the affairs of men. The law schools of Montpellier, Orléans, and Paris turned out bold and subtle legists who used Roman law to build up, as against papal claims, a theory of divine right and absolute power for their royal masters. These ideas were strongest in France, where they evolved into l'état c'est moi and le roi soleil. They prevailed also in Spain, preparing the absolutism of Ferdinand, Charles V, and Philip II. And even in parliamentary England, Wycliffe expounded the unlimited authority of the divine king. Lords and Commons opposed the theory, and Sir John Fortescue insisted that the English king could not issue laws without the consent of Parliament, and that English judges were bound by their oath to judge by the law of the land, whatever the king might desire. But under Henry VII, Henry VIII, and Elizabeth, England too would kneel to absolute rulers. Between the rival absolutisms of popes and kings, some idealistic spirits clung to the notion of a natural law, a divine justice implanted in the human conscience, phrased in the Gospels and superior to any law of man. Neither the state nor the church paid more than lip service to this conception. It remained in the background, professed and ignored, but ever faintly alive. In the 18th century it would father the American Declaration of Independence and the French Declaration of the Rights of Man, and would play a minor but eloquent role in a revolution that for a time upset both the absolutisms that had ruled mankind. Nicholas of Cusa fought and then resigned himself to the absolutism of the papacy. In his varied career he showed the best face of organized Christianity to a Germany always suspicious of the Church. Philosopher and administrator, theologian and legist, mystic and scientist, he combined in one powerful personality the best constituents of those Middle Ages that were closing with his life. Born at Cues, near Trier, in 1401, he learned a medley of scholarship and devotion in the school of the Brethren of the Common Life at Deventer. In a year at Heidelberg he felt the influence of Occam's nominalism. At Padua he was touched for a time with the skepticism of Averroes. At Cologne he absorbed the orthodox tradition of Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas. All the elements were mixed in him that would make him the most complete Christian of his time. He never quite abandoned the mystical mood that had reached him from Meister Eckhart. He wrote a classic of mysticism in De Visione Dei, and in a philosophic defense of such visions, Apologia Docti Ignorantiae, he coined a famous phrase, learned ignorance. He rejected the scholastic rationalism that sought to prove theology by reason. All human knowledge, he felt, is relative and uncertain. Truth is hidden in God. Generally, he rejected astrology, but succumbing to the delusions of his epoch, he indulged in some astrological calculations and reckoned that the end of the world would come in 1734. Amid a life crowded with ecclesiastical activity, he kept abreast of scientific thought. He urged more experiment and more accurate measurements. He suggested timing the fall of different bodies from different heights. He taught that the earth cannot be fixed, but moves like other stars. And every star, however fixed it may seem, moves. No orbit is precisely circular. The earth is not the center of the universe, except insofar as any point may be taken as the center of an infinite universe. These were sometimes judicious borrowings, sometimes brilliant aperçus. In 1433 Nicholas went to Basel to present to the ecclesiastical council there the claims of a friend to the archiepiscopal see of Cologne. His plea failed, but he took the opportunity of presenting to the council, then at odds with the Pope, a work of some moment in the history of philosophy. He called it De Concordantia Catholica, and its general purpose was to find terms of accord between the councils and the popes. In an elaborate analogy with a living organism, he pictured the Church as an organic unity, incapable of successful functioning except through the harmonious cooperation of its parts. Instead of concluding, as the popes might have done, that the parts should be guided by the head, Nicholas argued that only a general council could represent, express, and unify the interdependent elements of the Church. He repeated Aquinas and Marsilius, and almost plagiarized Rousseau and Jefferson in an idealistic passage. Every law depends upon the law of nature, and if it contradicts this, it cannot be a valid law. Since by nature all men are free, then every government exists solely by the agreement and consent of the subjects. The binding power of any law consists in this tacit or explicit agreement and consent. The sovereign people delegates its powers to small groups equipped by education or experience to make or administer laws, but these groups derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. When the Christian community delegates its powers to a general council of the Church, that council, and not the Pope, represents the sovereign authority in religion. Nor can the Pope rest his claim to legislative absolutism on the supposed donation of Constantine, for that donation is a forgery and a myth. A pope has a right to summon a general council, but such a council, if it judges him unfit, may rightly depose him. And the same principles hold for secular princes. An elective monarchy is probably the best government available to mankind in its present depraved condition, but the secular ruler, like the pope, should periodically convene a representative assembly and should submit to its decrees. Nicholas's later life was a model for prelates. Made a cardinal in 1448, he became in person a Catholic Reformation. In a strenuous tour through the Netherlands and Germany, he held provincial synods, revived ecclesiastical discipline, reformed the monasteries and nunneries, attacked priestly concubinage, furthered the education of the clergy, and raised, at least for a time, the level of clerical and popular morality. Nicholas of Cusa, wrote the learned Abbot Trithemius, appeared in Germany as an angel of light and peace amid darkness and confusion. He restored the unity of the Church, strengthened the authority of her supreme head, and sowed a precious seed of new life. To his other titles, Nicholas could have added that of Humanist. He loved the ancient classics, encouraged their study, and planned to print for wide circulation the Greek manuscripts that he himself had brought from Constantinople. He had the true scholar's tolerance. In a dialogue on peace, composed in the very year when Constantinople fell to the Turks, he pleaded for mutual understanding among the religions as diverse rays of one eternal truth. And in the dawn of modern thought, when the rising freedom of the intellect was an intoxication, he wrote sound and noble words. To know and to think, to see the truth with the eye of the mind, is always a joy. The older a man grows, the greater is the pleasure that this affords him. As love is the life of the heart, so is the endeavor after knowledge and truth, the life of the mind. Amid the movements of time, the daily labor, perplexities, and contradictions of life, we should lift our gaze fearlessly to the clear vault of heaven, and seek ever to obtain a firmer grasp of the origin of all goodness and beauty, the capacities of our own hearts and minds, the intellectual fruits of mankind through the centuries, and the wonderful works of nature around us, but remembering always that in humility alone lies true greatness, and that knowledge and wisdom are profitable only in so far as our lives are governed by them. Had there been more such Nicholases, there might have been no Luther. This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 10, Side 1. Chapter 13, The Conquest of the Sea, 1492 to 1517. 1. Columbus. It was manifest destiny that someone in this age would dare the perils of the Atlantic to find India or Cathay. For 2,000 years legend had told of an Atlantis across the sea, and later myths had placed beyond the Atlantic a fountain whose waters conferred eternal youth. The failure of the Crusades compelled the discovery of America, the domination of the eastern Mediterranean by the Turks, the closing or obstruction of land routes by the Ottomans at Constantinople, and by anti-Christian dynasties in Persia and Turkestan, made the old avenues of east-west trade costly and dangerous. Italy and even France might cling to the remnants of that trade over every discouragement of tolls and war, but Portugal and Spain were too far west to make such arrangements profitable. Their problem was to find another route. Portugal found one around Africa. Nothing was left for Spain but to try a passage west. The growth of knowledge had long since established the sphericity of the earth. The very errors of science encouraged audacity by underestimating the width of the Atlantic and picturing Asia as lying ready for conquest and exploitation on the farther side. Scandinavian mariners had reached Labrador in 986 and 1000, and had brought back news of an immense continent. In 1477, if we may believe his own account, Christopher Columbus visited Iceland, and presumably heard proud traditions of Leif Erikson's voyage to Vinland. All that was needed now for the great adventure was money. Bravery abounded. Columbus himself, in the maiorazzo, or will that he made before setting out on his third voyage across the Atlantic, named Genoa as his birthplace. It is true that in his extant writings he always calls himself by the Spanish name Cristobal Colon, never by the Italian name Cristoforo Colombo, but this was presumably because he was writing in Spanish, living in Spain, or sailing for a Spanish sovereign, not because he had been born in Spain. Possibly his forebears had been Spanish Christianized Jews who had migrated to Italy. The evidence of Hebraic blood and sentiment in Columbus is almost convincing. His father was a weaver, and Cristoforo appears to have followed that craft for a time in Genoa and Savona. The biography written by his son Ferdinand credits him with studying astronomy, geometry, and cosmography at the University of Pavia, but the university records do not list him, and he himself tells us that he became a sailor at 14. For in Genoa, every road leads down to the sea. In 1476, a ship on which he was heading for Lisbon was attacked by pirates. The vessel foundered. Columbus relates that with the support of some wreckage he swam 6 miles to the shore. But the great admiral had high powers of imagination. A few months later, he says, he sailed for England as seaman or captain, thence to Iceland, thence to Lisbon. There he married and settled down as a maker of maps and charts. His father-in-law was a mariner who had served Prince Henry the Navigator. Doubtless Columbus heard from him some glowing tales of the Guinea coast. In 1482, probably as an officer, he joined a Portuguese fleet that sailed that coast to Elmina. He read with interest and many annotations Pope Pius II's Historia Rerum Gestarum, which suggested the circumnavigability of Africa. But his studies more and more inclined him to the west. He knew that Strabo, in the 1st century of our era, had told of an attempt to circle the globe. He was familiar with Seneca's lines, "An age will come in after years when ocean will loose the bonds of things, and an immense land will appear, and the prophet Typhus will reveal new worlds, and Thule, possibly Iceland, will no longer be the end of the earth." He had read the book of Ser Marco Polo, which glorified the riches of China and placed Japan 1,500 miles east of the mainland of Asia. He made over 1,000 notes in his copy of Pierre Dailly's Imago Mundi. He accepted the prevailing estimate of the Earth's circumference as 18,000 to 20,000 miles, and combining this with Polo's displacement of Japan, he reckoned that the nearest Asiatic islands would be some 5,000 miles west of Lisbon. He had heard of a letter, in 1474, in which the Florentine physician Paolo Toscanelli had advised King Afonso V of Portugal that a shorter way to India than that around Africa could be found by sailing 5,000 miles west. Columbus wrote to Toscanelli and received an encouraging reply. His purpose matured and seethed in his brain. About 1484, he proposed to John II of Portugal that the king should equip 3 vessels for a year of exploration across the Atlantic and back, that Columbus should be appointed Great Admiral of the Ocean and perpetual governor of whatever lands he might discover, and that he should receive 1/10 of all revenues in precious metals thereafter derived from those lands by Portugal. Obviously, the idea of spreading Christianity was secondary to material considerations. The king submitted the proposal to a committee of savants. They rejected it on the ground that Columbus's estimate of the distance across the Atlantic as merely 2,400 miles was far too small. It was approximately correct from the Canary Islands to the West Indies. In 1485, 2 Portuguese navigators proposed a similar project to King John, but agreed to finance it themselves. John gave them at least his blessing. They sailed in 1487, followed too northern a route, encountered rough westerly winds, and turned back in despair. Columbus renewed his appeal in 1488. The king invited him to an audience. Columbus came just in time to witness the triumphant return of Bartolomeu Dias from a successful rounding of Africa. Absorbed in prospects of an African route to India, the Portuguese government abandoned consideration of a passage across the Atlantic. Columbus turned to Genoa and Venice, but they too gave him no encouragement, for they had a vested interest in the eastward route to the east. He commissioned his brother to sound out Henry VII of England, who invited Columbus to a conference. When the invitation reached him, he had already committed himself to Spain. He was now, in 1488, some 42 years old, tall and thin, with long face, ruddy complexion, eagle nose, blue eyes, freckles, bright red hair already turning gray and soon to be white. His son and his friends described him as modest, grave, affable, discreet, temperate in eating and drinking, fervently pious. Others alleged that he was vain, that he paraded and inflated the titles he received, that he ennobled his ancestry in his imagination and his writings, and that he bargained avidly for his share in the New World's gold. However, he was worth more than he asked. He deviated occasionally from the 10 Commandments, for at Córdoba, after his wife's death, Beatriz Enriquez bore him an illegitimate son in 1488. Columbus did not marry her, but he provided well for her in his life and his will. And, as most dignitaries in those agile times had such byproducts, no one seems to have been put out by the accident. Meanwhile, he had laid his petition before Isabella of Castile, this on May 1st, 1486. She referred it to a group of advisers presided over by the saintly Archbishop Talavera. After a long delay, they reported the plan to be impracticable, arguing that Asia must be much farther west than Columbus supposed. Nevertheless, Ferdinand and Isabella gave him an annuity of 12,000 maravedis, or about $840, and in 1489 they furnished him with a letter ordering all Spanish municipalities to provide him with food and lodging. Perhaps they wished to keep an option on his project, lest by some chance it should bestow a continent on a rival king. But when the Talavera Committee, after reconsidering the scheme, again rejected it, Columbus resolved to submit it to Charles VIII of France. Fray Juan Pérez, head of the monastery of La Rabida, dissuaded him by arranging another audience with Isabella. She sent him 20,000 maravedis to finance his trip to her headquarters at the siege city of Santa Fe. He went, she heard his plea kindly enough, but her advisers once more discountenanced the idea. He resumed his preparations for going to France in January of 1492. At this critical juncture, a baptized Jew prodded the march of history. Luis de Santander, finance minister to Ferdinand, reproached Isabella for lack of imagination and enterprise, tempted her with the prospect of converting Asia to Christianity, and proposed to finance the expedition himself with the aid of his friends. Several other Jews, Don Isaac Abravanel, Juan Cabrero, Abraham Señor, supported his plea. Isabella was moved, and offered to pledge her jewels to raise the needed sum. Santander judged this unnecessary. He borrowed 1,400,000 maravedis from the fraternity of which he was treasurer. He added 350,000 out of his own pocket, and Columbus somehow got together 250,000 more. On April 17, 1492, the king signed the requisite papers. Then or later he gave Columbus a letter to the Khan of Cathay. It was China, not India, that Columbus hoped to reach, and which to the end of his life he thought he had found. On August 3rd, the Santa Maria, his flagship, the Pinta, and the Nina sailed from Palos with 88 men and provisions for a year. 2. America. They headed south to the Canary Islands, seeking winds from the east before they faced into the west. After a long stay at the islands, they ventured forth, on September 6th, along the 28th parallel of latitude, not quite far enough south to get the full boon of the trade winds. We know now that a still more southerly crossing would have shortened the distance and tribulation to America. The weather was kindly, like April in Andalusia, Columbus noted in his log. The only thing wanting was to hear nightingales. 33 days passed anxiously. Columbus underestimated to his men the nautical mileage of each day, but as he overestimated his speed, his statements were unwillingly correct. The calms persisting, he changed his course, whereupon, even more than before, the crew felt lost in the aimless wastes of the sea. On October 9th, the captains of the Pinta and the Nina boarded the flagship and pleaded for an immediate turnabout back to Spain. Columbus promised that unless land were sighted in 3 days, he would do as they wished. On October 10th, his own crew mutinied, but he appeased them with the same pledge. On October 11th, they drew from the ocean a green branch bearing flowers. Their trust in the admiral returned. At 2 o'clock the next morning, under a nearly full moon, Rodrigo de Triana, the lookout on the Nina, shouted, "Tierra! Tierra!" It was land at last. When dawn came, they saw naked natives on the beach, all of good stature. The 3 captains were rowed to the shore by armed men. They knelt, kissed the ground, and thanked God. Columbus christened the island San Salvador, Holy Savior, and took possession of it in the name of Ferdinand, Isabella, and Christ. The savages received their future enslavers with civilized courtesies. The admiral wrote, "In order that we might win good friendship, because I knew that they were a people who could better be freed and converted to our Holy Father by love than by force, I gave to some of them red caps and to some glass beads, and many other things of slight value, in which they took much pleasure. They remained so much our friends that it was a marvel, and later they came swimming to the ship's boats and brought us parrots and cotton thread and many other things, and in exchange we gave them little glass beads. Finally, they exchanged with us everything they had with good will." The report of the friendly flowing savage, which was to bewitch Rousseau, Chateaubriand, and Whitman, may have begun then and there. But among the first things that Columbus learned on the island was that these natives were subject to slave raids by other native groups, and that they themselves, or their ancestors, had conquered earlier indigenies. 2 days after landing, the admiral struck an ominous note in his journal. "These people are very unskilled in arms. With 50 men they could all be subjected and made to do all that one wished." But alas, there was no gold in San Salvador. On October 14th, the little fleet sailed again, seeking Cipango, Japan, and gold. On October 28th, the landing was made on Cuba. There, too, the natives were well disposed. They tried to join their visitors in singing the Ave Maria and did their best to make the sign of the cross. When Columbus showed them gold, they seemed to indicate that he would find some at a point in the interior which they called Cubanacam, that is, mid-Cuba. Mistaking this for El Gran Khan, the great Khan of China, he sent 2 Spaniards with full diplomatic credentials to find that elusive potentate. They returned without locating the Khan, but with a pleasant account of the courtesies with which they had been everywhere received. They brought also the first report by Europeans of American tobacco. They had seen male and female natives smoking tobacco herbs rolled into a cigar, which was inserted into the nose. Disappointed, Columbus left Cuba on December 4th, taking with him by force 5 native youths to serve as interpreters and 7 women to comfort them. All died en route to Spain. Meanwhile, Columbus's senior captain, Martin Alonso Pinzon, had deserted with his ship to hunt gold on his own. On December 5th, Columbus reached Haiti. There he remained 4 weeks, welcomed and feasted by the natives. He found some gold and felt himself a bit closer to the Khan, but his flagship grounded on a reef and was smashed to pieces by waves and rocks on the eve of the Christmas that he had planned to celebrate as the happiest of his life. Luckily, the Nina was nearby to rescue the crew, and the kindly natives ventured out in their canoes to help salvage most of the cargo before the vessel sank. The chieftain consoled Columbus with hospitality and gold and assurances that there was plenty of the murderous metal in Haiti. The admiral thanked God for the gold, forgave him for the shipwreck, and wrote in his journal that Ferdinand and Isabella would now have funds sufficient to conquer the Holy Land. He was so impressed with the good manners of the natives that he left part of his crew as a settlement to explore the island while he returned to Spain to report his discoveries. On January 6, 1493, Pinzon rejoined him with the Pinta. His apologies were accepted, for Columbus was loath to sail back with only one ship. On January 16th, they began the journey home. It was a long and miserable voyage. All through January the winds were hostile, and on February 12th a violent storm buffeted the tiny ships, which were not much more than 70 feet long. As they approached the Azores, Pinzon deserted again, hoping to be the first to reach Spain with the great news that Asia had been found. The Nina anchored off Santa Maria in the Azores on February 17th. Half the crew went ashore, partly to make a pilgrimage to a shrine of the Virgin. They were arrested by the Portuguese authorities and were kept in jail for 4 days while Columbus fretted offshore. They were released and the Nina sailed again, but another storm drove it from its course, split its sails, and so depressed the sailors that they vowed to spend their first day on land fasting on bread and water and observing the 10 Commandments. On March 3rd they sighted Portugal, and though Columbus knew that he was risking a diplomatic mess, he decided to disembark at Lisbon rather than attempt the remaining 225 miles to Palos with one sail. John II received him with courtesy, the Nina was repaired, and on March 15th it reached Palos after infinite toil and terror, said Columbus, 193 days after leaving that port. Martin Pinzon had landed on northwestern Spain several days before, and had sent a message to Ferdinand and Isabella, but they refused to see him or his messenger. The Pinta sailed into Palos a day after the Nina. Pinzon fled in fear and disgrace to his home, took to his bed, and died. 3. The Waters of Bitterness. Columbus was welcomed by King and Queen at Barcelona, lived 6 months at the court, and received the title Almirante del Mar Oceano, Admiral of the Ocean Sea, by which was meant the Atlantic west of the Azores. He was made governor of the New World, or as he described himself, Vice-King and General Governor of the islands and terra firma of Asia and India. As John II was rumored to be fitting out a fleet to cross the Atlantic, Ferdinand appealed to Alexander VI to define the rights of Spain in the Ocean Sea. The Spanish Pope, in a series of bulls, in 1493, allotted to Spain all non-Christian lands west, and to Portugal all those east, of an imaginary line drawn north and south 270 miles west of the Azores and the Cape Verde Islands. The Portuguese refused to accept this line of demarcation, and war was imminent when the rival governments, by the Treaty of Tordesillas on June 7, 1494, agreed that the line should run along a meridian of longitude 250 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands for discoveries before that date, but 370 leagues west for later discoveries. The eastern corner of Brazil lies east of this second line. The papal bulls termed the new terrain Indies. Scholars like Pietro Martire d'Anghiera accepted Columbus's notion that he had reached Asia. And this delusion persisted till Magellan circumnavigated the globe. Hoping for gold, Ferdinand and Isabella provided Columbus with a new fleet of 17 vessels, equipped with 1,200 seamen, animals to start flocks and herds in the Indies, and 5 ecclesiastics to shrive the Spaniards and convert the Indians. The second voyage sailed from Seville on September 25, 1493. 39 days later, as against 70 days for the first voyage, the watch sighted an island which Columbus, because the day was Sunday, named Dominica. No landing was made there. The admiral scented bigger prey. He passed through the westernmost group of the Lesser Antilles and was so impressed by their number that he named them 11,000 Virgenes, 11,000 virgins. They are still the Virgin Islands. Sailing on, he discovered Puerto Rico. He dallied there briefly, then hurried on to see what had happened to the Spanish settlement that he had left in Haiti 10 months before. Hardly a man remained of it. The Europeans had roamed the island, robbing the natives of gold and women. They had established a tropical paradise with 5 women to each man. They had quarreled and murdered one another, and nearly all the rest had been killed by the outraged Indians. The fleet sailed eastward along the Haitian coast. On January 2, 1494, the admiral landed men and cargo to found a new settlement, which he called Isabella. After supervising the construction of a town and the repair of his ships, he left to explore Cuba. Unable to circumnavigate it, he concluded that it was the mainland of Asia, perhaps the Malay Peninsula. He thought of rounding it and circling the globe, but his ships were not equipped for it. He turned back toward Haiti on October 29, 1494, wondering how his new settlement had fared. he was shocked to find that it had behaved like its predecessor, that the Spaniards had raped native women, stolen native stores of food, and kidnapped native boys to serve as slaves, and that the natives had killed many Spaniards in revenge. The missionaries had made little attempt to Christianize the Indians. One friar had joined a group of malcontents who had sailed back to Spain to give the sovereigns a discouraging report of Haiti's reputed resources. Columbus himself now became a slave dealer. He sent out expeditions to capture 1,500 natives. 400 of these he gave to the settlers, 500 he dispatched to Spain. 200 of these died on the voyage. The survivors were sold at Seville, but died in a few years, unable to adjust themselves to the colder climate, or perhaps to the savagery of civilization. Leaving orders with his brother Bartolomé to transfer the settlement from Isabella to a better site at Santo Domingo, now Ciudad Trujillo, Columbus sailed for Spain on March 10, 1496, and reached Cadiz after an unhappy voyage of 93 days. He presented his sovereigns with Indians and gold nuggets. It was not much, but it modified the doubts that had formed at court about the wisdom of pouring more money into the Atlantic. The admiral was uncomfortable on land. The salt of the sea was in his blood. He begged for at least 8 ships for another trial of fortune. The sovereigns consented, and in May 1498, Columbus sailed again. This third voyage moved southwest to the 10th meridian of latitude, then followed this due west. On July 31st, the crew sighted the great island which the pious commander named Trinidad. And on August 31st, he saw the mainland of South America, perhaps a year before, perhaps a year after Vespucci. After exploring the Gulf of Paria, he sailed northwest and reached Santo Domingo August 31st. This third settlement had survived, but one of every 4 of the 500 Spaniards that he had left there in 1496 was suffering from syphilis, and the settlers had divided into 2 hostile groups that were now on the verge of war. To appease the discontent, Columbus allowed each man to appropriate a large tract of land, and to enslave the natives dwelling on it. This became the rule in the Spanish settlements. Worn now with hardships, disappointments, arthritis, and a disease of the eyes, Columbus almost broke down under these problems. His mind clouded occasionally. He became irritable, querulous, dictatorial, avaricious, and ruthless in his punishments. So at least many of the Spaniards claimed, and they fretted under an Italian's rule. He recognized that the problems of managing the settlement were alien to his training and temperament. In October 1499, he sent 2 caravels to Spain with a request that Ferdinand and Isabella should appoint a royal commissioner to help him govern the island. The sovereigns took him at his word and appointed Francisco de Bobadilla, but going beyond the admiral's request, they gave their commissioner full authority, even over Columbus. Bobadilla reached Santo Domingo while Columbus was away, and heard many complaints of the manner in which Cristoforo and his brothers Bartolomé and Diego had ruled what was now called Hispaniola. When Columbus returned, Bobadilla had him cast into jail with manacles on his arms and fetters on his feet. After a further inquest, the commissioner sent the 3 brothers, in chains, to Spain on October 1st, 1500. Arriving at Cadiz, Columbus wrote a pitiful letter to friends at court. "It is now 17 years since I came to serve these princes with the enterprise of the Indies. They made me pass 8 of them in discussion, and at the end rejected it as a thing of jest. Nonetheless, I persisted therein. Over there I have placed under their sovereignty more land than there is in Africa and Europe, and more than 1,700 islands. In 7 years I, by the divine will, made that conquest. At a time when I was entitled to expect rewards and retirement, I was incontinently arrested and sent home loaded with chains. The accusation was brought out of malice on the basis of charges made by civilians who had revolted and wished to take possession of the land. I beg your graces, with the zeal of faithful Christians in whom their highnesses have confidence, to read all my papers, and to consider how I, who came from so far to serve these princes, now at the end of my days have been despoiled of my honor and my property without cause, wherein is neither justice nor mercy." Ferdinand was busy dividing the kingdom of Naples with Louis XII. 6 weeks went by before he ordered Columbus and his brothers released, and summoned them to court. King and Queen received them in the Alhambra, consoled them, and restored them to affluence, but not to their former authority in the New World. By the capitulations or agreement that they had signed in 1492, the sovereigns were bound to leave Columbus full authority in the lands he had discovered, but they felt that he was no longer fit to exercise it. They named Don Nicolas de Ovando as new governor of the Indies, However, they allowed the admiral to collect all his property rights at Santo Domingo, and all that was hitherto due him of the gold diggings and trade. Columbus lived the rest of his life a rich man. But he was not content. He importuned the king and queen for one more fleet, and though they were not yet clear that the enterprise of the Indies would bring them a net gain, they felt that they owed him another trial. On May 9, 1502, from Cadiz, Columbus began his fourth voyage, with 4 ships and 140 men, including his brother Bartolome and his son Fernando. On June 15th, he sighted Martinique. On June 29th, feeling a storm in the air and in his joints, he anchored off a sheltered spot of the Haitian shore near Santo Domingo. A fleet of 30 ships was in the main harbor, about to sail for Spain. Columbus sent word to the governor that a hurricane was brewing, and advised him to detain the vessels for a while. Ovando rejected the warning and dispatched the fleet. The hurricane arrived. The admiral's ship survived it with minor damage. Of the governor's fleet, all vessels but one were wrecked. 500 lives were lost, including Bobadilla's, and a rich cargo of gold was surrendered to the sea. Columbus now began, unsuspectingly, the most arduous and tragic months in his troubled career. Continuing westward, he reached Honduras and explored the coast of Nicaragua and Costa Rica in the hope of finding a strait that would let him circumnavigate the earth. On December 5th, 1502, a tempest of wind and rain arose, whose mad force is vividly described in Columbus's journal. For 9 days I was as one lost, without any hope of life. Eyes never beheld the sea so high, angry, and covered with foam. The wind not only prevented our progress, but offered no opportunity to run behind any headland for shelter. Hence we were forced to keep out in this bloody ocean, seething like a pot on a hot fire. Never did the sky look more terrible. For 1 whole day and night it blazed like a furnace, and the lightning broke forth with such violence that each time I wondered if it had carried off my spars and sails. The flashes came with such fury and frightfulness that we all thought the ships would be blasted. All this time the water never ceased to fall from the sky. I do not say it rained, for it was like another deluge. The men were so worn out that they longed for death to end their dreadful suffering. To add to the terror of wind, water, lightning, and rocky reefs nearby, a waterspout, a spray-spreading twister in the sea, appeared, perilously close to the ships and shooting water up to the clouds. Columbus took out his Bible and read from it how Christ had stilled the storm at Capernaum. Then he exorcised the waterspout by tracing with his sword a cross in the sky, whereupon, we are told, the tower of water collapsed. After 12 awful days the fury passed, and the fleet rested in a harbor near the present eastern end of the Panama Canal. There Columbus and his men celebrated sadly the Christmas of 1502 and the New Year's Day of 1503, not knowing that the Pacific was only 40 miles away. Further misfortunes came. 13 sailors, rowing the flagship's boat up a river to find fresh water, were attacked by Indians. All but one of the Spaniards were killed, and the boat was lost. 2 vessels had to be abandoned as too worm-eaten to be seaworthy. The other 2 leaked so badly that the pumps had to be worked night and day. Finally, the worms proved stronger than the men, and these surviving ships had to be beached on a shore of Jamaica on June 25, 1503. There the hapless crew remained 1 year and 5 days, depending for food on the precarious friendship of the natives, who themselves had little to spare. Diego Mendez, whose calm courage in all this adversity kept Columbus from complete despair, volunteered to lead 6 Christians and 10 Indians in a dugout canoe 455 miles, 80 of them out of sight of land, to Santo Domingo to solicit aid. On that venture their water ran out, and several Indians died. Mendez reached his goal, but Ovando would not, or could not, spare a vessel till May 1504 to go to the admiral's relief. By February, the Jamaica Indians had reduced their gifts of food to the stranded crew to the point where the Spaniards began to starve. Columbus had with him Regiomontanus's Ephemerides, which calculated a lunar eclipse for February 29th. He called in the native chiefs and warned them that God, in his anger at their letting his men starve, was about to blot out the moon. They scoffed, but when the eclipse began, they hurriedly brought food to the ships. Columbus reassured them, saying that he had prayed to God to restore the moon, and had promised him that the Indians would properly feed the Christians thereafter. The moon reappeared. 4 more months passed before help came. Even then, the ship that Ovando sent leaked so badly that it was barely able to return to Santo Domingo. Columbus, with his brother and son, sailed in a stouter vessel to Spain, arriving November 7th after a long and stormy voyage. The king and queen were disappointed that he had not found more gold, or a strait to the Indian Ocean, and neither Ferdinand nor Isabella, who was dying, had time to receive the white-haired sailor finally home from the sea. His tenths from Haiti were still paid to him. He suffered from arthritis, but not from poverty. When at last Ferdinand consented to see him, Columbus, older than his 58 years, could hardly bear the long journey to the court at Segovia. He demanded all the titles, rights, and revenues promised him in 1492. The king demurred and offered him a rich estate in Castile. Columbus refused. He followed the court to Salamanca and Valladolid, and there, broken in body and heart, he died, May 20th, 1506. No man had ever so remade the map of the earth. 4. The New Perspective. Now that he had shown the way, 100 other mariners rushed to the New World. That name was apparently first used by a Florentine merchant whose own name now describes the Americas. Amerigo Vespucci was sent to Spain by the Medici to straighten out the affairs of a Florentine banker. In 1495 he won a contract to fit out 12 vessels for Ferdinand. He caught the exploration fever, and in letters later written to friends in Florence he claimed that he had made 4 voyages to what he termed Novo Mondo, and that on one of these, on June 16, 1497, he had touched the mainland of South America. As John Cabot reached Cape Breton Island in the Gulf of St. Lawrence on June 24, 1497, and Columbus sighted Venezuela in 1498, Vespucci's account could give him the credit of being the first European to reach the mainland of the Western Hemisphere since Leif Erikson, circa 1000. Confusion and inaccuracies in Vespucci's reports have cast doubt on his claims, but it is noteworthy that in 1505, Columbus, who by that time should have been able to judge Vespucci's reliability, entrusted him with a letter to the Admiral San Diego. In 1508, Vespucci was made Piloto Mayor, chief of all the pilots of Spain, and held that position till his death. A Latin version of one of his letters was printed at Saint-Dié in Lorraine in April 1507. Martin Waldseemüller, professor of cosmography in the University of Saint-Dié, quoted the letter in his Cosmographiae Introductio, which he published there in that year. He accepted Vespucci's account as trustworthy and suggested that the name Amerige, or America, should be given to what we now term South America. In 1538, Gerhardus Mercator applied America, on one of his famous maps, to all the Western Hemisphere. It is agreed that in 1499, if not in 1497, Vespucci, sailing with Alonso de Ojeda, explored the coast of Venezuela. In 1500, shortly after Cabral's accidental discovery of Brazil, Vicente Pinzon, who had commanded the Niña on Columbus's first voyage, explored the Brazilian coast and discovered the Amazon. In 1513, Vasco Núñez de Balboa sighted the Pacific, and Ponce de León, dreaming of a fountain of youth, discovered Florida. The discoveries begun by Henry the Navigator, advanced by Vasco da Gama, culminating in Columbus, and rounded out by Magellan, effected the greatest commercial revolution in history before the coming of the airplane. The opening of the western and southern seas to navigation and trade ended the Mediterranean epoch in the history of civilization and began the Atlantic era. As more and more of America's gold came to Spain, economic decline progressed in the Mediterranean states, and even in those South German cities which, like Augsburg and Nuremberg, had been commercially tied with Italy. The Atlantic nations found in the New World an outlet for their surplus population, their reserve energy, and their criminals, and developed there avid markets for European goods. Industry was stimulated in Western Europe and demanded the mechanical inventions and better forms of power that made the Industrial Revolution. New plants came from America to enrich European agriculture: the potato, tomato, artichoke, squash, maize. The influx of gold and silver raised prices, encouraged manufacturers, harassed workers, creditors, and feudal lords, and generated and ruined Spain's dream of dominating the world. The moral and mental effects of the explorations rivaled the economic and political results. Christianity was spread over a vast hemisphere, so that the Roman Catholic Church gained more adherents in the New World than the Reformation took from her in the Old. The Spanish and Portuguese languages were given to Latin America, and produced there vigorous independent literatures. European morals were not improved by the discoveries. The lawless brutality of the colonists flowed back to Europe with returning seamen and settlers and brought an intensification of violence and sexual irregularity. The European intellect was powerfully moved by the revelation of so many peoples, customs, and cults. The dogmas of the great religions suffered by mutual attrition. And even while Protestants and Catholics raised their hostile certainties to ruinous wars, these certitudes were melting away into the doubts and consequent tolerance of the Enlightenment. Above all, a pride of achievement inspired the human mind just when Copernicus was about to reduce the cosmic importance of the earth and its inhabitants. Men felt that the world of matter had been conquered by the courage of the human mind. The medieval motto for Gibraltar, ne plus ultra, was denied by abbreviation. It became now plus ultra, more beyond. All limits were removed. All the world was open. Everything seemed possible. Now, with a bold and optimistic surge, modern history began. Chapter 14. Erasmus the Forerunner, 1469 to 1517. 1. The Education of a Humanist. The greatest of the humanists, born in or near Rotterdam in 1466 or 1469, the second and natural son of Gerard, a clerk in minor orders, and of Margaret, the widowed daughter of a physician. Apparently the father became a priest shortly after this contretemps. We do not know how the boy came by the fond name of Desiderius Erasmus, meaning the desired beloved. His first teachers taught him to read and write Dutch, but when he went to study with the Brethren of the Common Life at Deventer, he was fined for speaking his native tongue. There Latin was the pièce de résistance, and piety was as rigorous as discipline. Nevertheless, the Brethren encouraged the study of selected pagan classics, and Erasmus began at Deventer to acquire his astonishing command of the Latin language and literature. About 1484, both his parents died. The father left a modest estate to his two sons, but their guardians absorbed most of it and steered the youths into a monastic career as one requiring no patrimony at all. They protested, wishing to go to a university. Finally, they were persuaded. Erasmus, we are told, by the promise of access to many books. The older son accepted his fate and rose to be, Erasmus reported, strenuus compotor nex squartator ignavus, a mighty toper and no mean fornicator. Desiderius took vows as an Augustinian canon in the priory of Emmaus at Stein. He tried hard to like monastic life, even wrote an essay, De Contemptu Mundi, to convince himself that a monastery was just the place for a lad of avid spirit and queasy stomach. But his stomach complained of fasts and turned at the smell of fish. The vow of obedience proved yet more irksome than that of chastity, and perhaps the monastic library ran short on classics. The kindly prior took pity on him and lent him as secretary to Henry of Bergen, Bishop of Cambrai. Erasmus now, in 1492, accepted ordination as a priest. But wherever he was, he had one foot elsewhere. He envied the young men who had gone on from their local schooling to universities. Paris exuded an aroma of learning and lust that could intoxicate keen senses across great distances. After some years of able service, Desiderius induced the bishop to send him to the University of Paris, armed with just enough money to survive. He listened impatiently to lectures, but consumed the libraries. He attended plays and parties, and occasionally explored feminine charms. He remarks in one of his colloquies that the most pleasant way of learning French was from the filles de joie. Nevertheless, his strongest passion was for literature, the musical magic of words opening the door to a world of imagination and delight. He taught himself Greek. In time, the Athens of Plato and Euripides, Zeno and Epicurus became as familiar to him as the Rome of Cicero, Horace, and Seneca, and both cities were almost as real to him as the left bank of the Seine. Seneca seemed to him as good a Christian as St. Paul, and a much better stylist, a point on which perhaps his taste was not quite sound. Wandering at will through the centuries, he discovered Lorenzo Valla, the Neapolitan Voltaire. He relished the elegant Latin and reckless audacity with which Valla had flayed the forgery of the donation of Constantine, had noted serious errors in the Vulgate, and had debated whether Epicureanism might not be the wisest modus vivendi. Erasmus himself would later startle theologians and comfort some cardinals by seeking to reconcile Epicurus and Christ. Echoes of Duns Scotus and Occam still resounded in Paris. Nominalism was in the ascendant, and threatened such basic doctrines as transubstantiation and the Trinity. These escapades of thought damaged the young priest's orthodoxy, leaving him not much more than a profound admiration for the ethics of Christ. His addiction to books was almost as expensive as a vice. To add to his allowance, he gave private instructions to younger students and went to live with one of them. Even so, he had not enough to be comfortable. He importuned the Bishop of Cambrai. "My skin and my purse both need filling, the one with flesh, the other with coins. Act with your usual kindness," to which the bishop responded with his usual moderation. One pupil, the Lord of Veer, invited him to his castle at Tournam in Flanders. Erasmus was charmed to find in Lady Anne of Veer a patroness of genius. She recognized this condition in him and helped him with a gift which was soon consumed. Another rich pupil, Mountjoy, took him to England in 1499. There, in the great country houses of the aristocracy, the harassed scholar found a realm of refined pleasure that turned his monastic past into a shuddering memory. He reported his progress to a friend in Paris in one of those innumerable, inimitable letters that are now his most living monument. "We are getting on. If you are wise, you too will fly over here. If you only knew the blessings of Britain. To take one attraction out of many, there are nymphs here with divine features, so gentle and kind. Moreover, there is a fashion that cannot be commended enough. Wherever you go, you are received on all hands with kisses. When you leave, you are dismissed with kisses. If you go back, your salutes are returned to you. Wherever a meeting takes place, there are salutes in abundance. Wherever you turn, you are never without them. Oh, Faustus, if you had once tasted how soft and fragrant those lips are, you would wish to be a traveler, not for 10 years like Solon, but for your whole life in England." At Mountjoy's house in Greenwich, Erasmus met Thomas More, then only 22, yet distinguished enough to secure the scholar an introduction to the future Henry VIII. At Oxford he was almost as charmed by the informal companionship of students and faculty as he had been by the embraces of country-house divinities. There he learned to love John Colet, who, though assertor and champion of the old theology, astonished his time by practicing Christianity. Erasmus was impressed by the progress of humanism in England. "When I hear my Colet, I seem to be listening to Plato himself. In Grocyn, who does not marvel at such a perfect world of learning? What can be more acute, profound, and delicate than the judgment of Linacre? What has nature ever created more gentle, sweet, and happy than the genius of Thomas More?" These men influenced Erasmus profoundly for his betterment. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 10, Side 2. These men influenced Erasmus profoundly for his betterment. From a vain and flighty youth, drunk with the wine of the classics and the ambrosia of women, he was transformed into an earnest and painstaking scholar, anxious not merely for shillings and renown, but for some lasting and beneficent achievement. When he left England in January of 1500, he had formed his resolve to study and edit the Greek text of the New Testament as the distilled essence of that real Christianity which, in the judgment of reformers and humanists alike, had been overlaid and concealed by the dogmas and accretions of centuries. His pleasant memory of this first visit to England was darkened by the final hour. At Dover, passing through the customs, the money that his English friends had given him, amounting to some £20, or about $2,000, was confiscated by the authorities, as the English law forbade the export of gold or silver. More, not yet a great lawyer, had mistakenly advised him that the prohibition applied only to English currency, and Erasmus had changed the pounds into French coins. Neither his stumbling English nor his prancing Latin availed to deflect the avid orthodoxy of the law, and Erasmus embarked for France practically penniless. "I suffered shipwreck," he said, "before I went to sea." 2. The Peripatetic. Stationing himself for a few months in Paris, he published his first significant work, Collectanea Adagiorum, a collection of 818 adages or quotations, mostly from classical authors. The revival of learning, that is, of ancient literature, had set a fashion of adorning one's opinions with a snatch from some Greek or Latin author. We see the custom in extreme form in Montaigne's Essays and Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. It lingered into the 18th century in the forensic oratory of England. Erasmus accompanied each adage with a brief comment, usually pointed to current interest and salted with satiric wit. So, he observed, priests are said in Scripture to devour the sins of the people, and they find sins so hard to digest that they must have the best wine to wash them down. The book was a boon to writers and speakers. It sold so well that for a year Erasmus could feed himself unaided. Moreover, Archbishop Warham, relishing the book despite its barbs, sent the author a gift of money and offered him a benefice in England. Erasmus, however, was not prepared to abandon the continent for an island. In the next 8 years he published several revisions of the Adagia, expanding it to 3,260 entries. 60 editions appeared in his lifetime. Translations were issued from the original Latin into English, French, Italian, German, and Dutch. Altogether it was among the best-sellers of its time. Even so, the proceeds were meager, and food was not enough. Pinched for pounds, Erasmus wrote on December 12, 1500, to his friend James Batt, who was tutoring a son of the Lady Anne of Vere, asking him to point out to her how much more credit I shall do her by my learning than the other divines whom she maintains. They preach ordinary sermons. I write what will live forever. They, with their silly rubbish, are heard in 1 or 2 churches. My works will be read by all who know Latin and Greek in every country in the world. Such unlearned ecclesiastics abound everywhere. Men like me are scarcely found in many centuries. Repeat all this to her unless you are too superstitious to tell a few fibs for a friend. When this approach failed, he wrote again in January, suggesting that Batt tell the lady that Erasmus was losing his eyesight, and added, "Send me 4 or 5 gold pieces of your own, which you will recover out of the lady's money." As Batt did not enter this trap, Erasmus wrote directly to the lady, comparing her with the noblest heroines of history and the fairest concubines of Solomon, and predicting for her an eternity of fame. To this ultimate vanity she succumbed. Erasmus received a substantial gift and recovered his eyesight. The custom of the time forgave a writer for begging aid from patrons, since publishers were not yet equipped to sustain even widely read authors. Erasmus could have had benefices, episcopacies, even, later, a cardinal's hat. He refused such offers time and again in order to remain a free lance, intellectually fetterless. He preferred to beg in freedom rather than decay in bonds. In 1502, fleeing plague, Erasmus moved to Louvain. Adrian of Utrecht, head of the university, offered him a professorship. Erasmus declined. Returning to Paris, he settled down to earn his living by his pen, one of the earliest modern attempts at that reckless enterprise. He translated Cicero's Offices, Euripides' Hecuba, and Lucian's Dialogues. Doubtless this jolly skeptic shared in forming Erasmus's mind and style. In 1504, Erasmus wrote to a friend, "Good heavens, with what humor, with what rapidity does Lucian deal his blows, turning everything to ridicule and letting nothing pass without a touch of mockery. His hardest strokes are aimed at the philosophers, on account of their supernatural assumptions, and at the Stoics for their intolerable arrogance. He uses no less liberty in deriding the gods, whence the surname of atheist was bestowed upon him, an honorable distinction coming from the impious and superstitious." On a second visit to England, in 1505 and 1506, he joined Colet in a pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Thomas a Becket at Canterbury. Describing this trip under fictitious names in one of his colloquies, he told how Gratian, or Colet, offended their monastic guide by suggesting that some of the wealth that adorned the cathedral might be used to alleviate poverty in Canterbury, how the monk showed them milk that had really come from the Virgin's breast, and an amazing quantity of bones, all of which had to be kissed reverently, how Gratian balked at kissing an old shoe that Becket was said to have worn, and how, as a climactic favor and a sacred souvenir, the guide offered Gratian a cloth allegedly used by the saint to wipe his brow and blow his nose, and still showing evidences thereof, whereat Gratian grimaced and rebelled. The 2 humanists, mourning for humanity, returned to London. Good fortune came to Erasmus there. Henry VII's physician was sending 2 sons to Italy. Erasmus was engaged to accompany them as general guide and supervisor. He stayed with the lads at Bologna for a year, devouring the libraries and adding daily to his fame for learning, Latinity, and wit. Till this time he had worn the garb of an Augustinian canon, black robe, mantle, and cowl, with a white hood usually carried on the arm. Now, in 1506, he discarded these for the less conspicuous dress of a secular priest, and claimed to have received permission for this change from Pope Julius II, then in Bologna as a military conqueror. For reasons unknown to us, he returned to England in 1506 and lectured on Greek at Cambridge. But in 1508 we find him again in Italy, preparing an enlarged edition of his Adagia for the press of Aldus Manutius in Venice. Passing on to Rome in 1509, he was charmed by the easy life, fine manners, and intellectual cultivation of the cardinals. He was amused, as Luther in Rome the year before had been shocked, by the inroads that pagan themes and ways had made in the capital of Christendom. What offended Erasmus more was the martial policy, ardor, and pursuits of Julius II. There he agreed with Luther, but he agreed also with the cardinals, who warmly approved the frequent absences of the pugnacious pope. They welcomed Erasmus to their social gatherings and offered him some ecclesiastical sinecure if he would settle in Rome. Just as he was learning to love the eternal city, Mountjoy sent him word that Henry VII had died, that the friend of the Humanists had become Henry VIII, and that all doors and preferments would now be open to Erasmus if he would come back to England. And along with Mountjoy's letter came one from Henry VIII himself. "Our acquaintance began when I was a boy. The regard which I then learned to feel for you has been increased by the honorable mention you have made of me in your writings, and by the use to which you have applied your talents in the advancement of Christian truth. So far you have borne your burden alone. Give me now the pleasure of assisting and protecting you so far as my power extends. Your welfare is precious to us all. I propose, therefore, that you abandon all thought of settling elsewhere. Come to England, and assure yourself of a hearty welcome. You shall name your own terms. They shall be as liberal and honorable as you please. I recollect that you once said that when you were tired of wandering you would make this country the home of your old age. I beseech you, by all that is holy and good, to carry out this promise of yours. We have not now to learn the value of either your acquirements or your advice. We shall regard your presence among us as the most precious possession that we have. You require your leisure for yourself. We shall ask nothing of you save to make our realm your home. Come to me, therefore, my dear Erasmus, and let your presence be your answer to my invitation." How could so courteous and generous an invitation be refused? Even if Rome made him a cardinal, Erasmus's tongue would be tied. In England, surrounded by influential friends and protected by a powerful king, he might write more freely and yet be safe. Half reluctantly he bade farewell to the Humanists of Rome, and to the great palaces and libraries, to the cardinals who had favored him. He made his way again over the Alps, and to Paris, and to England. 3. The Satirist. He stayed there 5 years, and in all that time he received from the king nothing more than an occasional salutation. Was Henry too busy with foreign relations or domestic relatives? Erasmus waited and fretted. Mountjoy came to the rescue with a gift. Warham dowered him with the revenues of a parish in Kent, and John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester and Chancellor of Cambridge University, appointed him professor of Greek at £13, or about $1,300, a year. To raise this income to the maintenance of a servant and a horse, Erasmus dedicated his publications to his friends, who responded ever inadequately. In the first year of this third sojourn in England, and in the home of Thomas More, Erasmus wrote in 7 days his most famous book, The Praise of Folly. Its Latinized Greek title, Encomium Moriae, was a pun on More's name, but Moros was Greek for fool and Moria for folly. Erasmus kept the work in manuscript for 2 years, then went briefly to Paris to have it printed in 1511. 40 editions were published in his lifetime. There were a dozen translations. Rabelais devoured it. As late as 1632, Milton found it in everyone's hand at Cambridge. Moria in Erasmus's use meant not only folly, absurdity, ignorance, and stupidity, but impulse, instinct, emotion, and unlettered simplicity, as against wisdom, reason, calculation, intellect. The whole human race, we are reminded, owes its existence to folly, for what is so absurd as the male's polymorphous pursuit of the female, his feverish idealization of her flesh, his goatish passion for copulation? What man in his senses would pay for such detumescence with the lifelong bondage of monogamy? What woman in her senses would pay for it with the pains and tribulations of motherhood? Is it not ridiculous that humanity should be the accidental byproduct of this mutual attrition? If men and women paused to reason, all would be lost. This illustrates the necessity of folly and the foolishness of wisdom. Would bravery exist if reason ruled? Would happiness be possible? Or was Ecclesiastes right in believing that he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow, and in much wisdom is much grief? Who would be happy if he knew the future? Fortunately, science and philosophy are failures, are ignored by the people, and do no great damage to the vital ignorance of the race. The astronomers will give you to a hair's breadth the dimensions of the moon, sun, and stars as easily as they would do that of a flagon or a pipkin, But nature laughs at their puny conjectures. The philosophers confound the confused and darken the obscure. They lavish time and wit upon logical and metaphysical subtleties with no result but wind. We should send them rather than our soldiers against the Turks, who would retreat in terror before such bewildering verbosity. The physicians are no better. Their whole art is now practiced as one incorporated compound of imposture and craft. As for the theologians, they will tell you to a tittle all the successive proceedings of omnipotence in the creation of the universe. They will explain the precise manner of original sin being derived from our first parents. They will satisfy you as to how our Savior was conceived in the Virgin's womb, and will demonstrate in the consecrated wafer how accidents may subsist without a subject, how one body can be in several places at the same time, and how Christ's body in heaven differs from his body on the cross or in the sacrament. Think also of the nonsense purveyed as miracles and prodigies, apparitions, curative shrines, evocations of Satan, and such like bugbears of superstition. These absurdities are good trade, and procure a comfortable income to such priests and friars as by this craft get their gain. What shall I say of such as cry up and maintain the cheat of pardons and indulgences, that by these compute the time of each soul's residence in purgatory, and assign them a longer or shorter continuance according as they purchase more or fewer of these paltry pardons and saleable exemptions? Or what can be said bad enough of others who pretend that by the force of such magical charms, or by the fumbling over their beads in the rehearsal of such and such petitions, which some religious impostors invented either for diversion or, what is more likely, for advantage, they shall procure riches, honors, pleasure, long life, and lusty old age, nay, after death, a seat at the right hand of the Savior. The satire runs on at the expense of monks, friars, inquisitors, cardinals, popes. Monks pester the people with begging, and think to take heaven by a siege of soporific psalmodies. The secular clergy hunger and thirst after money. They are most subtle in the craft of getting tithes, offerings, perquisites, etc. All ranks and varieties of the clergy agree in putting witches to death. The popes have lost any resemblance to the apostles in their riches, honors, jurisdictions, offices, dispensations, licenses, indulgences, ceremonies, and tithes, excommunications and interdicts, their lust for legacies, their worldly diplomacy, and bloody wars. How could such a church survive except through the folly, the gullible simplicity of mankind? The praise of folly stirred the theologians to an understandable fury. "You should know," wrote Martin Dropsius to Erasmus, "that your Moria has excited a great disturbance even among those who were formerly your most devoted admirers." But the satire in this gay devastation was mild compared to that which marked Erasmus's next outburst. The third and final year of his teaching at Cambridge in 1513 was the year of Pope Julius II's death. In 1514 there appeared in Paris a skit or dialogue called Julius Exclusus. Erasmus made every effort, short of explicit denial, to conceal his authorship, but the manuscript had circulated among friends, and more unguardedly listed it among Erasmus's works. It may stand here as perhaps an extreme example of Erasmus the satirist. The dead warrior pope finds the gates of heaven closed against him by an obstinate St. Peter. Julius. Enough of this. I am Julius the Ligurian. P.M. Peter. P.M.? What is that? Pestis Maxima? Julius. Pontifex Maximus, you rascal. Peter. If you are 3 times Maximus, you can't get in here unless you're Optimus also. Julius. Impertinence. You who have been no more than Sanctus all these ages, and I, Sanctissimus, Sanctissimus Dominus, Sanctitas, holiness itself, with bulls to show it. Peter. Is there no difference between being holy and being called holy? Let me look a little closer. Signs of impiety aplenty. Priest's cassock, but bloody armor beneath it. Eyes savage, mouth insolent, forehead brazen, body scarred with sins all over, breath loaded with wine, health broken with debauchery. I threaten as you will. I will tell you what you are. You are Julius the Emperor come back from hell. Julius. Oh, make an end, or I will excommunicate you. Peter. Excommunicate me? By what right, I would know? Julius. The best of rights. You are only a priest, perhaps not that. You cannot consecrate. Open, I say. Peter. You must show your merits first. Julius. What do you mean by merits? Peter. Have you taught true doctrine? Julius. Not I. I've been too busy fighting. There are monks to look after doctrine, if that is of any consequence. Peter. Have you gained souls to Christ by pure example? Julius. I have sent a good many to Tartarus. Peter. Have you worked any miracles? Julius. Pshaw! Miracles are out of date. Peter. Have you been diligent in your prayers? Julius. The invincible Julius ought not to answer a beggarly fisherman. However, you shall know who and what I am. First, I am a Ligurian, and not a Jew like you. My mother was a sister of the great Pope Sixtus IV. The Pope made me a rich man out of church property. I became a cardinal. I had my misfortunes. I had the French pox. I was banished, hunted out of my country, but I knew all along that I should come to be Pope. It came true partly with French help, partly with money which I borrowed at interest, partly with promises. Croesus could not have produced all the money that was wanted. The bankers will tell you about that, but I succeeded, and I have done more for the Church in Christ than any pope before me. Peter. What did you do? Julius. I raised the revenue. I invented new offices and sold them. I recoined the currency and made a great sum that way. Nothing can be done without money. Then I annexed Bologna to the Holy See. I set all the princes of Europe by the ears. I tore up treaties and kept great armies in the field. I covered Rome with palaces and left 5 millions in the treasury behind me. Peter. Why did you take Bologna? Julius. Because I wanted the revenue. Peter. And how about Ferrara? Julius. The Duke was an ungrateful wretch. He accused me of simony, called me a pederast. I wanted the Duchy of Ferrara for a son of my own, who could be depended upon to be true to the Church, and who had just poniarded the Cardinal of Pavia. Peter. What? Popes with wives and children? Julius. Wives? No, not wives, but why not children? Peter. Were you guilty of the crimes of which they accused you? Julius. That is nothing to the purpose. Peter. Is there no way of removing a wicked pope? Julius. Absurd! Who can remove the highest authority of all? A pope can be corrected only by a general council, but no general council can be held without the pope's consent. Thus he cannot be deposed for any crime whatsoever. Peter. Not for murder? Julius. No, not even if it were parricide. Peter. Not for fornication? Julius. Not for incest. Peter. Not for simony? Julius. Not for 600 acts of simony. Peter. Not for poisoning? Julius. No, nor for sacrilege. Peter. Not for all these crimes gathered in a single person? Julius. Add 600 more to them. There's no power that can depose the Pope. Peter. A novel privilege for my successors, to be the wickedest of men, yet be safe from punishment. So much the unhappier the Church that cannot shake such a monster off its shoulders. The people ought to rise with paving stones and dash such a wretch's brains out. If Satan needed a vicar, he could find none fitter than you. What sign have you ever shown of an apostle? Julius. Is it not apostolic to increase Christ's church? Peter. How have you increased the church? Julius. I filled Rome with palaces, troops of servants, armies, offices. Peter. The church had nothing of this when it was founded by Christ. Julius. Oh, you're thinking of the old affair when you starved as a pope, with a handful of poor hunted bishops about you. Time has changed all that. Look now at our gorgeous churches. Bishops like kings, cardinals gloriously attended, horses and mules, checked with gold and jewels and shod with gold and silver. Beyond all, myself, supreme pontiff, borne on soldiers' shoulders in a golden chair and waving my hand majestically to adoring crowds. Hearken to the roar of the cannon, the bugle notes, the boom of the drums. Observe the military engines, the shouting populace, torches blazing in street and square, and the kings of the earth scarce admitted to kiss my holiness's foot. Look at all this and tell me, is it not magnificent? You perceive what a poor wretch of a bishop you are compared to me. Peter. Insolent wretch! Fraud, usury, and cunning made you pope. I brought heathen Rome to acknowledge Christ. You have made it heathen again. Paul did not talk of the cities he had stormed, the legions he had slaughtered. He talked of shipwrecks, bonds, disgraces, stripes. These were his apostolic triumphs. These were the glories of a Christian general. When he boasted, it was of the souls he had recovered from Satan,
not of his piles of ducats. Julius. All this is news to me. Peter. Very likely. With your treaties and your protocols, your armies and your victories, you had no time to read the Gospels. You pretend to be a Christian, you're no better than a Turk. You think like a Turk, you are as licentious as a Turk. If there's any difference, you are worse. Julius. Then you won't open the gates? Peter. Sooner to anyone else than to such as you. Julius. If you don't give in, I'll take your place by storm. They're making fine havoc below just now. I shall soon have 60,000 ghosts behind me. Peter. Oh, wretched man! Oh, miserable church! I'm not surprised that so few now apply here for admission when the church has such rulers. Yet there must be good in the world, too, when such a sink of iniquity can be honored merely because he bears the name of Pope. This, of course, is outrageously one-sided. No such unredeemed rascal as was here represented could have freed Italy from her invaders, replaced the old St. Peter's with the new, discovered, directed, and developed Michelangelo and Raphael, united Christian and classic civilization in the stanze of the Vatican, and offered to Raphael's skill that visage of profound thought and exhausted care pictured in the incomparable portrait of Julius in the Uffizi Gallery. And poor Erasmus calling all priests to apostolic poverty while himself importuning his friends for coin. That a priest should pen so savage an indictment of a pope reveals the rebellious mood of the time. In 1518, year 2 of Luther, Peter Gillis wrote to Erasmus from Antwerp, "The Iulius Exclusus is for sale everywhere here. Everyone is buying it. Everyone is talking of it." No wonder the reformers later reproached Erasmus for having sounded the tocsin of revolt and then himself fled. In 1514, another product of Erasmus's pen startled the intellectual world of Western Europe. From 1497 onward he had composed informal dialogues, professedly to teach Latin style and conversation, but incidentally discussing a rich variety of lively topics guaranteed to rouse schoolboys from their daily slumbers. His friend Beatus Renanus, with his permission, published a series of these as Familiarium Colloquiorum Formulae, Forms of Familiar Conversations, by Erasmus of Rotterdam, useful not only for polishing a boy's speech, but for building his character. Later editions added more colloquies so that they became Erasmus's most substantial composition. They are a strange concoction, serious discussions of marriage and morals, exhortations to piety, exposés of absurdities and abuses in human conduct and belief, with a sprinkling of pungent or risque jokes, all in a chatty and idiomatic Latin which must have been harder to write than the formal language of learned discourse. An English translator in 1724 judged no book fitter to read which does, in so delightful and instructing a manner, utterly overthrow almost all the popish opinions and superstitions. This slightly overstates the point, but certainly Erasmus, in his gay way, used his textbook of Latin style to attack again the shortcomings of the clergy. He condemned relic-mongering, the misuse of excommunication, the acquisitiveness of prelates and priests, the false miracles foisted upon the credulous, the cult of saints for worldly ends, the excesses of fasting, the shocking contrasts between the Christianity of the Church and the Christianity of Christ. He made a prostitute praise monks as her most faithful clients. He warned a young lady who wished to keep her virginity that she should avoid those brawny, swill-bellied monks. Chastity is more endangered in the cloister than out of it. He deplored the exaltation of virginity and sang a paean to married love as superior to celibacy. He mourned that men so carefully mated good horses with good, but in marriages of financial convenience wed healthy maids to sickly men, and he proposed to forbid marriage to syphilitics or persons with any other serious disability or disease. Mingled with these sober reflections were passages of broad humor. Boys were advised to salute people when they sneezed, but not when they broke wind backward. And a pregnant woman was hailed with a unique blessing. Heaven grant that this burden that you carry may have as easy an exit as it had an entrance. Circumcision was recommended, for it moderates the itch of coition. A long dialogue between the young man and the harlot ended reassuringly with the lady's reform. Critics complained that these colloquies were a very reckless way of teaching Latin style. One alleged that all the youth of Freiburg were being corrupted by them. Charles V made their use in school a crime, punishable with death. Luther here agreed with the emperor. On my deathbed I shall forbid my sons to read Erasmus's colloquies. The Führer assured the book's success. 24,000 copies were sold soon after publication. Till 1550 only the Bible outsold it. Meanwhile, Erasmus had almost made the Bible his own. 4. The Scholar. He left England in July 1514 and made his way through fog and customs to Calais. There he received from the prior of his forgotten monastery at Stein a letter suggesting that his leave of absence had long since expired, and that he had better return to spend his remaining years in repentant piety. He was alarmed, for in canon law the prior might call upon secular power to drag him back to his cell. Erasmus excused himself, and the prior did not press the matter, but to avoid a recurrence of the embarrassment, the wandering scholar asked his influential English friends to secure for him, from Leo X, a dispensation from his obligations as a monk. While these negotiations were proceeding, Erasmus made his way up the Rhine to Basel, and offered to Froben the printer the manuscript of his most important production, a critical revision of the Greek text of the New Testament, with a new Latin translation and a commentary. It was a labor of love, pride, and risk for author and publisher alike. The preparation had taken years, the printing and editing would be laborious and expensive, the presumption to improve upon Jerome's Latin version, long sanctified as the Vulgate, might be condemned by the Church, and the sales would probably fail to meet the costs. Erasmus reduced one hazard by dedicating the work to Leo X. In February 1516, Froben at last brought out Novum Instrumentum Omne Diligentur ab Erasmo Rotterdamus, Recognitum et Emendatum. A later edition of 1518 changed Instrumentum to Testamentum. In parallel columns, Erasmus presented the Greek text as revised by him and his Latin translation. His knowledge of Greek was imperfect, and he shared with the typesetters the responsibility for many errors. From the standpoint of scholarship, this first edition of the Greek New Testament to be published in print was inferior to that which a corps of scholars had completed and printed for Cardinal Ximenes in 1514, but which was not given to the public till 1522. These two works mark the application of humanistic learning to the early literature of Christianity, and the beginning of that biblical criticism which in the 19th century restored the Bible to human authorship and fallibility. Erasmus's notes were published in a separate volume. They were written in clear and idiomatic Latin, intelligible to all college graduates at the time, and were widely read. Though generally orthodox, they anticipated many findings of later research. In his first edition he omitted the famous Comma Johanneum, 1 John chapter 5, verse 7, which affirmed the Trinity but is rejected by the Standard Revised Version today as a 4th century interpolation. He printed, but marked as probably spurious, the story of the woman taken in adultery, John chapter 7, verse 53, and chapter 8, verse 11, and the last 12 verses of the Gospel of Mark. He repeatedly signalized the difference between primitive and current Christianity. So on Matthew chapter 23, verse 27, he commented, "What would Jerome say could he see the virgin's milk exhibited for money, with as much honor paid to it as to the consecrated body of Christ? The miraculous oils, the portions of the true cross, enough if collected to freight a large ship. Here we have the hood of St. Francis, there Our Lady's petticoat, or St. Anne's comb, not presented as innocent aids to religion, but as the substance of religion itself, and all through the avarice of priests and the hypocrisy of monks playing upon the credulity of the people." Noting that Matthew, chapter 19, verse 12, "Some have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake," was alleged to counsel monastic celibacy, Erasmus wrote, "In this class we include those who by fraud or intimidation have been thrust into that life of celibacy, where they were allowed to fornicate but not to marry, so that if they openly keep a concubine they are Christian priests, but if they take a wife they are burned. In my opinion, parents who intend their children for celibate priesthood would be much kinder to castrate them in infancy, rather than to expose them whole against their will to this temptation to lust." And on 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 2, "There are priests now in vast numbers, enormous herds of them, seculars and regulars, and it is notorious that very few of them are chaste. The great proportion fall into lust and incest and open profligacy. It would surely be better if those who cannot be continent should be allowed lawful wives of their own, and so escape this foul and miserable pollution." Finally, in a note on Matthew chapter 11, verse 30, Erasmus sounded the basic note of the Reformers, the return from the Church to Christ. Truly the yoke of Christ would be sweet, and his burden light, if petty human institutions added nothing to what he himself imposed. He commanded us nothing save love for one another, and there is nothing so bitter that affection does not soften and sweeten it. Everything according to nature is easily born, and nothing accords better with the nature of man than the philosophy of Christ, of which the sole end is to give back to fallen nature its innocence and integrity. The Church added to it many things, of which some can be omitted without prejudice to the faith, as, for example, all those philosophic doctrines on the nature of and the distinction of persons in the deity. What rules, what superstitions we have about vestments! How many fasts are instituted! What shall we say about vows, about the authority of the Pope, the abuse of absolutions and dispensations? Would that men were content to let Christ rule by the laws of the gospel, and that they would no longer seek to strengthen their obscurant tyranny by human decrees. It was probably the notes that carried the book to a success that must have surprised author and publisher alike. The first edition was disposed of in 3 years. New and revised editions were issued in 69 printings before Erasmus died. Criticism of the work was vehement. Many errors were pointed out, and Dr. Johann Eck, professor at Ingolstadt and proto-antagonist of Luther, branded as scandalous Erasmus's statement that the Greek of the New Testament was inferior to that of Demosthenes. Leo X, however, approved the work, and Pope Adrian VI asked Erasmus to do for the Old Testament what he had done for the New. But the Council of Trent condemned Erasmus's translation and pronounced Jerome's Vulgate the only authentic Latin version of the Bible. Erasmus's New Testament was soon superseded as scholarship, but as an event in the history of thought, its influence was immense. It facilitated and welcomed the vernacular translations that were soon to follow. Said a fervent passage in the preface, "I would have the weakest woman read the Gospels and the Epistles of St. Paul. I would have those words translated into all languages, so that not only Scots and Irishmen, but Turks and Saracens might read them. I long for the ploughboy to sing them to himself as he follows the plough, the weaver to hum them to the tune of his shuttle, the traveller to beguile with them the dullness of his journey. Other studies we may regret having undertaken, but happy is the man upon whom death comes when he is engaged in these. These sacred words give you the very image of Christ speaking, healing, dying, rising again, and making him so present that were he before your very eyes you would not more truly see him." Rejoicing in the competence of Froben's press and staff, Erasmus issued, in November 1516, a critical edition of Jerome, and followed it with similarly revised classical and patristic texts, correcting 4,000 errors in the received text of Seneca. These were substantial services to scholarship. He retold the story of the New Testament in paraphrases in 1517. Such tasks required frequent stays in Basel, but a new attachment fixed his residence near the royal court at Brussels. Charles was at this time only King of Castile and ruler of the Netherlands, not yet Emperor Charles V. He was only 15, but his keen mind already ranged over diverse interests, and he was readily persuaded that his court might enhance its luster if he included the outstanding writer of the age among his privy councillors. It was so ordered, and on returning from Basel in 1516, Erasmus accepted the honorary position at a modest salary. He was offered a canonry at Courtrai with the promise of a bishopric. He refused it, remarking to a friend, "There's a dream to amuse you." He received and rejected invitations to teach at the universities of Leipzig and Ingolstadt. Francis I tried to detach him from Charles with a flattering request that he join the court of France. Erasmus said no with flowered courtesy. Meanwhile, Leo X had sent to London the solicited dispensations. In March 1517, Erasmus crossed to London and received the papal letters freeing him from his monastic obligations and the disabilities of bastardy. To the formal documents, Leo added a personal note. "Beloved son, health and apostolic benediction. The good favor of your life and character, your rare erudition and high merits, witnessed not only by the monuments of your studies, which are everywhere celebrated, but also by the general vote of the most learned men, and commended to us finally by the letters of two most illustrious princes, the King of England and the Catholic King of France, give us reason to distinguish you with special and singular favor. We have therefore willingly granted your request, being ready to declare more abundantly our affection for you when you shall either yourself minister occasion, or accident shall furnish it, deeming it right that your holy industry, assiduously exerted for the public advantage, should be encouraged to higher endeavors by adequate rewards." Perhaps it was a judicious bribe to good behavior, perhaps an honest gesture from a tolerant and humanist court. In any case, Erasmus never forgot this papal courtesy, and would always find it hard to break from a church that had so patiently borne the sting of his critique. 5. The Philosopher. Returning to Brussels, he found himself further seduced to caution by cordial welcome at the royal court. He took his privy councillorship seriously, forgetting that brilliant authors are rarely equipped for statesmanship. In the busy year 1516, he composed in haste an Institutio Principis Christiani, Education of a Christian Prince, rich in pre-Machiavellian platitudes of how a king should behave. In the dedication to Charles, he wrote with bold directness, "You owe it to Providence that your realm has been acquired without injury to any. Your wisdom will be best shown if you keep it in peace and tranquillity." Like most philosophers, Erasmus reckoned monarchy the least evil form of government. He feared the people as a fickle, many-headed monster, deprecated the popular discussion of laws and politics, and judged the chaos of revolution worse than the tyranny of kings. But he counseled his Christian prince to guard against the concentration of wealth. Taxes should fall only upon luxuries. There should be fewer monasteries, more schools. Above all, there should be no war among Christian states, not even against the Turks. "We shall better overcome the Turks by the piety of our lives than by arms. The empire of Christianity will thus be defended by the same means by which it was originally established. What does war beget except war? But civility invites civility, justice invites justice." As Charles and Francis edged toward hostilities, Erasmus made appeal after appeal for peace. He complimented the French king on a passing mood of conciliation, and asked how anyone could think of waging war with France, the purest and most flourishing part of Christendom. In Querela Pacis, the Complaint of Peace, in 1517, he reached his peak of passionate eloquence. "I pass silently over the tragedies of ancient wars. I will stress only those which have taken place in the course of these last years. Where is the land or sea where people have not fought in the most cruel manner? Where is the river that has not been dyed with human blood, with Christian blood? O supreme shame! They behave more cruelly in battle than non-Christians, more savagely than wild beasts. All these wars were undertaken as the caprice of princes, to the great detriment of the people, whom these conflicts in no way concerned. Bishops, cardinals, popes who are vicars of Christ, none among them is ashamed to start the war that Jesus so execrated. What is there in common between the helmet and the mitre? Bishops, how dare you, who hold the place of the apostles, teach people things that touch on war at the same time that you teach the precepts of the apostles? There is no peace, even unjust, which is not preferable to the most just of wars. Princes and generals may profit from war, but the masses bear the tragedies and the costs. It may sometimes be necessary to fight a war of self-defense, but even in such cases it may be wiser to buy off the enemy than to wage war. Let the kings submit their disputes to the Pope. This would have been impractical under Julius II, himself a warrior, but Leo X, the learned, honest, and pious pontiff, might arbitrate with justice and preside effectively over an international court. Erasmus called nationalism a curse to humanity and challenged statesmen to forge a universal state. "I wish," he said, "to be called a citizen of the world." He forgave Boudet for loving France, but in my opinion it is more philosophical to put our relations with things and men on such a footing as to treat the world as the common country of us all. Erasmus was the least national spirit in the rising nationalism of the Reformation age. "The most sublime thing," he wrote, "is to deserve well of the human race." We must not look to Erasmus for any realistic conception of human nature, or the causes of war, or of the behavior of states. He never faced the problem that Machiavelli was dealing with in those same years, whether a state can survive if it practices the morality that it preaches to its citizens. The function of Erasmus was to cut dead branches from the tree of life rather than to construct a positive and consistent philosophy. He was not even sure that he was a Christian. He frequently professed to accept the Apostles' Creed, yet he must have doubted hell, for he wrote that "they are not as impious who deny the existence of God as are those who picture him as inexorable." He could hardly have believed in the divine authorship of the Old Testament, for he averred his willingness to see the whole Old Testament abolished, if that would quiet the furor raised over Reuchlin. He smiled at the traditions that Minos and Numa persuaded their peoples to obey uncongenial legislation by fathering it upon the gods, and probably suspected Moses of similar statesmanship. He expressed surprise that More was satisfied with the arguments for personal immortality. He thought of the Eucharist as a symbol rather than a miracle. He obviously doubted the Trinity, the Incarnation, and the virgin birth, and More had to defend him from a correspondent who declared that Erasmus had privately confessed his unbelief. He called in question one after another of the Christian usages of his time. This book is continued on Cassette 11, Side 1.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 11, Side 1. He called in question one after another of the Christian usages of his time: indulgences, fasting, pilgrimages, auricular confession, monasticism, clerical celibacy, relic worship, prayers to the saints, the burning of heretics. He gave allegorical or rational explanations of many biblical passages. He compared the story of Adam and Eve with that of Prometheus, and advised the least literal interpretation of the Scriptures. He resolved the pains of hell into the perpetual anguish of mind that accompanies habitual sin. He did not broadcast his doubts among the people, for he had no comforting or deterrent myths to offer in place of the old ones. Piety, he wrote, requires that we should sometimes conceal truth, that we should take care not to show it always, as if it did not matter when, where, or to whom we show it. Perhaps we must admit with Plato that lies are useful to the people. Despite this strong bent toward rationalism, Erasmus remained externally orthodox. He never lost his affection for Christ, for the Gospels, and for the symbolic ceremonies with which the Church promoted piety. He made a character in the colloquies say, "If anything is in common use with Christians that is not repugnant to the Holy Scriptures, I observe it for this reason, that I may not offend other people." He dreamed of replacing theology with the philosophy of Christ, and strove to harmonize this with the thought of the greater pagans. He applied to Plato, Cicero, and Seneca the phrase divinely inspired. He would not admit that such men were excluded from salvation, and he could scarce forbear praying to Saint Socrates. He asked the Church to reduce the essential dogmas of Christianity to as few as possible, leaving opinion free on the rest. He did not advocate the full tolerance of all opinions, who does, but he favored a lenient attitude toward religious heresy. His ideal of religion was the imitation of Christ. We must admit, however, that his own practice was less than evangelical. 6. The Man. How actually did he live? At this time, in 1517, he resided for the most part in Flanders, at Brussels, Antwerp, and Louvain. He dwelt in celibate privacy with one servant, but often accepted the hospitality of the prosperous, who courted his company as a social distinction and an intellectual feast. His tastes were fastidious. His nerves and feelings were refined to the point of frequent suffering from the vigorous vulgarities of life. He drank wine abundantly and prided himself on his ability to carry it steadily. It may have been part cause of the gout and stones that galled him, but he thought it relieved his pain by dilating his arteries. In 1514, aged 45 or 48, he described himself as a gray-headed individual who must drink nothing but wine and must be nice in what he eats. Fasting disagreed with him, and he fumed against fish. Perhaps his bile colored his theology. He slept poorly, like most people whose busy brains recognize no curfew. He consoled himself with friends and books. "I seem deprived of myself when I am shut out from my usual habits of study. My home is where I have my library." It was partly to buy books that he solicited money with all the assiduity of a parish priest. He received regular pensions from Mountjoy and Warham, substantial gifts like the 300 florins, or about $7,500, from Jean le Sauvage, Chancellor of Burgundy, and royalties exceeding those earned by any other author of his time. He disclaimed any love of money. He sought it because, as a man without moorings, he feared the insecurity of a lonely old age. Meanwhile, he continued to refuse lucrative posts that would have extended his income at the cost of his freedom. His appearance was at first unimpressive. He was short, thin, pale, weak in voice and constitution. He impressed by his sensitive hands, his long, sharp nose, his blue-gray eyes flashing with wit, and his speech, the conversation of the richest and quickest mind of that brilliant age. The greatest artists among his northern contemporaries were eager to paint his portrait, and he consented to sit for them because such portraits were welcomed as gifts by his friends. Quentin Massys pictured him in 1517, absorbed in writing, bundled in a heavy coat as protection against the chilly rooms of those centuries. This was presented to Moore. Dürer made a charcoal drawing of Erasmus in 1520, and a remarkable engraving in 1526. Here the German touch gave the good European a thoroughly Dutch physiognomy. "If I look like that," said the sitter, "I am a great knave." Holbein surpassed all these efforts in the many portraits that he made of Erasmus. One is in Turin, another in England, a third in Basel, the best in the Louvre, all masterly performances by the greatest portrait painter in the north. Here the scholar has become a philosopher, quiet, meditative, somewhat melancholy, reluctantly resigned to the careless neutrality of nature and the mortality of genius. "What our lot brings must be borne," he wrote in 1517, "and I have composed my mind for every event." A stoic ataraxia that he never really achieved. "He loves glory," he said of an ambitious youth, "but he does not know what a weight glory is." Yet Erasmus, like many a noble soul, labored night and day to win that incubus. His faults leaped to the eye. His virtues were secrets known only to his intimates. He could beg shamelessly, but he could also give, and many a rising spirit expanded in the warmth of his praise. When Reuchlin was assailed by Peppercorn, Erasmus wrote to his friends among the cardinals at Rome and helped to win protection for the harassed Hebraist. He lacked modesty and gratitude, which came hard to one courted by popes and kings. He was impatient and resentful of criticism, and sometimes answered it in the abusive manner of that polemic age. He shared the anti-Semitism of even the scholars of the Renaissance. His interests were as narrow as they were intense. He loved literature when it clothed philosophy, and philosophy when it left logic for life, but he almost ignored science, scenery, music, and art. He smiled at the systems of astronomy that then strutted the stage, and the stars smiled with him. In all his multitudinous correspondence, there is no appreciation of the Alps or the architecture of Oxford and Cambridge.
Nationalism a curse to humanity, and challenged statesmen to forge a universal state.
Second, when Erasmus was in Rome in 1509. And the lusty singing of the Reformed congregations would later offend his educated ears. His sense of humor was usually subtle and refined, occasionally Rabelaisian, often sarcastic, once inhuman, as when he wrote to a friend on hearing that some heretics had been burned, "I would pity them the less if they raised the price of fuel now that winter is coming on." He had not only the natural egoism or selfishness of all men, but also that secret and cherished egotism or self-conceit without which the writer or artist would be crushed in the ruthless rush of an indifferent world. He loved flattery and agreed with it despite frequent disclaimers. "Good judges," he told a friend, "say that I write better than any other man living." It was true, though only in Latin. He wrote bad French, spoke a little Dutch and English, tasted Hebrew only with the tip of the tongue, and knew Greek imperfectly, but he mastered Latin thoroughly and handled it as a living tongue applicable to the most un-Latin nuances and trivia of his time. A century newly enamored of the classics forgave most of his faults for the lively brilliance of his style, the novel charm of his understatements, the bright dagger of his irony. His letters rival Cicero's in elegance and urbanity, surpassed them in vivacity and wit. Moreover, his Latin was his own, not imitatively Ciceronian. It was a living, forceful, flexible speech, not an echo 1,500 years old. His letters, like Petrarch's, were coveted by scholars and princes only next to the stimulus of his conversation. He tells us, perhaps with some literary license, that he received 20 letters a day and wrote 40. Several volumes of them were published in his lifetime, carefully edited by their authors, so conscious of posterity. Leo X, Adrian VI, Queen Marguerite of Navarre, King Sigismund I of Poland, Henry VIII, More, Collett, Pirkheimer were among his correspondents. The modest More wrote, "I cannot get rid of a prurient feeling of vanity when it occurs to my mind that I shall be commended to a distant posterity by the friendship of Erasmus." No other contemporary writer equaled his fame unless we think of Luther as a writer. One Oxford bookseller reported in 1520 that a third of all his sales were of works by Erasmus. He had many enemies, especially among the theologians of Louvain, but he had disciples in a dozen universities, and humanists throughout Europe hailed him as their exemplar in chief. In the field of literature he was the Renaissance and humanism embodied, their cult of the classics and the polished Latin style, their gentleman's agreement not to break with the Church, and not to disturb the inevitable mythology of the masses, provided the Church winked at the intellectual freedom of the educated classes and permitted an orderly internal reform of ecclesiastical abuses and absurdities. Erasmus, like all humanists, was heartened by the elevation of Leo X to the papacy. Their dream had come true. A humanist, a scholar, and a gentleman, the living unification of the Renaissance and Christianity, had mounted the greatest of thrones. Surely now a peaceful cleansing of the Church would come. Education would spread. The people would keep their lovely ritual and consolatory faith, but the human mind would be free. Almost to the brink of Luther, Erasmus kept that hope. But on September 9th, 1517, he wrote from Antwerp to Thomas, Cardinal of York, an ominous line. "In this part of the world, I'm afraid a great revolution is impending." In less than 2 months it came. Chapter 15. Germany on the Eve of Luther, 1453 to 1517. 1. The Age of the Fuggers. In the final half-century before the Reformation, all classes in Germany prospered except the knights. Probably it was the rising status of the peasants that sharpened their resentment against surviving disabilities. A few were bondsmen, a minority were proprietors, the great majority were tenant farmers paying rent to feudal lords in produce, services, or money. The tenants complained of the lord's exactions. Of the 12, in some cases 60 days of labor which custom required them to give him yearly, of his withdrawal of land from the Allgemeine, or commons, in which tradition had allowed them to fish, cut timber, and pasture their animals, of the damage done to crops by the lord's huntsmen and hounds, of biased administration of justice in the local courts which the landlords controlled, and of the death tax laid upon the tenant family when the passing of its head interrupted the care of the land. Peasant proprietors raged at the usurious rates they had to pay for loans to move their crops, and at the quick foreclosure of farms by clever money-lenders who had made loans to owners obviously unable to repay. All classes of tillers grudged the annual tithe levied by the Church on their harvests and broods. These discontents ignited agrarian revolts sporadically throughout the 15th century. In 1431, the peasants around Worms rose in futile rebellion. They chose as their standard a farmer's shoe, actually a boot laced from ankle to knee. They stuck it on poles or painted its likeness on flags. And Bundschuh, the bond of the shoe, became the favorite title of rebel rural bands in the age of Luther. In 1476, a cowherd, Hans Böhm, announced that the Mother of God had revealed to him that the kingdom of heaven on earth was at hand. There should be no more emperors, popes, princes, or feudal lords. All men were to be brothers, all women sisters. All were to share alike in the fruits of the earth. Lands, woods, waters, pastures were to be common and free. Thousands of peasants came to hear Hans. A priest joined him. The Bishop of Würzburg smiled tolerantly. But when Hans told his followers to bring to the next meeting all the weapons they could muster, the bishop had him arrested. The bishop's soldiers fired into the crowd that tried to save him, and the movement collapsed. In 1491, the peasants on the domain of the abbot of Kempten in Alsace attacked his monastery, alleging that they were being forced into serfdom by forged documents. The Emperor Frederick III effected a compromise. 2 years later, the feudatories of the Bishop of Strasbourg proclaimed a Bundschuh. They demanded an end to feudal dues and ecclesiastical tithes, the abolition of all debts, and the death of all Jews. They planned to seize the town of Schlettstadt, whence they hoped to spread their power through Alsace. The authorities got wind of the plot, seized the leaders, tortured and hanged them, and frightened the rest into temporary submission. In 1502, the peasants of the Bishop of Speyer formed a Bundschuh of 7,000 men, pledged to end feudalism, to hunt out and kill all priests and monks, and to restore what they believed to have been the communism of their ancestors. A peasant revealed the scheme in the confessional. Ecclesiastics and nobles joined in circumventing it. The main conspirators were tortured and hanged. In 1512, Jos Fritz secretly organized a similar movement near Freiburg im Breisgau. God, the Pope, and the Emperor were to be spared, but all feudal ownership and dues were to be abolished. A peasant who had been constrained to join this Bund exposed it to his confessor. The authorities arrested and tortured the leaders. The revolt aborted, but Jos Fritz lived to join in the peasants' revolt of 1525. In 1517, a league of 90,000 peasants in Styria and Carinthia undertook to end feudalism there. For 3 months their bands attacked castles and slew lords. Finally, Emperor Maximilian, who sympathized with their cause but rebuked their violence, sent against them a small force of soldiery which subdued them into sullen peace. But the stage was set for the Peasants' War and the Anabaptist communism of Reformation Germany. Meanwhile, a more matter-of-fact revolution was proceeding in German industry and commerce. Most industry was still handicraft, but it was increasingly controlled by entrepreneurs who provided material and capital and bought and sold the finished product. The mining industry was making rapid progress. Great profits were drawn from mining silver, copper, and gold. Gold and silver bullion now became a favorite means of storing wealth. And the royalties paid for mining rights to territorial princes, especially to the Elector of Saxony who protected Luther, enabled some of them to resist both Pope and Emperor. Reliable silver coins were minted, currency multiplied, the passage to a money economy was almost complete. Silver plate became a common possession in the middle and upper classes. Some families displayed tables or chairs of solid silver. Monstrances, chalices, reliquaries, even statues of silver or gold accumulated in the German churches, and inclined princes to a religious reform that allowed them to confiscate ecclesiastical wealth. Aeneas Sylvius, in 1458, marveled to see German innkeepers regularly serving drinks in silver cups, and asked, "What woman, not only among the nobility but among the plebeians, does not glitter with gold? And shall I make mention of horse bridles embossed with the purest gold, of armor and helmets sparkling with gold?" The financiers were now a major political power. The Jewish moneylenders of Germany were displaced by the Christian family firms of the Welsers, the Hochstädters, and the Fuggers, all of Augsburg, which, at the end of the 15th century, was the financial capital of Christendom. Johannes Fugger, a weaver's son, became a textile merchant and left at his death in 1409 a small fortune of 3,000 florins, or about $75,000. His son Jakob expanded the business. When he died in 1469, his wealth ranked 7th in Augsburg. Jakob's sons Ulrich, Georg, and Jakob II raised the firm to supremacy by advancing money to the princes of Germany, Austria, and Hungary in return for the revenue of mines, lands, or cities. From these speculative investments, the Fuggers derived immense profits, so that by 1500 they were the richest family in Europe. Jakob II was the culminating genius of the family, enterprising, ruthless, and industrious. He trained himself stoically by studying every phase of the business, every advance in bookkeeping, manufacturing, merchandising, and finance. He demanded the sacrifice of everything but the family itself to the business, and the subordination of every individual Fugger to the family interest. He established the principle that none but a Fugger should have power in the concern, and he never allowed his political friendships to influence his loans. He formed cartels with other firms to control the price and sale of various products. So in 1498 he and his brothers entered into an agreement with Augsburg merchants to corner the Venetian market in copper and uphold the price. In 1488 the family lent 150,000 florins to Archduke Sigismund of Austria, and as security it received the entire yield of the Schwarz silver mines until the debt should be repaid. In 1492 the Fuggers intermarried with the Thurzos of Krakow in a cartel to work the silver and copper mines of Hungary, and to maintain the highest possible prices for the products. By 1501, the Fuggers were operating vast mining enterprises in Germany, Austria, Hungary, Bohemia, and Spain. In addition, they imported and manufactured textiles. They traded in silks, velvets, furs, spices, citrus fruits, munitions, jewelry. They organized express transportation and a private postal service. By 1511, when Jakob II became sole head of the firm, its assets reached 196,791 guilders. By 1527, 2 years after his death, its capital was reckoned at 2,021,202 guilders, or about $50 million. a profit of 50% per year through 16 years. Part of this profit came from the Fuggers' relations with emperors and popes. Ulrich Fugger made loans to Frederick III. Jakob II became chief broker to Maximilian I and Charles V. The vast extension of the Habsburg power in the 16th century was made possible by Fugger loans. Though Jakob rejected the ecclesiastical limitations on interest and the attempts of churchmen to fix a just price for consumers' goods, he remained a Catholic, made loans to clergymen to pay for their promotion fees, and with Ulrich obtained in 1494 the management of papal finances in Germany, Scandinavia, Bohemia, and Hungary. In his final years, Jakob Fugger was the most honored and unpopular citizen in Germany. Some Catholics attacked him as a usurer, some nobles for outbribing them in the pursuit of office or power, some merchants for his enviable monopolies, many workers for overriding medieval regulations of trade and finance, most Protestants for managing the export of German money to the popes. But emperors and kings, princes and prelates sent envoys to him as to a ruler. Dürer, Burkmeyer, and the elder Holbein painted his portrait as a stern and simple realist, and Maximilian gave him the title of Count of the Empire. Jakob tried to atone for his wealth by building 106 houses for the poor but Catholic of Augsburg. For his bones he raised a pretty chapel in the church of St. Anna. He died in the odor of sanctity, leaving millions of guilders and no children. The greatest gift of all had been denied him. From him we may date the capitalist era in Germany, the growth of private monopolies, the dominance of businessmen controlling money over feudal lords owning land. German mining and textiles were already organized on capitalist lines, that is, controlled by providers of capital, by the end of the 15th century, following the lead of Flanders and Italy in textiles 100 years before. The Middle Ages had thought of private property as in some measure a public trust. The rights of the owner were limited by the necessities of the group whose organization gave him opportunities, facilities, and protection. Perhaps under the influence of Roman law, which now overshadowed German jurisprudence, the property owner began to think of his ownership as absolute. He felt that he had a right to do what he liked with his own. It did not seem wrong to the Fuggers, the Hochstädters, and other merchant princes to corner a product and then force up its price, or to form cartels for the limitation of output and the control of trade, or to manipulate investments so as to cheat small stockholders. In many instances, a merchant placed his agents at the city gates with orders to buy for him all specified incoming goods so that he might resell them at his own price in the town. Ambrose Hochstädter bought up all available quicksilver, then raised the retail price 75%. A German company bought 600,000 guilders worth of pepper from the King of Portugal at higher than the usual price, on condition that the king would charge a still higher price to all other importers of pepper from Portugal into Germany. Partly through such agreements and monopolies, partly through growing wealth and an increase in the demand for goods, partly through a rising supply of precious metals from Central Europe and America, prices mounted between 1480 and 1520 with a celerity rivaled only in our century. In a short time, because of usury and avarice, Luther complained, he that could formerly live on 100 guilders cannot do so now on 200. It is more than a twice-told tale. The Middle Ages had seen great inequalities of political power. The new age of the Fuggers added such economic disparities as Europe had not known since the millionaires and slaves of imperial Rome. Some merchant capitalists of Augsburg or Nuremberg were worth 5 million francs each, or about $25 million. Many bought their way into the landed aristocracy, sported coats of arms, and repaid high-born contempt with conspicuous consumption. Joachim Hochstädter and Franz Baumgartner spent 5,000 florins, or about $125,000, on a single banquet, or gambled with 10,000 florins in one game. The luxuriously furnished and artistically decorated homes of rich businessmen aroused the resentment of nobility, clergy, and proletariat alike. Preachers, writers, revolutionaries, and legislators joined in fulminating against monopolists. Geiler von Kaisersberg demanded that they should be driven out like wolves, since they fear neither God nor man and breed famine, thirst, and poverty. Ulrich von Hutten distinguished 4 classes of robbers: merchants, jurists, priests, and knights, and judged the merchants to be the greatest robbers of them all. The Cologne Reichstag of 1512 called upon all civic authorities to proceed with diligence and severity against the usurious, forestalling capitalistic companies. Such decrees were repeated by other diets, but to no effect. Some legislators themselves had investments in the great merchant firms, agents of the law were pacified with shares of stock, and many cities prospered from the growth of unimpeded trade. Strasbourg, Colmar, Metz, Augsburg, Nuremberg, Ulm, Vienna, Ratisbon, or Regensburg, Mainz, Speyer, Worms, Cologne, Trier, Bremen, Dortmund, Hamburg, Magdeburg, Lübeck, Breslau were thriving hubs of industry, commerce, letters, and arts. They and 77 others were free cities. That is, they made their own laws, sent representatives to the provincial and imperial diets, and acknowledged no political obedience except to the emperor, who was too indebted to them for financial or military aid to attack their liberties. Though these cities were ruled by guilds dominated by businessmen, nearly every one of them was a paternalistic welfare state to the extent that it regulated production and distribution, wages and prices and the quality of goods, with a view to protecting the weak from the strong and to ensure the necessaries of life to all. We should now call them towns rather than cities, since none of them exceeded 52,000 population. Nevertheless, they were as populous as at any time before the middle of the 19th century, and more prosperous than at any time before Goethe. Aeneas Sylvius, a proud Italian, wrote of them enthusiastically in 1458. Never has Germany been richer, more resplendent than today. Without exaggeration, it may be said that no country in Europe has better or more beautiful cities. They look as fresh and new as if they had been built yesterday, and in no other cities is so much freedom to be found. Nothing more magnificent can be found in all Europe than Cologne, with its wonderful churches, city hall, towers and palaces, its dignified burghers, its noble streams, its fertile cornfields. Nor is Augsburg surpassed in wealth by any city in the world. Vienna has palaces and churches that even Italy may envy. Augsburg was not only the financial center of Germany, it was the main commercial link with then-flourishing Italy. It was chiefly Augsburg merchants who built and managed that Fondaco Tedesco in Venice, whose walls were frescoed by Giorgione and Titian. So bound to Italy, Augsburg echoed the Italian Renaissance. Its merchants supported scholars and artists. Some of its capitalists became models of manners and culture, if not of morals. So Konrad Peutinger, syndic or mayor in 1493, was diplomat, merchant, scholar, jurist, Latinist, Hellenist, and antiquarian, as well as businessman. Nuremberg was a center of arts and crafts, rather than of large-scale industry or finance. Its streets were still medievally tortuous, and shaded by overhanging upper stories or balconies. Its red-tiled roofs, high-peaked gables, and oriel windows made a picturesque confusion against its rural background and the Pegnitz's turgid stream. The people were not as affluent here as in Augsburg, but they were joyous, gemütlich, and loved to disport themselves in such festivities as their annual carnival of mask, costume, and dance. Here Hans Sachs and the Meistersingers sang their lusty airs. Here Albrecht Dürer raised German painting and engraving to their zenith. Here the best goldsmiths and silversmiths north of the Alps made costly vases, church vessels, statuettes. Here the metalworkers fashioned 1,000 plant, animal, and human forms in bronze, or wrought iron into handsome railings or screens. Here the woodcutters were so numerous that we wonder how they could all make a living. The churches of the cities became repositories and museums of art, for every guild or corporation or prosperous family commissioned some work of beauty for the shrine of a patron saint. Regiomontanus chose Nuremberg as his home because I find there without difficulty all the peculiar instruments necessary for astronomy. And there it is easiest for me to keep in touch with the learned of all countries, for Nuremberg, thanks to the perpetual journeyings of her merchants, may be counted the center of Europe. It was characteristic of Nuremberg that the most famous of her merchants, Willibald Pirkheimer, was also an enthusiastic humanist, a patron of the arts, and a devoted friend of Dürer's. Erasmus called Pirkheimer the chief glory of Germany. The voyages of da Gama and Columbus, the Turkish control of the Aegean, and Maximilian's wars with Venice disturbed the trade between Germany and Italy. More and more German exports and imports moved along the great rivers to the North Sea, the Baltic and the Atlantic. Wealth and power passed from Augsburg and Nuremberg to Cologne, Hamburg, Bremen, and above all, Antwerp. The Fuggers and Welsers furthered this trend by making Antwerp a chief center of their operations. The northward movement of German money and trade divorced northern Germany from the Italian economy and made it strong enough to protect Luther from emperor and pope. South Germany, perhaps for opposite reasons, remained Catholic. 2. The state. How was Germany governed in this critical and formative age? The knights or lower nobility, who in former years had ruled the countryside as vassals of feudal seigneurs, were losing their military, economic, and political position. Mercenary troops hired by princes or cities and equipped with firearms and artillery were mowing down knightly cavalry helplessly brandishing swords. Commercial wealth was raising prices and costs, and was outstripping landed property as a source of power. Cities were establishing their independence, and princes were centralizing authority and law. The knights took some revenge by waylaying the commerce that passed their way, and when merchants and municipalities protested, the knights asserted their right to wage private wars. Comines described the Germany of this time as prickly with castles, from which at any time robber barons and their armed retainers might pour forth to plunder merchant, traveler, and peasant alike. Some knights made it their custom to cut off the right hands of the merchants they robbed. Gertz von Berlichingen, although he himself had lost his right hand in the service of his prince, substituted an iron hand and led knightly bands to attack not only merchants but cities, Nuremberg, Darmstadt, Metz, and Mainz in 1512. His friend, Franz von Sickingen, laid claims against the city of Worms, ravaged its environs, seized its councillors, tortured its burgomaster, resisted all attempts of imperial troops to capture him, and was transiently subdued only by receiving an annual subsidy to serve the emperor. 22 cities of Swabia, chiefly Augsburg, Ulm, Freiburg, and Constance, joined with some of the higher nobility to reform the Swabian League in 1488. These and other combinations checked the robber knights and succeeded in having private war declared illegal. But Germany on the eve of Luther was a scene of social and political disorder, a universal reign of force. The secular and ecclesiastical princes who presided over the chaos contributed to it by their venality, their diverse coinages and customs dues, their confused competition for wealth and place, their distortion of Roman law to give themselves almost absolute authority at the expense of the people, the knights, and the emperor. Great families like the Hohenzollerns in Brandenburg, the Wettins in Saxony, the Wittelsbachers in the Palatinate, the Dukes of Württemberg, not to speak of the Habsburgs of Austria, behaved like irresponsible sovereigns. If the power of the Catholic emperor over the German princes had been greater, the Reformation might have been defeated or postponed, and the rejection of Rome by many of the princes was a further move toward financial and political independence. The character of the emperors in this period accentuated the weakness of the central government. Frederick III, who ruled from 1440 to 1493, was an astrologer and alchemist, who so loved the studious tranquility of his gardens at Graz that he allowed Schleswig-Holstein, Bohemia, Austria, and Hungary to detach themselves from the empire. But toward the end of his 53-year reign, he played a saving stroke by betrothing his son Maximilian to Mary, heiress to Charles the Bold of Burgundy. When Charles fought himself into an icy grave in 1477, the Habsburgs inherited the Netherlands. Maximilian I, who reigned from 1493 to 1519, emperor-elect but never crowned, began his reign with every omen of success. All the empire rejoiced in his good looks and good nature, his unassuming sensibility, his effervescent cheerfulness, his generosity and chivalry, his courage and skill in joust and hunt. It was as if an Italian of the high Renaissance had mounted a German throne. Even Machiavelli was impressed, calling him a wise, prudent, God-fearing prince, a just ruler, a great general, brave in peril, bearing fatigue like the most hardened soldier, a pattern of many princely virtues. But Max was not a great general, and he lacked the cynical intellect required for Machiavelli's model prince. He dreamed of restoring the grandeur of the Holy Roman Empire by recapturing its former possessions and influence in Italy. He invaded the peninsula time and again in futile wars which the more practical Diet refused to finance. He allowed himself to think of deposing the doughty Julius II and making himself pope as well as emperor. And, like his contemporary Charles VIII of France, he excused his territorial ambitions as necessary preludes to an overwhelming assault upon the Turks. But he was constitutionally and financially incapable of sustained enterprise. He was unable to will the means as well as to wish the ends, and at times he was so poor that he lacked funds to pay for his dinner. He labored to reform the administration of the empire, but he violated his own reforms, and they died with him. He thought too much in terms of the Habsburg power. After many disappointments in war, he returned to his father's policy of diplomatic marriages. So for his son Philip, he accepted Ferdinand's offer of Juana's hand. She was a bit off color mentally, but she brought Spain as her dowry. In 1515, he betrothed his granddaughter Mary and his grandson Ferdinand to Louis and Anne, son and daughter of Ladislas, king of Bohemia and Hungary. Louis was killed at Malhach in 1526. Ferdinand became king of Bohemia, and, so far as the Turks would permit, of Hungary, and the Habsburg power reached its widest range. The most amiable facet of Maximilian was his love and encouragement of music, learning, literature, and art. He applied himself zealously to the study of history, mathematics, and languages. We are assured that he could speak German, Latin, Italian, French, Spanish, Walloon, Flemish, and English, and that on one campaign he talked with 7 alien commanders in their 7 different tongues. Partly through his example and exertions, the dialects of South and North Germany merged into a Gemeines Deutsch, which became the language of German government, of Luther's Bible, and of German literature. Between wars he tried to be an author, and left compositions on heraldry, artillery, architecture, hunting, and his own career. He planned an extensive collection of monumenta, relics and inscriptions from the German past, but again funds ran out. He proposed to the popes a calendar reform, which they effected 80 years later. He reorganized the University of Vienna, established new professorships of law, mathematics, poetry, and rhetoric, and made Vienna for a time the most active seat of learning in Europe. He invited Italian humanists to Vienna, and empowered Conradus Celtus to open there an academy of poetry and mathematics. He favored humanists like Peutinger and Pirkheimer, and made the harassed Reuchlin a Count Palatine of the Empire. He gave commissions to Peter Vischer, Veit Stoss, Burkmayer, Dürer, and other artists who flourished in his reign. He ordered at Innsbruck an ornate tomb to cherish his remains. It was left incomplete at his death, but it gave occasion for Peter Vischer's fine statues of Theodoric and Arthur. If Maximilian had been as great as his plans, he would have rivaled Alexander and Charlemagne. In the emperor's last year, Dürer painted an honest portrait of him, worn out and disillusioned, defeated by the maddening stinginess of time. "Earth possesses no joy for me," said this once joyous soul, and he mourned, "Alas, poor land of Germany." But he exaggerated his failure. He left Germany and the empire, if only through economic developments, far stronger than he had found them. Population had risen, education had spread. Vienna was becoming another Florence, and soon his grandson, inheriting half of Western Europe, would become the most powerful ruler in Christendom. 3. The Germans, 1300 to 1517. They were probably at this time the healthiest, strongest, most vital and exuberant people in Europe. As we see them in Wolgemut and Dürer, in Cranach and Holbein, the men were stout, thick-necked, massive-headed, lion-hearted animals ready to consume the world and wash it down with beer. They were coarse but jolly, and tempered their piety with sensuality. They could be cruel, as witness the awful instruments of torture that they used on criminals, but they could be merciful and generous, too, and rarely displayed their theological ferocity in physical ways. In Germany, the Inquisition was bravely resisted and usually subdued. Their robust spirits made for bibulous humor rather than dry wit, dulled their sense of logic and beauty, and denied them the grace and subtlety of the French or Italian mind. Their meager Renaissance foundered in bibliolatry, but there was a steady persistence, a disciplined industry, a brute courage in German thought that enabled them to break the power of Rome and already gave promise of making them the greatest scholars in history. By comparison with other nations, they were clean. Bathing was a national passion. Every well-arranged house, even in rural districts, had its bathroom. As in ancient Rome, the numerous public bathhouses provided much more than baths. Men could be shaved there, women could have their hair dressed, diverse forms of massage were offered, drinking and gambling were allowed,
and relief could be found from monogamy. Usually the two sexes bathed together, chastely clothed, but there were no laws against flirtations, and an Italian scholar, visiting Baden-Baden in 1417, remarked that no baths in the world are more fit for the fecundity of women. The Germans of that age could not be accused of Puritanism. Their conversation, correspondence, literature, and humor were sometimes coarse by our standards, but that went with their vigor of body and soul. They drank too much at all ages, and imbibed sexual experience lavishly in their youth. Erfurt in 1501 seemed to the pious Luther nothing better than a brothel and beer-house. German rulers, ecclesiastical as well as secular, agreed with St. Augustine and St. Thomas Aquinas that prostitution must be permitted if women are to be safe from seduction or assault. Houses of prostitution were licensed and taxed. We read of the bishops of Strasbourg and Mainz receiving revenues from brothels, and the Bishop of Würzburg gave the municipal brothel to Graf von Hennenberg as a revenue-producing fief. Hospitality to valued guests included placing at their disposal the Frauenhäuser, or houses of women. King Sigismund was honored with this privilege at Bern in 1414 and Ulm in 1434, so heartily to his satisfaction that he publicly thanked his hosts for it. Unlicensed women sometimes set up Winkelhäuser, irregular houses. In 1492, the licensed prostitutes of Nuremberg complained to the burgomaster of this unfair competition. In 1508, they received permission to storm the Winkelhaus. They did. In the actual moral code of Europe in the later Middle Ages, resort to a prostitute was condoned as a venial but normal sin. Perhaps the spread of syphilis after 1492 made it a mortal affair. Marriage, as elsewhere, was a union of properties. Love was considered a normal result, not a reasonable cause of marriage. Betrothal was as binding as matrimony. Weddings were ceremonious and luxurious in all classes. Festivities might last for a week or two. The purchase of a husband was as expensive as the upkeep of a wife. The authority of the male was theoretically absolute, but was more real in deeds than in words. We note that Frau Dürer had much to say to her husband. The women of Nuremberg were undaunted enough to pull the half-naked Emperor Maximilian from bed, throw a wrap around him, and lead him in a merry nocturnal dance in the street. According to a hoary legend, some men of the upper classes in 14th century Germany, when leaving for extended absences from home, locked an iron chastity belt around the waist and thighs of their wives and took the key with them. Traces of the custom are found in medieval Venice and 16th century France, but in the rare cases that seem authentic, the belt was voluntarily donned by wife or mistress, and the key was given to husband or lover as a guarantee of fidelity in marriage or sin. Family life flourished. An Erfurt chronicle reckons 8 or 10 offspring per couple as normal. Households of 15 children were not uncommon. These numbers included bastards, for illegitimate children who abounded were usually taken into the father's home after his marriage. Family names came into use in the 15th century, often indicating ancestral occupation or place of origin, but now and then congealing a moment's jest into the rigor of time. Discipline was firm at home and school. Even the future Emperor Max received many a spanking, and no harm seems to have come from it except to parent or teacher. German homes were now, circa 1500, the most comfortable in Europe, with wide staircases, sturdy balustrades, massive furniture, cushioned seats, carved chests, windows of colored glass, canopied beds, tapestried walls, carpeted floors, bulging stoves, shelves crowded with books or flowers or musical instruments or silver plate, and kitchens gleaming with all the utensils for a German feast. Externally, the houses were mostly of wood, and fires were frequent. Overhanging eaves and windowed balconies shaded the streets. Only a few avenues in the larger towns were paved. Street lighting was unknown except on festival evenings. Life was unsafe outdoors at night. Petty criminals were as numerous as the pigs and cows that strayed in the street. There was no organized police. Severe punishments were relied upon to deter crime. The penalty for robbery was death, or in mild theft, cutting off the ears. Blasphemers had their tongues torn out. Exiles illegally returning to Nuremberg had their eyes gouged out. Women who had murdered their husbands were buried alive or were tortured with red-hot tongs and then hanged. Among the mechanisms of torture formerly exhibited in the Schloss or castle of Nuremberg were chests filled with sharp stones against which the victim was crushed, racks for stretching his limbs, braziers to apply fire to the soles of his feet, sharp iron frames to dissuade him from sitting, lying, or sleeping, and die verfluchte Jungfer,
or cursed maiden of iron, who received the condemned with arms of steel, enclosed him in a spiked embrace, and then, relaxing, let him fall, pierced and bloody and broken, to a slow death in a pit of revolving knives and pointed bars. Political morality accorded with the general moral laxity. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Political morality accorded The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 11, Side 2. Political morality accorded with the general moral laxity. Bribery was widespread, and worst at the top. Adulteration of goods was common, despite the live burial of 2 men at Nuremberg for adulterating wine in 1456. Commercialism, the sacrifice of morals to money, was as intense as in any age. Money, not man, was the measure of all things. Yet these same hustling burghers gave large sums to charity. In papal times, Luther wrote, men gave with both hands, joyfully and with great devotion. It snowed alms, foundations, and legacies. Our forefathers, lords and kings, princes and other folk, gave richly and compassionately, yes, to overflowing, to churches, parishes, burses, scholarships, hospitals. It was a sign of a secularizing age that many charitable bequests were left not to ecclesiastical bodies, but to town councils for distribution to the poor. Manners became coarser, in France and England as well as in Germany, when the plutocracy of money superseded the aristocracy of birth in controlling the economy. Drunkenness was the national vice. Both Luther and Hutten denounced it, though Hutten preferred it to the deceit of the Italians, the thievery of the Spaniards, the pride of the French. Some of the drinking may have been due to the sharp spices used in preparing meals. Table manners were rough and ready. Forks had come to Germany in the 14th century, but men and women still liked to eat with their fingers. Even in the 16th century, a preacher condemned forks as contrary to the will of God, who would not have given us fingers if he had wanted us to use forks. Dress was grandiose. Workmen were content with cap or felt hat, short blouse, and trousers overlapping or tucked into boots or high shoes. The middle classes added a vest and an open coat lined and or bordered with fur. But the possessors of pedigree competed feverishly with the collectors of guilders in the glory of their garb. In both these classes, the hats of the men were spacious involutions of costly cloth, sometimes trimmed with feathers, ribbons, pearls, or gold. Shirts were often of silk. Outer garments, brightly colored, were lined with fur and might be threaded with silver. Rich women wore crowns of gold or gold-embroidered hoods and braided gold thread into their hair, but modest maidens covered their heads with muslin handkerchiefs tied under the chin. Geiler von Kaisersberg alleged that smart women had wardrobes costing as much as 4,000 florins, or about $100,000. Men wore their chins shaved but their hair long. Male curls were carefully fostered. Note Dürer's proud ringlets and Maximilian's fancy locks. Finger rings were a sign or pretense of class, as now. Conradus Celtus remarked that fashions in clothing changed more rapidly in Germany than elsewhere, and as often for men as for women. On festive occasions, the men might outshine the women in magnificence. Festivals were numerous, continuing the medieval spirit of make-believe and gay display, with a happy moratorium on labor and the commandments. Christmas was still Christian, despite its pagan vestiges. The Christmas tree was to be a 17th-century invitation. Every town celebrated a kermis, Dutch kerk, or church, and miss, or mass, or feast of its patron saint. Men and women would then dance together in the streets, merriment would be de rigueur, and no saint or preacher could abate the revel's rough hilarity. Dancing sometimes became an epidemic mania, as in Metz, Cologne, and Aix in 1374, or at Strasbourg in 1417. In some such cases, sufferers from St. Vitus's dance would seek relief from what they thought to be demoniacal possession by dancing themselves to exhaustion, as some young maniacs do today. Men found other outlets for their instincts in hunting or in the dying sport of the joust. Thousands of men and women traveled, often using a distant shrine as an excuse. They moved in painful delight on horses or mules, or in coaches or sedan chairs, bearing the discomforts of unpaved roads and unwashed inns. Sensible persons, when they could, journeyed by boat along the Rhine, the Danube, or the other majestic streams of Central Europe. By 1500 a postal service, open to all, united the major towns. All in all, the picture is one of a people too vigorous and prosperous to tolerate any longer the manacles of feudalism or the exactions of Rome. A proud sense of German nationality survived all political fragmentation, and checked supranational emperors as well as supernatural popes. The Reformation would defeat the Holy Roman Empire as well as the papacy. In the 1500-year war between Teuton and Roman, victory was once more, as in the 5th century, inclining toward Germany. 4. The maturing of German art. This coming of age first manifested itself in art. We may find it hard to believe, but it is true, that at the very height of the Italian Renaissance, from the birth of Leonardo in 1452 to the death of Raphael in 1520, German artists were in demand throughout Europe for their excellence in every craft, in wood, iron, copper, bronze, silver, gold, engraving, painting, sculpture, architecture. Perhaps with more patriotism than impartiality, Felix Fabry of Ulm wrote in 1484, "When anyone wishes to have a first-rate piece of workmanship in bronze, stone, or wood, he employs a German craftsman. I have seen German jewelers, goldsmiths, stone-cutters, and carriage-makers do wonderful things among the Saracens. They surpass even the Greeks and Italians in art." Some 50 years later, an Italian found this still true. "The Germans," wrote Paolo Giovio, "are carrying everything before them in art, and we, sluggish Italians, must needs send to Germany for good workmen." German architects were engaged by Florence, Assisi, Orvieto, Siena, Barcelona, and Burgos, and were called upon to complete the Duomo at Milan. Veit Stoss captivated Krakow, Dürer received honors in Venice, and Holbein the Younger took England by storm. In ecclesiastical architecture, of course, the zenith had passed with the 13th and 14th centuries. Nonetheless, a single generation of Munich citizens raised in late Gothic their Frauenkirche, or Church of Our Lady, from 1468 to 1488, and the Altes Rathaus, or Old Town Hall, from 1470 to 1488. In the first 2 decades of the 16th century, Freiburg in Saxony completed its choir, Augsburg built the Fugger Chapel, Strasbourg Cathedral finished its Lawrence Chapel, and a lovely Chörlein, or oriel window, was added to the parsonage of the Sebalduskirche in Nuremberg. Domestic architecture in this period built charming cottages with red-tiled roofs, timbered upper stories, flower-decked balconies, and spacious eaves to protect the windows from sun or snow. So in Mittenwald's arduous climate, the undiscourageable Germans countered the sublimity of the Bavarian Alps with the simple and cherished beauty of their homes. Sculpture was the glory of the age. Minor carvers abounded who would have shone as major stars in a less brilliant galaxy. Nikolaus Gerhardt, Simon Leinberger, Tilman Riemenschneider, Hans Backhofen. Nuremberg alone in one generation produced a trio of masters hardly surpassed in equal time by any town in Italy. The career of Veit Stoss was a tale of 2 cities. Nurtured in Nuremberg and acquiring fame as engineer, bridge builder, architect, engraver, sculptor, and painter, he went to Krakow at 30 and did his best work there in a flamboyant late Gothic style that well expressed both the piety and the excitability of the Poles. He returned to Nuremberg in 1496 with sufficient funds to buy a new house and marry a second wife, who bore him 5 children to add to her predecessor's 8. At the height of his abundance, Veit was arrested for having shared, perhaps unwittingly, in a forgery. He was branded by burning through both cheeks and was forbidden ever to leave Nuremberg again. The Emperor Maximilian pardoned him and restored his civic rights in 1506, but Stoss remained an outcast to the end of his painfully long life. In 1517 he carved a large group representing the Annunciation or Angelical Salutation. He enclosed the two figures, among the most nearly perfect in all the range of wood sculpture, in a garland of roses, surrounded this with a rosary, attached 7 medallions picturing the joys of the Virgin, and crowned the whole, all in linden wood, with an unprepossessing portrayal of God the Father. The fragile composition was suspended from the vault of the choir in the Lorenzkirche, where it still hangs as a treasured relic of the great city's halcyon days. For the Sebaldiskirche, Stoss carved in wood a crucifixion, never surpassed in its kind, this in 1520. In that year his son Andreas, as prior of the Nuremberg Carmelites, procured for Stoss a commission to design an altar for a church in Bamberg. While the artist labored on this assignment, the Reformation captured Nuremberg. Andreas was replaced as prior because he remained a Catholic. Veit himself clung to the colorful faith that had inspired his art. Payments on the altar commission were stopped, and the work remained incomplete. Stoss spent his final 10 years in blindness, solitude, and desolation, predeceased by his wives, abandoned by his children, and rejected by an age too absorbed in theology to recognize that it was losing, at 93, in 1533, the greatest woodcarver in history. A bronze worker equally supreme in his line lived in the same city and time, but led a quieter and happier life. Peter Vischer the Elder portrayed himself in a niche of his most famous product as an earnest, simple laborer, short, stocky, full-bearded, with a leather apron around his waist, and hammer and chisel in his hands. He and his 5 sons gave 11 years, from 1508 to 1519, to their chef-d'oeuvre, the Sebaldesgrab, or Tomb of Sebald, Nuremberg's patron saint. The enterprise was costly. Funds ran out, and the work lay unfinished when Anton Tucher roused the citizens to contribute the 800 guilders, or about $20,000, still required. This masterpiece is not impressive at first sight. It does not seem to rival Orcagna's Tabernacle, from 1348, at Florence, and the snails and dolphins on whose backs the structure rests are not the likeliest carriers of so immense a weight. But a closer inspection reveals an astonishing perfection in the parts. The central sarcophagus of silver is adorned with 4 reliefs representing the miracles of the saint. Around it rise the bronze pillars of a Gothic canopy, delicately carved with Renaissance ornament, and joined in lovely metal lacery at the top. On the pillars, around the base, in the socles, in the niches of the crowning baldachin, the artists deposited a veritable population of pagan, Hebrew, or Christian figures, tritons, centaurs, nereids, sirens, muses, fauns, Hercules, Theseus, Samson, the prophets, Jesus, the apostles, and angels playing music or sporting with lions or dogs. Some of these effigies are still crude. Many are finished with the precision of a Donatello or a Ghiberti. All contribute vividly to a varied realization of life. The statues of Peter, Paul, Matthew, and John rival the 4 apostles that Dürer painted some 7 years later in this same Nuremberg. No prince or potentate, we are told, came to Nuremberg in those first decades of the 16th century without visiting Peter Vischer's foundry, and many solicited his art. A score of churches displayed his products, from the great brass candelabra in the Lorenzkirche to the tomb of Maximilian I at Innsbruck. His 5 sons followed him in sculpture, but 2 preceded him in death. Hermann Vischer the Younger, who died at 31 in 1517, cast a handsome bronze relief for the tomb of Cardinal Casimir in the Cathedral of Krakow. As the Vischers excelled in bronze, and Veit Stoss in wood, so Adam Kraft led all his contemporaries in the sculpture of stone. German chroniclers pictured him and Peter Vischer the Elder and Sebastian Lindenast, who designed the obsequious electors in the Frauenkirche clock, as devoted artists and friends. They were like brothers. Every Friday, even in their old age, they met and studied together like apprentices, as the designs that they executed at their meetings prove. Then they separated, having quite forgotten to eat or drink. Born probably in the same year as Peter, about 1460, Adam resembled him in simplicity, honesty, piety, and fondness for self-portraiture. In 1492 he carved for the Sebaldeskirche the tomb of Sebaldus Schreier, with reliefs of the Passion and Resurrection. Moved by their excellence, Hans Imhoff, a merchant prince, commissioned Kraft to design a ciborium to hold the bread and wine of the Eucharist in the Lorenzkirche. Adam made this sacrament house a tall and slender tabernacle in late Gothic style, a miracle of stone filigree rising stage by stage to a height of 64 feet and tapering to a graceful crozier-head curve. The pillars alive with saints, the doors of the house guarded by angels, the square surfaces cut in relief with scenes from the life of Christ, and the whole airy edifice resting anomalously on 3 crouching figures, Adam Kraft and 2 of his aides. There are no compliments in the self-portrait. The clothes are worn and torn with toil, the hands are rough, the beard is unkempt, the broad, uplifted face is intent upon the conception and execution of the work. When this absorbing masterpiece was finished, Kraft returned to his favorite subject by carving 7 sandstone pillars with scenes from the Passion. 6 of these are now in the Germanisches Museum. One of them, the Entombment, is typical of Teutonic art, a courageous realism that does not need idealization to convey a sincere piety and faith. The minor arts continued the same medieval moods and themes. Miniaturists were still in sufficient demand to maintain prosperous guilds. Major artists like Dürer and Holbein drew designs for stained glass. This art, declining in France and England, now reached its apex in Germany. The Lorenzkirche, the cathedrals of Ulm and Cologne, received world-famous windows in this period. Not only churches, but guild halls, castles, even private homes had some windows of stained glass. Cities like Nuremberg, Augsburg, Regensburg, Cologne, and Mainz were proud of their craftsmen artists, metalworkers who glorified torches, chandeliers, basins, ewers, locks, trays, goldsmiths whose products, from spoons to altars, were treasured throughout Europe, textile workers who wove fine carpets, tapestries, ecclesiastical vestments, and the ornate garb of the patrician class, devout women who wore out their fingers and eyes to cover altars, and priests with embroideries and silk. Woodcutters were never better. Michael Walgemuth, besides painting 2 magnificent windows for the Lorenzkirche, cut in wood a dozen altar masterpieces, and then taught Dürer to surpass him. Engraving, by cutting a design into wood or copper, developed in the 15th century into a mature art, respected on a par with painting. The greatest painters cultivated it. Martin Schongauer carried it to completion. Some of his engravings, the Scourging of Christ, Carrying the Cross, St. John on Patmos, The Temptation of St. Anthony, are among the greatest of all time. Book illustration by engravings became convenient and popular, and rapidly replaced illumination. The most famous paintings of the period were multiplied in engravings that sold readily at bookstalls, fairs, and festivals. Lucas van Leyden showed an astonishing precocity in this field, engraving his Mohammed at 14, his Ecce Homo at 16, in 1510, and nearing perfection in his copper engraving of Maximilian. Dry-point engraving by a pointed instrument throwing up a burr or ridge of excised metal along the lines of the design was used by the anonymous Master of the House book toward 1480. Etching, by covering a metal surface with wax, cutting a design in the wax, and letting an acid eat, German ätzen, into the exposed lines, grew from the decoration of armor into the incision of metal plates from which etchings could be printed. Daniel Hopfer, an armorer, seems to have made the first recorded etching in 1504. Burgmeier and Dürer practiced the new art imperfectly. Lucas van Leyden probably learned it from Dürer, but soon went beyond him to mastery. In painting, this was Germany's greatest age. Influenced by both Dutch and Italian schools and by their own expatriated Memling, German painters in the second half of the 15th century graduated from Gothic intensity and ungainliness into a more graceful line and figures that moved with ease in natural scenes reflecting the domestic life of the triumphant bourgeoisie. Subjects remained predominantly sacred, but secular topics advanced. Altarpieces gave way to panel pictures, and rich donors, no longer satisfied to kneel in the corner of a religious group, demanded portraits in which they would be all in all. Painters themselves emerged from medieval anonymity into distinct individualities, signing their work with their names as a grasp at immortality. Still anonymous is the Master of the Life of the Virgin, who worked at Cologne toward 1470, and left a Virgin in St. Bernard with a very German Virgin squeezing milk from her breast for the child, before a devout monk who hardly suggests the Hound of Heaven that pursued Abelard. Michael Packer is one of the first who transmitted his name as well as his work. The parish church of St. Wolfgang in Salzkammergut still shows the massive altarpiece, 36 feet long, that he carved and painted for it from 1479 to 1481. The study of perspective in these panels shared in the education of German art. Martin Schongauer brought into his painting the finesse of an accomplished engraver and the delicate sentiment of Rogier van der Weyden. Born at Augsburg, circa 1445, Schongauer settled in Colmar and developed there a school of engraving and painting that played a major role in bringing the arts to fulfillment in Dürer and Holbein. Year by year, the thriving cities of the south stole the leadership of German art from Cologne and the north. At Augsburg, the center of the trade with Italy, Hans Burgmeier brought Italian decorative touches into his pictures, and Hans Holbein the Elder combined Italian ornament with the high seriousness of the Gothic style. Hans passed his art down to his sons, Ambrose and Hans, whom he fondly portrayed in his paintings. Ambrose faded from history, but Hans Jr. became one of the glories of Germany, Switzerland, and England. The greatest of Dürer's predecessors was Matthias Gotthard Neihardt, who by a scholar's error became known to posterity as Matthias Grunewald. In the immemorial social heredity of art, he learned the painter's magic from Schongauer at Colmar, added his own hunger for fame and perfection, practiced patiently at Ghent, Speyer, and Frankfurt, and chose Strasbourg as his home in 1479. Probably there he painted his first master product, a double portrait of Philip II of Hanau-Lichtenberg and his wife. Dürer himself would never excel this in depth of penetration and grace of execution. Wandering anew, Grunewald worked for a while with Dürer at Basel, where he painted the portrait of a man, now in New York, and again with Dürer making woodcuts in Nuremberg. In 1503 he settled at Seligenstadt, and there finally he developed his own mature and characteristic style, the graphic rendering of biblical scenes with passionate feeling and tragic power. Archbishop Albrecht made him court painter at Mainz in 1509, but dismissed him when Grunewald persisted in applauding Luther in 1526. He married, unfortunately, and withdrew into a melancholy solitude that may have lent some dark shades to the chiaroscuro of his art. His masterpiece, probably the greatest German painting, is the complex polyptych made for a monastery at Essen in 1513. The central panel shows the Virgin and her child in an almost Turner-esque glow of golden color against a background of distant seas. But the outstanding and unforgettable panel is a gruesome crucifixion. Christ in his final agony, the body covered with wounds and bloody sweat, the limbs distorted with pain, Mary swooning in the arms of St. John, Magdalene hysterical with angry and incredulous grief. Still other panels could be major paintings by themselves, a concert of angels in a Gothic architectural setting of brilliant reds and browns, a macabre temptation of St. Anthony, the same saint and a fellow anchorite in a weird forest of decaying trees, and a Boschian nightmare apparently symbolizing Anthony's dreams. In the predominance of color, light, and feeling over line, form, and representation, this almost theatrical outburst of pictorial power is the culmination of German Gothic painting on the eve of the triumph of line and logic in a Dürer who, rooted in the mysticism of medieval Germany, stretched out hands of longing to the humanism and art of the Italian Renaissance. 5. Albrecht Dürer, 1471 to 1528. No other nation has so unanimously chosen one of its sons as its representative in art as Germany. Protestant and Catholic, North and South, has chosen Dürer. On April 6, 1928, the 400th anniversary of his death, the Reichstag in Berlin and the City Council in Nuremberg put aside politics and dogmas to honor the artist whom Germany loves best. Meanwhile, connoisseurs vainly offered $1 million for a painting, The Feast of the Rows of Garlands, for which Dürer himself received 110 guilders, or about $2,750. His Hungarian father was a goldsmith settled in Nuremberg. Albrecht was the third of 18 children, most of whom died in infancy. In the parental studio the boy learned to draw with pencil, charcoal, and pen, and to engrave with the burin. He taught himself to observe microscopically and to represent objects and subjects in indefatigable detail, so that in some of his portraits almost every hair seems to have received its individual stroke of the brush. The father had hoped that his son would be another goldsmith, but he yielded to the youth's desire to widen his art and sent him as an apprentice to Wolgemut in 1486. Albrecht developed slowly. His genius lay in ambition, perseverance, patience. "God lent me industry," he said, "so that I learned well, but I had to put up with a great deal of annoyance from his assistants." Having little opportunity to study the nude, he frequented the public baths and drew such Apollos as he could find there. He himself was something of an Apollo in those years. A friend described him fondly. "A body remarkable in build and stature, and not unworthy of the noble mind it contained. Face intelligent, eyes flashing, a long neck, broad chest, narrow waist, powerful thighs, steady legs. As to his hands, you would have said that you had never seen anything more elegant. And of his speech the sweetness was so great that one wished it would never end." Attracted by Schongauer's engravings, he made his way to Colmar in 1492, only to find that that master was dead. He learned what he could from Schongauer's brothers, then passed on to Basel, where he absorbed from Grunewald the secret of intensely religious art. He was already a skilled draftsman. An edition of St. Jerome's Letters, printed at Basel in 1492, bore on its title page a portrait of the saint by Dürer, and this was so acclaimed that several publishers competed for his future work. However, his father urged him to come home and marry. A wife had been chosen for him in his absence. He returned to Nuremberg and settled down to wedded life with Agnes Fry in 1494. A year earlier he had painted himself as a youth, garbed and coiffured almost like a woman, proud yet diffident, distrusting and defying the world. In 1498, still vain of his features, and now also of his beard, he painted his portrait as a young patrician, richly dressed, with tasseled cap and long brown curls. This is one of the great self-portraits of all time. In 1500 he pictured himself again, more simply costumed, the face elongated between masses of hair falling to the shoulders, the penetrating eyes mystically intent. Dürer seems here to have deliberately presented himself in an imagined likeness of Christ, not in impious bravado, but presumably in his oft-voiced opinion that a great artist is an inspired mouthpiece of God. Vanity was the prop of his industry. He not only multiplied self-portraits, but found room for himself in many of his pictures. At times he could be modest and sadly conscious of his limitations. "When we are praised," he told Pirkheimer, "we turn up our noses and believe it all, but perhaps a master mocker is laughing at us behind our backs." For the rest, he was good-natured, pious, loyal, generous, and as happy as circumstances would permit. He could not have been infatuated with his wife, for he set out for Italy shortly after his marriage, leaving her behind. He had heard of what he called the regrowth of the arts in Italy after they had been in hiding for a millennium, and although he never intimately shared in that resurrection of classic literature, philosophy, and art which accompanied the Renaissance, he was anxious to see at first hand what it was that had given the Italians their excellence in painting and sculpture, in prose and poetry. He stayed chiefly in Venice, where the Renaissance had not yet reached full bloom, but when he came back to Nuremberg in 1495, he had somehow received the stimulus that sparked the rapid productivity of his next 10 years. In 1507, with a loan of 100 florins, or about $2,500, from Pirkheimer, he went again to Italy, and this time he stayed for a year and a half. He studied the works of Mantegna and Squarcione at Padua, copied drawings humbly, and was soon recognized by the Bellini and other Venetians as an accomplished draftsman. The Feast of the Rose Garlands, which he painted for a German church in Venice, won praise even from the Italians, who still considered most Germans to be barbarians. The Venetian signory offered him a permanent post if he would take up his residence there, but his wife and friends were importuning him to come back to Nuremberg. He noted that artists had won a much higher social standing in Italy than in Germany, and resolved to demand a similar status on his return. "Here," he wrote, "I am a fine gentleman. At home I am a parasite," that is, unproductive of material goods. He was delighted by the excitement of art in Italy, the number and conflict of artists, the learned and passionate discussions of art theories. When Jacopo de Barbari expounded to him the principles of Piero della Francesca and other Italians on the mathematical proportions of a perfect human body, Dürer remarked that he would rather have had this explained to him than to have received a new kingdom. In Italy he became accustomed to the nude in art, if only by studying classic statuary. While his own work remained thoroughly Teutonic and Christian, he adopted with enthusiasm the Italian admiration for pagan art, and in a long sequence of writings he strove to teach his countrymen the Italian secrets of perspective, proportion, and coloring. With these two trips of Dürer to Italy, the Gothic style came to an end in German painting, and the same German generation that rejected Rome in religion accepted Italy in art. Dürer himself remained in a creative but confusing tension between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, between German mysticism and Italian worldliness, and the joy of life that he had seen in Italy never quite overcame in his soul the medieval meditation on death. Except for his portraits, his subjects remained almost wholly religious and many mystical. Nevertheless, his real religion was art. He worshipped a perfect line more than the imitation of Christ. Even in his religious productions, he showed the artist's driving interest in all the objects of even the most common daily experience. Like Leonardo, he drew nearly everything that he saw: rocks, streams, trees, horses, dogs, pigs, ugly faces and figures, and imaginary beings of marvelous or horrible form. He drew his left leg as seen in diverse positions, and punched a pillow into 7 different shapes to be studied by his indefatigable pen. He crowded his work with a veritable menagerie of animals, and sometimes he drew a whole city as a background for a picture. He illustrated with relish and humor the life and doings of country folk. He loved the Germans, painted their enormous heads and rubicund features without protest, and introduced them into the unlikeliest environments, always richly robed like prosperous burghers, and wrapped and muffled, even in Rome or Palestine, against the German cold. His drawings are an ethnography of Nuremberg. His chief patrons were its merchant princes, whom he rescued from death with his portraits, but he received commissions also from dukes and imperial electors, and at last from Maximilian himself. As Titian loved best to portray the nobility and royalty, Dürer was most at home in the middle class, and his woodcut of the emperor made him look like what Louis XII had called him, the burgomaster of Augsburg. Once only Dürer achieved nobility in a portrait, an imaginary rendering of Charlemagne. The 36 portraits are his most readily enjoyable works, for they are simple, sensual, earthy, swelling with character. Behold Hieronymus Holzschuher, the Nuremberg senator, a powerful head, stern face, thinning hair on a massive forehead, a beard trimmed to immaculate symmetry, sharp eyes as if watching politicians, yet with the beginning of a twinkle in them. Here is a man with a good heart, good humor, good appetite. Or consider Dürer's dearest friend, Willibald Pirkheimer, the head of a bull concealing the soul of a scholar and suggesting the gastric needs of Gargantua. And who would guess, behind the creased and flattened features of the immense Frederick the Wise of Saxony, the elector who defied a pope to protect Luther? Nearly all the portraits are fascinating. Oswald Krell, whose earnest concentration shows even in the veins of his hands, or Bernhard von Resten, with the delicate blue blouse, the majestic overspreading hat, the meditative eyes of an absorbed artist, or Jakob Muffel, burgomaster of Nuremberg, a brown study of earnest devotion, shedding some light on the greatness and prosperity of the city, or the 2 portraits of Dürer's father, weary with toil in 1490, quite worn out in 1497, or the portrait of a gentleman in the Prado, virility incarnate, tarnished with cruelty and greed, or Elizabeth Tucker holding her wedding ring and gazing diffidently into marriage, or the portrait of a Venetian lady. Dürer had to go to Italy to find beauty as well as strength. There is seldom refinement in his male portraits, no elegance, only force of character. What is not useful in a man, he said, is not beautiful. He was interested in reality and its faithful transcription, rather than in beauty of forms or features. He pointed out that an artist can draw or paint a beautiful picture of an ugly object or disagreeable subject. He was a Teuton, all industry, duty, fidelity. He left beauty and grace to the ladies and concentrated on power. Painting was not his forte, nor much to his taste,
but his visits to Italy stirred him to seek color as well as line. For Frederick of Saxony and his castle church in Wittenberg, he painted a triptych later known as the Dresden altarpiece. Here Italian modes of proportion and perspective framed figures resolutely German. A Frau as the Virgin, a professor as St. Anthony, a German acolyte as St. Sebastian. The result is not irresistible. Finer is the Baumgärtner altarpiece in Munich, a splendid St. Joseph and a Midken Mary against an architectural background of Roman ruins. But the foreground is littered with absurd mannequins. The adoration of the Magi in the Uffizi is a triumph of color in the Virgin's blue robe and the gorgeous vestments of the Oriental kings. Christ among the Doctors shows a pretty Jesus with girlish curls, surrounded by bearded and wrinkled pundits, one a horrible caricature, all nose and teeth. The Feast of the Rose Garlands rivaled the greatest Italian pictures of the time in its skillfully ordered composition, the loveliness of both mother and child, the general splendor of the color. This is Dürer's greatest painting, but one must now venture all the way to Prague to see it. Vienna and Berlin have attractive Dürer Madonnas, and the New York Madonna and Child with St. Anne presents a tender German maiden as the Virgin and a dark-skinned Semite as her mother. Excellent are the Prado panels of Adam and Eve. Here, for a moment, a German artist has rendered the beauty of a healthy female nude. Discouraged by inadequate remuneration for the labor of painting, and perhaps by the compulsion to repeat old religious themes, Dürer turned increasingly to the more gainful and original work of woodcutting and engraving. For there one plate could make 1,000 copies easily carried to every market in Europe, and could provide the same illustration for 1,000 printed volumes. Line was Dürer's fort, drawing was his realm, wherein no man then alive surpassed him. There even the proud Italians marveled at his finesse. Erasmus compared him as a draftsman with an ancient master of line. Apelles was aided by color, but Dürer, though admirable also in other respects, what does he not express in monochrome, proportions, harmonies? Nay, he even depicts that which cannot be depicted: fire, rays of light, thunder, lightning, all the sensations and emotions, in fine, the whole mind of man as it reflects itself in the behavior of the body, and almost the voice itself. These things he places before the eyes in the most pertinent lines, black ones, yet so that if you should spread pigments on them, you would injure the work. And is it not more wonderful to accomplish without the blandishments of color what Apelles accomplished with their aid? Dürer returned the compliment by engraving a portrait of Erasmus in 1526, not from the living sitter, but from the painting by Massais. It did not rival that portrait, much less Holbein's. Even so, it is a masterpiece of drawing in the folds and shadows of the cloak, the wrinkles of face and hands, the ruffled leaves of the open book. Dürer has left us over 1,000 drawings, most of them miracles of realistic or pious or impishly fanciful design. Some are obvious caricatures. One is age and wisdom drawn to a hair. Occasionally the subject is inanimate, as in the wire drawing mill, or just plain vegetation, like a piece of turf, or an animal like head of a walrus. Usually plants and beasts crowd around living persons, as in the complex Madonna with a multitude of animals. The religious subjects are the least successful, but we must accept and honor the remarkable hands of a praying apostle. And lastly, there are fine studies of classic mythology, like the Apollo or the Orpheus. Dürer transformed some 250 of his drawings into woodcuts, and 100 into gravings. These two groups are the most distinctive portions of his legacy. Until the turn of the century, he incised the designs himself. Later he delegated the woodcutting to others. Only by this collaboration could he have delineated so vast an area of life. He began by illustrating books like Der Ritter von Thurn and Sebastian Brandt's Narrenschiff. 20 years afterward he drew fascinating border figures for the prayer book of Maximilian. He tried his pen at nudes and succeeded handsomely in the men's bath, not so well in the women's bath. In both he served as a revolutionary force in a German art that had shunned the nude as a scandal or a disillusionment. Famous were the woodcuts that portrayed the life of the Virgin and the Passion of Christ. Devout women could now contemplate by their own hearths a print showing the betrothal of Joseph and Mary,
and practical Germans were pleased to find, in the sojourn of the Holy Family in Egypt, all the cozy details of Teutonic domesticity and industry, Mary sewing, Joseph working at his bench, and angelic children bringing in firewood without being asked. 37 small woodcuts, the Little Passion, and 11 larger ones, the Great Passion, brought the story of the sufferings and death of Christ into thousands of homes, and whetted the public appetite for Luther's translation of the New Testament. Another series illustrated the Book of Revelation. Some of these woodcuts, like the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse and St. Michael fighting the dragon, were so vivid that for centuries the German mind thought of the Apocalypse in terms of Dürer's prints. From woodcuts he passed to the more painstaking art of engraving. Now and then he tried dry-point etching, as in the chiaroscuro Holy Family. Usually he worked with the burin. The fall of man is sculpture on copper, in forms worthy of the Greeks, in proportion and symmetry worthy of the Italians, with Dürer's customary profusion of fauna and flora, where nearly every item held for him and his generation a symbolical significance. Nude females of an excellence unprecedented in German art emerged from the metal in the Sea Monster, and the Combat of Virtue and Pleasure, with background landscapes beautifully drawn. The 16 engravings constituting the engraved Passion are less impressive than the woodcut Passions, but the St. Eustace is a cornucopia of vivid designs. 5 dogs, a horse, a forest, a swarm of birds, a congeries of castles on a hill, a stag bearing a crucifix between his antlers, and persuading the handsome hunter to leave off killing and become a saint. In 1513-14, Dürer reached his summit as a draftsman in 3 Meisterstücke, master engravings. The Knight, Death, and the Devil is a powerful version of a somber medieval theme. A stern-faced rider in full armor on a Verrocchian steed, hemmed in by ugly figures of Death and Satan, but moving forward resolutely to the triumph of virtue over all. It seems incredible that such plenitude and delicacy of detail could be cut into metal. St. Jerome in his study shows a quieter phase of the Christian victory. The old bald saint bent over his manuscript, writing apparently by the light of his halo, a lion and a dog lying peacefully on the floor, a skull sitting in silent eloquence on a windowsill, and what looks for all the world like his wife's hat hanging on the wall. The whole room drawn in the most careful perspective, with all shadows and sun rays meticulously drawn. Finally, the engraving that Dürer entitled Melancholia I reveals an angel seated amid the chaos of an unfinished building, with a medley of mechanical tools and scientific instruments at her feet, a purse and keys attached to her girdle as emblems of wealth and power, her head resting pensively on one hand, her eyes gazing half in wonder, half in terror about her. Is she asking to what end all this labor, this building and demolition and building, this pursuit of wealth and power and the mirage called truth, this glory of science and babble of intellect, vainly fighting inevitable death? Can it be that Dürer, at the very outset of the modern age, understood the problem faced by triumphant science, of progressive means abused by unchanging ends? So, drawing by drawing, painting by painting, with an arduous industry and patience so different from Leonardo's procrastination and Raphael's ease, Dürer passed into the age of Luther. About 1508 he bought the house that made Nuremberg famous. The Second World War destroyed it. The tourist trade rebuilt it as a copy of the original. Its 2 lower stories were of stone, the 3rd and 4th of pink stucco and half timber, and over a projecting eave 2 further stories crouched under the gabled roof. Here for 19 years Dürer lived in moderate misery with his childless wife. Agnes was a simple housefrau who wondered why Albrecht spent so much time on unremunerative studies or with bibulous friends. He moved in circles beyond her mental reach, neglected her socially, traveled most often without her, and when he took her to the Netherlands, dined with celebrities or with his host while leaving his wife to eat in the upper kitchen with their maid. In 1504 his widowed mother joined Dürer's household. She persisted 10 years more. His portrait of her moves our sympathy for the wife, who was not too charming herself. His friends considered Agnes a shrew, incapable of sharing Dürer's rapt intellectual life. In his later years, the Nuremberg master enjoyed a European fame as the leader and glory of German art. This book is continued on cassette 12, side 1. The master enjoyed a European fame as the leader and glory of German art. In 1515, the emperor allotted him a modest pension of 100 florins a year, or about $2,500. This was irregularly paid, for Maximilian's income never caught up with his plans. When Max died, the pension stopped, and Dürer decided to visit the Netherlands and solicit its renewal from Charles V. He took with him a large assortment of drawings and paintings to sell or exchange in Holland or Flanders, and managed thereby to pay nearly all the cost of the trip. The journal that he kept of his tour, from July 1520 to July 1521, is almost, not quite, as intimate as those that Boswell would write 2 centuries later. It records his expenses, sales, purchases, visits, and honors. It reveals the burgher's care with financial details, and the artist's forgivable delight in the recognition of his genius. After chasing Charles through a dozen cities, Dürer obtained the renewal of his pension, and could give the rest of his journey to viewing the sights and heroes of the lowlands. He was astonished by the wealth and beauty of Ghent, Brussels, and Bruges, by the great polyptych of the Van Eycks in Saint-Bavance, and by the Antwerp Cathedral, the like of which I have never seen in German lands. He met Erasmus, Lucas van Leyden, Bernard van Orly, and other Netherlands worthies, and was feted in the cities by the artists' guilds. In the mosquito swamps of Zealand he contracted the malaria that ruined the health of his remaining years. One entry in his journal reads, "I have bought Luther's tract for 5 white pennies, and have given one for the condemnation of that mighty man." At Antwerp, in May 1521, a rumor reached him that Luther had been treacherously seized on leaving the Diet of Worms. Dürer did not know that this abduction had been arranged to protect the reformer, and fearing that Luther had been killed, he wrote in his journal a passionate defense of the rebel and an appeal to Erasmus to come to the aid of his party. So this man, enlightened by the Holy Ghost to be the continuer of the true faith, has disappeared. If he has suffered, it is for the Christian truth against the unchristian papacy, which works against the freedom of Christ, exacting from us our blood and sweat therewith to nourish itself in idleness, while the peoples famish. O God, never were men so cruelly put down under human laws as under those of the Roman See. Everyone sees how clear is the doctrine announced in Luther's books, and how it conforms to the Holy Gospel. We must preserve these books from being burned. Rather let us throw into the fire the books written to oppose him. All you pious Christians, deplore with me the loss of this man, and pray the Lord that he will send another guide. O Erasmus of Rotterdam, where wilt thou remain? Wilt thou see the injustice and blind tyranny of the powers now ruling? Hear me, Knight of Christ, ride by the side of our Lord Christ. Old as thou art, thou too mayest win the martyr's crown. Make thy voice heard. O Erasmus, may God thy judge be glorified in thee. When Dürer returned to Nuremberg, he devoted himself almost wholly to religious art, and with new emphasis on the Gospels. In 1526 he completed his greatest group of paintings, the 4 Apostles, improperly named since Mark the Evangelist was not one of the 12. But perhaps that very error pointed to the Protestant idea of returning from the Church to the Gospels. The 2 panels are among the proudest possessions of that Haus der Kunst, in which war-wounded Munich has regathered her famous collections of art. One panel pictures John and Peter, the other Mark and Paul, all 4 in gorgeously colored robes, hardly befitting fishermen, communist saints. In these vestments Dürer bowed to Italian idealization, while in the broad and massive heads he asserted his German environment. Probably these majestic figures had been intended to form the wings of a triptych for a Catholic church. But in 1525 the Municipal Council of Nuremberg declared for the Reformation. Abandoning the plan for an altarpiece, Dürer presented the panels to the city and affixed to each panel inscriptions, strongly stressing the importance of the Gospels. Despite the keys in Peter's hand, usually taken as representing the divine establishment and powers of the Church, these paintings could be interpreted as Dürer's Protestant testament. He had now only 2 more years to live. Periodic attacks of malarial fever broke both his health and his spirit. Even in 1522 he had drawn his final self-portrait as the Man of Sorrows, naked, disheveled, haggard, sickly, in pain, holding in his hands the scourge and whip of the Passion of Christ. Nevertheless, he worked to the end. When he died, on April 6, 1528, aged 57, he left enough drawings, woodcuts, and engravings, besides 6,000 florins, to support his widow in sombre comfort for the remainder of her life. Pirkheimer, who mourned him as the best friend I have had in my life, wrote a simple epitaph for the tomb. Quicquid Alberti Dureri mortale, fuit sub hoc conditor tumulo. Whatever was mortal of Albrecht Dürer lies under this mound. He missed supreme stature as an artist by sacrificing the greatest task of art to a lesser one. He was so charmed to see the passing shapes of persons, places, and things take lasting life under his hands that he absorbed himself chiefly in representing the real, lovely or ugly, significant or meaningless, and only occasionally fused the scattered elements of sense perception to form in creative imagination, and then in line or color, ideal beauties to give us goals to aim at, or revealing visions to offer understanding or peace. But he rose to the call of his time. He cut into wood or copper a biography of his expectant and generative generation. His pen or pencil, burin or brush, evoked the hidden souls of the forceful men who trod the stage of the age. He made that epoch live for us, across 4 centuries, in all its enthusiasms, devotions, fears, superstitions, protests, dreams, and wonderment. He was Germany. 6. The German Humanists. It was a lusty Germany in letters as well as in life and art. Literacy was spreading. Books were pouring forth from 16 publishers in Basel, 20 in Augsburg, 21 in Cologne, 24 in Nuremberg. There Anton Koberger alone employed 24 presses and 100 men. The trade in books was a major line in the busy commerce of the fairs at Frankfurt, Salzburg, Nördlingen, and Ulm. "Everybody nowadays wants to read and write," said a contemporary German, and another reported, "There is no end to the new books that are written." Schools multiplied in the towns. Every city provided bursaries or scholarships for poor but able students. 9 new universities were founded in this half-century, and those at Vienna, Heidelberg, and Erfurt opened their doors to the new learning. Literary academies arose in Strasbourg, Augsburg, Basel, Vienna, Nuremberg, and Mainz. Rich burghers like Peutinger and Pirkheimer and the Emperor Maximilian himself opened their libraries, art collections, and purses to eager scholars. And great ecclesiastics like Johann von Dalberg, Bishop of Worms, and Albrecht of Brandenburg, Archbishop of Mainz, were enlightened patrons of scholarship, poetry, and art. The Church in Germany, following the lead of the popes, welcomed the Renaissance, but emphasized linguistic studies of biblical and patristic texts. The Latin Vulgate Bible was printed in 26 editions in Germany between 1453 and 1500. There were 20 German translations of the Bible before Luther's. The spread of the New Testament among the people prepared them for Luther's challenging contrast between the Gospels and the Church, and the reading of the Old Testament shared in the Protestant re-Judaizing of Christianity. The humanist movement in Germany was at first, and after its flirtation with Luther, more orthodox in theology than its Italian counterpart. Germany had no classical past like Italy's. She had not the privilege of being conquered and educated by imperial Rome. She had no direct bond with non-Christian antiquity. Her memory hardly went beyond her Christian centuries. Her scholarship in this age hardly ventured beyond the Christian fathers. Her Renaissance was a revival of early Christianity rather than of classic letters and philosophy. In Germany, the Renaissance was engulfed in the Reformation. Nevertheless, German humanism took its lead from Italy. Poggio Bracciolini, Aeneas Sylvius, and other humanists visiting Germany brought the seed. German students, pilgrims, ecclesiastics, merchants, and diplomats visiting Italy came back bearing on them, even unwittingly, the pollen of the Renaissance. Rodolphus Agricola, son of a Dutch parish priest, received plentiful schooling at Erfurt, Cologne, and Louvain, gave 7 years to further studies of Latin and Greek in Italy, and returned to teach at Groningen, Heidelberg, and Worms. The age marveled at his unpopular virtues, modesty, simplicity, honesty, piety, chastity. He wrote in a Latin almost worthy of Cicero. He predicted that Germany would soon appear no less Latin than Latium. and indeed, in the next generation, Agricola's Holland produced in Erasmus a Latinist who would have been quite at home in the Rome of Tacitus and Quintilian. It was on a trip to Rome that Agricola contracted the fever from which he died at Heidelberg at the age of 42 in 1485. He was rivaled in influence, hardly in amiability, by Jacob Wimpfeling, whose temper was as harsh as his Latin was smooth. Resolved to lift Germany to Italy's level in education and letters, this schoolmaster of Germany drew up plans for a system of public schools, established learned societies, and yet foresaw how dangerous intellectual advance would be without moral development. "What profits all our learning," he asked, "if our characters be not correspondingly noble, or all our industry without piety, or all our knowledge without love of our neighbor, or all our wisdom without humility?" The last of these orthodox humanists was Johannes Trithemius, abbot of Sponheim, who nevertheless wrote in 1496, "The days of building monasteries are past, the days of their destruction are coming." A less devout humanist, Celtus, described Trithemius as abstemious in drink, disdaining animal food, living on vegetables, eggs, and milk, as did our ancestors when no doctors had begun to brew their gout and fever-breeding concoctions. In his brief life he became a very summa of learning, skilled in Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and their literatures, and carrying on a correspondence with Erasmus, Maximilian, imperial electors, and other celebrities. The common people of the time could only explain his attainments on the theory that he possessed secret supernatural powers. However, he died at 54 in 1516. Conradus Celtus was the most zealous and effective of the German humanists, passing like some hurried diplomat of letters from city to city, studying in Italy, Poland, and Hungary, teaching in Cologne, Heidelberg, Krakow, Prague, Mainz, Vienna, Ingolstadt, Padua, Nuremberg. He unearthed precious forgotten manuscripts like the plays of Roswitha, and ancient maps like that which he gave to Peutinger, whose name it came to bear. Wherever he went he gathered students about him, inspired them with his passion for poetry, classical literature, and German antiquities. In 1447 at Nuremberg, the Emperor Frederick III crowned him Poet Laureate of Germany. At Mainz, Celtus founded in 1491 the influential Rhenish Literary Society, which included scientists, theologians, philosophers, physicians, historians, poets, such lawyers as the distinguished jurist Ulrich Zaetius, and such scholars as Pirkheimer, Trithemius, Reuchlin, and Wimpfeling. At Vienna, with funds provided by Maximilian, he organized in 1501 an Academy of Poetry, which became an honored part of the university, and in which teachers and pupils lived together in the same house and enterprise. In the course of his studies, Celtus apparently lost his religious faith. He raised such questions as, will the soul live after death, and is there really a God? In his travels he took many samples of femininity, but none to the altar, and he concluded light-heartedly that there is nothing sweeter under the sun to banish care than a pretty maid in a man's arms. This skeptical amoralism grew in fashion among the German humanists in the final decades before Luther. Urban Hesse wrote in good Latin Heroides Christianae in 1514, which imitated Ovid even more in scandal than in form. He included love letters from Magdalene to Jesus and from the Virgin Mary to God the Father. To suit the deed to the word, he lived as loosely as Cellini, outdrank all rivals, and thought nothing of emptying a bucket of ale at one draught. Conradus Mucianus Rufus, however, achieved an amiable reconciliation of skepticism with religion. After studying at Deventer, at Erfurt, and in Italy, he contented himself with a modest canonry at Gotha, put over his door the motto Beata Tranquillitas, collected admiring students, and taught them to esteem the decrees of philosophers above those of priests. But, he warned them, they must conceal their doubts of Christian dogma from the multitude by a gentlemanly adherence to ecclesiastical ceremonies and forms. By faith, he said, we mean not the conformity of what we say with fact, but an opinion about divine things founded upon credulity and profit-seeking persuasion. He objected to masses for the dead as useless, to fasts as unpleasant, and to auricular confession as embarrassing. The Bible, he thought, contains many fables, like those of Jonah and Job. Probably Christ had not really died on the cross. The Greeks and the Romans, so far as they lived honorably, were Christians without knowing it, and doubtless went to paradise. creeds and ceremonies are to be judged not on their literal claims, but by their moral effects. If they promote social order and private virtue, they should be accepted without public questioning. Mucianus demanded a clean life from his disciples, and in his later years he vowed, "I will turn my studies to piety and will learn nothing from poets, philosophers, or historians, save what can promote a Christian life." Having lived with all the consolations of philosophy, he died with all the blessings of the Church in 1526. The natural resentment aroused among the orthodox by the skepticism of the later humanists fell in accumulation upon the mildest and kindliest scholar of the time. Johannes Reuchlin observed the medieval tradition of gathering education from a dozen centers through the ubiquity of Latin as the language of instruction in Western Europe. In the grammar school of his native Pforzheim, in the universities of Freiburg, Paris, Basel, Orléans, and Poitiers, in Linz, Milan, Florence, and Rome, he pursued with almost fanatical ardor the study of Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and law. Following the custom of the German Humanists, he changed his name, which he derived from rauchen, to smoke, to kapnio, kapnos, from Greek for smoke. At 20 he compiled a Latin dictionary, which went through several editions. At Rome, Johannes Argyropoulos gave him a difficult passage in Thucydides to translate. Reuchlin responded so readily that the old Greek exclaimed, "Greece has now fled beyond the Alps." The avid student let no rabbi pass without learning some Hebrew from him. Mucianus claimed to have heard of Reuchlin giving a Jewish scholar 10 gold pieces for explaining one Hebrew phrase. But this may have been a humanist's dream. Pico della Mirandola persuaded Reuchlin to seek wisdom in the Kabbalah. Comparing Jerome's translation of the Old Testament with the original Hebrew text, Kapnio pointed out many errors in what theologians habitually quoted as an infallible document. At 38, in 1493, he was appointed professor of Hebrew in the University of Heidelberg. The Hebrew dictionary and grammar that he composed put the study of Hebrew and of the Old Testament on a scientific basis and contributed to the powerful influence of the Hebrew Scriptures on Protestant thought. Gradually his admiration for Hebrew eclipsed his devotion to the classics. "The Hebrew language," he wrote, "is unadulterated, concise, and brief. It is the language in which God spoke to man, and in which man conversed with the angels face to face." Through all his studies he retained the orthodox faith. He muddied it a bit with mysticism, but he devoutly submitted all his writings and teachings to the authority of the Church. A strange medley of circumstances made him the hero of the German Renaissance. In 1508, Johannes Pfefferkorn, a rabbi-turned-priest, issued a book, Judenspiegel, Mirror of the Jews, condemning persecution of the Jews and clearing them from legendary crimes popularly laid to their charge, but urging them to give up money-lending and the Talmud and accept Christianity. Supported by the Dominicans of Cologne, he submitted to the emperor a recommendation that all Hebrew books except the Old Testament should be suppressed. Maximilian ordered that all Jewish literature critical of Christianity should be surrendered to Pfefferkorn, and that it should be examined by the universities of Cologne, Erfurt, Mainz, and Heidelberg, by Jakob von Hoogstraten, head of the Inquisition at Cologne, and by Reuchlin because of his fame for Hebrew learning. All but Reuchlin advised that the books should be confiscated and burned. Reuchlin's minority opinion proved a landmark in the history of religious toleration. He divided Jewish books into 7 classes. One group, consisting of works expressly mocking Christianity, should be burned. All the rest, including the Talmud, should be preserved, if only because they contained much of value to Christian scholarship. Moreover, he argued, the Jews had a right to freedom of conscience, both as citizens of the empire and as having undertaken no obligations to Christianity. In private correspondence, Reuchlin spoke of Pfefferkorn as an ass who had no real understanding of the books he proposed to destroy. Pfefferkorn responded to these courtesies in a Handspiegel, or hand mirror, that attacked Reuchlin as a bribed tool of the Jews. Reuchlin retorted in the same vituperative vein in an Augenspiegel, or eyeglass, that aroused a storm among the Orthodox. The theological faculty at Cologne complained to Reuchlin that his book was making the Jews too happy, and they urged him to withdraw it from circulation. Maximilian forbade its sale. Reuchlin appealed to Leo X. The Pope turned the matter over to various counselors who reported that the book was harmless. Leo suspended action, but assured the humanists around him that no harm should come to Reuchlin. Meanwhile, Pfefferkorn and his Dominican supporters accused Reuchlin before the tribunal of the Inquisition at Cologne as an unbeliever and a traitor to Christianity. The archbishop interposed and remitted the case to Rome, which passed it on to the episcopal court of Speyer, which acquitted Reuchlin. The Dominicans in their turn appealed to Rome, and the university faculties of Cologne, Erfurt, Mainz, Louvain, and Paris ordered Reuchlin's books to be burned. It is remarkable, and eloquent of Germany's cultural vitality in this age, how many notables now came to Reuchlin's defense. Erasmus, Pirkheimer, Peutinger, Ecolampadius of Basel, Bishop Fischer of Rochester, Ulrich von Hutten, Mucianus, Euben Hesse, Luther, Melanchthon, even some of the higher clergy who, as in Italy, favored the Humanists. Imperial electors, princes in 53 cities proclaimed their support of Reuchlin. Letters from his defenders were collected and published in 1514 as Clarorum Virorum Epistolae ad Johannem Reuchlin. In 1505, the Humanists sent forth a more devastating book, Epistolae Obscurorum Virorum ad Venerabilem Virum Magistrum Ortuinum Gratium, Letters of Obscure Men to the Venerable Master Ortuinus Gratius, Professor of Literature in Cologne. This is one of the major satires in literary history. It succeeded so well that an enlarged edition was published in 1516, and a continuation a year later. The authors pretended to be pious monks, admirers of Gratius and enemies of Reuchlin, and concealed themselves under grotesque pseudonyms. Nicolaus Capramulgius, or goat-milker, Johannes Pelifex, or skin-maker, Simon Wurst, or sausage, Conradus Unkebunk. In Latin made deliberately bad to imitate the monastic style, the writers complained of the ridicule heaped upon them by the poets, as the German Humanists were called. They inquired eagerly about the prosecution of Reuchlin. Meanwhile, they exposed their absurd ignorance, the grossness of their morals and their minds. They argued ridiculous questions in solemn scholastic form, quoted scripture in extenuation of obscenities, and unwittingly made fun of auricular confession, the sale of indulgences, the worship of relics, the authority of the Pope, the very themes of the Reformation. All literate Germany puzzled over the authorship of the volumes. Only later was it admitted that Crotus Rubianus of Erfurt, a disciple of Mucianus, had written most of the first edition, and Hutten most of the continuation. Roused to anger, Leo X forbade the reading or possession of the book, condemned Reuchlin, but let him off with the costs of the Speyer trial in 1520. Reuchlin, 65 and exhausted, retired into obscurity, peacefully lost in the glare of the Reform. The German humanist movement, too, disappeared in that conflagration. On one side it was fought by most of the universities. On the other, the reformers, engaged in a struggle for life, strengthened their cause with a religious faith that centered on personal salvation in the other world, and left little time for studies of classical civilization or of human amelioration here below. The German humanists themselves invited defeat by failing to advance from Greek literature to Greek philosophy, by wandering into coarse polemics or a mysticism far less mature than Eckart's. They left no major works. The grammars and dictionaries that Reuchlin hoped would be his monument more lasting than brass were soon superseded and forgotten. And yet who knows if Luther would have dared sling his David shots at Tetzel and the popes if the mind of Germany had not been in a measure freed from the ultramontane errors by the humanists. The followers of Reuchlin and Mucianus were a vigorous minority at Erfurt, where Luther studied for 4 years, and the greatest German poet of the age, nurtured in humanism, became the ardent herald of the Reformation. 7. Ulrich von Hutten. There were no giants in the German literature of this age before Luther. There was only an amazing effervescence and fertility. Poetry was written to be read aloud, and was therefore welcomed in cottage and palace. Mystery and passion plays continued to be acted, overlaying a rough piety with a strong interest in dramatic art. By 1450, the German popular drama was largely secularized. It included, even in the course of religious plays, crude and sometimes scandalous farces. Humor frolicked in the literature. Now the vicissitudes and drolleries of Till Eulenspiegel, that wandering trickster, literally owl-glass, romped through Germany, his merry pranks sparing neither layman nor priest. And in 1515 his adventures took printed form. Time and again the literature, as well as the art, showed monks and priests being dragged down to hell. Satire flourished in every literary form. The most effective satire of the time was the Narrenschiff, or Ship of Fools, of Sebastian Brandt, from 1494. No one could have expected so lively a performance from a professor of law and classical literature at Basel. Brandt imagined a fleet, he forgot it en voyage and later called it a ship, manned by fools and trying to navigate the sea of life. One fool after another struts the scene. One class after another bears the whip of the jurist's angry doggerel. Peasant, mechanic, beggar, gambler, miser, usurer, astrologer, lawyer, pedant, fop, philosopher, priest, the vanity of ambitious men, the idleness of students, the venality of tradesmen, the dishonesty of journeymen, all get their share of the blows, and Brandt reserves his respect only for the pious and orthodox Catholic who ordains his life so as to gain paradise. Beautifully printed and adorned with woodcuts that pointed each barb of the tale, the book sailed to triumph everywhere in Western Europe, through a dozen translations. Next to the Bible, it was the most widely read book of the time. Brandt laid his lash tenderly upon the clergy, but Thomas Murner, a Franciscan friar, attacked monks and priests, bishops and nuns, with satires at once sharper, coarser, and wittier than Brandt's. The priest, said Murner, is interested in money more than in religion. He coaxes every possible penny from his parishioners, then pays part of his gleanings to his bishop for permission to keep a concubine. Nuns make love clandestinely, and the one who has the most children is chosen abbess. Murner, however, agreed with Brandt in fidelity to the Church. He denounced Luther as one more fool, and in a touching poem, Von dem Untergang des christlichen Glaubens, he mourned the decline of Christian belief and the deepening chaos of the religious world. If the immense popularity of these satires revealed the scorn in which even loyal Catholics held their clergy, the still more passionate satires of Ulrich von Hutten abandoned all hope for the self-reform of the Church and called for open revolt. Born of a knightly family in Franconia, Ulrich was sent at 11 to the monastery of Fulda with the expectation that he would become a monk. After 6 years of probation, he fled in 1505 and led the life of a wandering student, composing and reciting poetry, begging his way and often shelterless, but finding means to make love to a lass who left her signature in his blood. His small body was almost consumed with fever. His left leg was often made useless by ulcers and swellings. His temper took on the irritability of an invalid, but Urban Hesse found him altogether lovable. A kindly bishop took him to Vienna, where the Humanists welcomed him, but he quarreled with them and moved on to Italy. He studied at Pavia and Bologna, shot poisoned epigrams at Pope Julius II, joined an invading German army in order to eat, and then, always in pain, made his way back to Germany. At Mainz, fortune gave him a passing smile. He wrote a panegyric on young Archbishop Albrecht and received 200 guilders, or about $5,000, in acknowledgment. Albrecht's court was now a very hive of humanists, many of them irreverent freethinkers. There Hutten began his contribution to the Epistolae Obscurorum Virorum. There he met Erasmus and was captivated by the great scholar's learning, wit, and charm. With Albrecht's guilders and aid from his relenting father, he again sought the sun of Italy, blasting at every stop the hypocritical, corrupt race of theologians and monks. From the papal capital he sent a warning to Crotus Rubianus. "Renounce your desire to see Rome, my friend. What you seek there is not to be found there any longer. You may live from plunder, commit murder and sacrilege. You may revel in lust and deny God in heaven. But if you do but bring money to Rome, you are a most respectable person. Virtue and heavenly blessings are sold here. You may even buy the privilege of sinning in future. You would then be crazy to be good. Sensible folk will be wicked." With gay irony, he dedicated to Leo X in 1517 a new edition of Valla's devastating treatise on the fictitious donation of Constantine, and assured the Pope that most of his papal predecessors had been tyrants, robbers, and extortioners, who had turned the punishments of the next world into revenue for themselves. This work came into Luther's hands and warmed his ire against the papacy. Despite the vituperative violence of many of Hutten's poems, they won him a scattered fame in Germany. Repatriating himself in 1517, he was entertained at Nuremberg by Konrad Peutinger, and at this rich scholar's suggestion Maximilian crowned Hutten poet laureate. Albrecht now took him into his diplomatic service and sent him on important missions as far afield as Paris.
When Hutten returned to Mainz in 1518, he found Germany agitated by Luther's theses on indulgences, and he must have smiled to see his own easygoing archbishop uncomfortably involved. Luther was being summoned to Augsburg to face Cardinal Cajetan and a charge of heresy. Hutten hesitated. He was attached to the archbishop emotionally and financially, but he felt in his blood the call to war. He mounted his horse and rode off to Augsburg. 8. The German Church. What actually was the condition of the German Church in the youth of Luther? This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, concluded. What actually was the condition of the German Church in the youth of Luther? One indication appeared in the readiness of high ecclesiastics to accept the criticism and critics of the Church. There were some scattered atheists whose names are lost in the censorship of time, and Erasmus mentions men amongst us who think like Epicurus that the soul dies with the body. There were skeptics among the humanists. There were mystics who denied the necessity of church or priest as intermediaries between man and God, and emphasized inward religious experience as against ceremonies and sacraments. Here and there were little pockets of Waldensians who denied the distinction between priests and laymen. And in eastern Germany there were some Hussites who called the Pope Antichrist. In Eger, two brothers, John and Leuwen of Augsburg, denounced indulgences as a hoax in 1466. Johann von Wesel, an Erfurt professor, preached predestination and election by divine grace, rejected indulgences, sacraments, and prayers to the saints, and declared, "I despise the Pope, the Church, and the councils, and I worship only Christ." He was condemned by the Inquisition, recanted, and died in prison in 1481. Wessel Gansfort, wrongly known as Johann Wessel, questioned confession, absolution, indulgences, and purgatory, made the Bible the sole rule of faith, and made faith the sole source of salvation. Here was Luther in a sentence. "If I had read his works before," said Luther in 1522, "my enemies might have thought that Luther had borrowed everything from Wessel, so great is the agreement between our spirits." Nevertheless, by and large, religion was flourishing in Germany, and the overwhelming majority of the people were orthodox and, between their sins and their cups, pious. The German family was almost a church in itself, where the mother served as catechist and the father as priest. Prayer was frequent, and books of family devotions were in every home. For those who could not read, there were picture books, Biblia Pauperum, illustrating the stories of Christ, Mary, and the saints. Pictures of the Virgin were as numerous as those of Jesus. The Rosary was recited with hopeful frequency. Jakob Sprenger, the Inquisitor, founded a fraternity for its repetition. And one German prayer was addressed to the only really popular Trinity. Glory be to the Virgin, the Father, and the Son. Some of the clergy were as religious as the people. There must have been, though their names were rarely heard above the din made by wickedness, faithful ministers of the faith to produce or sustain such widespread piety among the people. The parish priest, like as not, had a concubine or a common-law wife. But the lion-loined Germans seemed to have condoned this as an improvement upon promiscuity, and had not the popes themselves, in this lusty period, rebelled against celibacy? As for the regular clergy, those subject to a monastic regula or rule, many of their orders were now engaged in earnest self-reform. The Benedictines had settled into a half-conventual, half-worldly ease, and the Teutonic Knights continued their loose morals, martial cruelties, and territorial greed. But the Dominican, Franciscan, and Augustinian friars returned to the observance of their rules and performed many works of practical benevolence. Most zealous in this reform were the Augustinian eremites, originally anchorites or hermit monks, but later gathered into communities. They kept with apparent fidelity their monastic vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, and were learned enough to fill many chairs in German universities. It was this order that Luther chose when he decided to become a monk. The complaints against the German clergy were chiefly against the prelates, and on the score of their wealth and worldliness. Some bishops and abbots had to organize the economy and administration of great areas that had come into the possession of the Church.
They were mitred or tonsured feudal seigneurs, and not always the most lenient. These ecclesiastics behaved like men of the world rather than men of God, and it was alleged that several of them rode to provincial or federal diets with their concubines in their trains. A learned Catholic prelate and historian, Johannes Janssen, has summed up perhaps too severely the abuses of the German Church on the eve of the Reformation. The contrast of pious love and worldly greed, of godly renunciation and godless self-seeking, made itself apparent in the ranks of the clergy as well as in other classes of society. By too many among the ministers of God and religion, preaching and the care of souls were altogether neglected. Avarice, the besetting sin of the age, showed itself among the clergy of all orders and degrees, in their anxiety to increase to the utmost extent all clerical rents and incomes, taxes and perquisites. The German Church was the richest in Christendom. It was reckoned that nearly a third of the whole landed property of the country was in the hands of the Church, which made it all the more reprehensible in the ecclesiastical authorities to be always seeking to augment their possessions. In many towns, the church buildings and institutions covered the greater part of the ground. Within the sacerdotal body itself, there was also the most marked contrasts in respect of income. The lower orders of parochial clergy, whose merely nominal stipends were derived from the many precarious tithes, were often compelled by poverty, if not tempted by avarice, to work at some trade which was quite inconsistent with their position, and which exposed them to the contempt of their parishioners. The higher ecclesiastical orders, on the other hand, enjoyed abundant and superfluous wealth, which many of them had no scruples in parading in such an offensive manner as to provoke the indignation of the people, the jealousy of the upper classes, and the scorn of all serious minds. In many places complaints were loud against the mercenary abuse of sacred things, against the large and frequent sums of money sent to Rome, of annats and hush money. A bitter feeling of hatred against the Italians began gradually to gain ground, even amongst men who, like Archbishop Berthold von Henneberg, were true sons of the Holy Church. The Italians, he wrote on September 9, 1496, ought to reward the Germans for their services, and not drain the sacerdotal body with frequent extortions of gold. Germany might have forgiven the worldliness of its bishops if it could have been spared the pretensions and exactions of the popes. The rising spirit of nationalism resented the claims of the papacy to hold no emperor legitimate till papally confirmed, and to depose emperors and kings at will. Conflicts between secular and ecclesiastical authorities persisted in appointments to benefices, in overlapping jurisdiction of civil and episcopal courts, in the immunity of the clergy from nearly all civil legislation. German nobles looked with fretting concupiscence upon the rich possessions of the Church, and businessmen grieved that monasteries claiming exemption from taxation were competing with them in manufacturing and trade. The quarrel at this stage was over material concerns rather than over theological differences. Says another Catholic historian, "It was the general opinion in Germany that in the matter of taxation the Roman Curia put on the pressure to an unbearable degree. Again and again was the complaint made that chancery dues, annats, and consecration fees were unduly raised or unlawfully extended, that numerous new indulgences were published without the consent of the bishops of the country, and tithe after tithe raised for a crusade and diverted to another object. Even men devoted to the Church and the Holy See often declared that the German grievances against Rome were, from a financial point of view, for the most part only too well founded." In 1457, Martin Meyer, chancellor to Archbishop Dietrich of Mainz, addressed to Cardinal Piccolomini an angry recapitulation of the wrongs that Germany suffered from the Roman Curia. "The election of prelates is frequently postponed without cause, and benefices and dignities of all kinds are reserved for the cardinals and papal secretaries. Cardinal Piccolomini himself has been granted a general reservation in an unusual and unheard-of form in 3 German provinces. Expectancies without number are conferred, annats and other taxes are collected harshly, and no delay is granted, and it is known that more has been exacted than the sums due." An expectancy was a promise of appointment to a benefice in anticipation of the incumbent's death or removal. The postponement of appointments was often due to the rule that between the death of one bishop and the selection of his successor, the revenues of the see went to the Roman Curia. "Bishoprics have been bestowed not on the most worthy, but on the highest bidder. For the sake of amassing money, new indulgences have daily been published, and war tithes imposed without consulting the German prelates. Lawsuits that ought to have been dealt with at home have been hastily transferred to the apostolic tribunal. The Germans have been treated as if they were rich and stupid barbarians, and drained of their money by 1,000 cunning devices. For many years Germany has lain in the dust, bemoaning her poverty and her sad fate. But now her nobles have awakened as from sleep. Now they have resolved to shake off the yoke and to win back their ancient freedom. When Cardinal Piccolomini became Pius II in 1458, he defied this challenge. From Dieter von Eisenburg he demanded 20,500 guilders before confirming him as the next Archbishop of Mainz in 1459. Dieter refused to pay, charging that the sum exceeded every precedent. Pius excommunicated him, Dieter ignored the ban, and several German princes supported him. Dieter engaged a Nuremberg jurist, Gregor Heimburg, to arouse public sentiment for giving councils supremacy over the popes. Heimburg went to France to arrange concerted action against the papacy. For a time it seemed that the northern nations would throw off allegiance to Rome. But papal agents detached from the movement one after another of Dieter's allies, and Pius adopted Adolf of Nassau to replace him. The armies of the two archbishops fought a bloody war. Dieter was defeated. He addressed to the German leaders a warning that unless they stood together they would be repeatedly oppressed, and this manifesto was one of the first documents printed by Gutenberg. German discontent was not quieted by this victory of the popes. After a large sum of money had gone from Germany to Rome in the Jubilee of 1500, a diet at Augsburg demanded that part of the money should be returned to Germany. The Emperor Maximilian grumbled that the Pope drew 100 times more revenue from Germany than he himself could collect. In 1500, being at war with Pope Julius II, he directed the humanist Winfelling to draw up a list of Germany's grievances against the papacy. For a time he thought of proposing the separation of the German Church from Rome, but Winfelling dissuaded him on the ground that he could not expect persistent support from the princes. Nevertheless, all the economic developments of this age prepared for Luther. A basic diversity of material interests finally opposed the German Reformation, demanding an end to the flow of German money into Italy, to an Italian Renaissance that financed poetry and art with transalpine gold. Among the people, anti-clericalism went hand in hand with piety. A revolutionary spirit of hatred for the church and the clergy, writes the honest pastor, had taken hold of the masses in various parts of Germany. The cry of death to the priests, which had long been whispered in secret, was now the watchword of the day. So keen was this popular hostility that the Inquisition, then rising in Spain, hardly dared condemn anyone in Germany. Violent pamphlets rained assaults not so much upon the German church as upon the Roman see. Some monks and priests joined in the attack and stirred up their congregations against the luxury of the higher clergy. Pilgrims returning from the Jubilee of 1500 brought to Germany lurid, often exaggerated, stories of immoral popes, papal poisonings, cardinals' roisterings, and of a general paganism and venality. Many Germans vowed that as their ancestors had broken the power of Rome in 476, they or their children would crush that tyranny again. Others recalled the humiliation of the Emperor Henry IV by Pope Gregory VII at Canossa, and thought the time had come for revenge. In 1521, the papal nuncio Aleander, warning Leo X of an imminent uprising against the Church, said that 5 years earlier he had heard from many Germans that they were only waiting for some fool to open his mouth against Rome. 1,000 factors and influences, ecclesiastical, intellectual, emotional, economic, political, moral, were coming together after centuries of obstruction and suppression in a whirlwind that would throw Europe into the greatest upheaval since the barbarian conquest of Rome. The weakening of the papacy by the Avignon exile and the papal schism, the breakdown of monastic discipline and clerical celibacy, the luxury of prelates, the corruption of the curia, the worldly activities of the popes, the morals of Alexander VI, the wars of Julius II, the careless gaiety of Leo X, the relic-mongering and peddling of indulgences, the triumph of Islam over Christendom in the Crusades and the Turkish wars, the spreading acquaintance with non-Christian faiths, the influx of Arabic science and philosophy, the collapse of scholasticism in the irrationalism of Scotus and the skepticism of Occam, the failure of the conciliar movement to effect reform, the discovery of pagan antiquity and of America, the invention of printing, the extension of literacy and education, the translation and reading of the Bible, the newly realized contrast between the poverty and simplicity of the apostles and the ceremonious opulence of the Church, the rising wealth and economic independence of Germany and England, the growth of a middle class resentful of ecclesiastical restrictions and claims, the protests against the flow of money to Rome, the secularization of law and government, the intensification of nationalism and the strengthening of monarchies, the nationalistic influence of vernacular language and literature, the fermenting legacies of Waldenses, Wycliffe, and Hus, the mystic demand for a less ritualistic, more personal and inward and direct religion. All these were now uniting in a torrent of forces that would crack the crust of medieval custom, loosen all standards and bonds, shatter Europe into nations and sects, sweep away more and more of the supports and comforts of traditional beliefs, and perhaps mark the beginning of the end for the dominance of Christianity in the mental life of European man. This concludes the reading of The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1. This book was read by Alexander Adams. Part 2 continues the story and is available through Books on Tape service. Additional titles by Will Durant in the Books on Tape library include Our Oriental Heritage and Caesar and Christ. For additional information about them or for help with topics of related interest, please call our customer service department or check our catalog index to find review material. If you have enjoyed these tapes, you may want to consider buying this audiobook and donating it to your local library so that others in your community can enjoy it too. The donation will qualify as a tax write-off. Books on Tape produces many new unabridged audiobook titles each month. To find out more about them or to arrange a library donation or to speed your next title to you without delay, call our customer service department.
We hope you enjoyed this reading. Please continue listening to sample another Books on Tape bestseller.
Pax Britannica by Jan Morris. Copyright 1968 by Jan Morris. This recording of the full-length reading of Pax Britannica was published by arrangement with the author and IMG Julian Bach Literary Agency, and was produced in 1996 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. This book is read by David Case. Pax Britannica by Jan Morris. This book consists of 27 chapters and is 527 pages long. The book Pax Britannica bears a subtitle, The Climax of an Empire, and is dedicated For Tom Morris, Tea-Time Imperialist. Chapter 1. The Heirs of Rome. But hush, the nations come from overseas, attend with trumpets blown and flags unfurled, to swell thy jubilee of jubilees, heart of the world. Cosmo Monkhouse, Punch, June the 26th, 1897. Before she set out on her Diamond Jubilee procession on the morning of June the 22nd, 1897, Queen Victoria of England went to the telegraph room at Buckingham Palace, wearing a dress of black moire with panels of pigeon grey, embroidered all over with silver roses, shamrocks, and thistles. It was a few minutes after 11 o'clock. She pressed an electric button. An impulse was transmitted to the Central Telegraph Office in St. Martin's-le-Grand. In a matter of seconds, her Jubilee message was on its way to every corner of her empire. It was the largest empire in the history of the world, comprising nearly a quarter of the land mass of the earth and a quarter of its population. Victoria herself was a queen empress of such aged majesty that some of her simpler subjects considered her divine and slaughtered propitiatory goats before her image. The 60th anniversary of her accession to the throne was being celebrated as a festival of imperial strength, splendor, and unity, a mammoth exhibition of power in a capital that loved things to be colossal. Yet the Queen's message was simple. From my heart I thank my beloved people. May God bless them. And the technicians at St. Martin's-le-Grand later reported that the royal dot on the Morse paper at their end was followed by a couple of unexpected clicks, indicating, they thought, a certain amount of nervousness on the part of the aged sovereign at that supreme moment in her illustrious career. 2. The crowds outside waited in proud excitement. They were citizens of a kingdom which, particularly in its own estimation, was of unique consequence in the world. The 19th century had been preeminently Britain's century, and the British saw themselves still as top dogs. Ever since the triumphant conclusion of the Napoleonic Wars, they had seemed to be arbiters of the world's affairs, righting a balance here, dismissing a potentate there, ringing the earth with railways and submarine cables, lending money everywhere, peopling the empty places with men of the British stock, grandly revenging wrongs, converting pagans, discovering unknown lakes, setting up dynasties, emancipating slaves, winning wars, putting down mutinies, keeping Turks in their place, and building bigger and faster battleships. By June 1897, all this vigour and self-esteem, all this famous history, had been fused into an explosive emotional force. The nation had been carried away by the enthusiasm known as the New Imperialism, an expansionist, sensational concept of empire which exactly fitted the spirit of the 90s. It was an era of dazzle and innovation, a time of heightened responses, a quickened time, with a taste for things bizarre and overstimulating, and a sense of history on the turn. This was fin de siècle at last, and the very French phrase carried undertones of excitement, suggestions of racing pulse and melodrama. Out of this inflamed setting the new imperialism started. The empire had been growing steadily throughout the century, generally without much public excitement, but since the 1870s it had expanded so violently that the statistics and reference books could scarcely keep up, and were full of addenda and hasty footnotes. Recalled now from the grand junction of the Jubilee, the separate lines of the Victorian stories seem to have been leading the British inexorably towards the suzerainty of the world. The methodical distribution of their systems, their values, their power, and their stock across the continents. Their empire, hitherto seen as a fairly haphazard accretion of possessions, now appeared to be settling into some gigantic pattern, and like gamblers on a lucky streak, they felt that their power was self-engendering, that they were riding a wave of destiny, sweeping them on to fulfillment. The new imperialism was the one certain political winner of the day. With its help, the Conservatives and their liberal unionist allies had won the 1895 general election so completely that they seemed destined to stay in office for decades to come. Supremacy, dominion, authority, size were the watchwords of the time. Social progress rarely cropped up in the literature of the Jubilee, and even the arts had mostly succumbed to the national taste for elaborate grandeur, expressing themselves in mass choirs and enormous set-pieces. All was summed up in that splurge of red across the map, and was now deliberately commemorated in the pageantries of the Diamond Jubilee, the first Pan-Britannic festival, the Times called it. 3. Many and varied energies had swept the British to this meridian. Impulses shoddy and honourable, pagan and pious, had turned them into imperialists, a word which had itself shifted its value from the dubiously pejorative to the almost unarguably proper. First, there was simply the wealth, vigour, and inventiveness of Victorian Britain, a dynamic state in an age of excitement, capital looking for markets, vitality looking for opportunity, success looking for new fields. Then a succession of disparate prophets, from Jeremy Bentham and Tennyson to Disraeli and Cardinal Newman, had excited the instincts of the people for space, power, and sacramental dazzle. Darwin, a half-understood household sage, seemed to have demonstrated that some races, like some animals, were more efficiently evolved than others, and had a right to leadership and possession. The evangelical movement had drawn attention to the plight of the ignorant heathen of the tropics, only awaiting redemption, educating the natives of Barrio Bulaga, as Mrs. Jellyby expressed it, on the left bank of the Niger. Among the gentry, Dr. Arnold and his reformers of the public schools had implanted concepts of privileged service that led logically to the idea of a new Rome. Among the masses, popular education had opened a generation's eyes to the thrill of the world outside, contrasting so compellingly with the drabness of the new industrial cities at home. The new penny press, led by the brilliantly boastful Daily Mail, the embodiment and mouthpiece of the imperial idea, assiduously fanned the aggressive patriotism of the people. The more blustering sort of Britain reacted violently to the yellow book decadence of the intellectuals, whose notions seemed the very antithesis of Nelson, the pound sterling, and the charge of the Light Brigade. Politically, the Liberals were in eclipse, and Gladstone's voice, the voice of the English conscience, was silent. Gladstone, whose family fortunes were founded on the Indian and Caribbean trades, remained vehemently anti-imperialist, and at 87 took no part in the Jubilee events. He thought the Queen ought to celebrate the occasion by abdicating. He died in the following year. The perennial discontent of the Irish, a squalid constant of English politics, had hardened rather than weakened the British will to rule, and that summer Kitchener was gloriously revenging the death of Gordon 12 years before, with his imperial armies in the Sudan. The British, who theoretically ruled the Sudan in the name of Egypt, had decided in 1883 to withdraw the Egyptian garrisons from the country in the face of a rebellion led by a Muslim prophet known as the Mahdi. For this task they chose Charles Gordon, then 50 years old, and already a national hero, who had made his name in China and had served in the Sudan before. Having successfully organized the withdrawal of the garrisons, Gordon himself held on in Khartoum, against orders, until in 1885 the city fell and he was killed. A British relief expedition reached the city too late, and Gordon was virtually canonized in England as the archetypical Christian soldier. Kitchener's expedition to reconquer the Sudan had started south from Egypt in 1896. To the innocent public, everything seemed to be going right. The monarchy was more popular than ever. The prestige of the Royal Navy had reached an almost mystical plane. The spectacle of other peoples coalescing in powerful federations, in Germany, in Italy, in America, made the British wonder if they might not also combine their scattered communities all over the world into an unapproachable superstate. Jingo imperialism was intoxicating fodder for the newly enfranchised working classes, and the conservative unionist government was dominated by imperialists of complementary styles. Lord Salisbury, the Prime Minister, stroking the surface of affairs with his patrician and scholarly hand; Joseph Chamberlain, the Colonial Secretary, an expansionist of the new kind, impulsive and insatiable, who had even gone so far as to install electric light in the Colonial Office. It all went with an almost frantic gusto, like universal craze. Among the better informed, doubts also played their part. Complete though British supremacy might appear to be, the era of splendid isolation was ending. New rivalries abroad seemed to compel the British towards an imperial rather than an insular sufficiency. The rise of Germany was apparently forcing Britain out of Europe, while Bismarck's bid for German colonies in Africa and the Pacific had transformed the leisurely old habits of empire-building into urgent power politics. There were technical challenges from Germany too, commercial challenges from America, and standing political challenges from the Russians and the French. Britain's essential vulnerability, with her extended colonial frontiers, her dependence upon imported food, her excess of population, and her smallness, the basic fragility of the British position in the world, goaded her into imperialism. European reactions to the fiasco of the Jameson raid had brought home to the British how bitterly they were envied and disliked on the continent. The Boer Republic of the Transvaal in South Africa was only theoretically subject to British suzerainty, but its gold reefs on the Rand were being exploited by a predominantly British community, whose members, known as Outlanders, were allowed no political rights. In 1896, Cecil Rhodes, Prime Minister of the Cape Colony and a diamond millionaire, had given his sanction to a plot designed to seize the Transvaal for the Empire. His lieutenant, Leander Starr Jameson, led a raid into the Republic intended to coincide with the rising of Outlanders in Johannesburg. But the rising did not take place, and Jameson's posse was ignominiously captured by the Boers, the Kaiser sending a congratulatory telegram to President Kruger of the Transvaal. In the summer of 1897, a select committee of the House of Commons was inquiring into the circumstances of the raid. Britain's industrial lead was still absolute, but it was lessening each year. Both the Germans and the French were building powerful new navies. There was a subconscious feeling, perhaps, that British ascendancy could not last much longer, and must therefore be propped up with pomp and ceremony. Pax Britannica by Jan Morris.
This concludes our program on this cassette. Please call Books on Tape Incorporated for information about it or any title we have recorded. Please wind the cassette forward to its end so it will be in order for the next listener. Thank you.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 2. Copyright 1957 by Will Durant. Copyright renewed 1985 by Ethel B. Durant. This recording of the full-length reading of The Reformation, Part 2, was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mile, Trustee, Ethel B. Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mile, and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1997 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 2. This part consists of chapters 16 through 28. Book 2, The Religious Revolution, 1517 to 1564. Chapter 16, Luther, The Reformation in Germany, 1517 to 1524. 1. Tetzel. On March 15, 1517, Pope Leo X promulgated the most famous of all indulgences. It was a pity, yet just, that the Reformation should strike during a pontificate that gathered into Rome so many of the fruits and so much of the spirit of the Renaissance. Leo, son of Lorenzo the Magnificent, was now head of the Medici family, which had nourished the Renaissance in Florence. He was a scholar, a poet, and a gentleman, kindly and generous, in love with classical literature and delicate art. His morals were good in an immoral milieu. His nature inclined to a gaiety pleasant and legitimate, which set an example of happiness for a city that a century before had been destitute and desolate. All his faults were superficial, except his superficiality. He made too little distinction between the good of his family and that of the Church, and wasted the funds of the papacy on questionable poets and wars. He was normally tolerant, enjoyed the satire directed against ecclesiastics in Erasmus's Praise of Folly, and practiced, with occasional lapses, the unwritten agreement by which the Renaissance Church accorded considerable freedom to philosophers, poets, and scholars who addressed themselves, usually in Latin, to the educated minority, but who left the irreplaceable faith of the masses undisturbed. The son of a banker, Leo was accustomed to spending money readily and chiefly on others. He inherited full papal coffers from Julius II and emptied them before he died. Perhaps he did not care much for the massive basilica that Julius had planned and begun, but the old St. Peter's was beyond repair. Immense sums had been poured into the new one, and it would be a disgrace to the Church to let that majestic enterprise abort. Possibly with some reluctance, he offered the indulgence of 1517 to all who would contribute to the cost of completing the great shrine. The rulers of England, Germany, France, and Spain protested that their countries were being drained of wealth, their national economies were being disturbed by repeated campaigns for luring money to Rome. Where kings were powerful, Leo was considerate. He agreed that Henry VIII should keep a fourth of the proceeds in England. He advanced a loan of 175,000 ducats to King Charles I, the later Emperor Charles V, against expected collections in Spain, and Francis I was to retain part of the sum raised in France. Germany received less favored treatment, having no strong monarchy to bargain with the Pope.
However, the Emperor Maximilian was allotted a modest 3,000 florins from the receipts, and the Fuggers were to take from the collections the 20,000 florins that they had loaned to Albrecht of Brandenburg to pay the Pope for his confirmation as Archbishop of Mainz. Unfortunately, that city had lost 3 archbishops in 10 years, between 1504 and 1514, and had twice paid heavy confirmation fees. To spare it from paying a third time, Albrecht borrowed. Now Leo agreed that the young prelate should manage the distribution of the indulgence in Magdeburg and Halberstadt as well as in Mainz. An agent of the Fuggers accompanied each of Albrecht's preachers, checked expenses and receipts, and kept one of the keys to the strongbox that held the funds. Albrecht's principal agent was Johann Tetzel, a Dominican friar who had acquired skill and reputation as a money-raiser. Since 1500 his main occupation had been in disposing of indulgences. Usually on these missions he received the aid of the local clergy. When he entered a town, a procession of priests, magistrates, and pious laity welcomed him with banners, candles, and song, and bore the bull of indulgence aloft on a velvet or golden cushion, while church bells pealed and organs played. So propped, Tetzel offered, in an impressive formula, a plenary indulgence to those who would penitently confess their sins and contribute according to their means to the building of a new St. Peter's. May our Lord Jesus Christ have mercy on thee, and absolve thee by the merits of his most holy passion, and I, by his authority, that of his blessed apostles Peter and Paul, and of the most holy Pope, granted and committed to me in these parts, do absolve thee, first from all ecclesiastical censures, in whatever manner they may have been incurred, and then from all thy sins, transgressions, and excesses, how enormous soever they may be, even from such as are reserved for the cognizance of the Holy See. And as far as the keys of the Holy Church extend, I remit to you all punishment which you deserve in purgatory on their account, and I restore you to the holy sacraments of the Church, and to that innocence and purity which you possessed at baptism, so that when you die the gates of punishment shall be shut, and the gates of the paradise of delight shall be opened. And if you shall not die at present, this grace shall remain in full force when you are at the point of death. In the name of Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. This splendid bargain for a believer was in harmony with the official conception of indulgences for the living. Tetzel was again within the letter of his archiepiscopal instructions when he dispensed with preliminary confession if the contributor applied the indulgence to a soul in purgatory. Says a Catholic historian, "There is no doubt that Tetzel did, according to what he considered his authoritative instructions, proclaim as Christian doctrine that nothing but an offering of money was required to gain the indulgence for the dead, without there being any question of contrition or confession. He also taught, in accordance with the opinion then held, that an indulgence could be applied to any given soul with unfailing effect. Starting from this assumption, there is no doubt that his doctrine was virtually that of the drastic proverb, 'As soon as the money in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory's fire springs.' The papal bull of indulgence gave no sanction whatever to this proposition. It was a vague scholastic opinion, not any doctrine of the Church. Myconius, the Franciscan friar, perhaps hostile to the Dominicans, heard Tetzel perform, and reported, for this year 1517, "It is what this ignorant monk said and preached. He gave sealed letters stating that even the sins which a man was intending to commit would be forgiven. The Pope, he said, had more power than all the apostles, all the angels and saints, more even than the Virgin Mary herself, for these were all subject to Christ, but the Pope was equal to Christ." This is probably an exaggeration, but that such a description could be given by an eyewitness suggests the antipathy that Tetzel aroused. A like hostility appears in the rumor mentioned skeptically by Luther, which quoted Tetzel as having said at Halle that even if per impossibile a man had violated the Mother of God, the indulgence would wipe away his sin. Tetzel obtained certificates from civil and ecclesiastical authorities at Halle that they had never heard the story. He was an enthusiastic salesman, but not quite conscienceless. He would have escaped history had not he approached too closely to the lands of Frederick the Wise, Elector of Saxony. Frederick was a pious and provident ruler. He had no theoretical objection to indulgences. He had gathered 19,000 saintly relics into his castle church at Wittenberg, and had arranged to have an indulgence attached to their veneration. He had procured another indulgence for contributors to the building of a bridge at Torgau, and had engaged Tetzel to advertise the benefits of that pontifical indulgence. However, he had withheld from Pope Alexander VI in 1501 the sum raised in electoral Saxony by an indulgence for donations to a crusade against the Turks. He would release the money, he said, when the crusade materialized. It did not. Frederick the Wise kept the funds and applied them to the University of Wittenberg. Now, moved by reluctance to let Coin of Saxony emigrate, and perhaps by reports of Tetzel's hyperboles, he forbade the preaching of the 1517 indulgence in his territory. But Tetzel came so close to the frontiers that people in Wittenberg crossed the border to obtain the indulgence. Several purchasers brought these papal letters to Martin Luther, professor of theology in the university, and asked him to attest their efficacy. He refused. The refusal came to Tetzel's ears. He denounced Luther and became immortal. He had underestimated the pugnacity of the professor. Luther quickly composed in Latin 95 theses, which he entitled Disputatio pro declaratione virtutis indulgentiarum, disputation for clarification of the power of indulgences. He did not consider his propositions heretical, nor were they indubitably so. He was still a fervent Catholic who had no thought of upsetting the Church. His purpose was to refute the extravagant claims made for indulgences and to correct the abuses that had developed in their distribution. He felt that the facile issuance and mercenary dissemination of indulgences had weakened the contrition that sin should arouse, had indeed made sin a trivial matter to be amicably adjusted over a bargain counter with a peddler of pardons. He did not yet deny the papal power of the keys to forgive sins. He conceded the authority of the Pope to absolve the confessing penitent from the terrestrial penalties imposed by churchmen. But in Luther's view, the power of the Pope to free souls from purgatory, or to lessen their term of punishment there, depended not on the power of the keys, which did not reach beyond the grave, but on the intercessory influence of papal prayers, which might or might not be heard. Theses 20-22. Moreover, Luther argued, all Christians shared automatically in the treasury of merits earned by Christ and the saints, even without the grant of such a share by a papal letter of indulgence. He exonerated the popes from responsibility for the excesses of the preachers, but slyly added, this unbridled preaching of pardons makes it no easy matter even for learned men to rescue the reverence due the Pope from the shrewd questionings of the laity, to wit, why does not the Pope empty purgatory for the sake of holy love and of the dire need of the souls that are there, if he redeems a number of souls for the sake of miserable money with which to build a church? Theses 81 and 82. At noon on October 31st, 1517, Luther affixed his theses to the main door of the castle church of Wittenberg. Annually, on November 1st, All Saints' Day, the relics collected by the elector were displayed there, and a large crowd could be expected. The practice of publicly announcing theses, which the proponent offered to defend against all challengers, was an old custom in medieval universities, and the door that Luther used for his proclamation had been regularly employed as an academic bulletin board. To the theses he prefixed an amiable invitation. Out of love for the faith and the desire to bring it to light, the following propositions will be discussed at Wittenberg under the chairmanship of the Reverend Father Martin Luther, Master of Arts and Sacred Theology, and lecturer in ordinary on the same at that place. Wherefore he requests that those who are unable to be present and debate orally with us may do so by letter. To make sure that the theses would be widely understood, Luther had a German translation circulated among the people. With characteristic audacity, he sent a copy of the theses to Archbishop Albrecht of Mainz. Courteously, piously, unwittingly, the Reformation had begun. 2. The Genesis of Luther. What circumstances of heredity and environment had molded an obscure monk in a town of 3,000 souls into the David of the religious revolution? His father Hans was a stern, rugged, irascible anti-clerical. His mother was a timid, modest woman much given to prayer. Both were frugal and industrious. Hans was a peasant at Mura, then a miner at Mansfeld. But Martin was born at Eisleben on November 10, 1483. 6 other children followed. Hans and Greta believed in the rod as a magic wand for producing righteousness. Once, says Martin, his father beat him so assiduously that for a long time they were open enemies. On another occasion, for stealing a nut, his mother thrashed him till the blood flowed. Martin later thought that the severe and harsh life I led with them was the reason that I afterward took refuge in the cloister and became a monk. The picture of deity which his parents transmitted to him reflected their own mood. a hard father and strict judge, exacting a joyless virtue, demanding constant propitiation, and finally damning most of mankind to everlasting hell. Both parents believed in witches, elves, angels, and demons of many kinds and specialties, and Martin carried most of these superstitions with him to the end. A religion of terror in a home of rigorous discipline shared in forming Luther's youth and creed. At school in Mansfeld there were more rods and much catechism. Martin was flogged 15 times in one day for misdeclining a noun. At 13 he was advanced to a secondary school kept by a religious brotherhood at Magdeburg. At 14 he was transferred to the school of St. George at Eisenach, and had 3 relatively happy years lodging in the comfortable home of Frau Cotta. Luther never forgot her remark that there was nothing on earth more precious to a man than the love of a good woman. It was a boon that he took 42 years to win. In this healthier atmosphere he developed the natural charm of youth, healthy, cheerful, sociable, frank. He sang well and played the lute. In 1501 his prospering father sent him to the university at Erfurt. The curriculum centered around theology and philosophy, which was still scholastic, but Occam's nominalism had triumphed there, and presumably Luther noted Occam's doctrine that popes and councils could err. He found scholasticism in any form so disagreeable that he complimented a friend on not having to learn the dung that was offered as philosophy. There were some mild humanists at Erfurt. He was very slightly influenced by them. They did not care for him when they found him in earnest about the other world. He learned a little Greek and less Hebrew, but he read the major Latin classics. In 1505 he received the degree of Master of Arts. His proud father sent him, as a graduation present, an expensive edition of the Corpus Juris, and rejoiced when his son entered upon the study of law. Suddenly, after 2 months of such study, and to his father's dismay, the youth of 22 decided to become a monk. The decision expressed a contradiction in his character. Vigorous to the point of sensuality, visibly framed for a life of normal instincts, and yet infused by home and school with the conviction that man is by nature sinful, and that sin is an offense against an omnipotent and punishing God, he had never in thought or conduct reconciled his natural impulses with his acquired beliefs. Passing presumably through the usual erotic experiments and fantasies of adolescence, he could not take these as stages of development, but viewed them as the operations of a Satan dedicated to snaring souls into irrevocable damnation. The conception of God that had been given him contained hardly any element of tenderness. The consoling figure of Mary had little place in that theology of fear, and Jesus was not the loving son who could refuse nothing to his mother. He was the Jesus of the Last Judgment so often pictured in the churches, the Christ who had threatened sinners with everlasting fire. The recurrent thought of hell darkened a mind too intensely religious to forget it in the zest and current of life. One day, as he was returning from his father's house to Erfurt, in July of 1505, he encountered a frightful storm. Lightning flashed about him and struck a nearby tree. It seemed to Luther a warning from God that unless he gave his thoughts to salvation, death would surprise him unshriven and damned. Where could he live a life of saving devotion? Only where 4 walls would exclude or ascetic discipline would overcome the world, the flesh, and the devil. Only in a monastery. He made a vow to St. Anne that if he survived that storm, he would become a monk. There were 20 cloisters in Erfurt. He chose one known for faithful observance of monastic rules, that of the Augustinian Eremites. He called his friends together, drank and sang with them for what he told them was the last time, and on the morrow he was received as a novice in a monastery cell. He performed the lowliest duties with a proud humility. He recited prayers in self-hypnotizing repetition. He froze in an unheated cubicle. He fasted and scourged himself in the hope of exorcising devils from his body. I was a pious monk, and so strictly observed the rules of my order that if ever a monk got into heaven by monkery, so should I also have gotten there. If it had lasted longer, I should have tortured myself to death with watching, praying, reading, and other work. On one occasion, when he had not been seen for several days, friends broke into his cell and found him lying senseless on the ground. They had brought a lute. One played it. He revived and thanked them. In September 1506 he took the irrevocable vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, and in May 1507 he was ordained a priest. His fellow friars gave him friendly counsel. One assured him that the passion of Christ had atoned for the sinful nature of man, and had opened to redeemed man the gates of paradise. Luther's reading of the German mystics, especially of Tauler, gave him hope of bridging the awful gap between a naturally sinful soul and a righteous omnipotent God. Then a treatise by John Hus fell into his hands, and doctrinal doubts were added to his spiritual turmoil. He wondered why a man who could write so Christianly and so powerfully had been burned. I shut the book and turned away with a wounded heart. Johann von Staupitz, provincial vicar of the Augustinian Eremites, took a fatherly interest in the troubled friar, and bade him replace asceticism with careful reading of the Bible and St. Augustine. The monks expressed their solicitude by giving him a Latin Bible, then a rare possession for an individual. One day in 1508 or 1509, he was struck by a sentence in St. Paul's Epistle to the Romans, chapter 1, verse 17, "The just shall live by faith." Slowly these words led him to the doctrine that man can be justified, that is, made just and therefore saved from hell, not by good works, which could never suffice to atone for sins against an infinite deity, but only by complete faith in Christ and in his atonement for mankind. In Augustine, Luther found another idea that perhaps renewed his terror, predestination, that God, even before the creation, had forever destined some souls to salvation, the rest to hell, and that the elect had been chosen by God's free will to be saved by the divine sacrifice of Christ. From that consistent absurdity he fled back again to his basic hope of salvation by faith. In 1508, by the recommendation of Staupitz, he was transferred to an Augustinian monastery at Wittenberg, and to the post of instructor in logic and physics, then professor of theology in the university. Wittenberg was the northern capital, seldom the residence, of Frederick the Wise. The contemporary pronounced it a poor, insignificant town with little, old, ugly wooden houses. Luther described the inhabitants as beyond measure drunken, rude, and given to reveling. They had the reputation of being the amplest drinkers in Saxony, which was rated the most drunken province of Germany. 1 mile to the east, said Luther, civilization ended and barbarism began. Here, for the most part, he remained to the close of his days. He must have become by this time an exemplary monk, for in October 1510 he and a fellow friar were sent to Rome on some obscure mission for the Augustinian Eremites. His first reaction on sighting the city was one of pious awe. He prostrated himself, raised his hands, and cried, "Hail to thee, O holy Rome!" He went through all the devotions of a pilgrim, bowed reverently before saintly relics, climbed the Scala Santa on his knees, visited a score of churches, and earned so many indulgences that he almost wished his parents were dead so that he might deliver them from purgatory. He explored the Roman Forum, but was apparently unmoved by the Renaissance art with which Raphael, Michelangelo, and 100 others were beginning to adorn the capital. For many years after this trip he made no extant comment on the worldliness of the Roman clergy or the immorality then popular in the Holy City. 10 years later, however, and still more in the sometimes imaginative reminiscences of his table talk in old age, he described the Rome of 1510 as an abomination, the popes as worse than pagan emperors, and the papal court as being served at supper by 12 naked girls. Very probably he had no entry to the higher ecclesiastical circles, and had no direct knowledge of their unquestionably easy morality. After his return to Wittenberg in February of 1511, he was rapidly advanced in the pedagogical scale, and was made provincial vicar-general of his order. He gave courses in the Bible, preached regularly in the parish church, and carried on the work of his office with industry and devotion. Says a distinguished Catholic scholar, his official letters breathe a deep solicitude for the wavering, a gentle sympathy for the fallen. They show profound touches of religious feeling and rare practical sense, though not unmarred with counsels that have unorthodox tendencies. The plague which afflicted Wittenberg in 1516 found him courageously at his post, which, in spite of the concern of his friends, he would not abandon. Slowly, during these years, 1512 to 1517, his religious ideas moved away from the official doctrines of the Church. He began to speak of our theology in contrast with that which was taught at Erfurt. In 1515 he ascribed the corruption of the world to the clergy, who delivered to the people too many maxims and fables of human invention, and not the scriptural word of God. In 1516 he discovered an anonymous German manuscript, whose mystic piety so supported his own view of the utter dependence of the soul for salvation on divine grace that he edited and published it as Theologia Germanica, or Deutsche Theologia. He blamed the preachers of indulgences for taking advantage of the simplicity of the poor. In private correspondence, he began to identify the Antichrist of John's first epistle with the Pope. In July 1517, invited by Duke George of Albertine Saxony to preach in Dresden, he argued that the mere acceptance of the merits of Christ assured the believer's salvation. The Duke complained that such stress on faith rather than virtue would only make the people presumptuous and mutinous. 3 months later, the reckless friar challenged the world to debate the 95 theses that he had posted on Wittenberg Church. 3. The Revolution takes form. Cranach's woodcut of 1520 may reasonably suggest the Luther of 1517, a tonsured monk of middle stature, temporarily slender, with large eyes of serious intent, larger nose and resolute chin, a face not pugnaciously but quietly announcing courage and character. Yet it was honest anger rather than jejune audacity that wrote the theses. The local bishop saw nothing heretical in them, but mildly advised Luther to write no more on the subject for a while. The author himself was at first dismayed by the furor he had aroused. In May 1518 he told Staupitz that his real ambition was to lead a life of quiet retirement. He deceived himself. He relished battle. The theses became the talk of literate Germany. Thousands had waited for such a protest, and the pent-up anti-clericalism of generations thrilled at having found a voice. The sale of indulgences declined, but many champions rose to meet the challenge. Tetzel himself, with some professional aid, replied in 106 antitheses in December of 1517. He made no concessions or apologies, but gave at times an uncompromising, even dogmatic sanction to mere theological opinions that were hardly consonant with the most accurate scholarship. When this publication reached Wittenberg, a hawker offering it for sale was mobbed by university students, and his stock of 800 copies was burned in the market square, a proceeding of which Luther joyously disapproved. He answered Tetzel in A Sermon on Indulgences and Grace, concluding with characteristic defiance. If I am called a heretic by those whose purses will suffer for my truths, I care not much for their brawling. For only those say this whose dark understanding has never known the Bible. Jakob von Hoogstraten of Cologne thundered invectives against Luther and suggested burning him at the stake. Johann Eck, vice-chancellor of the University of Ingolstadt, issued a pamphlet, Obleshi, in March of 1518, which charged Luther with disseminating Bohemian poison, the heresies of Hus, and subverting all ecclesiastical order. In Rome, Sylvester Prierius, papal censor of literature, published a dialogue maintaining the absolute supremacy of the Pope in terms not altogether free from exaggeration, especially stretching his theory to an unwarrantable point in dealing with indulgences. Luther countered in a Latin brochure, Resolutiones, in April of 1518, copies of which he sent to his local bishop and to the Pope, in both cases with assurances of orthodoxy and submission. The text spoke quite handsomely of Leo X. Although there are in the Church both very learned and very holy men, it is nevertheless the infelicity of our age that even they cannot succor the Church. Now at last we have a most excellent pontiff, Leo X, whose integrity and learning are a delight to all good men's ears. But what can that most benign of men do alone in so great a confusion of affairs, worthy as he is to reign in better times? In this age we are worthy only of such popes as Julius II and Alexander VI. Rome herself, yea, Rome most of all, now laughs at good men. In what part of the Christian world do men more freely make a mock of the best bishops than in Rome, the true Babylon? To Leo directly he professed an unwonted humility. Most blessed Father, I offer myself prostrate at the feet of your holiness with all that I am and have. Quicken, slay, call, recall, approve, reprove, as may seem to you good. I will acknowledge your voice as the voice of Christ, residing and speaking in you. If I have deserved death, I will not refuse to die. However, as Leo's advisers noted, the Resolutiones affirmed the superiority of an ecumenical council to the Pope, spoke slightingly of relics and pilgrimages, denied the surplus merits of the saints, and rejected all additions made by the popes in the last 3 centuries to the theory and practice of indulgences. As these were a prime source of papal revenue, and Leo was at his wits' end to finance his philanthropies, amusements, and wars, as well as the administration and building program of the Church, The harassed pontiff, who at first brushed the dispute aside as a passing fracas among monks, now took the matter in hand and summoned Luther to Rome on July 7th, 1518. Luther faced a critical decision. Even if the most genial of popes should treat him leniently, he might find himself politely silenced and buried in a Roman monastery, to be soon forgotten by those who now applauded him. He wrote to Georg Spalatin, chaplain to Elector Frederick, suggesting that German princes should protect their citizens from compulsory extradition to Italy. The elector agreed. He had a high regard for Luther, who had made the University of Wittenberg prosper, and besides, Emperor Max, seeing in Luther a possible card to play in diplomatic contests with Rome, advised the elector to take good care of that monk. At this very time the emperor had summoned an imperial diet to meet at Augsburg to consider the pope's request that it should tax Germany to help finance a new crusade against the Turks. The clergy, Leo proposed, should pay a tenth, the laity a twelfth, of their income, and every 50 householders should furnish one man. The Diet refused. On the contrary, it firmly restated the grievances that were providing the background of Luther's success. It pointed out to the papal legate that Germany had often taxed herself for crusades, only to see the funds used for other papal purposes, that the people would vigorously oppose any further remission of money to Italy, that the annats, confirmation fees, and costs of canonical litigation referred to Rome were already an intolerable burden, and that German benefices were given as plums to Italian priests. So bold a rejection of papal requests, said one delegate, had never been known in German history. Noting the spirit of rebellion among the princes, Maximilian wrote to Rome advising caution in the treatment of Luther, but promising cooperation in suppressing heresy. Leo was disposed or compelled to lenience. Indeed, a Protestant historian has ascribed the triumph of the Reformation to the moderation of the Pope. He put aside the order for Luther's appearance in Rome. Instead, he bade him present himself at Augsburg before Cardinal Cajetan and answer charges of indiscipline and heresy. He instructed his legate to offer Luther full pardon and future dignities if he would recant and submit. Otherwise, the secular authority should be asked to send him to Rome. About the same time, Leo announced his intention of presenting to Frederick an honor that the pious elector had long coveted, that golden rose which the popes bestowed upon secular rulers whom they wished to signalize with their highest favor. Probably Leo now offered to support Frederick as successor to the imperial crown. Armed with an imperial safe-conduct, Luther met Cajetan at Augsburg from October 12th to October 14th, 1518. The cardinal was a man of great theological learning and exemplary life, but he misread his function to be that of judge, not diplomat. As he saw the matter, it was primarily a question of ecclesiastical discipline and order. Should a monk be allowed to criticize publicly his superiors, to whom he had vowed obedience, and to advocate views condemned by the Church? Refusing to discuss the right or wrong of Luther's statements, he demanded a retraction and a pledge never again to disturb the peace of the Church. Each lost patience with the other. Luther returned impenitent to Wittenberg. Cajetan asked Frederick to send him to Rome. Frederick refused. Luther wrote a spirited account of the interviews, which was circulated throughout Germany. In forwarding it to his friend Wenzel Link, he added, "I send you my trifling work that you may see whether I am not right in supposing that, according to Paul, the real Antichrist holds sway over the Roman court. I think he is worse than any Turk." In a milder letter to Duke George, he asked that a common reformation should be undertaken of the spiritual and temporal estates, his first known use of the word that was to give his rebellion its historic name. Leo continued his efforts for conciliation. By a bull of November 9th, 1518, he repudiated many of the extreme claims for indulgences. These forgave neither sins nor guilt, but only those earthly penalties that the Church, not secular rulers, had imposed. As to releasing souls from purgatory, the power of the Pope was limited to his prayers, beseeching God to apply to a dead soul the surplus merits of Christ and the saints. On November 28th, Luther issued an appeal from the judgment of the Pope to that of a general council. In that same month, Leo commissioned Karl von Miltitz, a young Saxon nobleman in minor orders in Rome, to take the golden rose to Frederick, and also to make a quiet effort to bring Luther, that child of Satan, back to obedience. On reaching Germany, Miltitz was astonished to find half the country openly hostile to the Roman See. Among his own friends in Augsburg and Nuremberg, 3 out of 5 were for Luther.
In Saxony, anti-papal feeling ran so strong that he divested himself of all indications that he was a papal commissioner. When he met Luther at Altenburg on January 3, 1519, he found him more open to reason than to fear. Probably at this stage Luther was sincerely anxious to preserve the unity of Western Christendom. He made generous concessions: to observe silence if his opponents would do likewise, to write a letter of submission to the Pope, to acknowledge publicly the propriety of prayers to the saints, the reality of purgatory, and the usefulness of indulgences in remitting canonical penances, and to recommend to the people a peaceful allegiance to the Church. Meanwhile, the details of the controversy were to be submitted for adjudication to some German bishop acceptable to both parties. Well pleased, Miltitz went to Leipzig, summoned Tetzel, reproved him for excesses, accused him of mendacity and embezzlement, and dismissed him. Tetzel retired to his monastery and died soon afterward on August 11, 1519. On his deathbed he received a kindly letter from Luther, assuring him that the indulgence sale was only an occasion, not a cause of the disturbance, that the affair had not been begun on that account, but that the child had quite another father. On March 3rd, Luther wrote to the Pope a letter of complete submission. Leo replied in a friendly spirit on March 29th, inviting him to come to Rome to make his confession and offering him money for the journey. However, with consistent inconsistency, Luther had written to Spalatin on March 13th, "I am at a loss to know whether the Pope is Antichrist or his apostle." Under the circumstances, he thought it safer to stay in Wittenberg. There, the faculty, students, and citizens were predominantly friendly to his cause. He was especially happy to receive the support of a brilliant young humanist and theologian, whom the elector had appointed in 1518, at the age of 21, to teach Greek at the university. Philip Schwarzert, or Black Earth, had had his name Hellenized as Melanchthon by his great-uncle Reuchlin. A man of small stature, frail physique, halting gait, homely features, lofty brow, and timid eyes, this intellectual of the Reformation became so loved in Wittenberg that 500 or 600 students crowded his lecture room, and Luther himself, who described him as having almost every virtue known to man, humbly sat among his pupils. "Melanchthon," said Erasmus, "is a man of gentle nature. Even his enemies speak well of him." Luther enjoyed combat. Melanchthon longed for peace and conciliation. Luther sometimes chided him as immoderately moderate, but Luther's noblest and mildest side showed in his uninterrupted affection for one so opposed to him in temperament and policy. "I have been born to war and fight with factions and devils, therefore my books are stormy and warlike. I must root out the stumps and stocks, cut away the thorns and hedges, fill up the ditches, and am the rough forester to break a path and make things ready. But Master Philip walks softly and silently, tills and plants, sows and waters with pleasure, as God has gifted him richly." Another Wittenberg professor shone with a fiercer light than Melanchthon's. Andreas Bodenstein, known from his birthplace as Karlstadt, had joined the university staff at the age of 24 in 1504. At 30 he received the chair of Thomistic philosophy and theology. On April 13, 1517, he anticipated Luther's historic protest by publishing 152 theses against indulgences. At first opposed to Luther, he soon turned into an ardent supporter. "Hotter in the matter than I," said the great rebel. When ex Obelici challenged Luther's theses, Karlstadt defended them in 406 propositions. One of these contained the first definite declaration in the German Reformation of the Bible's paramount authority over the decretals and traditions of the Church. Eck replied with a challenge to a public debate. Karlstadt readily agreed, and Luther made the arrangements. Eck then published a prospectus listing 13 theses which he offered to prove in the debate. One ran, "We deny that the Roman Church was not superior to other churches before the time of Sylvester. We have always recognized the possessor of Peter's chair as his successor and as the vicar of Christ." But it was not Karlstadt, it was Luther, who, in the Resolutiones, had raised the point that in the first centuries of Christianity the Roman See had no more authority than several other bishops of the Church. Luther felt himself challenged, and claimed that Eck's thesis freed him from his vow of silence. He determined to join Karlstadt in the theological tournament. In June 1519, the two warriors rode off to Leipzig, accompanied by Melanchthon and 6 other professors, and escorted in country carts by 200 Wittenberg students, armed and armored as if for battle. And in truth, they were entering territory hostile to Luther.
In the great tapestried hall of Pleissenburg Castle, packed with excited spectators, and under the presidency of the Orthodox Duke George of Albertine Saxony, Eck and Karlstadt began the joust between the old and the new on June 27th. Hardly anyone in Leipzig cared that on the morrow a new emperor was to be elected at Frankfurt am Main. After Karlstadt had for days suffered under Eck's superior argumentative skill, Luther took the stand for Wittenberg. He was brilliant and powerful in debate, but recklessly candid. He denied emphatically the primacy of the Bishop of Rome in the early days of Christianity, and reminded his mostly antipathetic audience that the widespread Greek Orthodox Church still rejected the supremacy of Rome. When Eck charged that Luther's view echoed that of Huss, which the Council of Constance had condemned, Luther replied that even ecumenical councils could err, and that many doctrines of Huss were sound. When this debate ended on July 8th, Eck had accomplished his real purpose, to have Luther commit himself to a definite heresy. The Reformation now advanced from a minor dispute about indulgences to a major challenge of papal authority over Christendom. Eck passed on to Rome, presented to the Curia a report of the disputation, and recommended the excommunication of Luther. Leo was not so precipitate. He still hoped for some peaceable solution, and he was too distant from Germany to realize how far the revolt had gone. Prominent and respected citizens like Johann Holzschuher, Lazarus Spengler, and Willibald Pirkheimer spoke up for Luther. Dürer prayed for his success. The Humanists were sending forth a cloud of pamphlets satirizing the papacy with all the exuberant vituperation characteristic of the age. Ulrich von Hutten, on reaching Augsburg in 1518, turned his rhymes against Leo's call for crusading funds and expressed the hope that the collectors would go home with empty bags. When news came of the Leipzig debate, he hailed Luther as the liberator of Germany, and from that time his pen was a sword for the reform. He enlisted among Franz von Sickingen's knights, who were itching for revolution, and induced him to offer Luther all the support and protection that his armed band could provide. Luther replied in warm appreciation, but was not ready to use force in defense of his person. In March 1520, Hutten published an old German manuscript written in the time of the Emperor Henry IV, who reigned from 1056 to 1106, and supporting Henry in his struggle against Pope Gregory VII. He dedicated the book to the young Emperor Charles V, as a hint that Germany expected him to avenge Henry's humiliation and defeat. To free Germany from Rome, said Hutten, was of greater urgency than to repel the Turks. While our forefathers thought it unworthy of them to submit to the Romans when these were the most martial nation in the world, we not only submit to these effeminate slaves of lust and luxury, but suffer ourselves to be plundered to minister to their sensuality. In April 1520, Hutten issued the first of two series of Gespräche, verse dialogues that played a role second only to Luther's works in voicing and stimulating the national desire for independence from Rome. He described Rome as a gigantic blood-sucking worm, and declared that the Pope is a bandit chief, and his gang bears the name of the Church. Rome is a sea of impurity, a mire of filth, a bottomless sink of iniquity. Should we not flock from all quarters to compass the destruction of this common curse of humanity? Erasmus pleaded with Hutten to temper his style, and gave him a friendly warning that he was in danger of arrest. Hutten hid himself in one after another of Sickingen's castles, but continued his campaign. To Elector Frederick, he recommended the secular appropriation of all monastic wealth, and described the excellent uses to which Germany could put the money that was annually sent to Rome. But the center of the war remained in Little Wittenberg. In the spring of 1520, Luther published, with furious notes, an epitome in which he quoted the most recent and still uncompromising claims made by Orthodox theologians for the primacy and powers of the popes. Luther met extremes with extremes. If Rome thus believes and teaches with the knowledge of popes and cardinals, which I hope is not the case, then in these writings I freely declare that the true Antichrist is sitting in the temple of God and is reigning in Rome, that empurpled Babylon, and that the Roman Curia is the synagogue of Satan. If the fury of the Romanists thus goes on, there will be no remedy left except that the emperors, kings, and princes, girt about with force and arms, shall attack these pests of the world and settle the matter no longer by words but by the sword. If we strike thieves with the gallows, robbers with the sword, heretics with fire, why do we not much more attack in arms these masters of perdition, these cardinals, these popes, and all this sink of the Roman Sodom which has without end corrupted the Church of God, and wash our hands in their blood? Later in the same year, Karlstadt issued a little book. De Canonicis Scripturis Libellus, exalting the Bible over popes, councils, and traditions, and the Gospels over the epistles. If Luther had followed this last line, Protestantism might have been less Pauline, Augustinian, and predestinarian. The Libellus was ahead of its time in doubting the Mosaic authorship of the Pentateuch and the full authenticity of the Gospels, but it was weak in its central argument. It decided the authenticity of biblical books by the traditions of the early centuries, and then rejected tradition in favor of the books so certified. Heartened by the support of Melanchthon and Karlstadt, Hutten and Sickingen, Luther wrote to Spalatin on June 11, 1520, "I have cast the die." This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 1, Side 2. Heartened by the support of Melanchthon and Karlstadt, Hutten and Sickingen, Luther wrote to Spalatin on June 11, 1520, "I have cast the die. I now despise the rage of the Romans as much as I do their favor. I will not reconcile myself to them for all eternity. Let them condemn and burn all that belongs to me. In return I will do as much for them. Now I no longer fear, and I am publishing a book in the German tongue about Christian reform, directed against the Pope, in language as violent as if I were addressing Antichrist." 4. Bulls and Blasts. On June 15, 1520, Leo X issued a bull, Exsurge Domine, which condemned 41 statements by Luther, ordered the public burning of the writings in which these had appeared, and exhorted Luther to abjure his errors and return to the fold. After 60 days of further refusal to come to Rome and make a public recantation, he was to be cut off from Christendom by excommunication, he was to be shunned as a heretic by all the faithful, all places where he stayed were to suspend religious services, and all secular authorities were to banish him from their dominions or deliver him to Rome. Luther marked the end of his period of grace by publishing the first of 3 little books that constituted a program of religious revolution. Hitherto he had written in Latin for the intellectual classes. Now he wrote in German, and as a German patriot, an open letter to the Christian nobility of the German nation concerning the reform of the Christian estate. He included in his appeal the noble youth who, a year before, had been chosen emperor as Charles V, and whom God has given us to be our head, thereby awakening great hopes of good in many hearts. Luther attacked the 3 walls that the papacy had built around itself, the distinction between the clergy and the laity, the right of the Pope to decide the interpretation of Scripture, and his exclusive right to summon a general council of the Church. All these defensive assumptions, said Luther, must be overthrown. First, there is no real difference between clergy and laity. Every Christian is made a priest by baptism. Secular rulers, therefore, should exercise their powers without let or hindrance, regardless whether it be pope, bishop, or priest whom they affect. All that the canon law has said to the contrary is sheer invention of Roman presumption. Second, since every Christian is a priest, he has the right to interpret the Scriptures according to his own light. Third, Scripture should be our final authority for doctrine or practice, and Scripture offers no warrant for the exclusive right of the Pope to call a council. If he seeks by excommunication or interdict to prevent a council, we should despise his conduct as that of a madman, and, relying on God, hurl back the ban on him and coerce him as best we can. A council should be called very soon. It should examine the horrible anomaly that the head of Christendom lives in more worldly splendor than any king. It should end the appropriation of German benefices by Italian clergymen. It should reduce to 100th the swarm of vermin holding ecclesiastical sinecures in Rome and living chiefly on money from Germany. Some have estimated that every year more than 300,000 gulden find their way from Germany to Italy. We here come to the heart of the matter. How comes it that we Germans must put up with such robbery and such extortion of our property at the hands of the Pope? If we justly hang thieves and behead robbers, why should we let Roman avarice go free? For he is the greatest thief and robber that has come or can come into the world, and all in the holy name of Christ and St. Peter. Who can longer endure it or keep silence? Why should the German Church pay this perpetual tribute to a foreign power? Let the German clergy throw off their subjection to Rome and establish a national church under the leadership of the Archbishop of Mainz. Mendicant orders should be reduced, priests should be allowed to marry, no binding monastic vows should be taken before the age of 30. Interdicts, pilgrimages, masses for the dead and holy days, except Sundays, should be abolished. The German Church should be reconciled with the Hussites of Bohemia. Hus was burned in flagrant violation of the safe conduct given him by the Emperor. And in any case, we should vanquish heretics with books, not with burning. All canon law should be discarded. There should be only one law for clergy and laity alike. Above all, we should drive out from German lands the papal legates with their powers, which they sell us for large sums of money, to legalize unjust gains, dissolve oaths, vows, and agreements, saying that the Pope has authority to do this, though it is sheer knavery. If there were no other evil wiles to prove that the Pope is the true Antichrist, this one thing would be enough to prove it. Hearest thou this, O Pope, not most holy of men, but most sinful? O that God from heaven would soon destroy thy throne, and sink it in the abyss of hell. O Christ my Lord, look down, let the day of thy judgment break, and destroy the devil's nest at Rome. This headlong assault of one man against a power that pervaded all Western Europe became the sensation of Germany. Cautious men considered it intemperate and rash. Many reckoned it among the most heroic deeds in German history. The first edition of the open letter was soon exhausted, and the presses of Wittenberg were kept busy with new printings. Germany, like England, was ripe for an appeal to nationalism. There was as yet no Germany on the map, but there were Germans, newly conscious of themselves as a people. As Hus had stressed his Bohemian patriotism, as Henry VIII would reject not Catholic doctrine but papal power over England, so Luther now planted his standard of revolt not in theological deserts, but in the rich soil of the German national spirit. Wherever Protestantism won, nationalism carried the flag. In September 1520, Eck and Jerome Aleander promulgated the bull of excommunication in Germany. Luther fought back with a second manifesto, The Babylonian Captivity of the Church, on October 6th. Addressed to theologians and scholars, it reverted to Latin, but it was soon translated, and had almost as much influence on Christian doctrine as the open letter had on ecclesiastical and political history. As the Jews had suffered a long captivity in Babylonia, so the Church, as established by Christ, and as described in the New Testament, had undergone over 1,000 years of captivity under the papacy in Rome. During that period, the religion of Christ had been corrupted in faith, morals, and ritual. Since Christ had given his apostles wine as well as bread at the Last Supper, the Hussites were right. The Eucharist should be administered in both forms wherever the people so desired. The priest does not change the bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ. No priest has such mystical potency, but to the fervent communicant Christ comes spiritually and substantially, not through any miraculous transformation by a priest, but by his own will and power. He is present in the Eucharist along with bread and wine, by consubstantiation, not by transubstantiation. Luther rejected with horror the notion that in the Mass the priest offers up Christ to his Father as a sacrifice in atonement for man's sins, though he found nothing horrible in the idea that God had allowed man to crucify God as a sacrifice to God in atonement for man's sins. To these theological subtleties he added some ethical novelties. Marriage is not a sacrament, for Christ made no promise to infuse it with divine grace. The marriages of the ancients were no less sacred than ours, nor are those of unbelievers less true. Consequently, there should be no prohibition of marriage between Christians and non-Christians. Just as I may eat, drink, sleep, walk, and do business with a heathen, a Jew, a Turk, or a heretic, so also may I marry any of them. Do not give heed to the fool's law which forbids this. A heathen is just as much a man or a woman created by God as St. Peter, St. Paul, or St. Lucy. A woman married to an impotent husband should be allowed, if he consents, to have intercourse with another man in order to have a child, and should be permitted to pass the child off as her husband's. If the husband refuses consent, she may justly divorce him. Yet divorce is an endless tragedy. Perhaps bigamy would be better. Then, adding defiance to heresy, Luther concluded, I hear a rumor of new bulls and papal maledictions sent out against me, in which I am urged to recant. If that is true, I desire this book to be a portion of the recantation I shall make. Such a taunt should have deflected Miltitz from still dreaming of a reconciliation. Nevertheless, he again sought out Luther on October 11, 1520,
and persuaded him to send to Pope Leo a letter disclaiming any intent to attack him personally, and presenting temperately a case for reform. For his part, Miltitz would try to secure a revocation of the bull. Luther, the 37-year-old peasant, son of a peasant, as he proudly called himself, wrote a letter not of apology but of almost paternal counsel to the 45-year-old heir of St. Peter and the Medici. He expressed his respect for the Pope as an individual, but condemned without compromise the corruption of the papacy in the past and of the papal curia in the present. Thy reputation and the fame of thy blameless life are too well known and too high to be assailed. But thy see, which is called the Roman Curia, and of which neither thou nor any man can deny that it is more corrupt than any Babylon or Sodom ever was, and which, as far as I can see, characterized by a totally depraved, hopeless, and notorious wickedness, that see I have truly despised. The Roman Church has become the most licentious den of thieves, the most shameless of all brothels, the kingdom of sin, death, and hell. I have always grieved, most excellent Leo, that thou hast been made pope in these times, for thou wert worthy of better days. Do not listen, therefore, my dear Leo, to those sirens who make thee out to be no mere man, but a demigod, so that thou mayest command what thou wilt. Thou art a servant of servants, and beyond all other men, in a most pitiable and dangerous position. Be not deceived by those who pretend that thou art Lord of the world, who prate that thou hast power over heaven, hell, and purgatory. They err who exalt thee above a council and above the Church universal. They err who ascribe to thee the right of interpreting Scripture, for under cover of thy name they seek to set up their own wickedness in the Church, and alas, through them Satan has already made much headway under thy predecessors. In short, believe none who exalt thee, believe those who humble thee. Along with this letter, Luther sent to Leo the third of his manifestos. He called it A Treatise on Christian Liberty, of November 1520, and felt that, unless I am deceived, it is the whole of Christian living in a brief form. Here he expressed with uncongenial moderation his basic doctrine, that faith alone, not good works, makes the true Christian, and saves him from hell. For it is faith in Christ that makes a man good. His good works follow from that faith. The tree bears fruit. The fruit does not bear the tree. A man firm in his faith in the divinity and redeeming sacrifice of Christ enjoys not freedom of will, but the profoundest freedom of all, freedom from his own carnal nature, from all evil powers, from damnation, even from law. For the man whose virtue flows spontaneously from his faith needs no commands to righteousness. Yet this free man must be servant to all men, for he will not be happy if he fails to do all in his power to save others as well as himself. He is united to God by faith, to his neighbor by love. Every believing Christian is a ministering priest. While Luther was writing these historic treatises, Eck and Aleander were encountering the religious revolution at first hand. In Meissen, Merseburg, and Brandenburg, they were successful in proclaiming the bull of excommunication. At Nuremberg, they elicited apologies from Pirkheimer and Spengler. At Mainz, Archbishop Albrecht, after flirting a while with the Reformation, excluded Hutten from his court and imprisoned the printers of Hutten's books. At Ingolstadt, Luther's books were confiscated, and in Mainz, Louvain, and Cologne they were burned. But at Leipzig, Torgau, and Döbeln, the posted bull was pelted with dirt and torn down. At Erfurt, many professors and clergymen joined in a general refusal to recognize the bull, and students threw all available copies into the river. Finally, Eck fled from the scenes of his triumphs a year before. Luther denounced the ban in a series of bitter pamphlets, in one of which he fully approved the doctrines of Hus. About August 31st, 1520, as a single flea daring to address the King of Kings, he appealed to the Emperor for protection, and on November 17th he published a formal appeal from the Pope to a free council of the Church. When he learned that the papal envoys were burning his books, he decided to reply in kind. He issued an invitation to the pious and studious youths of Wittenberg to assemble outside the Elster gate of the city on the morning of December 10th. There, with his own hands, he cast the papal bull into a fire, along with some canonical decretals and volumes of scholastic theology. In one act he symbolized his rejection of canon law, of Aquinas's philosophy, and of any coercive authority of the Church. The students joyfully collected other books of the kind, and with them kept the fire burning till late afternoon. On December 11th, Luther proclaimed that no man could be saved unless he renounced the rule of the papacy. The monk had excommunicated the Pope. 5. The Diet of Worms, 1521. A third actor now mounted the stage, and from this moment played through 30 years a major role in the conflict of theologies and states. In a dozen chapters he will impinge upon our narrative. The future Emperor Charles V began with a royal but tarnished heredity. His paternal grandparents were the Emperor Maximilian and Mary of Burgundy, daughter of Charles the Bold. His maternal grandparents were Ferdinand and Isabella. His father was Philip the Handsome, King of Castile at 26, dead at 28. His mother was Juana la Loca, who went insane when Charles was 6 and survived till he was 55. He was born in Ghent on February 24, 1500, was brought up in Brussels, and remained Flemish in speech and character till his final retirement in Spain. Neither Spain nor Germany forgave him. But in time he learned to speak German, Spanish, Italian, and French, and could be silent in 5 languages. Adrian of Utrecht tried to teach him philosophy with inconsiderable success. From this good bishop he received a strong infusion of religious orthodoxy, yet he probably imbibed, in middle age, a secret skepticism from his Flemish advisers and courtiers, among whom an Erasmian indifference to dogma was smilingly popular. Some priests complained of the freedom allowed to religious opinion in Charles's entourage. He made a point of piety, but studied carefully the art of war. He read Comines, and learned almost in childhood the tricks of diplomacy and the unmorality of states. On his father's death in 1506, he inherited Flanders, Holland, Franche-Comté, and a claim to Burgundy. At 15, he assumed the government and devoted himself to administration. At 16, he became Charles I, King of Spain, Sicily, Sardinia, Naples, and Spanish America. At 19, he aspired to be emperor. Francis I of France sought the same honor at the same time, and the imperial electors were pleased with his douceur. But Charles spent 850,000 florins on the contest and won in 1519. To assemble this heavy Trinkgeld, he borrowed 543,000 florins from the Fuggers. From that time Charles was for the Fuggers, and the Fuggers were for Charles. When he dallied in repaying the loan, Jakob Fugger II sent him a sharp reminder. "It is well known that your Majesty, without me, might not have acquired the imperial honor, as I can attest with the written statements of all the delegates. And in all this I have looked not to my own profit. My respectful request is that you will graciously order that the money which I have paid out, together with the interest on it, shall be returned without further delay." Charles met part of his obligation by giving the Fuggers a lien on the port duties of Antwerp. When the Fuggers were almost ruined by Turkish conquests in Hungary, he came to their rescue by turning over to them control of Spanish mines. Henceforth the key to much political history would be cherchez le banquier. The youth who at 19 found himself titular head of all Central and Western Europe, except England, France, Portugal, and the Papal States, was already marked by the feeble health that was to multiply his vicissitudes. Pale, short, homely, with aquiline nose and sharp, challenging chin, feeble in voice and grave of mien, he was kindly and affable by nature, but he soon learned that a ruler must maintain distance and bearing, that silence is half of diplomacy, and that an open sense of humor dims the aura of royalty. Aleander, meeting with him in 1520, reported to Leo X, "This prince seems to me well endowed with prudence beyond his years, and to have much more at the back of his head than he carries on his face." He was not mentally keen, except in judging men, which is half the battle. He barely rose to the crises that confronted him, but that was much indeed. A conserving indolence of body and mind kept him inert until the situation demanded decision. Then he met it with sudden resolution and resourceful pertinacity. Wisdom came to him not by nature, but by trials. On October 23, 1520, Charles V, no older than the century, went to Charlemagne's Aachen to be crowned. Elector Frederick started out to attend the ceremony, but was stopped at Cologne by gout. There, Aleander presented to him another plea for the arrest of Luther. Frederick called in Erasmus and asked his advice. Erasmus defended Luther, pointed out that there were crying abuses in the Church, and argued that efforts to remedy them should not be suppressed. When Frederick asked him what were Luther's chief errors, he replied, 2. He attacked the Pope in his crown and the monks in their bellies. He questioned the authenticity of the papal bull. It seemed to him irreconcilable with the known gentleness of Leo X. Frederick informed the nuncio that Luther had lodged an appeal, and that until its results were known, Luther should remain free. The emperor gave the same answer. He had promised the electors, as a condition of his election, that no German should be condemned without a fair trial in Germany. However, his position made orthodoxy imperative. He was more firmly established as King of Spain than as emperor in a Germany that resented centralized government, and the clergy of Spain would not long bear with a monarch lenient to heretics. Besides, war loomed with France. It might be fought over Milan as the prize. There the support of the Pope would be worth an army. The Holy Roman Empire was tied to the papacy in 100 ways. The fall of one would profoundly injure the other. How could the emperor rule his scattered and diverse realm without the aid of the Church in moral discipline and political administration? Even now his chief ministers were clergymen, and he needed ecclesiastical funds and influence to protect Hungary from the Turks. It was with these varied problems in mind, rather than the question of a refractory monk, that Charles summoned an imperial diet to meet at Worms. But when the leading nobles and clergy and representatives of the free cities assembled there on January 27, 1521, Luther was the chief topic of conversation. The forces that through centuries had been preparing the Reformation came now to a head in one of the most dramatic scenes in European history. The great body of the German nobles, says a Catholic historian, applauded and seconded Luther's attempts. Aleander himself reported, "All Germany is up in arms against Rome. All the world is clamoring for a council that shall meet on German soil. Papal bulls of excommunication are laughed at. Numbers of people have ceased to receive the sacrament of penance. Martin is pictured with a halo above his head. The people kiss these pictures. Such a quantity has been sold that I am unable to obtain one. I cannot go out in the streets, but the Germans put their hands to their swords and gnash their teeth at me. I hope the Pope will give me a plenary indulgence and look after my brothers and sisters if anything happens to me." The excitement was fanned by a whirlwind of anti-papal pamphlets. A wagon, warned Aleander, would not hold all these scurrilous tracts. From Sickingen's castle of Ebernburg, a few miles from Worms, Hutten issued a frantic attack on the German clergy. "Begone, ye unclean swine! Depart from the sanctuary, ye infamous traffickers! Touch not the altars with your desecrated hands! How dare you spend the money intended for pious uses in luxury, dissipation, and pomp, while honest men are suffering hunger? The cap is full. See ye not that the breath of liberty is stirring?" So strong was the sentiment for Luther that the emperor's confessor, the Franciscan monk Jean Glapion, privately approached Frederick's chaplain, Georg Spalatin, in an attempt at conciliation. He professed considerable sympathy for Luther's early writings, but the Babylonian captivity had made him feel as if he had been scourged and pummeled from head to foot. He pointed out that no system of religious belief could be securely based upon Scripture, for the Bible is like soft wax, which every man can twist and stretch according to his pleasure. He admitted urgent need for ecclesiastical reform. Indeed, he had warned his imperial penitent that God would punish him and all princes if they do not free the Church from such overweening abuses. And he promised that Charles would accomplish the major reforms within 5 years. Even now, after these terrible Lutheran blasts, he thought peace possible if Luther would recant. Luther, apprised of this at Wittenberg, refused. On March 3rd, Aleander presented to the Diet a proposal for the immediate condemnation of Luther. The Diet protested that the monk should not be condemned without a hearing. Charles thereupon invited Luther to come to Worms and testify concerning his teaching and his books. "You need fear no violence or molestation," he wrote, "for you have our safe conduct." Luther's friends begged him not to go, and reminded him of the safe conduct that the Emperor Sigismund had given Huss. Adrian of Utrecht, now Cardinal of Tortosa, soon to be Pope, sent a plea to his former pupil, the Emperor, to ignore the safe conduct, arrest Luther, and send him to Rome. On April 2nd, Luther left Wittenberg. At Erfurt, a large crowd, including 40 professors from the university, hailed him as a hero. When he approached Worms, Spalatin rushed a warning to him not to enter, but rather to hurry back to Wittenberg. Luther answered, "Though there were as many devils in Worms as there are tiles on the roofs, I will go there." A band of knights rode out to meet him and escort him into the city on April 16th. The streets filled at the news of his arrival. 2,000 people gathered around his carriage. All the world came to see him, said Aleander, and even Charles was cast into the shade. On April 17th, Luther, in his monastic garb, appeared before the Diet. The emperor, 6 electors, an awesome court of princes, nobles, prelates, and burghers, and Jerome Aleander, armed with papal authority, formal documents, and forensic eloquence. On a table near Luther stood a collection of his books. Johann Eck, not he of the Leipzig debate, but an official of the Archbishop of Trier, asked him if these were his compositions, and would he retract all heresies contained in them. For a moment, standing before the assembled dignity of the empire and the delegated power and majesty of the Church, Luther's courage failed him. He replied in a low and diffident voice that the books were his, but as to the second question he begged time to consider. Charles granted him a day. Back in his lodging he received a message from Hutten beseeching him to stand fast, and several members of the Diet came privately to encourage him. Many seemed to feel that his final answer would mark a turning point in history. On April 18th he faced the Diet with fuller confidence. Now the chamber was so crowded that even the electors found it difficult to reach their seats, and most of those present stood. Eck asked him would he repudiate, in whole or in part, the works that he had written. He replied that those portions that dealt with ecclesiastical abuses were by common consent just. The emperor interrupted him with an explosive, "No!" but Luther went on and hit at Charles himself. "Should I recant at this point, I would open the door to more tyranny and impiety, and it will be all the worse should it appear that I had done so at the insistence of the Holy Roman Empire." As to the doctrinal passages in his books, he agreed to retract any that should be proved contrary to Scripture. To this, Eck, in Latin, made an objection that well expressed the view of the Church. "Martin, your plea to be heard from Scripture is the one always made by heretics. You do nothing but renew the errors of Wycliffe and Huss. How can you assume that you are the only one to understand the sense of Scripture? Would you put your judgment above that of so many famous men and claim that you know more than all of them? You have no right to call into question the most holy Orthodox faith, instituted by Christ, the perfect lawgiver, proclaimed throughout the world by the apostles, sealed by the red blood of martyrs, confirmed by the sacred councils, and defined by the Church, and which we are forbidden by the Pope and the Emperor to discuss, lest there be no end to debate. I ask you, Martin, answer candidly and without distinctions, do you or do you not repudiate your books and the errors which they contain?" Luther made his historic response in German. "Since your Majesty and your Lordships desire a simple reply, I will answer without distinctions. Unless I am convicted by the testimony of sacred Scripture or by evident reason, I do not accept the authority of popes and councils, for they have contradicted each other. My conscience is captive to the word of God. I cannot and I will not recant anything, for to go against my conscience is neither right nor safe. God help me. Amen." Eck countered that no error could be proved in the doctrinal decrees of the councils. Luther answered that he was prepared to prove such errors, but the emperor intervened peremptorily. "It is enough. Since he has denied councils, we wish to hear no more." Luther returned to his lodging, weary with the strife, but confident that he had borne good testimony in what Carlyle was to call the greatest moment in the modern history of man. The emperor was as shaken as the monk. Born to the purple and already accustomed to authority, he thought it self-evident that the right of each individual to interpret Scripture and to accept or reject civil or ecclesiastical decrees according to private judgment and conscience would soon erode the very foundations of social order, for this seemed to him based on a moral code that in turn derived its strength from the supernatural sanctions of religious belief. On April 19th he called the leading princes to a conference in his own chambers and presented to them a declaration of faith and intent, written in French and apparently by himself. "I am descended from a long line of Christian emperors of this noble German nation, of the Catholic kings of Spain, the archdukes of Austria, and the dukes of Burgundy. They were all faithful to the death of the Church of Rome, and they defended the Catholic faith and the honor of God. I have resolved to follow in their steps. A single friar who goes counter to all Christianity for 1,000 years must be wrong. Therefore I am resolved to stake my lands, my friends, my body, my blood, my life, and my soul. After having heard yesterday the obstinate defense of Luther, I regret that I have so long delayed in proceeding against him and his false teaching. I will have no more to do with him. He may return under his safe conduct, but without preaching or making any tumult. I will proceed against him as a notorious heretic, and I ask you to declare yourselves as you promised me." 4 electors agreed to this procedure. Frederick of Saxony and Ludwig of the Palatinate abstained. That night, April 19th, anonymous persons posted upon the door of the town hall and elsewhere in Worms placards bearing the German symbol of social revolution, the peasant's shoe. Some ecclesiastics were frightened and privately solicited Luther to make his peace with the Church, but he stood by his statement to the Diet. On April 26th he began his return journey to Wittenberg. Leo X sent orders that the safe conduct should be respected. Nevertheless, the Elector Frederick, fearful that imperial police might attempt to arrest Luther after the expiration of the safe conduct on May 6th, arranged, with Luther's reluctant consent, to have him ambushed en route homeward as if by highwaymen, and taken for concealment to the castle of Wartburg. On May 6th the Emperor presented to the Diet, now thinned by many departures, the draft that Aleander had prepared of the Edict of Worms. It charged that Luther has sullied marriage, disparaged confession, and denied the body and blood of our Lord. He makes the sacraments depend upon the faith of the recipient. He is pagan in his denial of free will. This devil in the habit of a monk has brought together ancient errors into one stinking puddle, and has invented new ones. He denies the power of the keys, and encourages the laity to wash their hands in the blood of the clergy. His teaching makes for rebellion, division, war, murder, robbery, arson, and the collapse of Christendom. He lives the life of a beast. He has burned the decretals. He despises alike the ban and the sword. He does more harm to the civil than to the ecclesiastical power. We have labored with him, but he recognizes only the authority of Scripture, which he interprets in his own sense. We have given him 21 days, dating from April 15th. When the time is up, no one is to harbor him. His followers also are to be condemned. His books are to be eradicated from the memory of man. 2 days after the presentation of this edict, Leo X transferred his political support from Francis I to Charles V. The Rump Diet agreed to the edict, and on May 26th, Charles promulgated it formally. Aleander praised God and ordered that the books of Luther should be burned wherever found. 6. The Radicals. The Wartburg was in itself a somber punishment. The ancient castle, perched on a mountain-top a mile from Eisenach, was hidden from the world as well as from the emperor. For almost 10 months, May 4th, 1521 to February 29th, 1522, Luther dwelt there in a gloomy chamber equipped with bed, table, stove, and a stump as a stool. A few soldiers guarded the fortress, a warden tended the grounds, 2 boys served Luther as pages. For convenience, and perhaps as a local disguise, he shed his monastic robe, donned knightly garb, and grew a beard. He was now Junker George. He went out hunting, but he did not relish killing rabbits when there were so many antichrists still unslain. Idleness and insomnia, and too much food and beer made him ill and stout. He fretted and cursed like a Junker. "I had rather burn on live coals," he wrote, "than rot here. I want to be in the fray." But Frederick's minister advised him to stay in hiding for a year while Charles's fervor cooled. Charles, however, made no effort to find or arrest him. In Luther's intellectual solitude, doubts and hallucinations plagued him. Could it be, he wondered, that he was right and so many pundits wrong? Was it wise to break down the authority of the established creed? Did the principle of private judgment portend the rise of revolution and the death of law? If we may believe the story that he told in his Anecdotage, he was disturbed in the castle by strange noises that he could explain only as the activity of demons. He professed to have seen Satan on several occasions. Once, he vouched, the devil pelted him with nuts. Once, says a famous legend, Luther flung an ink bottle at him, but missed his aim. He solaced himself by writing vivid letters to his friends and his enemies, by composing theological treatises, and by translating the New Testament into German. Once he made a flying trip to Wittenberg to harness a revolution. His defiance at Worms and his survival had given his followers a heady elation. At Erfurt, students, artisans, and peasants attacked and demolished 40 parish houses, destroyed libraries and rent rolls, and killed a humanist in June of 1521. In the fall of that exciting year, the Augustinian friars of Erfurt abandoned their monastery, preached the Lutheran creed, and denounced the Church as mother of dogma, pride, avarice, luxury, faithlessness, and hypocrisy. At Wittenberg, while Melanchthon composed his Loci Communes Rerum Theologicarum, the first systematic exposition of Protestant theology, his fellow professor Karlstadt, now Archdeacon of the Castle Church, demanded that Mass should be said, if at all, in the vernacular, that the Eucharist should be given in wine and bread without preliminary confession or fasting, that religious images should be removed from churches, and that the clergy, monks as well as secular priests, should marry and procreate. Karlstadt set a pace by marrying, at 40, a girl of 15, on January 19, 1522. Luther approved of this marriage, but, "Good heavens," he wrote, "will our Wittenbergers give wives to monks?" Nevertheless, he found something attractive in the idea, for he sent to Spalatin, on November 21, 1521, a treatise on monastic vows, defending their repudiation. Spalatin delayed its publication, for it was unconventionally frank. It accepted the sexual instinct as natural and irrepressible, and declared that monastic vows were lures of Satan, multiplying sins. 4 years would elapse before Luther himself would marry. His belated appreciation of woman apparently played no part in inaugurating the Reformation. The Revolution proceeded. On September 22, 1521, Melanchthon administered communion in both kinds. Here, the Utraquists of Bohemia won a delayed victory. On October 23rd, the Mass ceased to be said in Luther's monastery. On November 12th, 13 of the monks walked out of the cloister and headed for marriage. Soon a similar exodus would empty half the monasteries of Germany. On December 3rd, some students and townsfolk, armed with knives, entered the parish church of Wittenberg, drove the priests from the altars, and stoned some worshippers who were praying before a statue of the Virgin. On December 4th, 40 students demolished the altars of the Franciscan monastery in Wittenberg. On that same day, Luther, still disguised as a Junker, clandestinely visited the city, approved the marriage of the monks, but warned clergy and laity against violence. Constraint, he said, is not all ruled out, but it must be exercised by the constituted authorities. On the morrow he returned to the Wartburg. Shortly thereafter he sent to Spalatin for publication an earnest exhortation for all Christians, warning them against insurrection and rebellion. He feared that if the religious revolution went too fast or became a social revolution, it would alienate the nobility and destroy itself. But its opening pages were themselves criticized as an incitation to violence. It seems probable that there is danger of an uprising, and that priests, monks, bishops, and the entire spiritual estate may be murdered or driven into exile, unless they seriously and thoroughly reform themselves. For the common man has been brooding over the injury he has suffered in property, in body, and in soul, and has become provoked. They have tried him too far, and have most unscrupulously burdened him beyond measure. He is neither able nor willing to endure it longer, and could indeed have good reason to lay about him with flails and cudgels, as the peasants are threatening to do. Now, I am not at all displeased to hear that the clergy are brought to such a state of fear and anxiety. Perhaps they will come to their senses and moderate their mad tyranny. I will go further. If I had 10 bodies and could acquire so much favor with God that he would chasten them, the clergy, by the gentle means, Fuchsschwanz, the fox's fluffy tail, of bodily death or insurrection, I would most gladly give all my 10 bodies to death in behalf of the poor peasants. Nevertheless, he went on, it is inadvisable for private individuals to use force. Vengeance is God's. Insurrection is unreasoning, and generally hurts the innocent more than the guilty. Hence, no insurrection is ever right, no matter how good the cause in whose interest it is made. The harm resulting from it always exceeds the amount of reformation accomplished. When Sir Mob, Herr Omnes, Mr. Everybody, breaks loose, he cannot tell the wicked from the godly. He strikes at random, and then horrible injustice is inevitable. My sympathies are and always will be with those against whom insurrection is made. The revolution, more or less peaceful, continued. On Christmas Day, 1521, Karlstadt celebrated Mass in German, in civilian dress, and invited all to receive communion by taking the bread in their hands and drinking from the chalice. About this time, Gabriel Zwilling, a leader of the Augustinian congregation, invited his hearers to burn religious pictures and demolish altars wherever found. On December 27th, oil was poured upon the fire by prophets arising from Zwickau. That town was one of the most industrial in Germany, having a large population of weavers under a municipal government of merchant employers. A socialist movement among the workers was encouraged by echoes and memories of the suppressed Taborite experiment that had agitated nearby Bohemia. Thomas Münzer, pastor of the Weavers' Church of St. Catherine, became the mouthpiece of their aspirations, and at the same time an enthusiastic supporter of the Reformation. Realizing that Luther's exaltation of the Bible as the sole rule of faith opened the question who should interpret the text, Münzer and two associates, Nicholas Stork the weaver and Marcus Stübner, the scholar, announced that they were singularly qualified as interpreters, for they felt themselves directly inspired by the Holy Ghost. This divine spirit, they declared, bade them defer baptism till maturity, for the sacrament could have effect only through faith, which was not to be expected of babies. The world, they predicted, was soon to suffer a general devastation, in which all ungodly men, including especially all Orthodox priests, would perish. Thereafter the communistic kingdom of God would begin on earth. In 1521 an insurrection of the weavers was put down, and the three Zwickau apostles were banished. Münzer went to Prague, was expelled, and took a pastorate in Auerstedt in Saxony. Stork and Stübner went to Wittenberg, and in the absence of Luther they made a favorable impression on Melanchthon and Karlstadt. On January 6, 1522, the Augustinian congregation at Wittenberg completely disbanded. On January 22nd, Karlstadt's adherents were strong enough in the municipal council to carry a decree ordering all images to be removed from Wittenberg churches and prohibiting Mass except in Karlstadt's simplified form. Karlstadt included the crucifix among forbidden images and, like the early Christians, banned music from religious services. "The lascivious notes of the organ," he said, "awaken thoughts of the world. When we should be meditating on the sufferings of Christ, we are reminded of Pyramus and Thisbe. Relegate organs, trumpets, and flutes to the theater." When the agents of the council proved dilatory in removing images, Karlstadt led his followers into the churches. Pictures and crucifixes were torn from the walls, and resisting priests were pelted with stones. Accepting the view of the Zwickau prophets, that God speaks directly to men as well as through the Scriptures, and speaks rather to the simple in mind and heart than to the learned in languages and books, Karlstadt, himself erudite, proclaimed that schools and studies were deterrents to piety, and that real Christians would shun all letters and learning, and would become illiterate peasants or artisans. One of his followers, George Moore, dismissed the school that he taught, and exhorted the parents to keep their children innocent of letters. Several students left the university and went home to learn a handicraft, saying that there was no further need for study. Hearing of all this, Luther feared that his conservative critics would soon be justified in their frequent predictions that his repudiation of ecclesiastical authority would loosen all bonds of social discipline. Defying the emperor's ban and waiving all protection by the elector should Charles seek to arrest him, Luther left his castle, resumed his monastic robe and tonsure, and hurried back to Wittenberg. On March 19, 1522, he began a series of 8 sermons that sternly called the university, the churches, and the citizens to order. He now rejected all appeals to force. Had he not freed millions of men from ecclesiastical oppression without lifting more than a pen? "Follow me," he said. "I was the first whom God entrusted with this matter. I was the one to whom he first revealed how his word should be preached to you. Therefore you have done wrong in starting such a piece of work without having first consulted me. Give me time. Do not suppose that abuses are eliminated by destroying the object which is abused. Men can go wrong with wine and women. Shall we then prohibit wine and abolish women? The sun, the moon, the stars have been worshipped. Shall we then pluck them out of the sky? Those who wish to keep pictures, statuary, crucifixes, music, or the Mass should not be interfered with. He himself approved of religious images. He arranged that in one Wittenberg church the Mass should be performed according to the traditional rite. In another, communion was administered in bread alone at the high altar, but in bread and wine at a side altar. The form, said Luther, made little difference. What counted was the spirit in which the Eucharist was received. He was at his best and most Christian in those 8 sermons in 8 days. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 2, Side 1. He was at his best and most Christian in those 8 sermons in 8 days. He risked all on being able to win Wittenberg back to moderation, and he succeeded. The Zwickau prophets sought to convert him to their views, and offered, as proof of their divine inspiration, to read his thoughts. He accepted the challenge. They answered that he was feeling a secret sympathy for their ideas. He attributed their clairvoyance to the devil, and ordered them to leave Wittenberg. Karlstadt, dismissed from his posts by a reconstructed town council, took a pastorate in Orlemünde, from whose pulpit he denounced Luther as a gluttonous ecclesiastic, the new Wittenberg Pope. Anticipating the Quakers, Karlstadt abandoned all clerical garb, donned a plain gray coat, dispensed with titles, asked to be called Brother Andreas, refused payment for his ministry, and earned his living at the plow, renounced all use of drugs, preferred prayer to medicine, advocated polygamy as biblical, and adopted a merely symbolical view of the Eucharist. At the elector's request, Luther went to Orlemünde to preach against him, but was pelted out of the town with stones and mud. When the peasants' revolt collapsed, Karlstadt, fearing arrest as an instigator, sought and received refuge with Luther. After much wandering, the tired radical found port as a professor in Basel, and there in 1541 he achieved a peaceful scholastic death. 7. The Foundations of Faith. Luther resumed the uneven tenor of his ways as priest to his congregation and professor in the university. The elector paid him 200 guilders, or about $5,000 a year, to which each student added a slight honorarium for attending his lectures. Luther and another monk, now both in layman's garb, lived in the Augustinian monastery with a student servant. My bed was not made up for a whole year and became foul with sweat, but I worked all day and was so tired at night that I fell into bed without knowing that anything was amiss. Hard work made his appetite forgivable. I eat like a Bohemian and drink like a German, thank God, amen. He preached often, but with humane brevity, and in simple, vigorous language that held his rough auditors in hand. His only recreations were chess and the flute, but he seems to have enjoyed more the hours that he spent in attacking papists. He was the most powerful and uninhibited controversialist in history. Nearly all his writings were warfare, salted with humor and peppered with vituperation. He let his opponents elaborate superior Latin to be read by a few scholars. He too wrote Latin when he wished to address all Christendom, but most of his diatribes were composed in German, or were at once translated into German, for his was a nationalist revolution. No other German author has equaled him in clarity or force of style, in directness and pungency of phrase, in happy, sometimes hilarious, similes, in a vocabulary rooted in the speech of the people and congenial to the national mind. Printing fell in with his purposes as a seemingly providential innovation, which he used with inexhaustible skill. He was the first to make it an engine of propaganda and war. There were no newspapers yet, nor magazines. Battles were fought with books, pamphlets, and private letters intended for publication. Under the stimulus of Luther's revolt, the number of books printed in Germany rose from 150 in 1518 to 990 in 1524. 4/5 of these favored the Reformation. Books defending orthodoxy were hard to sell, while Luther's were the most widely purchased by the age. They were sold not only in bookstores, but by peddlers and traveling students. 1,400 copies were bought at one Frankfurt fair. Even in Paris in 1520 they outsold everything else. As early as 1519 they were exported to France, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, England. Luther's books are everywhere and in every language, wrote Erasmus in 1521. No one would believe how widely he has moved men. The literary fertility of the Reformers transferred the preponderance of publications from southern to northern Europe, where it has remained ever since. Printing was the Reformation. Gutenberg made Luther possible. Luther's supreme achievement as a writer was his translation of the Bible into German. 18 such translations had already been made, but they were based on Jerome's Vulgate, were crowded with errors, and were awkwardly phrased. The difficulties of translating from the original were appalling. There were as yet no dictionaries from Hebrew or Greek into German. Every page of text evoked 100 problems of interpretation, and the German language itself was still crude and but half-formed. For the New Testament, Luther used the Greek text that Erasmus had edited with a Latin version in 1516. This part of the task was completed in 1521 and published in 1522. After 12 more years of labor, amid constant theological strife, but aided by Melanchthon and several Jewish scholars, Luther published the Old Testament in German. Despite their imperfect scholarship, these translations were epical events. They inaugurated German literature and established Neuhochdeutsch, the new High German of Upper Saxony, as the literary language of Germany. Yet the translations were deliberately unliterary, couched in the speech of the populace. In his usual vivid way, Luther explained his method. "We must not, as asses do, ask the Latin letters how we should speak German, but we must ask the mothers in their houses, the children in the streets, the common people in the marketplace. We must be guided by them in translating. Then they will understand us and will know that we are speaking German to them." Hence his translation had the same effect and prestige in Germany as the King James Version in England a century later. It had endless and beneficent influence on the national speech, and is still the greatest prose work in the national literature. In Wittenberg, and during Luther's lifetime, 100,000 copies of his New Testament were printed. A dozen unauthorized editions appeared elsewhere, and despite edicts forbidding its circulation in Brandenburg, Bavaria, and Austria, it became and remained the best-selling book in Germany. The translations of the Bible shared, as both effect and contributory cause, in that displacement of Latin by vernacular languages and literatures which accompanied the nationalist movement and which corresponded to the defeat of the universal church in lands that had not received and transformed the Latin tongue. Laboring so long on the Bible, and inheriting the medieval view of its divine authorship, Luther fondly made it the all-sufficient source and norm of his religious faith. Though he accepted some traditions not based on Scripture, like infant baptism and the Sunday Sabbath, he rejected the right of the Church to add to Christianity elements resting not on the Bible, but on her own customs and authority, like purgatory, indulgences, and the worship of Mary and the saints. Waller's revelation of the donation of Constantine, the supposed bequest of Western Europe to the popes, as a hoary hoax of history, had shaken the faith of thousands of Christians in the reliability of church traditions and the compulsive validity of church decrees. And in 1537 Luther himself translated Waller's treatise into German. Tradition was human and fallible, but the Bible was accepted by nearly all Europe as the infallible Word of God. Reason, too, seemed a weak instrument when compared with faith in a divine revelation. "We poor wretched people presumptuously seek to understand the incomprehensible majesty of the incomprehensible light of God's wonders. We look with blind eyes, like a mole, on the glory of God." You cannot, said Luther, accept both the Bible and reason. One or the other must go. All the articles of our Christian faith, which God has revealed to us in His Word, are in presence of reason sheerly impossible, absurd, and false. What, thinks that cunning little fool, can be more absurd and impossible than that Christ should give us in the Last Supper His body and blood to eat and drink, or that the dead should rise again at the last day, or that Christ, the Son of God, should be conceived, born in the womb of the Virgin Mary, become man, suffer and die a shameful death on the cross? Reason is the greatest enemy that faith has. She is the devil's greatest whore, a whore eaten by scab and leprosy, who ought to be trodden underfoot and destroyed, she and her wisdom. Throw dung in her face, drown her in baptism. Luther condemned the scholastic philosophers for making so many concessions to reason, for trying to prove Christian dogmas rationally, for trying to harmonize Christianity with the philosophy of that cursed, conceited, wily heathen Aristotle. Nevertheless, Luther took 2 steps in the direction of reason. He made the sermon, not ceremony, the center of religious ritual, and in the early days of his rebellion he proclaimed the right of every individual to interpret the Scriptures for himself. He drew up his own canon of authenticity for the books of the Bible. How far did they agree with the teaching of Christ? Whatever does not preach Christ is not apostolic, even though it be written by St. Peter or St. Paul. Whatever does preach Christ would be apostolic even if it proceeded from Judas, Pilate, or Herod. He rejected the epistle of James and called it an epistle of straw because he could not reconcile it with Paul's doctrine of justification by faith. He questioned the epistle to the Hebrews because it seemed to deny the validity of repentance after baptism, thereby upholding the Anabaptists. And at first he rated the Apocalypse as an unintelligible farrago of promises and threats, neither apostolic nor prophetic. The third book of Esdras I throw into the Elbe. Though based on whorish reason, most of his judgments on the canon of Scripture were accepted by later biblical critics as intelligent and sound. The discourses of the prophets, he said, were none of them regularly committed to writing at the time. Their disciples and hearers collected them subsequently. Solomon's Proverbs were not the work of Solomon. But Catholic opponents contended that his tests of authenticity and inspiration were subjective and arbitrary, and they predicted that after his example other critics would reject, according to their own tastes and views, other scriptural books, until nothing would be left of the Bible as a basis for religious faith. With the exceptions indicated, Luther defended the Bible as absolutely and literally true. He admitted that if the story of Jonah and the whale were not in Scripture, he would laugh at it as a fable. So too with the tales of Eden and the serpent, of Joshua and the sun. But, he argued, once we accept the divine authorship of the Bible, we must take these stories along with the rest as in every sense factual. He rejected as a form of atheism the attempts of Erasmus and others to harmonize Scripture and reason by allegorical interpretations. Having himself won mental peace not through philosophy but through faith in Christ, as presented in the Gospels, he clung to the Bible as the last refuge of the soul. As against the Humanists and their worship of the pagan classics, he offered the Bible as no mere product of man's intellect, but as a divine gift and consolation. It teaches us to see, feel, grasp, and comprehend faith, hope, and charity far otherwise than mere human reason can. And when evil oppresses us, it teaches how these virtues throw light upon the darkness, and how, after this poor, miserable existence of ours on earth, there is another and eternal life. Asked on what basis he rested the divine inspiration of the Bible, he answered simply, on its own teaching. None but God-inspired men could have formed so profound and solacing a faith. 8. Luther's theology. Though his theology was founded with trusting literalness on the Scriptures, his interpretation unconsciously retained late medieval traditions. His nationalism made him a modern. His theology belonged to the age of faith. His rebellion was far more against Catholic organization and ritual than against Catholic doctrine. Most of this remained with him to the end. Even in his rebellion he followed Wycliffe and Huss rather than any new scheme. Like theirs, his revolt lay in rejecting the papacy, the councils, the hierarchy, and any other guide to faith in the Bible. Like them, he called the Pope Antichrist, and like them, he found protection in the state. The line from Wycliffe to Huss to Luther is the main thread of religious development from the 14th to the 16th century. Theologically, the line was anchored on Augustine's notions of predestination and grace, which in turn were rooted in the epistles of Paul, who had never known Christ. Nearly all the pagan elements in Christianity fell away as Protestantism took form. The Judaic contribution triumphed over the Greek. The prophets won against the Aristotle of the scholastics and the Plato of the humanists. Paul, in the line of the prophets rather than that of the apostles, transformed Jesus into an atonement for Adam. The Old Testament overshadowed the New. Yahweh darkened the face of Christ. Luther's conception of God was Judaic. He could speak with eloquence of the divine mercy and grace, but more basic in him was the old picture of God as the avenger, and therefore of Christ as the final judge. He believed, without recorded protest, that God had drowned nearly all mankind in a flood, had set fire to Sodom, and had destroyed lands, peoples, and empires with a breath of his wrath and a wave of his hand. Luther reckoned that few are saved, infinitely many are damned. The mitigating myth of Mary as intercessor dropped out of the story, and left the Last Judgment in all its stark terror for naturally sinful men. Meanwhile, God had appointed wild beasts, vermin, and wicked women to punish men for their sins. Occasionally, Luther reminded himself that we know nothing about God except that a cosmic intelligence exists. When one troublesome young theologian asked him where God had been before the world was created, he answered in his blunt Johnsonian way,
He was building hell for such presumptuous, fluttering, and inquisitive spirits as you. He took heaven and hell for granted and believed in an early end of the world. He described a heaven of many delights, including pet dogs with golden hair shining like precious stones, a genial concession to his children who had expressed concern over the damnation of their pets. He spoke as confidently as Aquinas about angels as bodiless and beneficent spirits. Sometimes he represented man as an endless bone of contention between good and bad angels, to whose differing dispositions and efforts were to be ascribed all the circumstances of man's fate, a Zoroastrian intrusion into his theology. He accepted fully the medieval conception of devils wandering about the earth, bringing temptation, sin, and misfortune to men, and easing man's way into hell. Many devils are in woods, in waters, in wilderness, and in dark, pooly places, ready to hurt people. Some are also in the thick black clouds. Some of this may have been conscious pedagogical invention of helpful supernatural terrors, but Luther spoke so familiarly of devils that he seems to have believed all he said of them. "I know Satan very well," he said, and detailed their conversations with each other. Sometimes he charmed the devil by playing the flute. Sometimes he frightened the poor devil away by calling him filthy names. He became so accustomed to ascribing to the devil the eerie sounds of walls contracting in the cold of the night that when he was awakened by such noises and could confidently conclude that they were made by Satan rambling about, he could resume his sleep in peace. He attributed to diabolical agency various unpleasant phenomena, hail, thunder, war, plague, and to divine action all beneficent events. He could hardly conceive of what we call natural law. All the Teutonic folklore about the poltergeist or noise-making spirit was apparently credited by Luther at its face value. Snakes and monkeys were favorite incarnations of the devil. The old notion that devils could lie with women and beget children seemed plausible to him. In one such case he recommended that the resultant child should be drowned. He accepted magic and witchcraft as realities, and thought it a simple Christian duty to burn witches at the stake. Most of these ideas were shared by his contemporaries, Catholic or Protestant. The belief in the power and ubiquity of devils attained in the 16th century an intensity not recorded in any other age, and this preoccupation with Satan bedeviled much of Protestant theology. Luther's philosophy was further darkened by the conviction that man is by nature wicked and prone to sin. As punishment for the disobedience of Adam and Eve, the divine image was torn from the human heart, leaving only natural inclinations. No one is by nature Christian or pious. The world and the masses are and always will be unchristian. The wicked always outnumber the good. Even in the good man, evil actions outnumber the good, for he cannot escape from his nature. As Paul said, "There is none righteous, no, not one." We are the children of wrath, Luther felt, and all our works, intentions, and thoughts are nothing at all in the balance against our sins. So far as good works go, every one of us would merit damnation. By good works, Luther meant especially those forms of ritual piety recommended by the Church: fasting, pilgrimages, prayers to the saints, masses for the dead, indulgences, processions, gifts to the Church. But he also included all works, whatever their character. He did not question the need of charity and love for a healthy social life, but he felt that even a life blessed with such virtues could not earn an eternity of bliss. The gospel preaches nothing of the merit of works. He that says the gospel requires works for salvation, I say flat and plain he is a liar. No amount of good works could atone for the sins, each an insult to an infinite deity, committed by the best of men. Only the redeeming sacrifice of Christ, the suffering and death of the Son of God, could atone for man's sins, and only belief in that divine atonement can save us from hell. As Paul said to the Romans, "If thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, and shalt believe in thine heart that God hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved." It is this faith that justifies, makes a man just, despite his sins, and eligible for salvation. Christ himself said, "He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be damned." Wherefore, reasoned Luther, it ought to be the first concern of every Christian to lay aside all trust in works, and more strengthen faith alone. And he proceeded in a passage that disturbed some theologians but comforted many sinners. Jesus Christ stoops and lets the sinner jump on his back, and so saves him from death. What a consolation for pious souls to put him on like this and wrap him in my sins, your sins, the sins of the whole universe, and consider him thus bearing all our sins. When you see that your sins cleave to him, then you will be safe from sin, death, and hell. Christianity is nothing but a continual exercise in feeling that you have no sin, although you sin, but that your sins are thrown on Christ. It is enough to know the Lamb that bears the sins of the world. Sin cannot detach us from him, were we to commit 1,000 fornications a day, or as many murders. Is not that good news if, when someone is full of sins, the gospel comes and tells him, "Have confidence and believe, and henceforth your sins are remitted"? Once this stop is pulled out, the sins are forgiven. There is nothing more to work for. This may have been intended to comfort and revive some sensitive souls who were taking their sins too much to heart. Luther could recall how he too had once magnified the majestic unforgivability of his sins. But to some it sounded very much like Tetzel's alleged drop the coin in the box and all your sins fly away. Faith was now to do all the wonders formerly claimed for confession, absolution, contribution, and indulgence. Still more arresting was a passage in which the hearty and ebullient Luther found a good word to say for sin itself. When the devil tempts us with annoying persistency, he said, it may be wise to yield him a sin or two. Seek out the society of your boon companions. Drink, play, talk bawdy, and amuse yourself. One must sometimes commit a sin out of hate and contempt for the devil so as not to give him the chance to make one scrupulous over mere nothings. If one is too frightened of sinning, one is lost. Oh, if I could find some really good sin that would give the devil a toss. Such lusty and humorous obiter dicta invited misconstruction. Some of Luther's followers interpreted him as condoning fornication, adultery, murder. A Lutheran professor had to caution Lutheran preachers to say as little as possible about justification by faith alone. However, by faith, Luther meant no merely intellectual assent to a proposition, but vital, personal self-committal to a practical belief, and he was confident that complete belief in God's grace, given because of Christ's redeeming death, would make a man so basically good that an occasional frolic with the flesh would do no lasting harm. Faith would soon bring the sinner back to spiritual health. He heartily approved of good works. What he denied was their efficacy for salvation. Good works, he said, do not make a man good, but a good man does good works. And what makes a man good? Faith in God and Christ. How does a man come to such saving faith? Not through his merits, but as a divine gift granted, regardless of merits, to those whom God has chosen to save. As St. Paul put it, remembering the case of Pharaoh, God has mercy on whom he will have mercy, and whom he wills he hardens. By divine predestination, the elect are chosen for eternal happiness. The rest are left graceless and damned to everlasting hell. This is the acme of faith, to believe that God, who saves so few and condemns so many, is merciful, that he is just who has made us necessarily doomed to damnation, so that he seems to delight in the tortures of the wretched and to be more deserving of hatred than of love. If by any effort of reason I could conceive how God, who shows so much anger and iniquity, could be merciful and just, there would be no need of faith. So Luther, in his medieval reaction against a paganizing Renaissance church, went back not only to Augustine but to Tertullian. Credo quia incredibile. It seemed to him a merit to believe in predestination because it was, to reason, unbelievable. Yet it was, he thought, by hard logic that he was driven to this incredibility. The theologian who had written so eloquently about the freedom of a Christian man, now, in 1525, in a treatise De Servo Arbitrio, argued that if God is omnipotent, he must be the sole cause of all actions, including man's. That if God is omniscient, he foresees everything, and everything must happen as he has foreseen it. That therefore all events, through all time, have been predetermined in his mind and are forever fated to be. Luther concluded, like Spinoza, that man is as unfree as a block of wood, a rock, a lump of clay, or a pillar of salt. More strangely still, the same divine foresight deprives the angels, nay, God himself, of freedom. He too must act as he has foreseen. His foresight is his fate. A lunatic fringe interpreted this doctrine ad libitum. A youth beheaded his brother and attributed the act to God, of whom he was merely the helpless agent. And another logician stamped his wife to death with his heels, crying, "Now is the Father's will accomplished." Most of these conclusions lay annoyingly implicit in medieval theology and were deduced by Luther from Paul and Augustine with irrefutable consistency. He seemed willing to accept medieval theology if he might disown the Renaissance Church. He could tolerate the predestination of the multitudinous damned more easily than the authority of scandalous tax-gathering popes. He rejected the ecclesiastical definition of church as the prelacy. He defined it as the community of believers in the divinity and redeeming passion of Christ. But he echoed papal doctrine when he wrote, "All people who seek and labor to come to God through any other means than only through Christ, as Jews, Turks, Papists, false saints, heretics, etc., walk in horrible darkness and error, and so at last must die and be lost in their sins." Here, reborn in Wittenberg, was the teaching of Boniface VIII and the Council of Rome of 1302, that extra ecclesiam nulla salus, no salvation outside the Church. The most revolutionary item in Luther's theology was his dethronement of the priest. He allowed for priests not as indispensable dispensers of the sacraments, nor as privileged mediators with God, but only as servants chosen by each congregation to minister to its spiritual wants. By marrying and raising a family, these ministers would shed the aura of sanctity that had made the priesthood awesomely powerful. They would be first among equals, but any man might at need perform their functions, even to absolving a penitent from sin. Monks should abandon their selfish and often idle isolation, should marry and labor with the rest. The man at the plow, the woman in the kitchen, serve God better than the monk mumbling in stupefying repetition unintelligible prayers. And prayers should be the direct communion of the soul with God, not appeals to half-legendary saints. The adoration of the saints, in Luther's judgment, was not a friendly and consoling intercourse of the lonely living with the holy dead. It was a relapse into primitive, polytheistic idolatry. As for the sacraments, viewed as priestly ceremonies conferring divine grace, Luther severely reduced their role. They involved no miraculous powers. Their efficacy depends not on their forms and formulas, but on the faith of the recipient. Confirmation, matrimony, episcopal ordination of priests, and extreme unction of the dying are rites to which no special promise of divine grace is attached in Scripture. The new religion could dispense with them. Baptism has the warrant of St. John the Baptist's example. Auricular confession may be retained as a sacrament, despite some doubt as to its scriptural basis. The supreme sacrament is the Lord's Supper, or Eucharist. The notion that a priest, by the incantation of his words, can change bread into Christ seemed to Luther absurd and blasphemous. Nevertheless, he argued, Christ of his own will comes down from heaven to be present consubstantially with the bread and wine of the sacrament. The Eucharist is no priestly magic, but a divine and perpetual miracle. Luther's doctrine of the sacraments, his replacement of the Mass by the Lord's Supper, and his theory of salvation by faith rather than by good works, undermined the authority of the clergy in northern Germany. Furthering this process, Luther rejected episcopal courts and canon law. In Lutheran Europe, civil courts became the only courts, secular power the only legal power. Secular rulers appointed church personnel, appropriated church property, took over church schools and monastic charities. Theoretically, church and state remained independent. Actually, the church became subject to the state. The Lutheran movement, which thought to submit all life to theology, unwillingly advanced that pervasive secularization, which is a basic theme of modern life. 9. The Revolutionist. When some bishops sought to silence Luther and his followers, he emitted an angry roar that was almost a tocsin of revolution. In a pamphlet against the falsely called spiritual order of the Pope and the bishops of July 1522, he branded the prelates as the biggest wolves of all, and called upon all good Germans to drive them out by force. It were better that every bishop were murdered, every foundation or cloister rooted out, than that one soul should be destroyed, let alone that all souls should be lost for the sake of their worthless trumpery and idolatry. Of what use are they who thus live in lust, nourished by the sweat and labor of others? If they accepted God's word and sought the life of the soul, God would be with them.
But if they will not hear God's word, but rage and rave with bannings and burnings, killings and every evil, what do they better deserve than a strong uprising which will sweep them from the earth? And we would smile did it happen. All who contribute body, goods, and honor that the rule of the bishops may be destroyed are God's dear children and true Christians. He was at this time almost as critical of the state as of the Church. Stung by the prohibition of the sale or possession of his New Testament in regions under Orthodox rulers, he wrote in the fall of 1522 a treatise on secular authority, to what extent it should be obeyed. He began amiably enough by approving St. Paul's doctrine of civil obedience and the divine origin of the state. This apparently contradicted his own teaching as to the perfect freedom of the Christian man. Luther explained that, though true Christians do not need law, and will not use law or force on one another, they must obey the law as good examples to the majority, who are not true Christians, for without law the sinful nature of man would tear a society to pieces. Nevertheless, the authority of the state should end where the realm of the Spirit begins. Who are these princes that assume to dictate what people shall read or believe? You must know that from the beginning of the world a wise prince is a rare bird indeed, still more so a pious prince. They are usually the greatest fools or the worst knaves on earth. They are God's jailers and hangmen, and his divine wrath needs them to punish the wicked and preserve outward peace. I would, however, in all fidelity advise those blinded folk to take heed to the short saying in Psalm 108, "He poureth contempt upon princes." I swear to you by God that if through your fault this little text becomes effective against you, you are lost, though every one of you be as mighty as the Turk, and your snorting and raving will help you nothing. A large part has already come true, for the common man is learning to think, and contempt of princes is gathering forces among the multitude and the common people. Men ought not, men cannot, men will not suffer your tyranny and presumption much longer. Dear princes and lords, be wise and guide yourselves accordingly. God will no longer tolerate you. The world is no longer what it was when you hunted and drove people like so much game. A Bavarian chancellor charged that this was a treasonable call to revolution. Duke George denounced it as scandalous and urged Elector Frederick to suppress the publication. Frederick let it pass with his usual equanimity. What would the princes have said had they read Luther's letter to Wenzel Link on March 19, 1522? We are triumphing over the papal tyranny which formerly crushed kings and princes. How much more easily, then, shall we not overcome and trample down the princes themselves? Or, if they had seen his definition of the Church, I believe that there is on earth, wise as the world, but one holy, common Christian Church, which is no other than the community of the saints. I believe that in this community, or Christendom, all things are in common, and each man's goods are the other's, and nothing is simply a man's own. These were casual ebullitions, and should not have been taken too literally. Actually, Luther was a conservative, even a reactionary in politics and religion, in the sense that he wished to return to early medieval beliefs and ways. He considered himself a restorer, not an innovator. He would have been content to preserve and perpetuate the agricultural society that he had known in his childhood, with some humane improvements. He agreed with the medieval church in condemning interest, merely adding in his jovial way that interest was an invention of Satan. He regretted the growth of foreign trade, called commerce a nasty business, and despised those who lived by buying cheap and selling dear. He denounced as manifest robbers the monopolists who were conspiring to raise prices. The authorities would do right if they took from such people everything they have and drove them out of the country. He thought it was high time to put a bit in the mouth of the Fuggers. And he concluded ominously in a blast on trade and usury in 1524, Kings and princes ought to look into these things and forbid them by strict laws, but I hear that they have an interest in them, and the saying of Isaiah is fulfilled, Thy princes have become companions of thieves. They hang thieves who have stolen a gulden or half a gulden, but trade with those who rob the whole world. Big thieves hang the little ones, and as the Roman senator Cato said, simple thieves lie in prisons and in stocks, public thieves walk abroad in gold and silk. But what will God say to this at last? He will do as he says by Ezekiel, princes and merchants, one thief with another, he will melt them together like lead and brass, as when a city burns, so that there shall be neither princes nor merchants any more. That time, I fear, is already at the door. It was. Chapter 17. The Social Revolution, 1522 to 1536. 1. The Mounting Revolt, 1522 to 1524. The famished knights had waited impatiently for a chance to rise against princes, prelates, and financiers. In 1522, Charles V was far away in Spain. Sickingen's troops were fretfully idle. Rich church lands lay open to easy seizure. Hutten was calling for action. Luther had invited the German people to sweep their oppressors from the earth. On August 13th, a number of knights signed at Landau a pledge of united action. Sickingen besieged Trier and shot letters into it inviting the people to join him in overthrowing the ruling archbishop. They remained quiet. The archbishop gathered troops, played general, and beat back 5 assaults. Sickingen raised the siege and retired to his castle at Landstuhl. The archbishop, with help from neighboring princes, stormed the castle. Sickingen was mortally wounded in its defense. On May 6, 1523, he surrendered. On May 7th, he died. The knights submitted to the princes, disbanded their private armies, and clung with desperate severity to the peasant feudal dues that were their main support. Foreseeing this debacle, Luther had dissociated himself, none too soon, on December 19, 1522, from the revolt. Otherwise, his star continued to ascend. The cause of Luther, wrote Archduke Ferdinand to his brother the Emperor in 1522, is so deeply rooted in the whole empire that not one person in 1,000 is free from it. Monks and priests were flocking to the new altar of matrimony. At Nuremberg, the Lorenzkirche and the Sebaldeskirche resounded with God's word, the Reformers' phrase for a faith based solely on the Bible. Evangelical preachers moved freely through northern Germany, capturing old pulpits and setting up new ones. And they denounced not only popes and bishops as servants of Lucifer, but secular lords as iniquitous oppressors. However, secular lords were themselves converts. Philip of Hesse, Casimir of Brandenburg, Ulrich of Württemberg, Ernest of Lüneburg, John of Saxony. Even the emperor's sister Isabella was a Lutheran. Charles's old teacher had now become Pope Adrian VI in 1521. To a diet at Nuremberg in 1522 he sent a demand for Luther's arrest and a candid confession of ecclesiastical faults. We know well that for many years things deserving of abhorrence have gathered round the Holy See. Sacred things have been misused, ordinances transgressed, so that in everything there has been a change for the worse. Thus it is not surprising that the malady has crept down from the head to the members, from the popes to the hierarchy. We all, prelates and clergy, have gone astray from the right way, and for long there is no one that has done good, no, not one. Therefore we shall use all diligence to reform before all else the Roman Curia, whence perhaps all these evils have had their origin. The whole world is longing for such reform. The Assembly agreed to ask Elector Frederick to check Luther, but it asked why Luther should be condemned for pointing out clerical abuses now so authoritatively confirmed. Finding the Pope's confession insufficiently detailed, it sent him its own list of 100 gravamina of Germany against the Church, and proposed that these grievances should be considered and remedied by a national council to be held in Germany under the presidency of the Emperor. The same Diet, dominated by the nobility, gave a sympathetic hearing to charges that monopolists were enriching themselves at the expense of the people. A committee wrote to the major cities of Germany asking their advice as to whether the monopolies were harmful, and should they be regulated or destroyed. Ulm replied that they were an evil, and that business firms should be limited to a father, his son, and his son-in-law. Augsburg, home of the Fuggers, submitted a classic defense of big business, laissez-faire, and widows and orphans. Christendom, or shall we say the whole world, is rich because of business. The more business a country does, the more prosperous are its people. Where there are many merchants, there is plenty of work. It is impossible to limit the size of the companies. The bigger and more numerous they are, the better for everybody. If a merchant is not perfectly free to do business in Germany, he will go elsewhere, to Germany's loss. If he cannot do business above a certain amount, what is he to do with his surplus money? It would be well to let the merchant alone and put no restrictions on his ability or capital. Some people talk of limiting the earning capacity of investments. This would work great injustice and harm by taking away the livelihood of widows, orphans, and other sufferers, who derived their income from investments in these companies. The Diet legislated that companies should not be capitalized above 50,000 guilders, that profits must be distributed every 2 years, and public accounting made, that money should not be loaned at usurious rates, that no merchant should buy more than a stated maximum of any commodity in any quarter year, and that prices should be fixed by law. The merchants appealed to Charles V. He supported them for reasons that have been stated, and as many city magistrates shared in the profits of the monopolies, the edicts of Nuremberg soon became a dead letter. To a later session of the Diet, in January of 1524, a new pope, Clement VII, sent Cardinal Lorenzo Campeggio with fresh demands for the arrest of Luther. Crowds jeered the nuncio in Augsburg. He had to enter Nuremberg secretly to avoid hostile demonstrations, and he had the humiliation of seeing 3,000 persons, including the emperor's sister, receive the Eucharist in both kinds from a Lutheran pastor. He warned the Diet that the religious revolt, if not soon suppressed, would soon undermine civil authority and order. But the Diet replied that any attempt to put down Lutheranism by force would result in riot, disobedience, slaughter, and a general ruin. While the deliberations proceeded, the social revolution began. 2. The Peasants' War, 1524 to 1526. The religious revolt offered the tillers of the fields a captivating ideology in which to phrase their demands for a larger share in Germany's growing prosperity. The hardships that had already spurred a dozen rural outbreaks still agitated the peasant mind, and indeed, with feverish intensity now that Luther had defied the Church, berated the princes, broken the dams of discipline and awe, made every man a priest, and proclaimed the freedom of the Christian man. In the Germany of that age, church and state were so closely meshed, clergymen played so large a role in social order and civil administration, that the collapse of ecclesiastical prestige and power removed a main barrier to revolution. The Waldensians, Begards, brethren of the common life, had continued an old tradition of basing radical proposals upon biblical texts. The circulation of the New Testament in print was a blow to political as well as to religious orthodoxy. It exposed the compromises that the secular clergy had made with the nature of man and the ways of the world. It revealed the communism of the apostles, the sympathy of Christ for the poor and oppressed. In these respects, the New Testament was for the radicals of this age a veritable communist manifesto. Peasant and proletarian alike found in it a divine warrant for dreaming of a utopia where private property would be abolished and the poor would inherit the earth. In 1521, a pamphlet circulated in Germany under the title of Karsthans, that is, Pitchfork John. This man with the hoe and a pen pledged peasant protection to Luther, and a continuation published in the same year advocated a rural insurrection against the Catholic clergy. Another pamphlet of 1521, by Johannes Eberlin, demanded universal male suffrage, the subordination of every ruler and official to popularly elected councils, the abolition of all capitalist organizations, a return to medieval price-fixing for bread and wine, and the education of all children in Latin, Greek, Hebrew, astronomy, and medicine. In 1522, a pamphlet entitled The Needs of the German Nation, and falsely ascribed to the dead Emperor Frederick III, called for the removal of all tolls, duties, passports, and fines, the abolition of Roman and canon law, the limitation of business organizations to a capital of 10,000 guilders, the exclusion of the clergy from civil government, the confiscation of monastic wealth, and the distribution of the proceeds among the poor. Otto Brunfels proclaimed in 1524 that the payment of tithes to the clergy was contrary to the New Testament. Preachers mingled Protestant evangelism with utopian aspirations. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 2, Side 2. Preachers mingled Protestant evangelism with utopian aspirations. One revealed that heaven was open to peasants but closed to nobles and clergymen. Another counseled the peasants to give no more money to priests or monks. Münzer, Karlstadt, and Hubmeier advised their hearers that farmers, miners, and corn threshers understand the gospel better and can teach it better than a whole village of abbots and priests or doctors of divinity. Karlstadt added, and better than Luther.
Almanacs and astrologers, as if giving a cue to action, predicted an uprising for 1524. A Catholic humanist, Johannes Cochleus, warned Luther in 1523 that the populace in the towns and the peasants in the provinces will inevitably rise in rebellion. They are poisoned by the innumerable abusive pamphlets and speeches that are printed and declaimed among them against both papal and secular authority. Luther, the preachers, and the pamphleteers were not the cause of the revolt. The causes were the just grievances of the peasantry. But it could be argued that the gospel of Luther and his more radical followers poured oil on the flames and turned the resentment of the oppressed into utopian delusions, uncalculated violence, and passionate revenge. Thomas Münzer's career caught all the excitement of the time. Appointed preacher at Auerstedt in 1522, he demanded the extermination of the godless, that is, the orthodox or the conservative, by the sword. The godless have no right to live except in so far as they are permitted to do so by the elect. He proposed to the princes that they should lead the people in a communistic revolt against the clergy and the capitalists. When the princes did not rise to the opportunity, he called upon the people to overthrow the princes too, and to establish a refined society such as was contemplated by Plato and Apuleius of the Golden Ass. All things are in common, he wrote, and should be distributed as occasion requires, according to the several necessities of all. Any prince, count, or baron who, after being earnestly reminded of this truth, should be unwilling to accept it, is to be beheaded or hanged. Elector Frederick tolerated this gospel humorously, but his brother Duke John and his cousin Duke George joined with Luther in having Münzer expelled from his pastorate in 1524. The irate apostle wandered from town to town, announcing the deliverance of Israel and the imminent kingdom of heaven on earth. He found a congenial political climate in the free city of Mühlhausen in Thuringia, where the textile industry had gathered a numerous proletariat. Heinrich Pfeiffer, an ex-monk, had already begun there, with the support of the lower middle class, a movement to capture the municipal council from the patrician oligarchy. Münzer preached his radical program to the workingmen of the town and to the neighboring peasantry. On March 17, 1525, the armed followers of Pfeiffer and Münzer deposed the patricians and set up an eternal council to rule Mühlhausen. According to Melanchthon, the victorious radicals drove out the monks and appropriated all the property of the church. However, no theologian in this age could be trusted to report impartially the activities or views of his opponents. No communist commonwealth was established. Pfeiffer proved abler in practice than Münzer and tamed the revolt to the needs of the middle class. Anticipating attack by imperial troops, Münzer organized workers and peasants into an army and had heavy artillery cast for it in the monastery of the Barefoot Friars. "Forward," was his call to his men. "Forward while the fire is hot. Let your swords be ever warm with blood." About the same time, peasant uprisings were convulsing South Germany. Perhaps a ruinous hailstorm in 1524, which destroyed all hopes for a harvest in Stühlingen, served as the trigger of revolt. This district, near Schaffhausen, was not too far from Switzerland to feel the example of the sturdy peasants who had there freed themselves from all but the formalities of feudal power. On August 24, 1524, Hans Müller, acting on a suggestion from Münzer, gathered about him some Stühlingen peasants and bound them into an evangelical brotherhood, pledged to emancipate farmers throughout Germany. Soon they were joined by the discontented tenants of the abbot of Reichenau, the bishop of Constance, the counts of Werdenburg, Montfort, Lüpfen, and Sulz. By the end of 1524, there were some 30,000 peasants in arms in South Germany, refusing to pay state taxes, church tithes, or feudal dues, and sworn to emancipation or death. At Memmingen, their delegates, under the guidance or influence of Zwinglian Protestants from Zurich, formulated in March of 1525 the 12 Articles that set half of Germany on fire. To the Christian reader, peace, and the grace of God through Christ. There are many anti-Christians who have lately taken occasion of the assembly of the peasants to cast scorn upon the gospel, saying, "Is this the fruit of the new evangel? Is no one to be obedient, but all are to rebel, to overthrow, or perhaps to slay, the spiritual and temporal lords?" To all these godless and wicked critics the following articles make answer, in order, first, to remove this reproach from the word of God, and second, to justify in a Christian way the disobedience, nay, the rebellion, of the peasants. First, it is our humble petition and request, as also the will and intention of all of us, that in the future we should have authority and power, so that a whole community should choose and appoint a pastor, and also have the right to depose him. Second, since the tithe is appointed in the Old Testament and fulfilled in the New, we will pay the just tithe of grain, but in a proper way. We will that for the future this be gathered and received by our church provost, whom the community appoints, that out of it there shall be given to the pastor a modest sufficient maintenance for him and his, that the remainder shall be distributed to the poor and needy who are in the same village. The small tithe we will not give at all, for God created cattle for the free use of men. Third, it has been the custom hitherto for men to hold us as their own property, and this is pitiable, seeing that Christ has redeemed and bought us all with the precious shedding of his blood, the lowly as well as the great. Therefore it agrees with Scripture that we be free and will be so. To our chosen and appointed rulers, appointed for us by God, we are willingly obedient in all proper and Christian matters, and have no doubt that, as true and real Christians, they will gladly release us from serfdom, or show us in the gospel that we are serfs. Sixth, we have a heavy grievance because of the services which are increased from day to day. Eighth, we are greatly aggrieved, as many of us have holdings that will not support the rents we pay, and the peasants suffer loss and ruin. Let the lords have honorable men inspect said holdings, and fix fair rent, for every laborer is worthy of his hire. 10th, we are aggrieved because some have appropriated to themselves meadows out of the common fields, which once belonged to the community. 11th, we would have the death dues entirely abolished. We will not suffer it, nor allow widows and orphans to be so shamefully robbed. 12th, if one or more of the articles here set forth can be shown to us by the word of God to be improper, we will recede from it if this is explained to us with arguments from Scripture. The peasant leaders, encouraged by Luther's semi-revolutionary pronouncements, sent him a copy of the articles and asked for his support. He replied with a pamphlet printed in April 1525, Admonition to Peace. He applauded the peasants' offer to submit to correction by Scripture. He noted the charges, now rising, that his speeches and writings had stirred revolt. He denied his responsibility and referred to his inculcation of civil obedience. But he did not withdraw his criticism of the master class. We have no one on earth to thank for this mischievous rebellion except you, princes and lords, and especially you blind bishops and mad priests and monks, whose hearts are hardened against the holy gospel, though you know that it is true and that you cannot refute it. Besides, in your temporal government you do nothing but flay and rob your subjects, in order that you may lead a life of splendor and pride, until the poor common people can bear it no longer. Well then, since you are the cause of this wrath of God, it will undoubtedly come upon you, if you do not mend your ways in time. The peasants are mustering, and this must result in the ruin, destruction, and desolation of Germany by cruel murder and bloodshed, unless God shall be moved by our repentance to prevent it. He counseled the princes and lords to recognize the justice of many of the articles, and urged a policy of kindly consideration. To the peasants he addressed a frank admission of their wrongs, but pleaded with them to refrain from violence and revenge. A resort to violence, he predicted, would leave the peasants worse off than before. He foresaw that a violent revolt would bring discredit upon the movement for religious reform, and that he would be blamed for everything. He objected to the appropriation of tithes by each congregation. The authorities should be obeyed, and had a right to tax the people to pay the expenses of government. The freedom of the Christian man was to be understood as a spiritual liberty, consistent with serfdom, even with slavery. Did not Abraham and other patriarchs and prophets use slaves? Read what St. Paul teaches about servants, who at that time were all slaves. Therefore your third article is dead against the gospel. This article would make all men equal, and that is impossible. For a worldly kingdom cannot stand unless there is in it an inequality of persons, so that some are free, some imprisoned, some lords, some subjects. His final advice, had it been followed, would have spared Germany much bloodshed and devastation. Choose among the nobles certain counts and lords, and from the cities certain councilmen, and have these matters dealt with and settled in a friendly way. You lords, let down your stubbornness, and give up a little of your tyranny and oppression, so that poor people get air and room to live. The peasants, for their part, should let themselves be instructed, and give over and let go some of the articles that grasp too far and too high. The peasant leaders, however, felt that it was now too late to retrace their steps. In any conciliation they would sooner or later be punished. They mourned Luther as a traitor, and went on with the revolt. Some of them took quite literally the dream of equality. The nobles were to dismantle their castles and live like peasants and burghers. They were no longer to ride on horseback, for that raised them above their fellow men. Pastors were to be informed that they were henceforth servants, not masters of their congregations, and would be expelled if they did not adhere strictly and only to the Scriptures. Corresponding demands came from the workmen of the towns. They denounced the monopoly of city offices by the rich, the embezzlement of public funds by corrupt officials, the perpetually rising prices while wages stood almost still. "It would be better for the salvation of the soul," said one radical, "if the Lord Prelates were not so rich and luxurious, and if their possessions were divided among the poor." Wendell Hippler and Friedrich Weigand proposed that all church property should be confiscated to secular needs, that all transport tolls and tariff duties should be removed, that there should be throughout the empire one coinage and one system of weights and measures. The movement had a colorful assortment of leaders: the innkeepers George Metzler and Mettern Feuerbacher, the jolly roisterer Jäcklein Rohrbach, some ex-soldiers and priests, and 2 knights from Sickingen's defeated band, Florian Geyer and Götz von Berlichingen, of the Iron Hand. Hauptmann and Goethe would later choose these two as heroes for vivid plays. Each leader was sovereign over his own group, and rarely concerted his action with the others. Nevertheless, in the spring of 1525, the revolt flared up in a dozen scattered localities about the same time. At Heilbronn, Rothenburg, and Würzburg, a commune of labor representatives captured the municipal administration. At Frankfurt am Main, the victorious commune announced that it would thereafter be council, burgomaster, pope, and emperor all in one. At Rothenburg, the priests were driven from the cathedral, religious images were demolished, a chapel was smashed to the ground on March 27, 1525, and clerical wine cellars were emptied with triumphant gaiety. Towns subject to feudal lords renounced their fealty. Episcopal towns called for an end to clerical privileges and agitated for the secularization of ecclesiastical property. Nearly the whole duchy of Franconia joined the revolt. Many lords and bishops, unprepared to resist, swore to accept the reforms demanded of them. So the bishops of Speyer and Bamberg, and the abbots of Kempten and Herzfeld. Count William of Henneberg freed his serfs. Counts George and Albrecht of Hohenlohe were summoned before peasant leaders and were initiated into the new order. "Brother George and Brother Albrecht, come hither and swear to the peasants to be as brothers to them, for you are now no longer lords, but peasants." Most of the towns received the rural rebels with a hearty welcome. Many of the lower clergy, hostile to the hierarchy, supported the revolt. The first serious encounter took place at Leipheim on the Danube, near Ulm, on April 4, 1525. Under an energetic priest, Jakob Wehe, 3,000 peasants captured the town, drank all discoverable wine, pillaged the church, smashed the organ, made themselves leggings from sacerdotal vestments, and paid mock homage to one of their number seated on the altar and robed as a priest. An army of mercenaries hired by the Swabian League and led by an able general, Georg von Truchsess, laid siege to Leipheim and frightened the undisciplined peasants into surrender. Wehe and 4 other leaders were beheaded, the rest were spared, but the League's troops burned many peasant cottages. On Good Friday, April 15, 1525, 3 rebel contingents under Metzler, Geyer, and Rohrbach laid siege to the town of Weinsberg, near Heilbronn, whose ruling Count Ludwig von Helfenstein was especially hated for his severities. A delegation of peasants approached the walls and asked for a parley. The Count and his knights made a sudden sortie and massacred the delegation. On Easter Sunday, the attackers, helped by some citizens of the town, broke through the walls and cut down the 40 men-at-arms who cared to resist. The Count, his wife, a daughter of the late Emperor Maximilian, and 16 knights were taken prisoner. Rohrbach, without consulting Metzler or Geyer, ordered the 17 men to run the gauntlet between rows of peasants armed with pikes. The Count offered all his fortune in ransom. It was refused as a temporizing expedient. The Countess, prostrate and delirious, begged for her husband's life. Rohrbach bade 2 men hold her up so that she could witness the orgy of revenge. As the Count walked to his death amid a volley of daggers and pikes, the peasants recalled to him his own brutalities. "You thrust my brother into a dungeon," one cried, "because he did not bare his head as you passed by." "You harnessed us like oxen to the yoke," shouted others. "You caused the hands of my father to be cut off because he killed a hare on his own field." Your horses, dogs, and huntsmen have trodden down my crops. You have wrung the last penny out of us." During the next half-hour the 16 knights were similarly laid to rest. The countess was allowed to retire to a convent. In nearly every section of Germany peasant bands were running riot. Monasteries were sacked or were compelled to pay high ransoms. "Nowhere," says a letter of April 7, 1525, "do the insurgents make a secret of their intention to kill all clerics who will not break with the Church, to destroy all cloisters and episcopal palaces, and to root the Catholic religion utterly out of the land." This is probably an exaggeration, but we may note that in Bavaria, Austria, and Tyrol, where Protestantism had apparently been suppressed, the rebels captured many towns and compelled Archduke Ferdinand to agree that all preaching should henceforth be according to Scripture, a characteristic Protestant demand. At Mainz, Archbishop Albrecht fled before the storm, but his deputy saved the sea by signing the 12 Articles and paying a ransom of 15,000 guilders. On April 11th, the townsfolk of Bamberg renounced the bishop's feudal sovereignty, pillaged and burned his castle, and plundered the houses of the Orthodox. In Alsace, the revolt spread so rapidly that by April's end every Catholic or rich landlord in the province was in terror of his life. On April 28th, an army of 20,000 peasants attacked Zabern, seat of the Bishop of Strasbourg, and despoiled his monastery. On May 13th, they took the town, forced every fourth man to join them, renounced all payment of tithes, and demanded that thereafter all officials except the emperor should be elected by popular suffrage and be subject to recall. At Brixen in Tyrol, a former episcopal secretary, Michael Gassmeyer, organized a revolt that attacked all Orthodox clergymen, sacked the local monastery on May 12th, and remained rampant and unsubdued for a year. In all the valleys of the Inn and Etsch rivers, says an unsympathetic chronicler of the time, there was such a concourse, cry, and tumult that hardly might a good man walk in the streets. Robbing and plundering became so common that even pious men were tempted thereto. At Freiburg im Breisgau, the peasants looted castles and monasteries and forced the city to join the Evangelical Brotherhood, this on May 24th. In that same month, a peasant band drove the Bishop of Würzburg out of his palace and feasted on his stores. In June, the powerful and warlike Archbishop Matthias Lang was chased from his palace in Salzburg into his castle fortress overlooking the city. In Neustadt, in the Palatinate, Elector Ludwig, surrounded by 8,000 armed peasants, invited their leaders to dinner and cheerfully complied with their demands. "There," said a contemporary, "one saw villains and their lord sit together, eat and drink together. He had, as it seemed, one heart to them, and they to him." Amid this torrent of events, Luther issued from the press of Wittenberg, toward the middle of May, 1525, a pamphlet against the robbing and murdering hordes of peasants. Its vehemence startled prince and peasant, prelate and humanist alike. Shocked by the excesses of the infuriated rebels, dreading a possible overturn of all law and government in Germany, and stung by charges that his own teachings had loosed the flood, he now ranged himself unreservedly on the side of the imperiled lords. "In the former book I did not venture to judge the peasants, since they had offered to be set right and be instructed. But before I look around, they, forgetting their offer, betake themselves to violence, and rob and rage and act like mad dogs. It is the devil's work they are at, and in particular it is the work of the archdevil Münzer, who rules at Mühlhausen. I must begin by setting their sins before them. Then I must instruct the rulers how they are to conduct themselves in these circumstances. Any man against whom sedition can be proved is outside the law of God and the empire, so that the first who can slay him is doing right and well. For rebellion brings with it a land full of murder and bloodshed, makes widows and orphans, and turns everything upside down. Therefore, let everyone who can smite, slay, and stab, secretly or openly, remembering that nothing can be more poisonous, hurtful, or devilish than a rebel. It is just when one must kill a mad dog. If you do not strike him, he will strike you, and the whole land with you." He rejected the supposed scriptural warrant for communism. The gospel does not make goods common, except in the case of those who do of their own free will what the apostles and disciples did in Acts 4. They did not demand, as do our insane peasants in their raging, that the goods of others, of a Pilate or a Herod, should be common, but only their own goods. Our peasants, however, would have other men's goods common, and keep their own goods for themselves. Fine Christians these! I think there is not a devil left in hell. They've all gone into the peasants. To Catholic rulers he offered his forgiveness if they smote the rebels without trial. To Protestant rulers he recommended prayer, contrition, and negotiation, but if the peasants remain obdurate, then swiftly grasp the sword. For a prince or lord must remember in this case that he is God's minister and the servant of his wrath. Romans 13, to whom the sword is committed for use upon such fellows. If he can punish and does not, even though the punishment consist in the taking of life and the shedding of blood, then he is guilty of all the murder and all the evil which these fellows commit. The rulers then should go on unconcerned, and with a good conscience lay about them as long as their hearts still beat. If anyone think this is too hard, let him remember that rebellion is intolerable, and that the destruction of the world is to be expected every hour. It was Luther's misfortune that this outburst reached its readers just about the time that the forces of the propertied classes were beginning to subdue the revolt, and the reformer received undue credit for the terrorism of the suppression. It is unlikely that the endangered masters were influenced by the pamphlet. It was in their temper to handle the insurgents with a severity that would serve as a deterrent in unforgettable memory. For a time they had bemused the simple peasants with parleys and promises, and had thereby persuaded many of the bands to disperse. Meanwhile the masters organized and armed their levies. At the height of the turmoil, Elector Frederick died on May 5, 1525, himself calm and at peace, admitting that he and other princes had wronged the peasant, refusing to join in extreme measures of retaliation, and leaving to his successor, Duke John, urgent counsels of moderation. But the new elector felt that his brother's policy had been unwisely lenient. He joined his forces with those of Duke Henry of Brunswick and Philip Landgrave of Hesse, and together they moved against Münster's encampment outside Mühlhausen. The opposed armies were matched only in number, each some 8,000 strong. But the ducal troops were mostly trained soldiers, while the peasants, despite Münster's homemade artillery, were indifferently armed, poorly disciplined, and disordered with natural fright. Münster relied on his eloquence to restore morale, and led the peasants in prayer and hymns. The first barrage of the princely cannon slaughtered hundreds, and the terrified rebels fled into the town of Frankenhausen on May 15, 1525. The victors followed and massacred 5,000. 300 prisoners were condemned to death. Their women pleaded for mercy for them. It was granted on condition that the women should beat out the brains of 2 priests who had encouraged the revolt. It was so done while the triumphant dukes looked on. Münster hid, was captured, was tortured into confessing the error of his ways, and was beheaded before the headquarters of the princes. Pfeiffer and his 1,200 soldiers defended Mühlhausen. They were overcome. Pfeiffer and other leaders were put to death, but the citizens were spared on paying a total ransom of 40,000 guilders, or about $1 million. Meanwhile, Truchsess took the town of Böblingen by negotiation, and from within its walls turned his guns upon a rebel camp outside, this on May 12th. Those of the peasants who survived this cannonade were cut down by his cavalry. This ended the revolt in Württemberg. Turning next to Weinsberg, Truchsess burned it to the ground and slowly roasted Jäcklein Rohrbach, who had directed the massacre of Weinsberg. Truchsess marched on to rout peasant forces at Königshofen and Ingolstadt, recaptured Würzburg, and beheaded 81 chosen rebels as a memento for the rest on June 5th. Florian Geyer escaped from Würzburg into obscurity and remained a cherished legend. Götz von Berlichingen surrendered in apt time, lived to fight for Charles V against the Turks, and died in his own bed and castle at 82 in 1562. Rothenburg was taken on June 20th, Memmingen soon afterward. The revolt in Alsace was crushed by the slaughter of from 2,000 to 6,000 men at Lippstein and Zabern, from May 17th to 18th. By May 27th, some 20,000 peasants had been killed in Alsace alone, in many cases after surrender. The air of the towns was fetid with the stench of the dead. Markgraf Casimir had some of his surrendering peasants beheaded, some hanged. In milder cases he chopped off hands or gouged out eyes. Saner princes finally intervened to reduce the barbarism of the retaliation, and at the end of August the Diet of Augsburg issued a rescript urging moderation in punishments and fines. "If all the rebels are killed," one philosophic noble asked, "where shall we get peasants to provide for us?" In Austria the revolt continued for a year. In January 1526, Michael Gassmeyer proclaimed throughout Tyrol the most radical of the revolutionary programs.
All godless, that is, non-Protestants, who persecuted the true word of God or who oppressed the common man were to be put to death. All pictures and shrines were to be removed from the churches, and no masses were to be said. Town walls, towers, and fortresses were to be demolished. There should now be only villages, and all men were to be equal. Officials and judges were to be chosen by universal adult male suffrage. Feudal rents and dues were to end at once. Tithes were to be collected, but were to be given to the Reformed Church and the poor. Monasteries were to be converted into hospitals or schools. Mines were to be nationalized. Prices were to be fixed by the government. For a time, Gossmeyer, with clever strategy, defeated the troops sent against him, but he was finally outwitted and fled to Italy. The Archduke Ferdinand set a price on his head, and 2 Spanish cutthroats earned the sum by assassinating him in his room in Padua in 1528. The losses of German life and the property in the peasants' revolt were to be exceeded only in the 30 Years' War. Of peasants alone, some 130,000 died in battle or in expiation. There were 10,000 executions under the jurisdiction of the Swabian League. Truxess's executioner boasted that he had killed 1,200 condemned men with his own practiced hand. The peasants themselves had destroyed hundreds of castles and monasteries. Hundreds of villages and towns had been depopulated or ruined, or impoverished by huge indemnities. Over 50,000 homeless peasants roamed the highways or hid in the woods. Widows and orphans were legion, but charity was heartless or penniless. The rebels had in many instances burned the charters that recorded their feudal dues. New charters were now drawn up, renewing the obligations, sometimes more leniently, sometimes more rigorously than before. Concessions were made to the peasants in Austria, Baden, and Hesse. Elsewhere, serfdom was strengthened and would continue east of the Elbe till the 19th century. Democratic beginnings were aborted. Intellectual developments were stunted. Censorship of publications increased, under Catholic and Protestant authorities alike. Humanism wilted in the fire. The Renaissance joy in life and literature and love gave way to theology, pietism, and meditations on death. The Reformation itself almost perished in the Peasants' War. Despite Luther's disclaimers and denunciations, the rebellion had flaunted Protestant colors and ideas. Economic aspirations were dressed in phrases that Luther had sanctified. Communism was to be merely a return to the gospel. Charles V interpreted the uprising as a Lutheran movement. Conservatives classed the expropriation of ecclesiastical property by Protestants as revolutionary actions on a par with the sacking of monasteries by peasants. In the South, the frightened princes and lords renewed their fealty to the Roman Church. In several places, as at Bamberg and Würzburg, even men of propertied class were executed for having accepted Lutheranism. The peasants themselves turned against the Reformation as a lure and a betrayal. Some called Luther Dr. Lügner, Dr. Liar, and Toady of the Princes. For years after the revolt he was so unpopular that he seldom dared leave Wittenberg, even to attend his father's deathbed in 1530. "All is forgotten that God has done for the world through me," he wrote on June 15, 1525. "Now lords, priests, and peasants are all against me, and threaten my death." It was not in his character to yield ground or apologize. On May 30th, 1525, he wrote to Nicholas Amsdorff, "My opinion is that it is better that all peasants be killed than that the princes and magistrates perish, because the rustics took the sword without divine authority." In July 1525, he published an open letter concerning the hard book against the peasants. His critics, he said, deserved no answer. Their criticisms showed them to be rebels at heart, like the peasants, and no more deserving of mercy. The rulers ought to seize these people by the cap and make them hold their tongues. If they think this answer is too hard, and that this is talking violence and only shutting men's mouths, I reply that this is right. A rebel is not worth answering with arguments, for he does not accept them. The answer for such mouth is a fist that brings blood from the nose. The peasants would not listen. Their ears must be unbuttoned with bullets till their heads jump off their shoulders. Such pupils need such a rod. He who will not hear God's word when it is spoken with kindness must listen to the headsman when he comes with his axe. Of mercy I will neither hear nor know anything, but give heed to God's will in his word. If he will have wrath and not mercy, what will you have to do with mercy? Did not Saul sin by showing mercy upon Amalek when he failed to execute God's wrath as he had been commanded? You who are praising mercy so highly because the peasants are beaten, why did you not praise it when the peasants were raging, smiting, robbing, burning, and plundering until they were terrible to men's eyes and ears? Why were they not merciful to the princes and lords, whom they wanted to wipe out entirely? Mercy, Luther argued, is the duty of Christians in their private capacity. As officers of the state, however, they must normally follow justice rather than mercy, for since Adam and Eve's sin, man has been so wicked that government laws and penalties are needed to control him. We owe more consideration to the community endangered by crime than to criminals endangering the community. If the intentions of the peasants had been carried out, no honest man would have been safe from them, but whoever had a pfennig more than another would have had to suffer for it. They had already begun that, and they would not have stopped there. Women and children would have been put to shame. They would have taken to killing one another, too, and there would have been no peace or safety anywhere. Has anything been heard of more unrestrained than a mob of peasants when they are fed full and have gotten power? The ass will have blows, and the people will be ruled by force. Luther's extreme statements about the Peasants' War shock us today because social order has been so well established that we presume on its continuance and can treat with lenience those few who would violently disturb it. But Luther faced the harsh reality of peasant bands transforming their just grievances into indiscriminate pillage and threatening the complete overturn of law, government, production, and distribution in Germany. Events justified his premonition that the religious revolution for which he had risked his life would be gravely imperiled by the conservative reaction that was bound to follow an unsuccessful revolt. He may have felt some personal debt to the princes and nobles who had protected him in Wittenberg and Worms and the Wartburg, and he might well wonder who would save him against Charles V and Clement VII if princely power ceased to shield the Reformation. The one freedom that seemed to him worth fighting for was the freedom to worship God, to seek salvation according to one's conscience. What difference did it make whether, in this brief Vorspiel to eternal life, one was a prince or a slave? We should accept our state here without complaint, bound in body and duty, but free in soul and the grace of God. And yet the peasants had a case against him. He had not only predicted social revolution, he had said he would not be displeased by it. He would greet it with a smile, even if men washed their hands in episcopal blood. He, too, had made a revolution, had endangered social order, had flouted authority not less divine than the states. He had made no protest against the secular appropriation of ecclesiastical property. How otherwise than by force could peasants better their lot when ballots were forbidden them and their oppressors daily wielded force? The peasants felt that the new religion had sanctified their cause, had aroused them to hope and action, and had deserted them in the hour of decision. Some of them, in angry despair, became cynical atheists. Many of them, or their children, shepherded by Jesuits, returned to the Catholic fold. Some of them followed the radicals whom Luther had condemned and heard in the New Testament a summons to communism. 3. The Anabaptists try communism, 1534 to 1536. Only by observing with what devout enthusiasm some of our contemporaries adopt economic heresies can we understand the fervor with which pious rebellious minorities followed, even to the stake, one or another turn of the religious revolution in the 16th century. The most radical of the new sects took the name of Anabaptists, Wiedertäufer, or again baptizers, from its insistence that baptism, if given in infancy, should be repeated in maturity, and that still better it should be deferred, as by John the Baptist, till the mature recipient could knowingly and voluntarily make his profession of the Christian faith. There were sects within this sect. Those who followed Hans Denk and Ludwig Hetzer denied the divinity of Christ. He was only the most godly of men, who had redeemed us not by his agony on the cross, but by the example of his life. Denk exalted the individual conscience above the Church, the state, and the Bible itself. Most Anabaptists adopted a Puritan severity of morals and simplicity of manners and dress. Developing with rash logic Luther's idea of Christian liberty, they condemned all government by force and all resistance to it by force. They rejected military service on the ground that it is invariably sinful to take human life. Like the early Christians, they refused to swear oaths, not accepting oaths of allegiance to prince or emperor. Their usual salutation was, "The peace of the Lord be with you,"
an echo of the Jewish and Moslem greeting, and a forerunner of the Quaker mode. While Luther, Zwingli, Calvin, and Knox agreed with the popes on the absurdity of religious toleration, the Anabaptists preached and practiced it. One of them, Balthasar Hubmaier, wrote the first clear defense of it in 1524. They shunned public office and all resort to litigation. They were Tolstoyan anarchists 3 centuries before Tolstoy and a century after Peter Kelchitsky, from whom they may have derived their creed. Consciously or unwittingly, inheriting the doctrine of the Bohemian Taborites or the Moravian Brethren, some Anabaptists proclaimed a community of goods. A few, if we may credit hostile chroniclers, proposed a community of wives. In general, however, the sect rejected any compulsory sharing of goods, advocated voluntary mutual aid, and held that in the kingdom of heaven communism would be automatic and universal. All the Anabaptist groups were inspired by the apocalypse and the confident expectation of Christ's early return to the earth. Many believers professed to know the day and hour of his coming. Then all the ungodly, in this case all but Anabaptists, would be swept away by the sword of the Lord, and the elect would live in glory in a terrestrial paradise without laws or marriage, and abounding in all good things. So hopeful men steeled themselves against toil and monogamy. The Anabaptists appeared first in Switzerland. Perhaps a pacifistic Christianity had seeped in from the Waldenses of southern France and the Begards of the Netherlands. Here and there, as in Basel, a few intellectuals sponsored the idea of a communistic society. Communistic passages in More's Utopia may have stirred the scholars who gathered around Erasmus there. 3 members of that circle became Anabaptist leaders: Konrad Grebel and Felix Manz of Zurich, and Balthasar Hubmaier of Waldshut, just across the border in Austria. In 1524, Münzer visited Waldshut, Karlstadt came to Zurich, and an Anabaptist sect formed in Zurich under the name of Spirituals, or Brethren. It preached adult baptism and the coming of Christ, rejected church and state, and proposed an end to interest charges, taxes, military service, tithes, and oaths. At this time, Ulrich Zwingli was winning the Great Council of Zurich to his Protestant views, which included the control of religion by the secular authorities. He pleaded with the Brethren to relax their antipathy to the state and to practice infant baptism. They refused. The council summoned them to a public disputation on January 17, 1525. Failing to convert them, it decreed that the parents of unbaptized children must leave the town. The Anabaptists denounced the council, called Zwingli an old dragon, and paraded the streets crying, "Woe to Zurich!" Their leaders were arrested and banished, which enabled them to spread their doctrines. Saint-Gall and Appenzell took up the movement. Bern and Basel were stirred by it. Hubmaier won nearly all Waldshut to his views. In Appenzell, 1,200 men and women, accepting literally the words of Christ, "Take no thought to what ye shall eat," sat down and waited for God to come and feed them. The apparent success of the Peasants' War in the spring of 1525 promoted these conversions, but its failure encouraged the propertied classes in the Swiss cities to repressive measures. The Council of Zurich arrested Manz in July, then Grebel, then Hubmaier, and ordered that all obstinate Anabaptists should be laid in the tower, kept on bread and water, and left to die and rot. Grebel did. Manz was drowned. Hubmaier recanted, was freed, recanted his recantation, and undertook to convert Augsburg and Moravia. Tetzel was beheaded at Constance for Anabaptism and adultery. Protestant and Catholic cantons showed equal energy in subduing the sect, and by 1530 nothing remained of it in Switzerland except some secret and negligible bands. Meanwhile, the movement had spread like a rumor through South Germany. A zeal for evangelistic propaganda caught the converts and turned them into ardent missionaries for the new creed. In Augsburg, Denk and Hubmaier made rapid headway among the textile workers and the lower middle class. In Tyrol, many miners, contrasting their poverty with the wealth of the Fuggers and Hochstädters who owned the mines, took up Anabaptism when the peasants' revolt collapsed. In Strasbourg, the struggle between Catholics and Protestants allowed the sect to multiply unnoticed for a time. But a pamphlet of 1528 warned the authorities that he who teaches that all things are to be in common has naught else in mind than to excite the poor against the rich, the subjects against the rulers ordained by God. In that year, Charles V issued a mandate making rebaptism a capital crime. The Diet of Speyer in 1529 ratified the emperor's edict, and ordered that Anabaptists everywhere were to be killed like wild beasts as soon as taken, without judge or trial. An Anabaptist chronicler, perhaps exaggerating, reported the result in the mood of early Christian hagiographers. Some were racked and drawn asunder, others were burnt to ashes and dust, some were roasted on pillars or torn with red-hot pincers. Others were hanged on trees, beheaded with the sword, or thrown into the water. Some starved or rotted in darksome prisons. Some who were deemed too young for execution were whipped with rods, and many lay for years in dungeons. Numbers had holes burnt into their cheeks. The rest were hunted from one country and placed to another. Like owls and ravens, which durst not fly by day, they were often compelled to hide and live in rocks and clefts, in wild forests, or in caves and pits. By 1530, says the contemporary Sebastian Franck, 2,000 Anabaptists had been put to death. In one Alsatian city, Ensisheim, 600 were executed. In Salzburg, those who recanted were allowed to have their heads cut off before being placed upon the pyre. The unrepentant were roasted to death over a slow fire, this in 1528. Anabaptists composed touching hymns to commemorate these martyrdoms, and most of the hymn writers became martyrs in their turn. Despite these killings, the sect increased and moved into northern Germany. In Prussia and Württemberg, some nobles welcomed the Anabaptists as peaceful and industrious farmers. In Saxony, says an early Lutheran historian, the valley of the Werra was filled with them, and in Erfurt they claimed to have sent forth 300 missionaries to convert the dying world. In Lübeck, Jürgen Wullenweber, who was accused of Anabaptism, briefly captured control of the city from 1533 to 1534. In Moravia, Hübmeier made progress with his moderate doctrine, which explained communism not as common property, but as holding that one should feed the hungry, give drink to the thirsty, and clothe the naked, for in truth we are not masters of our possessions, but stewards or dispensers only. Hans Hut, fired by the teachings of Münzer, won the Anabaptists of Moravia away from Hübmeier by preaching a full community of goods. Hübmeier retired to Vienna, where he was burned at the stake, and his wife was thrown bound into the Danube in 1528. Hut and his followers established a communistic center at Austerlitz, where, as if foreseeing Napoleon, they renounced all military service and denounced every kind of war. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant. Part 2, continued, Cassette 3, Side 1. Hut and his followers established a communist center at Austerlitz, where, as if foreseeing Napoleon, they renounced all military service and denounced every kind of war. Confining themselves to tillage and petty industry, these Anabaptists maintained their communism for almost a century. The nobles who owned the land protected them as enriching the estates by their conscientious toil. Farming was communal among them. Materials for agriculture and handicraft were bought and allotted by communal officers. Part of the proceeds was paid to the landlord as rent, the rest was distributed according to need. The social unit was not the family, but the Haushabe, or household, containing some 400 to 2,000 persons, with a common kitchen, a common laundry, a school, a hospital, and a brewery. Children, after weaning, were brought up in common, but monogamy remained. In the 30 Years' War, by an imperial edict of 1622, this communistic society was suppressed. Its members accepted Catholicism or were banished. Some of the exiles went to Russia, some to Hungary. We shall hear of them again. In the Netherlands, Melchior Hofmann, a Swabian tanner, preached the Anabaptist gospel with exciting success. At Leiden, his pupil, Jan Matthys, rose to the conclusion that the advent of the New Jerusalem could no longer be patiently awaited, but must be achieved at once, and, if necessary, by force. He sent out through Holland 12 apostles to announce the glad tidings. The ablest of them was a young tailor, Jan Berkelsen, known to history as John of Leyden, and to Meyerbeer's opera as Le Prophète. Without formal education, he had a keen mind, a vivid imagination, a handsome presence, a ready tongue, a resolute will.
He wrote and staged plays and composed poetry. Coming upon the writings of Thomas Münzer, he felt that all other forms of Christianity than that which had gained and lost Mühlhausen were half-hearted and insincere. He heard Jan Matthys and was won to Anabaptism in 1533. He was then 24. In that year he accepted a fatal invitation to come and preach in Münster, the rich and populous capital of Westphalia. Named from the monastery around which it had grown, Münster was feudally subject to its bishop and cathedral chapter. Nevertheless, the growth of industry and commerce had generated a degree of democracy. The assembled citizens, representing 17 guilds, annually chose 10 electors, who chose the city council. But the well-to-do minority provided most of the political ability and naturally dominated the council. In 1525, enthusiastic over the peasants' uprisings, the lower classes presented 36 demands to the council. A few of these were granted, the rest were humored with procrastination. A Lutheran preacher, Bernard Rothman, made himself the mouthpiece of discontent and asked Jan Matthys to send some Dutch Anabaptists to his aid. John of Leyden came on January 13, 1534, and soon Jan Matthys himself. Fearing insurrection, the Party of Order arranged to have Bishop Frans van Waldeck enter the town with his 2,000 troops. The populace, led by Matthys Rothman and John of Leyden, fought them in the streets, drove them out, and took martial control of Münster on February 10, 1534. New elections were held. The Anabaptists won the council. 2 of their number, Knipperdolink and Kippenbroich, were chosen burgomasters. The exciting experiment began. Münster found itself at once in a state of war, besieged by the bishop and his reinforced army, and fearful that soon all the powers of order and custom in Germany would unite against it. To protect itself against internal opposition, the new council decreed that all non-Anabaptists must accept rebaptism or leave the city. It was a cruel measure, for it meant that old men, women carrying infants, and barefoot children had to ride or trudge from the town at the height of a German winter. During the siege, both sides executed without mercy any persons found working for the enemy. Under the stress of war, the council was superseded by a popular assembly and an executive committee of public safety, in both of which the religious leaders were supreme. Matthys died fighting in an abortive sortie on April 5, 1534, and thereafter John of Leyden ruled the city as its king. The communism that was now set up was a war economy, as perhaps all strict communism must be. For men are by nature unequal, and can be induced to share their goods and fortunes only by a vital and common danger. Internal liberty varies with external security, and communism breaks under the tensions of peace. In peril of their lives, if they fell short of unity, inspired by religious faith and inescapable eloquence, the besieged accepted a socialistic theocracy in the desperate hope that they were realizing the new Jerusalem visioned in the Apocalypse. The members of the Committee of Public Safety were called the Elders of the 12 Tribes of Israel, and John of Leyden became King of Israel. Perhaps to give, in the minds of the simple, some helpful dignity to his precarious office, John, along with his aides, clothed himself in the splendid garments left behind by wealthy exiles. Enemies further accused the radical chiefs of eating abundantly while the besieged population neared starvation. The evidence is inconclusive, and leaders always feel an urgent obligation to keep well. Most of the confiscated luxuries were distributed among the people. "The poorest among us," wrote one of them, "now go about sumptuously attired." They hungered in magnificence. Otherwise, the communism of Münster was limited and tentative. The rulers, according to a hostile witness, decreed that all possessions should be in common, but in truth private property continued in practically everything except jewels, precious metals, and the booty of war. Meals were taken in common, but only by those engaged in defense of the town. At these meals a chapter was read from the Bible, and sacred songs were sung. 3 deacons were appointed to supply the necessities of the poor, and to secure materials for these charities, the remaining well-to-do were persuaded or compelled to yield up their superfluity. Land available for cultivation within the city was assigned to each household according to its size. One edict confirmed the traditional dominion of the husband over the wife. Public morals were regulated by strict laws. Dances, games, and religious plays were encouraged under supervision, but drunkenness and gambling were severely punished, prostitution was banned, fornication and adultery were made capital crimes. An excess of women caused by the flight of many men moved the leaders to decree on the basis of biblical precedents that unattached women should become companions of wives, in effect concubines. The newly attached women seem to have accepted the situation as preferable to solitary barrenness. Some conservatives in the city protested, organized a revolt, and imprisoned the king, but their soldiers, soon besotted with wine, were slaughtered by the resurgent Anabaptist soldiery. And in this victory of the New Jerusalem the women played a virile role. John, released and re-enthroned, took several wives and, say the hostile chroniclers, governed with violence and tyranny. He must have had some genial qualities, for thousands gladly bore his rule and offered their lives in his service. When he called for volunteers to follow him in sortie against the bishop's camp, more women enlisted than he thought it wise to use. When he asked for apostles to venture forth and seek aid from other Anabaptist groups, 12 men tried to get through the enemy's lines, were all caught, and all killed. One fervent woman, inspired by the story of Judith, sallied out to assassinate the bishop. She was intercepted and put to death. Though many Anabaptists in Germany and Holland repudiated the resort of their Münster brethren to force, many more applauded the revolution. Cologne, Trier, Amsterdam, and Leyden murmured with Anabaptist prayers for its success. From Amsterdam, 50 vessels sailed on March 22nd and 25th, 1535, to carry reinforcements to the beleaguered city, but all were dispersed by the Dutch authorities. On March 28th, echoing the Münster uprising, an Anabaptist band captured and fortified a monastery in West Friesland. It was overcome with a loss of 800 lives. Confronted with this spreading revolt, the conservative forces of the empire, Protestant as well as Catholic, mobilized to suppress Anabaptism everywhere. Luther, who in 1528 had counseled lenience with the new heretics, advised in 1530 the use of the sword against them as not only blasphemous but highly seditious, and Melanchthon concurred. City after city sent money or men to the bishop. A diet at Worms, on April 4, 1535, ordered a tax on all Germany to finance the siege. The bishop was now able to surround the town and effectively shut off all its supplies. Facing famine and deteriorating morale, King John announced that all who wished might leave the city. Many women and children and some men seized the opportunity. The men were imprisoned or killed by the bishop's soldiers, who spared the women for divers services. One of the émigrés saved his life by offering to show the besiegers an undefended part of the walls. Under his guidance, a force of Landsknechts scaled them and opened a gate on June 24th. Soon several thousand troops poured into the town. Starvation had so far done its work that only 800 of the besieged could still bear arms. They barricaded themselves in the marketplace. Then they surrendered on a promise of a safe conduct to leave Münster. When they had yielded up their arms, they were massacred en masse. Houses were searched, and 400 hidden survivors were slain. John of Leyden and 2 of his aides were bound to stakes. Every part of their bodies was clawed with red-hot pincers, until nearly all who were standing in the marketplace were sickened by the stench. Their tongues were pulled from their mouths. At last daggers were driven into their hearts. The bishop regained his city and augmented his former power. Henceforth all actions of the civil authorities were to be subject to episcopal veto. Catholicism was triumphantly restored. Throughout the empire, the Anabaptists, fearing for their lives, repudiated every member guilty of using force. Nevertheless, many of these pacifist heretics were executed. Melanchthon and Luther advised Philip of Hesse to put to death all adherents of the sect. The conservative leaders felt that so serious a threat to the established economic and political order should be punished with an unforgettable severity. The Anabaptists accepted the lesson, postponed communism to the millennium, and resigned themselves to the practice of such of their principles, of sober, simple, pious, peaceful living, as did not offend the state. Menno Siemens, a Catholic priest converted to Anabaptism in 1531, gave to his Dutch and German followers such skillful guidance that the Mennonites survived all tribulations and formed successful agricultural communities in Holland, Russia, and America. There is no clear affiliation between the continental Anabaptists and the English Quakers and the American Baptists, but the Quaker rejection of war and oaths and the Baptist insistence on adult baptism probably stem from the same traditions of creed and conduct that in Switzerland, Germany, and Holland took Anabaptist forms. One quality nearly all these groups had in common: their willingness to bear peaceably with faiths other than their own. The theology that supported them through hardship, poverty, and martyrdom hardly accords with our transient philosophy, but they too, in their sincerity, devotion, and friendliness, enriched our heritage and redeemed our tarnished humanity. Chapter 18. Zwingli, the Reformation in Switzerland, 1477 to 1531. 1. Multum in parvo. The success of the Swiss cantons in repelling the assault of Charles the Bold in 1477 strengthened their confederation, fired their pride of nationality, and steeled them to withstand the attempt of Maximilian to subject them in fact as well as in theory to the Holy Roman Empire. Disputes over the division of the spoils after the defeat of Burgundy brought the cantons close to civil war, but at the Diet of Stans in 1481, a hermit philosopher, Nikolaus von der Fleur, Bruder Klaus in Swiss memory, persuaded them to peace. Canton by canton, a sturdy confederation grew. Fribourg and Solothurn were admitted in 1481, Basel and Schaffhausen in 1501, Appenzell in 1513. Now they were 13, all speaking German dialects, except that French too was spoken in Fribourg and Bern. They formed a federal republic. Each canton regulated its internal affairs, but was governed in its external relations by a common legislature. The single chamber of this federal diet was composed of an equal number of deputies from each canton. Democracy was not complete. Several cantons appropriated minor communities as voteless vassals. Nor was Switzerland as yet a model lover of peace. In 1500 to 1512, the cantons took advantage of Italian disruption to seize Bellinzona, Locarno, Lugano, and other regions south of the Alps, and they continued to lease Swiss legions, with their consent, to foreign powers. But after the defeat of the Swiss pikemen at Marignano in 1515, the Confederation renounced territorial expansion, adopted a policy of neutrality, and directed its virile peasantry, its skillful artisans, and its resourceful merchants in developing one of the most civilized civilizations in history. The Church was as genial and corrupt in Switzerland as in Italy. She gave patronage and considerable freedom to the Humanists who gathered around Froben and Erasmus at Basel. It was part of the moral tolerance of the age that most Swiss priests enjoyed the services of concubines. One Swiss bishop charged his clergy 4 guilders for every child born to them, and in 1 year garnered 1,522 guilders from this source. He complained that many priests gambled, frequented taverns, and got drunk, apparently without paying an episcopal fee. Several cantons, Zurich in particular, set up civic supervision of churchmen and taxed monastic properties. The Bishop of Constance claimed all Zurich as his feudal fief and demanded of it obedience and tithes, but the papacy was too enmeshed in Italian politics to support his claims effectively. In 1510, Pope Julius II, in return for some Genoese legions, agreed that the town council of Geneva should regulate the monasteries, convents, and public morals within its domain. So, 7 years before Luther's theses, the essence of the Reformation was achieved in Zurich and Geneva, the supremacy of secular over ecclesiastical authority. The path was cleared for Zwingli and Calvin to establish their diverse mergers of church and state. 2. Zwingli. A visit to the birthplace of Huldreich, or Ulrich Zwingli, suggests the not invariable rule that great men are born in small houses. The most rational and unsuccessful of the reformers began life on January 1, 1484, in a tiny cottage in the mountain valley village of Wildhaus, 50 miles southeast of Zurich, in the present canton of St. Gall. A low gable roof, walls of heavy boards, little mullioned windows, floors of massive planks, low ceilings, dark rooms, creaking stairs, sturdy beds of oak, a table, a chair, a shelf for books. This historic home bespeaks an environment in which natural selection was rigorous, and supernatural selection seemed an indispensable hope. Ulrich's father was a chief magistrate in that hidden hamlet, and his mother was the proud sister of a priest. He was the third of 8 sons who competed for the admiration of 2 sisters. From his boyhood he was destined for the priesthood. His uncle, dean of the church at nearby Wesen, shared with his parents in his education and gave Zwingli a humanistic bent and breadth that sharply distinguished him from Luther and Calvin. At 10, the boy was sent to a Latin school at Basel. At 14, he entered at Bern, a college headed by an outstanding native classicist. From 16 to 18, he studied in the University of Vienna in its humanist heyday under Conrad Keltis. He lightened his labors by playing on the lute, harp, violin, flute, and dulcimer. At 18, he returned to Basel and took theology under Thomas Wittenbach, who, as early as 1508, attacked indulgences, clerical celibacy, and the Mass. At 22, in 1506, Zwingli received his master's degree and was ordained priest. He celebrated his first Mass at Wildhaus amid joyful relatives, and with 100 guilders raised for him, bought appointment to a pastorate in Glarus, 20 miles away. There, while zealously performing his duties, he continued his studies. He taught himself Greek to read the New Testament in the original. He read with enthusiasm Homer, Pindar, Democritus, Plutarch, Cicero, Caesar, Livy, Seneca, Pliny the Younger, Tacitus, and wrote a commentary on the skeptical humorist Lucian. He corresponded with Pico della Mirandola and Erasmus, called Erasmus the greatest philosopher and theologian, visited him reverently in 1515, and read him every night as a prelude to sleep. Like Erasmus, he grew a sharp nose for ecclesiastical corruption, a genial scorn for doctrinal bigotry, and an ardent refusal to think of the classical philosophers and poets as burning in hell. He vowed that he would rather share the eternal lot of a Socrates or a Seneca than that of a pope. He did not let his sacerdotal vows exclude him from the pleasures of the flesh. He had some affairs with generous women, and continued so to indulge himself until his marriage in 1514. His congregation did not seem to mind, and the popes paid him till 1520 an annual pension of 50 florins for supporting them against the pro-French party in Glarus. In 1513 and 1515, he accompanied the Glarus contingent of Swiss mercenaries to Italy as their chaplain, and did his best to keep them faithful to the papal cause. But his contact with war at the battles of Navarro and Marignano turned him strongly against any further sale of Swiss valor to foreign governments. In 1516, the French faction in Glarus won the upper hand, and Zwingli moved to a pastorate at Einsiedeln in the canton of Schwyz. His preaching there took a Protestant tinge even before Luther's rebellion. In 1517, he called for a religion based exclusively on the Bible, and he told his archbishop, Cardinal Matthäus Schinner, that there was scant warrant in Scripture for the papacy. In August 1518, he attacked abuses in the sale of indulgences, and persuaded Benedictine monks to remove, from their lucrative shrine of the Virgin, an inscription promising pilgrims full remission of all sins in guilt and punishment alike. Some pilgrims from Zurich brought to their pastors an enthusiastic report of his preaching. On December 10, 1518, he accepted a call to be a vicar, or people's priest, at the Grossmünster, or Great Minster, of Zurich, the most enterprising city in Switzerland. He was now approaching maturity in morals and mind. He undertook a series of sermons expounding from the Greek text all the New Testament except the Apocalypse, which he disliked. He had little in him of the mysticism that shared in forming Luther. We have no portrait of him from life, but his contemporaries described him as a handsome, ruddy-faced, full-blooded man, with a melodious voice that captured his congregation. He did not rival Luther in eloquence or exegesis, yet his sermons were so convincing in sincerity and clarity that soon all Zurich responded to his influence. His ecclesiastical superiors supported him when he resumed his campaign against the sale of indulgences. Bernardin Samson, a Franciscan friar from Milan, had crossed the Saint-Gothard Pass in August 1518 to become the Tetzel of Switzerland. He offered Pope Leo's indulgence to the rich on parchment for a crown, to the poor on paper for a few pennies, and with a wave of his hand he absolved from the pains of purgatory all souls that had died in Bern. Zwingli protested. The Bishop of Constance seconded him, and Leo X, learning something from the events in Germany, recalled his lavish apostle. In 1519, plague struck Zurich, taking a third of the population in half a year. Zwingli stayed at his post, toiled night and day in the care of the sick, caught the infection himself, and came close to death. When he recovered, he was the most popular figure in Zurich. Distant dignitaries like Pirkheimer and Dürer sent him felicitations. In 1521, he was made head priest of the Grossmünster. He was now strong enough to proclaim openly the Reformation in Switzerland. 3. The Zwinglian Reformation. Almost unconsciously, but as a natural result of his unusual education, he had changed the character of the pastorate in his church. Before him, the sermon had counted for little. Mass and communion had been nearly all the service. Zwingli made the sermon dominate the ritual. He became teacher as well as preacher, and as his confidence grew, he drove home ever more forcefully his conviction that Christianity should be restored to its early simplicity of organization and worship. He was deeply stirred by Luther's revolt and writings, and by Hus's treatise on the Church. By 1520 he was publicly attacking monasticism, purgatory, and the invocation of saints. Furthermore, he argued that the payment of tithes to the Church should be purely voluntary, as in Scripture. His bishop begged him to withdraw these statements. He persisted, and the cantonal council supported him by ordering all priests within its jurisdiction to preach only what they found in the Bible. In 1521, Zwingli persuaded the council to forbid the enlistment of Swiss soldiery by the French. A year later, the prohibition was extended to all foreign powers, and when Cardinal Schinner continued to recruit Swiss troops for the Pope, Zwingli pointed out to his congregation that the cardinal wore a red hat not without reason, for if it were wrung, you would see the blood of your nearest kindred drop from its folds. Finding no text in the Testament for the avoidance of meat in Lent, he allowed his parishioners to ignore the Church's rules for Lenten fasts. The Bishop of Constance protested. Zwingli answered him in a book, Architeles, Beginning and End, which predicted a universal rebellion against the Church and advised the prelates to imitate Caesar, fold their garments about them, and die with grace and dignity. With 10 other priests, he petitioned the bishop to end clerical immorality by allowing sacerdotal marriage, this in 1522. He was at this time keeping Anna Reinhardt as his mistress or secret wife. In 1524 he publicly married her, a year before Luther's marriage to Catherine von Bora. This definite rupture with the Church was preceded by 2 disputations that recalled the Leipzig debate of Luther and Eck, and distantly echoed the scholastic disputations of the medieval universities. As a semi-democratic republic, Switzerland was not shocked by Zwingli's suggestion that the differences between his views and those of his conservative opponents should receive an open and impartial hearing. The Great Council of Zurich, blithely assuming theological jurisdiction, invited the bishops to send representatives. They came in force, and altogether some 600 persons gathered for the exciting contest in the City Hall on January 25, 1523. Zwingli offered to defend 67 theses. 1. All who say that the gospel is nothing without the approbation of the Church err. 15. In the gospel the whole truth is clearly contained. 17. Christ is the one eternal high priest. Those who pretend to be high priests resist, yea, set aside the honor and dignity of Christ. 18. Christ, who offered himself once on the cross, is the sufficient and perpetual sacrifice for the sins of all believers. Therefore the Mass is no sacrifice, but a commemoration of the one sacrifice of the cross. 24. Christians are not bound to any works which Christ has not commanded. They may eat at all times all kinds of food. 28. Whatsoever God permits and has not forbidden is right. Therefore marriage is becoming to all men. 34. The spiritual power, so called, the Church, has no foundation in the Holy Scriptures and the teaching of Christ. 35. But the secular power is confirmed by the teaching and example of Christ. Luke, chapter 2, verse 5, Matthew, chapter 22, verse 21. 49. I know of no greater scandal than the prohibition of lawful marriage to priests, while they are permitted on a payment of a fine to have concubines. Shame. Pfui der Schande. 57. The Holy Scripture knows nothing of a purgatory. 66. All spiritual superiors should repent without delay, and set up the cross of Christ alone, or they will perish. The axe is laid to the root. Johann Faber, Vicar General of the Diocese of Constance, refused to discuss these propositions in detail, claiming that they should be laid before great universities or a general council of the Church. Zwingli thought this unnecessary. Now that the New Testament was available in the vernaculars, all could have the Word of God to decide these issues. That was enough. The council agreed. It declared Zwingli guiltless of heresy and bade all Zurich clergymen to preach only what they could establish by Scripture. Here, as in Lutheran Germany, the state took over the church. Most priests, their salaries being now guaranteed by the state, accepted the council's order. Many of them married, baptized in the vernacular, neglected the Mass, and abandoned the veneration of images. A band of enthusiasts began indiscriminately to destroy pictures and statues in the churches of Zurich. Disturbed by the spread of violence, Zwingli arranged a second disputation on October 26, 1523, which was attended by 550 laymen and 350 clergymen. The outcome was an order of the council that a committee including Zwingli should prepare a booklet of doctrinal instruction for the people, and that meanwhile all violence should cease. Zwingli rapidly composed Eine kurze christliche Einleitung, which was sent to all the clergy of the canton. The Catholic hierarchy protested, and the Diet of the Confederation, meeting at Lucerne on January 26, 1524, seconded the protest, at the same time pledging itself to ecclesiastical reform. The council ignored the protests. Zwingli formulated his doctrine more amply in two Latin treatises, De Vera et Falsa Religione, in 1525, and Ratio Fidei, in 1530. He accepted the basic theology of the Church, a triune God, the fall of Adam and Eve, the Incarnation, virgin birth, and atonement. But he interpreted original sin not as a taint of guilt inherited from our first parents, but as an unsocial tendency inherent in the nature of man. He agreed with Luther that man can never earn salvation by good works, but must believe in the redeeming efficacy of Christ's sacrificial death. He agreed with Luther and Calvin on predestination. Every event, and therefore every individual's eternal fate, has been foreseen by God, and must occur as so foreseen. But God has fated for damnation only those who reject the gospel offered them. All children of Christian parents who die in infancy are saved, even if unbaptized, for they were too young to sin. Hell is real, but purgatory is a figment, a lucrative business for its authors. Scripture knows nothing of it. The sacraments are not miraculous vehicles, but useful symbols of divine grace. Auricular confession is unnecessary. No priest, only God, can forgive sin, but it is often beneficial to confide our spiritual troubles to a priest. The Lord's Supper is no actual eating of the body of Christ, but a symbol of the union of the soul with God and of the individual with the Christian community. Zwingli kept the Eucharist as part of the Reformed service and administered it in both bread and wine, but he offered it only 4 times a year. In that occasional celebration, much of the Mass was retained, but it was recited in Swiss German by congregation and priest. During the remainder of the year, the Mass was replaced by the sermon. The appeal of ritual to the senses and the imagination was subordinated to the appeal of discourse to the mind, a rash gamble on popular intelligence and the stability of ideas. Since an infallible Bible had now to substitute for an infallible Church as a guide to doctrine and conduct, Luther's German translation of the New Testament was adapted to the Swiss-German dialect, and a corps of scholars and divines, led by the saintly Leo Jud, was commissioned to prepare a German version of the entire Bible. This was published by Christian Froschauer at Zurich in 1534, 4 years before Luther's better version appeared. In faithful obedience to the Second Commandment, and signalizing the return of Protestant Christianity to its early Jewish traditions, the Zurich Council ordered the removal of all religious images, relics, and ornaments from the churches of the city. Even the organs were banished, and the immense interior of the Grossmünster was left dismally bare, as it is today. Some of the images were absurd enough, some lent themselves so readily to superstition as to merit destruction, but some were sufficiently beautiful to make Zwingli's successor, Heinrich Bullinger, mourn their loss. Zwingli himself had a tolerant attitude toward images that were not worshipped as wonder-working idols, but he condoned the demolition as a reproof to idolatry. Village churches in the canton were allowed to keep their images if a majority of the congregation so desired. Catholics retained some civic rights, but were ineligible to public office. Attendance at Mass was punishable by a fine. Eating fish instead of meat on Friday was forbidden by law. Monasteries and nunneries, with one exception, were closed or turned into hospitals or schools. Monks and nuns emerged from the cloister into marriage. Saints' days were abolished, and pilgrimages, holy water, and masses for the dead disappeared.
Though not all these changes were consummated by 1524, yet the Reformation was by that time far more advanced in Zwingli and Zurich than in Luther and Wittenberg. Luther then was still a celibate monk, and still said Mass. In November 1524, Zurich formed a privy council, or Heimlicher Rat, of 6 members to prepare settlements of urgent or delicate problems of government. Between Zwingli and this council, a working compromise took form. He surrendered to it the regulation of ecclesiastical as well as secular affairs, and in both fields it followed his lead. Church and state in Zurich became one organization, of which Zwingli was unofficial head, and in which the Bible was accepted, like the Koran in Islam, as the first source and final test of law. In Zwingli, as later in Calvin, the Old Testament ideal of the prophet guiding the state was realized. So quickly and completely successful in Zurich, Zwingli turned an acquisitive eye upon the Catholic cantons and wondered whether all Switzerland might not be won to the new form of the old faith. 4. Onward Christian soldiers. The Reformation had split the Confederation and seemed destined to destroy it. Bern, Basel, Schaffhausen, Appenzell, and the Grisons favored Zurich. The other cantons were hostile. 5 cantons, Lucerne, Uri, Schwyz, Unterwalden, and Zug, formed a Catholic League to suppress all Hussite, Lutheran, and Zwinglian movements in 1524. Archduke Ferdinand of Austria urged all Catholic states to united action, promised his aid, and doubtless hoped to restore the Habsburg power in Switzerland. On July 16th, all the cantons except Schaffhausen and Appenzell agreed to exclude Zurich from future federal diets. Zurich and Zwingli responded by sending missionaries into the Torgau district to proclaim the Reformation. One of these was arrested. Friends rescued him and led a wild crowd that sacked and burned a monastery and destroyed images in several churches, this in July 1524. 3 of the leaders were executed, and a martial spirit rose on both sides. Erasmus, timid in Basel, was alarmed to see pious worshippers, aroused by their preachers, come out of church like men possessed, with anger and rage painted on their faces, like warriors animated by their general to some mighty attack. 6 cantons threatened to leave the Confederation if Zurich were not chastised. Zwingli, enjoying his new role of war leader, advised Zurich to increase its army and arsenal, to seek alliance with France, to build a fire behind Ferdinand by fomenting revolution in Tyrol, and to promise Torgau and Sangol the properties of their monasteries in return for their support. To the Catholic League he offered peace on 3 conditions: that it yield to Zurich the famous abbey of Sangol, that it renounce the Austrian alliance, and that it surrender to Zurich the Lucerne satirist Thomas Murner, who had written too pungently of the Reformers. The League scorned these terms. Zurich ordered its representatives in Sangol to seize the abbey. They obeyed on January 28, 1529. In February, the tension was raised by events in Basel. The Protestant leader in that Athens of Switzerland was Johannes Hausschein, who had Hellenized his name, meaning house lamp, into Ecolampadius. He wrote Latin poetry at 12, mastered Greek soon afterward, and rose to rank second only to Reuchlin as a Hebraist. In his pulpit at St. Martin's Church and in his chair of theology at the university, he made a name for himself as a reformer and moralist, humane in everything but religion. By 1521 he was attacking the abuses of the confessional, the doctrine of transubstantiation, the idolatry of the Virgin. In 1523 Luther acclaimed him. In 1525 he adopted the Zwinglian program, including the prosecution of Anabaptists. But he rejected predestination. Salus nostra ex Deo, he taught, perditio nostra ex nobis. Our salvation comes from God, our damnation from ourselves. When the Basel Council, now predominantly Protestant, proclaimed freedom of worship in 1528, Ecolampadius protested and demanded the suppression of the Mass. On February 8, 1529, 800 men, assembled in the Church of the Franciscans, sent to the Council a demand that the Mass should be forbidden, that all Catholics should be dismissed from office, and that a more democratic constitution should be put in force. The Council deliberated. On the following day the petitioners came in arms to the marketplace. When by noon the Council had still reached no decision, the crowd moved into the churches with hammers and axes, and destroyed all discoverable religious images. Erasmus described the affair in a letter to Pirkheimer. The smiths and workmen removed the pictures from the churches and heaped such insults upon the images of the saints and the crucifix itself that it is quite surprising there was no miracle, seeing how many always used to occur whenever the saints were even slightly offended. Not a statue was left either in the churches, or the vestibules, or the porches, or the monasteries. The frescoes were obliterated by means of a coating of lime. Whatever would burn was thrown into the fire, and the rest was pounded into fragments. Nothing was spared for love or money. The council took the hint and voted full abolition of the Mass. Erasmus, Beatus Renanus, and nearly all professors in the university left Basel. Œcolampadius, triumphant, survived the outbreak by only 2 years, dying soon after Zwingli's death. In May 1529, a Protestant missionary from Zurich, attempting to preach in the city of Schwitz, was burned at the stake. Zwingli persuaded the Zurich council to declare war. He drew up the plan of campaign and led the canton's troops in person. At Kappel, 10 miles south of Zurich, they were stopped by one man, Landemann Ebli, of Glarus, who begged an hour's truce while he negotiated with the League. Zwingli suspected treachery and favored immediate advance. He was overruled by his Bernese allies and by his soldiers, who readily fraternized across the cantonal and theological border with the soldiers of the enemy. For 16 days negotiations continued. Finally, the good sense of the Swiss prevailed, and the first Peace of Kappel was signed on June 24, 1529. The terms were a victory for Zwingli. The Catholic cantons agreed to pay an indemnity to Zurich and to end their alliance with Austria. Neither party was to attack the other because of religious differences. And in the common lands, subject to 2 or more cantons, the people were to decide by a majority vote the regulation of their religious life. Zwingli, however, was dissatisfied. He had demanded and not received freedom for Protestant preaching in Catholic cantons. He predicted an early rupture of the peace. It lasted 28 months. In the interim, an effort was made to unite the Protestants of Switzerland and Germany. Charles V had patched up his quarrel with Clement VII. Both were now free to join forces against the Protestants. But these were already a powerful political force. Half of Germany was Lutheran. Many German cities, Ulm, Augsburg, Württemberg, Mainz, Frankfurt am Main, Strasbourg, had strong Zwinglian sympathies, and in Switzerland, though the rural districts were Catholic, most of the towns were Protestant. Obviously, self-protection against the Empire and the papacy required Protestant unity. Only theology stood in the way. Philip, Landgrave of Hesse, took the initiative by inviting Luther, Melanchthon, and other German Protestants to meet Zwingli, Œcolampadius, and other Swiss Protestants in his castle at Marburg, north of Frankfurt. On September 29, 1529, the rival factions met. Zwingli made generous concessions. He dispelled Luther's suspicion that he doubted the divinity of Christ. He accepted the Nicene Creed and the dogma of original sin. But he would not withdraw his view of the Eucharist as a symbol and commemoration, rather than a miracle. Luther chalked on the conference table the words ascribed to Christ, "This is my body," and would admit none but a literal interpretation. On 14 articles, the parties signed an agreement. On the Eucharist, they parted on October 3rd, and not amicably. Luther refused Zwingli's proffered hand, saying, "Your spirit is not our spirit." He drew up a theological profession in 17 articles, including consubstantiation, and persuaded the Lutheran princes to reject alliance with any group that would not sign all 17. Melanchthon agreed with his master. "We told the Zwinglians," he wrote, "that we wondered how their consciences would allow them to call us brethren when they held that our doctrine was erroneous." Here in one sentence is the spirit of the age. In 1532, Luther admonished Duke Albrecht of Prussia not to allow any Zwinglian in his territory on pain of everlasting damnation. It was too much to ask of Luther that he should pass at one step from the Middle Ages into modernity. He had received too profound and impressive medieval religion to bear patiently with any repudiation of its fundamentals. He felt, like a good Catholic, that his world of thought would collapse, the whole meaning of life would fade away, if he lost any basic element of the faith in which he had been formed. Luther was the most medieval of modern men. Crushed with this failure, Zwingli returned to a Zurich that was becoming restless under his dictatorship. Strict sumptuary laws were resented. Trade was hampered by the religious differences among the cantons. Artisans were dissatisfied with their still small voice in the government. and Zwingli's sermons, cluttered with politics, had lost their inspiration and charm. He felt the change so keenly that he asked the council's leave to seek a pastorate elsewhere. He was prevailed upon to stay. He gave much of his time now to writing. In 1530 he sent his Ratio Fidei to Charles V, who gave no sign of receiving it. In 1531 he addressed to Francis I a Christianae Fidei Brevis et Clara Expositio. In this brief and clear exposition of the Christian faith, he expressed his Erasmian conviction that a Christian, on reaching paradise, would find there many noble Jews and pagans, not only Adam, Abraham, Isaac, Moses, Isaiah, but Hercules, Theseus, Socrates, Aristides, Numa, Camillus, the Catos, the Scipios. In short, there has not been any good man, nor any holy mind, nor any faithful soul, from the very beginning of the world even to its end, whom you will not see there with God. What could be imagined more joyful, pleasing, and noble than this sight? This passage so shocked Luther that he concluded that Zwingli must have been a heathen, and Bishop Bossuet, agreeing for once with Luther, quoted it to prove that Zwingli had been a hopeless infidel. On May 15, 1531, an assembly of Zurich and her allies voted to compel the Catholic cantons to allow freedom of preaching in their territory. When the cantons refused, Zwingli proposed war, but his allies preferred an economic blockade. The Catholic cantons, denied all imports, declared war. Again rival armies marched. Again Zwingli led the way and carried the standard. Again the armies met at Kappel on October 11, 1531. The Catholics with 8,000 men, the Protestants with 1,500. This time they fought. The Catholics won, and Zwingli, aged 47, was among the 500 Zurichers slain. His body was quartered and then burned on a pyre of dung. Luther, hearing of Zwingli's death, pronounced it the judgment of heaven on a heathen, and a triumph for us. I wish from my heart, he is reported to have said, that Zwingli could be saved, but I fear for the contrary, for Christ has said that those who deny him shall be damned. Zwingli was succeeded in Zurich by Heinrich Bullinger, and at Basel, Oswald Myconius carried on after Ecolampadius's death. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. Zwingli was succeeded in Zurich by Heinrich Bullinger, and at Basel, Oswald Myconius carried on after Ecolampadius's death. Bullinger avoided politics, superintended the city's schools, sheltered fugitive Protestants, and dispensed charity to the needy of any creed. He approved the execution of Servetus, but, barring that, he approached a theory of general religious freedom. He joined with Myconius and Leo Eude in formulating the first Helvetic Confession in 1536, which for a generation was the authoritative expression of Zwinglian views. And with Calvin he drew up the Consensus Tigurinus in 1549, which brought the Zurich and Genevan Protestants into one Reformed church. Despite that protective accord, Catholicism regained in later years much of its lost ground in Switzerland, partly through its victory at Kappel. Theologies are proved or disproved in history by competitive slaughter or fertility. 7 cantons adhered to Catholicism: Lucerne, Uri, Schwyz, Zug, Unterwalden, Fribourg, and Solothurn. 4 were definitely Protestant: Zurich, Basel, Bern, and Schaffhausen. The rest remained poised between the two faiths, uncertain of their certainties. Zwingli's successor at Glarus, Valentin Tschudi, compromised by saying Mass in the morning for Catholics and preaching an evangelical, purely scriptural, sermon in the evening for the Protestants. He argued for mutual toleration, and was tolerated. He wrote a chronicle so impartial that no one could tell from it which faith he favored. Even in that age, there were Christians. Chapter 19. Luther and Erasmus, 1517 to 1536. 1. Luther. Having summarized the economic, political, religious, moral, and intellectual conditions that cradled the Reformation, we must still count it among the wonders of history that in Germany one man should have unwittingly gathered these influences into a rebellion transforming a continent.
We need not exaggerate the role of the hero here. The forces of change would have found another embodiment had Luther continued in his obedience. Yet the sight of this rough monk, standing in doubt and terror and immovable resolution against the most entrenched institutions and most hallowed customs of Europe, stirs the blood, and points again the distance that man has come from the slime or the ape. What was he like, this lusty voice of his time, this peak of German history? In 1526, as pictured at 43 by Lucas Cranach, he was in transition from slender to stout, very serious, with only a hint of his robust humor. Hair curly and still black, nose immense, eyes black and brilliant. His enemies said that demons shone in them. A frank and open countenance made him unfit for diplomacy. A later portrait of 1532, also by Cranach, showed Luther cheerfully obese, with a broad, full face. This man enjoyed living. In 1524 he abandoned the monastic garb and dressed like a layman, sometimes in the robes of a teacher, sometimes in ordinary jacket and trousers. He was not above mending these himself. His wife complained that the great man had cut a piece out of his son's pantaloons to patch his own. He had slipped into marriage by inadvertence. He agreed with St. Paul that it is better to marry than to burn, and proclaimed sex to be as natural and necessary as eating. He retained the medieval notion that copulation is sinful even in marriage, but God covers the sin. He condemned virginity as a violation of the divine precept to increase and multiply. If a preacher of the gospel cannot live chastely unmarried, let him take a wife. God has made that plaster for that sore. He considered the human method of reproduction a bit absurd, at least in retrospect, and suggested that, had God consulted me in the matter, I should have advised him to continue the generation of the species by fashioning human beings out of clay, as Adam was made. He had the traditional and German conception of woman as divinely designed for childbearing, cooking, praying, and not much else. Take women from their housewifery, and they are good for nothing. If women get tired and die of bearing, there's no harm in that. Let them die as long as they bear. They are made for that. The wife should give her husband love, honor, and obedience. He is to rule her, though with kindness. She must keep to her sphere, the home. But there she can do more with the children with one finger than the man with two fists. Between man and wife there should be no question of mine and thine. All their possessions should be in common. Luther had the male's usual dislike for an educated woman. I wish, he said of his wife, that women would repeat the Lord's Prayer before opening their mouths. But he despised writers who composed satires on women. What defects women have we must check them for in private, gently, for woman is a frail vessel. Despite his rough candor about sex and marriage, he was not insensible to aesthetic considerations. The hair is the finest ornament women have. Of old, virgins used to wear it loose, except when they were in mourning. I like women to let their hair fall down their back. It is a most agreeable sight. This should have made him more lenient with Pope Alexander VI, who fell in love with Giulia Farnese's loosened hair. Apparently it was for no physical need that Luther married. In a burst of humor, he said that he had married to please his father and spite the devil and the Pope. But he took a long time to make up his mind, and then it was made up for him. When, on his recommendation, some nuns left their convent, he undertook to find them husbands. Finally, only one remained unmatched, Catherine von Bora, a woman of good birth and character, but hardly designed to arouse precipitate passion. She had set her sights on a young Wittenberg student of patrician stock. She failed to get him, and entered domestic service to keep alive. Luther suggested a Dr. Glotz as a husband. She replied that Glotz was unacceptable, but that Herr Amsdorff or Dr. Luther would do. Luther was 42, Catherine 26. He thought the discrepancy prohibitive, but his father urged him to transmit the family name. On June 27, 1525, the ex-monk and the ex-nun became man and wife. The elector gave them the Augustinian monastery as a home and raised Luther's salary to 300 guilders, or $7,500 a year. Later this was increased to 400, then to 500. Luther bought a farm, which Katie managed and loved. She bore him 6 children and cared faithfully for them, for all Martin's domestic needs, for a home brewery, a fish pond, a vegetable garden, chickens, and pigs. He called her my Lord Katie, and implied that she could put him in his place when he forgot the biological subordination of man to woman. But she had much to bear from his occasional storms and his trustful improvidence, for he cared nothing for money and was recklessly generous. He took no royalties for his books, though they made a fortune for his publisher. His letters to or about Catherine reveal his growing affection for her, and a generally happy marriage. He repeated in his own way what had been told him in his youth. The greatest gift of God to man is a pious, kindly, God-fearing, home-loving wife. He was a good father, knowing as if by instinct the right mixture of discipline and love. Punish if you must, but let the sugar-plum go with the rod. He composed songs for his children and sang these songs with them while he played the lute. His letters to his children are among the jewels of German literature. His sturdy spirit, which could face an emperor in war, was almost broken by the death of his favorite daughter Magdalena at the age of 14. God, he said, has given no bishop so great a gift in 1,000 years as he has given me in her. He prayed night and day for her recovery. I love her very much, but, dear God, if it is thy holy will to take her, I will gladly leave her with thee. And he said to her, Lena, my dear, my little daughter, thou wouldst love to remain here with thy father. Art thou willing to go to that other father? Yes, dear father, Lena answered, just as God wills. When she died, he wept long and bitterly. As she was laid in the earth, he spoke to her as to a living soul. Du liebes Lennechen, you will rise and shine like the stars in the sun. How strange it is to know that she is at peace and all is well, and yet be so sorrowful. Not content with 6 children, he took into his many-chambered monastery home 11 orphaned nephews and nieces, brought them up, sat with them at table, and discoursed with them tirelessly. Catherine mourned their monopoly of him. Some of them made uncensored notes of his table talk. The resulting mass of 6,596 entries rivals Boswell's Johnson and Napoleon's recorded conversations in weight, wit, and wisdom. In judging Luther, we should remember that he never edited these Tischreden. Few men have been so completely exposed to the eavesdropping of mankind. Here, rather than in the controversies of the theological battlefield, is Luther chez lui, en pantoufle, at home, himself. We perceive, first of all, that he was a man, not an inkwell. He lived as well as wrote. No healthy person will resent Luther's relish for good food and beer, or his fruitful enjoyment of all the comforts that Catherine Bora could give him. He might have been more prudently reticent on these points, but reticence came with the Puritans, and was unknown to Renaissance Italians as well as to Reformation Germans. Even the delicate Erasmus shocks us with his candid physiological speech. Luther ate too much, but he could punish himself with long fasts. He drank too much and deplored drinking as a national vice, but beer was the water of life to the Germans as wine to the Italians and the French. Water could literally be poison in those careless days. Yet we never hear of his overstepping exuberance into intoxication. If God can forgive me for having crucified him with masses 20 years running, he can also bear with me for occasionally taking a good drink to honor him. His faults leap to the eye and the ear. Proud amid his constant expressions of humility, dogmatic against dogma, intemperate in zeal, giving no quarter of courtesy to his opponents, clinging to superstitions while laughing at superstition, denouncing intolerance and practicing it. Here was no paragon of consistency or grandison of virtue, but a man as contrary as life and scorched with the powder of war. I have not been slow to bite my adversaries, he confessed, but what is the good of salt if it does not bite? He spoke of papal decrees as dreck, dung, of the Pope as the devil's sow, or lieutenant, and as Antichrist, of bishops as larvae, unbelieving hypocrites, ignorant apes, of sacerdotal ordination as marking a man with the sign of the beast in the Apocalypse, of monks as worse than hangmen or murderers, or at best fleas on God Almighty's fur coat. We may surmise how his audiences enjoyed this hilarity. The only portion of the human anatomy which the Pope has had to leave uncontrolled is the hind end. Of the Catholic clergy he wrote, "The Rhine is scarcely big enough to drown the whole accursed gang of Roman extortioners, cardinals, archbishops, bishops, and abbots." Or, water failing, "May it please God to send down upon them the rain of fire and sulphur that consumed Sodom and Gomorrah." One is reminded of the Emperor Julian's comment, "There is no wild beast like an angry theologian." But Luther, like Clive, marveled at his own moderation. Many think I am too fierce against popery. On the contrary, I complain that I am, alas, too mild. I wish I could breathe out lightning against pope and popedom, and that every wind were a thunderbolt. I will curse and scold the scoundrels until I go to my grave, and never shall they have a civil word from me. For I am unable to pray without at the same time cursing. If I am prompted to say, Hallowed be thy name, I must add, Cursed, damned, outraged be the name of papists. If I am prompted to say, Thy kingdom come, I must perforce add, Cursed, damned, destroyed must be the papacy. Indeed, I pray thus orally every day and in my heart without intermission. I never work better than when I am inspired by anger. When I am angry, I can write, pray, and preach well, for then my whole temperament is quickened, my understanding sharpened. Such rhetorical passion was in the temper of the times. Some of the preachers and pamphlet writers on the orthodox side, confesses the learned Cardinal Gasquet, were Luther's match in this respect. Vituperation was expected of intellectual gladiators, and was relished by their audiences. Politeness was suspected of cowardice. When Luther's wife reproached him, Dear husband, you are too rude, he answered, A twig can be cut with a bread knife, but an oak calls for an axe. A soft answer could turn away wrath, but could not overturn the papacy. A man mollified to refined speech would have shrunk from so mortal a combat. It took a thick skin, thicker than Erasmus's, to slough off papal excommunications and imperial bans. And it took a strong will. This was Luther's bedrock, hence his self-confidence, dogmatism, courage, and intolerance. But he had some gentle virtues, too. In his middle years he was the height of sociability and cheerfulness, and a pillar of strength to all who needed consolation or aid. He put on no airs, assumed no elegances, never forgot that he was a peasant's son. He deprecated the publication of his collected works, begging his readers to study the Bible instead. He protested against applying the name Lutheran to the churches that followed his lead. When he preached, he turned his speech to the vocabulary and understanding of his hearers. His humor was rural, rough, rollicking, Rabelaisian. My enemies examine all that I do, he complained. If I break wind in Wittenberg, they smell it in Rome. Women wear veils because of the angels. I wear trousers because of the girls. Many of us have committed such quips, but have not had such merciless reporters. The same man who uttered them loved music this side of idolatry, composed tender or thundering hymns, and set them, theological prejudice for a moment stilled, to polyphonic strains already used in the Roman Church. I would not give up my humble musical gift for anything, however great. I am quite of the opinion that next to theology there is no art which can be compared to music, for it alone, after theology, gives us rest and joy of heart. His theology led him to a lenient ethic, for it told him that good works could not win salvation without faith in redemption by Christ, nor could sin forfeit salvation if such faith survived. A little sin now and then, he thought, might cheer us up on the straight and narrow path. Tired of seeing Melanchthon wear himself thin with gloomy scruples about minor lapses from sanctity, he told him with full-blooded humor, Pecca fortiter, sin powerfully. God can forgive only a hardy sinner, but scorns the anemic casuist. Yet it would be absurd to rear an indictment of Luther on this incidental raillery. One thing is clear, Luther was no Puritan. Our loving God wills that we eat, drink, and be merry. I seek and accept joy wherever I can find it. We know now, thank God, that we can be happy with a good conscience. He advised his followers to feast and dance on Sunday. He approved of amusements, played a good game of chess, called card-playing a harmless diversion for immature minds, and said a wise word for dancing. Dances are instituted that courtesy may be learned in company, and that friendship and acquaintance may be contracted between young men and girls. Here their intercourse may be watched, and occasion of honorable meeting given. I myself would attend them sometimes, but the youth would whirl less giddily if I did. Some Protestant preachers wished to prohibit plays, but Luther was more tolerant. Christians must not altogether shun plays because there are sometimes coarseness and adulteries therein. For such reasons they would have to give up the Bible, too. All in all, Luther's conception of life was remarkably healthy and cheerful for one who thought that all natural inclinations are either without God or against him, and that 9 of every 10 souls were divinely predestined to everlasting hell. The man was immeasurably better than his theology. His intellect was powerful, but it was too clouded with the miasmas of his youth, too incarnadined with war, to work out a rational philosophy. Like his contemporaries, he believed in goblins, witches, demons, the curative value of live toads, and the impish incubi, who sought out maidens in their baths or beds and startled them into motherhood. He ridiculed astrology, but sometimes talked in its terms. He praised mathematics as relying upon demonstrations and sure proofs. He admired the bold reach of astronomy into the stars, but, like nearly all his contemporaries, he rejected the Copernican system as contradicting Scripture. He insisted that reason should stay within the limits laid down by religious faith. Doubtless he was right in his judgment that feeling, rather than thought, is the lever of history. The men who mold religions move the world. The philosophers clothe in new phrases, generation after generation, the sublime ignorance of the part pontificating about the whole. So Luther prayed while Erasmus reasoned, and while Erasmus courted princes, Luther spoke to God, now imperiously, as one who had fought strenuously in the battles of the Lord and had a right to be heard, now humbly as a child lost in infinite space. Confident that God was on his side, he faced insuperable obstacles, and won. "I bear upon me the malice of the whole world, the hatred of the emperor, of the pope, and of all their retinue. Well, onward in God's name." He had the courage to defy his enemies because he did not have the intellect to doubt his truth. He was what he had to be, to do what he had to do. 2. The intolerant heretics. It is instructive to observe how Luther moved from tolerance to dogma as his power and certainty grew. Among the errors that Leo X, in the bull Exsurge Domine, denounced in Luther was that to burn heretics is against the will of the Holy Spirit. In the open letter to the Christian nobility in 1520, Luther ordained every man a priest, with the right to interpret the Bible according to his private judgment and individual light, and added, "We should vanquish heretics with books, not with burning." In the essay On Secular Authority in 1522, he wrote, "Over the soul God can and will let no one rule but himself. We desire to make this so clear that every one shall grasp it, and that our Junkers, the princes and bishops, may see what fools they are when they seek to coerce the people into believing one thing or another. Since belief or unbelief is a matter of everyone's conscience, the secular power should be content to attend to its own affairs and permit men to believe one thing or another as they are able and willing, and constrain no one by force. For faith is a free work, to which no one can be compelled. Faith and heresy are never so strong as when men oppose them by sheer force, without God's word." In a letter to Elector Frederick, on April 21, 1524, Luther asked toleration for Münzer and other of his own enemies. "You should not prevent them from speaking. There must be sects, and the word of God must face battle. Let us leave in his hands the combat and free encounter of minds." In 1528, when others were advocating the death penalty for Anabaptists, he advised that unless they were guilty of sedition, they should be merely banished. Likewise, in 1530, he recommended that the death penalty for blasphemy should be softened to exile. It is true that even in these liberal years he talked as if he wished his followers, or God, to drown or otherwise eliminate all papists, but this was campaign oratory, not seriously meant. In January 1521 he wrote, "I would not have the gospel defended by violence or murder," and in June of that year he reproved the Erfurt students for attacking priests. However, he did not object to frightening them a bit to improve their theology. In May 1529 he condemned plans for the forcible conversion of Catholic parishes to Protestantism. As late as 1531 he taught that we neither can nor should force anyone into the faith. But it was difficult for a man of Luther's forceful and positive character to advocate tolerance after his position had been made relatively secure. A man who was sure that he had God's word could not tolerate its contradiction. The transition to intolerance was easiest concerning the Jews. Till 1537 Luther argued that they were to be forgiven for keeping their own creed, since our fools, the popes, bishops, sophists, and monks, those coarse assheads, dealt with the Jews in such a manner that any Christian would have preferred to be a Jew. Indeed, had I been a Jew and had seen such idiots and dunderheads expound Christianity, I should rather have become a hog than a Christian. I would advise and beg everybody to deal kindly with the Jews and to instruct them in the Scripture. In such case we could expect them to come over to us. Luther may have realized that Protestantism was in some aspects a return to Judaism, in its rejection of monasticism and clerical celibacy, its emphasis on the Old Testament, the prophets, and the Psalms. its adoption, Luther himself accepted, of a sterner sexual ethic than that of Catholicism. He was disappointed when the Jews made no corresponding move toward Protestantism, and his hostility to the charging of interest helped to turn him against Jewish moneylenders, then against Jews in general. When Elector John expelled the Jews from Saxony in 1537, Luther rejected a Jewish appeal for his intercession. In his table talk he united Jews and Papists as ungodly wretches, two stockings made of one piece of cloth. In his declining years he fell into a fury of anti-Semitism, denounced the Jews as a stiff-necked, unbelieving, proud, wicked, abominable nation, and demanded that their schools and synagogues should be razed with fire. "And let whosoever can throw brimstone and pitch upon them. If one could hurl hell-fire at them, so much the better. And this must be done for the honor of our Lord and of Christianity, so that God may see that we are indeed Christians. Let their houses also be shattered and destroyed. Let their prayer books and Talmuds be taken from them, and their whole Bible too. Let their rabbis be forbidden on pain of death to teach henceforth any more. Let the streets and highways be closed against them. Let them be forbidden to practice usury, and let all their money and all their treasures of silver and gold be taken from them and put away in safety. And if all this be not enough, let them be driven like mad dogs out of the land." Luther should never have grown old. Already in 1522 he was out-papaling the popes. "I do not admit," he wrote, "that my doctrine can be judged by anyone, even by the angels. He who does not receive my doctrine cannot be saved." By 1529 he was drawing some delicate distinctions. "No one is to be compelled to profess the faith, but no one must be allowed to injure it. Let our opponents give their objections and hear our answers. If they are thus converted, well and good. If not, let them hold their tongues and believe what they please. In order to avoid trouble, we would not, if possible, suffer contrary teachings in the same state. Even unbelievers should be forced to obey the 10 Commandments, attend church, and outwardly conform." Luther now agreed with the Catholic Church that Christians require certainty, definite dogmas, and sure Word of God which they can trust to live and die by. As the Church in the early centuries of Christianity, divided and weakened by a growing multiplicity of ferocious sects, had felt compelled to define her creed and expel all dissidents, so now Luther, dismayed by the variety of quarrelsome sects that had sprouted from the seed of private judgment, passed step by step from toleration to dogmatism. "All men now presume to criticize the gospel," he complained. "Almost every old doting fool or prating sophist must forsooth be a doctor of divinity." Stung by Catholic taunts that he had let loose a dissolvent anarchy of creeds and morals, he concluded with the Church that social order required some cloture to debate, some recognized authority to serve as an anchor of faith. What should that authority be? The Church answered, the Church, for only a living organism could adjust itself and its scriptures to inescapable change. "No," said Luther, "the sole and final authority should be the Bible itself, since all acknowledge it to be the Word of God." In the 13th chapter of Deuteronomy, in this infallible book, he found an explicit command alleged from the mouth of God to put heretics to death. "Neither shalt thou pity him, neither shalt thou conceal him, even though it be thy brother, or thy son, or the wife of thy bosom. But thou shalt surely kill him. Thy hand shall be the first upon him to put him to death." On that awful warrant the Church had acted in annihilating the Albigensians in the 13th century. That divine imprecation had been made a certificate of authority for the burnings of the Inquisition. Despite the violence of Luther's speech, he never rivaled the severity of the Church in dealing with dissent, but he proceeded within the area and limits of his power to silence it as peaceably as he could. In 1525 he invoked the aid of existing censorship regulations in Saxony and Brandenburg to stamp out the pernicious doctrines of the Anabaptists and the Zwinglians. In 1530, in his commentary on the 82nd Psalm, he advised governments to put to death all heretics who preached sedition or against private property, and those who teach against a manifest article of the faith, like the articles children learn in the Creed, as, for example, if anyone should teach that Christ was not God but a mere man. Sebastian Franck thought there was more freedom of speech and belief among the Turks than in the Lutheran states, and Leo Eudes, the Zwinglian, joined Karlstadt in calling Luther another pope. We should note, however, that toward the end of his life Luther returned to his early feelings for toleration. In his last sermon he advised abandonment of all attempts to destroy heresy by force.
Catholics and Anabaptists must be borne with patiently till the last judgment, when Christ will take care of them. Other reformers rivaled or surpassed Luther in hounding heresy. Butzer of Strasbourg urged the civil authorities in Protestant states to extirpate all who professed a false religion. Such men, he said, are worse than murderers. Even their wives and children and cattle should be destroyed. The comparatively gentle Melanchthon accepted the chairmanship of the secular Inquisition that suppressed the Anabaptists of Germany with imprisonment or death. "Why should we pity such men more than God does?" he asked, for he was convinced that God had destined all Anabaptists to hell. He recommended that the rejection of infant baptism, or of original sin, or of the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist should be punished as capital crimes. He insisted on the death penalty for a sectarian who thought that heathens might be saved, or for another who doubted that belief in Christ as the Redeemer could change a naturally sinful into a righteous man. He applauded, as we shall see, the execution of Servetus. He asked the state to compel all the people to attend Protestant religious services regularly. He demanded the suppression of all books that opposed or hindered Lutheran teaching. So the writings of Zwingli and his followers were formally placed on the index of prohibited books in Wittenberg. Whereas Luther was content with the expulsion of Catholics from regions governed by Lutheran princes, Melanchthon favored corporal penalties. Both agreed that the civil power was in duty bound to promulgate and uphold the law of God, that is, Lutheranism. Luther, however, counseled that where two sects existed in a state, the minority should yield to the majority. In a predominantly Catholic principality, the Protestants should yield and emigrate. In a prevailingly Protestant province, the Catholics should give way and depart. If they resisted, they should be effectively chastised. The Protestant authorities, following Catholic precedents, accepted the obligation of maintaining religious conformity. At Augsburg, on January 18, 1537, the town council issued a decree forbidding the Catholic worship and banishing, after 8 days, all who would not accept the new faith. At the expiration of the period of grace, the council sent soldiers to take possession of all churches and monasteries. Altars and statues were removed, and priests, monks, and nuns were banished. Frankfurt am Main promulgated a similar ordinance, and the seizure of Catholic church properties and the suppression of Catholic services spread through the states controlled by Protestants. Censorship of the press, already established in Catholic areas, was adopted by the Protestants. So Elector John of Saxony, at the request of Luther and Melanchthon, promulgated in 1528 an edict that prohibited the publication, sale, or reading of Zwinglian or Anabaptist literature, or the preaching or teaching of their doctrines. And anyone who is aware of such being done by anybody, whether a stranger or an acquaintance, must give information to the magistrates of the place in order that the offender may be taken up in due time and punished. Those who are aware of such breaches of the orders and do not give information shall be punished by loss of life or property. Excommunication, like censorship, was adopted by the Protestants from the Catholics. The Augsburg Confession of 1530 proclaimed the right of the Lutheran Church to excommunicate any member who should reject a fundamental Lutheran doctrine. Luther explained that although excommunication in popedom has been and is shamefully abused and made a mere torment, yet we must not suffer it to fall, but make right use of it, as Christ commanded. 3. The Humanists and the Reformation. The intolerant dogmatism of the Reformers, their violence of speech, their sectarian fragmentation and animosities, their destruction of religious art, their predestinarian theology, their indifference to secular learning, their renewed emphasis on demons and hell, their concentration on personal salvation in a life beyond the grave, all these shared in alienating the humanists from the Reformation. Humanism was a pagan reversion to classical culture. Protestantism was a pious return to gloomy Augustine, to early Christianity, even to Old Testament Judaism. The long contest between Hellenism and Hebraism was renewed. The humanists had made remarkable headway within the Catholic fold. In Nicholas V and Leo X they had captured the papacy. Popes had not only tolerated but protected them, and had helped them to recover lost treasures of classic literature and art, all on the tacit understanding that their writings would be addressed, presumably in Latin, to the educated classes, and would not upset the orthodoxy of the people. Disturbed now in this cozy entente, the humanists found that Teutonic Europe cared less for them and their aristocratic culture than for the soul-warming talk of the new vernacular preachers about God and hell and individual salvation. They laughed at the passionate debates of Luther and Eck, Luther and Karlstadt,
Luther and Zwingli, as battles over issues that they had thought long dead or courteously forgotten. They had no taste for theology. Heaven and hell had become myths to them, less real than the mythology of Greece and Rome. Protestantism, as they saw it, was treason to the Renaissance, was restoring all the supernaturalism, irrationalism, and diabolism that had darkened the medieval mind. This, they felt, was not progress, but reaction. It was the resubjection of the emancipated mind to the primitive myths of the populace. They resented Luther's vituperation of reason, his exaltation of a faith that was now to be dogmatically defined by Protestant popelates or potentates. And what remained of that human dignity which Pico della Mirandola had so nobly described? If everything that happened on earth, every heroism, every sacrifice, every advance in human decency and worth, was merely the mechanical fulfillment by helpless and meaningless men of God's foreknowledge and inescapable decrees. Humanists who had criticized but never left the Church, Wimfelling, Beatus Renanus, Thomas Murner, Sebastian Brandt, now hastened to confirm their loyalty. Many humanists who had applauded Luther's initial rebellion as the wholesome correction of a shameful abuse drew away from him as Protestant theology and polemics took form. Willibald Pirkheimer, Hellenist and statesman who had so openly supported Luther that he had been excommunicated in the first draft of the bull Exsurge Domine, was shocked by Luther's violence of speech and dissociated himself from the revolt. In 1529, while still critical of the Church, he wrote, "I do not deny that at the beginning all Luther's acts did not seem to be vain, since no good man could be pleased with all those errors and impostures that had accumulated gradually in Christianity. So with others I hoped that some remedy might be applied to such great evils, but I was cruelly deceived. For before the former errors had been extirpated, far more intolerable ones crept in, compared with which the others seemed child's play. Things have come to a pass that the popish scoundrels are made to appear virtuous by the evangelical ones. Luther, with his shameless, ungovernable tongue, must have lapsed into insanity or been inspired by the evil spirit." Mucianus agreed. He had hailed Luther as the morning star of Wittenberg. Soon he was complaining that Luther had all the fury of a maniac. Crotus Rubianus, who had opened a path for Luther by the letters of obscure men, fled back to the Church in 1521. Reuchlin sent Luther a courteous letter, prevented Eck from burning Luther's books in Ingolstadt, but he scolded his nephew Melanchthon for adopting the Lutheran theology, and he died in the arms of the Church. Johannes Dobeneck Cochleus, at first for Luther, turned against him in 1522 and addressed to him a letter of reproach. "Do you suppose that we wish to excuse or defend the sins and wickedness of the clergy? God save us! We would far rather help you to root them out, as far as it can be done legitimately. But Christ does not teach such methods as you are carrying on so offensively with Antichrist, brothels, devil's nests, cesspools, and other unheard-of terms of abuse, not to speak of your threatenings of sword, bloodshed, and murder. Oh, Luther, you were never taught this method of working by Christ." The humanists of Germany had perhaps forgotten the scurrility of their Italian predecessors, Filelfo, Poggio, and many more, which had set a pace for Luther's contumelious pen. But the style of Luther's warfare was only the surface of their indictment. They noted, as Luther noted, a deterioration of morals and manners in Germany, and ascribed it to the disruption of ecclesiastical authority and the Lutheran discounting of good works as a merit for salvation. They were hurt by the Protestant derogation of learning, Karlstadt's equating of pundit and peasant, Luther's slighting of scholarship and erudition. Erasmus voiced the general view of the humanists, and here Melanchthon sadly concurred, that wherever Lutheranism triumphed, letters, that is, education and literature, declined. The Protestants retorted that this was merely because learning to the humanist meant chiefly the study of pagan classics and history. For a generation, the books and pamphlets of religious polemics so absorbed the mind and presses of Germany and Switzerland that nearly every other form of literature, except the satire, lost its audience. Publishing firms like Frobens in Basel and Atlandsee in Vienna found so few purchasers for the learned works that they had issued at great cost that they verged on bankruptcy. Rival fanaticisms stifled the young German Renaissance, and the trend of Renaissance Christianity toward reconciliation with paganism came to an end. Some humanists, like Eoban Hess and Ulrich von Hutten, remained faithful to the Reformation. Hess wandered from post to post, returned to Erfurt to find the university deserted in 1533, and died professing poetry at Marburg in 1540. Hutten, after the fall of Sickingen, fled to Switzerland, robbing for his food on the way. Destitute and diseased, he sought out Erasmus at Basel in 1522, though he had publicly branded the humanist as a coward for not joining the reformers. Erasmus refused to see him, alleging the inadequacy of his stove to warm Hutten's bones. The poet now composed an expostulation, denouncing Erasmus as a chicken-hearted renegade. He offered to withhold it from publication if Erasmus would pay him. Erasmus balked and urged upon Hutten the wisdom of settling their differences peaceably. But Hutten had allowed the manuscript of his lampoon to circulate privately. It came to Erasmus's knowledge and moved him to join the clergy of Basel in urging the city council to banish the irascible satirist. Hutten sent the expostulation to the press and moved to Mulhouse. There a mob gathered to attack his refuge. He fled again and was taken in by Zwingli at Zurich in June 1533. "Behold," said the reformer, here more humane than the humanist, "behold this destroyer, this terrible Hutten, whom we see so fond of the people and of children. This mouth which blew storms upon the Pope breathes nothing but gentleness and good." Meanwhile, Erasmus replied to the expostulation in a hastily written Erasmus's Sponge on Hutten's aspersions. And he wrote to the town council of Zurich protesting against the lies Hutten had told of him and recommending the poet's banishment. But Hutten was now dying. The war of ideas and the ravages of syphilis had exhausted him. He breathed his last on August 29, 1523, on an island in the Lake of Zurich, being 35 years old and possessing nothing but his clothes and a pen. 4. Erasmus Appendix, 1517 to 1536. The reaction of Erasmus to the Reformation provides a living debate among historians and philosophers. Which method was better for mankind, Luther's direct attack upon the Church, or Erasmus's policy of peaceful compromise and piecemeal reform? The answers almost define two types of personality: tough-minded warriors of action and will, tender-minded compromisers given to feeling and thought. Luther was basically a man of action. His thoughts were decisions, his books were deeds. His thinking was early medieval in content, early modern in result. His courage and decisiveness, rather than his theology, cooperated with nationalism to establish the modern age. Luther spoke in masculinely vigorous German to the German people and aroused a nation to overthrow an international power. Erasmus wrote in femininely graceful Latin for an international audience, a cosmopolitan elite of university graduates. He was too sensitive to be a man of action. He praised and longed for peace, while Luther waged and relished war. He was a master of moderation, deprecating intemperance and extravagance. He fled from action into thought, from rash certainties into cautious doubt. He knew too much to see truth or error, all on one side. He saw both sides, tried to bring them together, and was crushed in between. He applauded Luther's theses. In March 1518 he sent copies of them to Collet and More, and wrote to Collet, "The Roman Curia has cast aside all shame. What is more impudent than these indulgences?" In October he wrote to another friend, "I hear that Luther is approved by all good men, but it is said that his writings are unequal. I think his theses will please all, except a few about purgatory, which they who make their living from it don't want taken from them. I perceive that the monarchy of the Roman high priest, as that see now is the plague of Christendom, though it is praised through thick and thin by shameless preachers. Yet I hardly know whether it is expedient to touch this open sore, for that is the duty of princes, but I fear that they conspire with the pontiff for part of the spoils." For the most part, Erasmus lived now in Louvain. He shared in founding at the university the Collegium Trilingue, with professorships in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. In 1519, Charles V gave him a pension. Erasmus made it a condition of acceptance that he was to keep his independence of body and mind. But if he was human, this pension, added to those that he was receiving from Archbishop Warham and Lord Mountjoy, must have played some part in molding his attitude toward the Reformation. As Luther's revolt passed from criticism of indulgences to rejection of papacy and councils, Erasmus hesitated. He had hoped that church reform could be advanced by appealing to the goodwill of the humanist pope. He still revered the Church as, it seemed to him, an irreplaceable foundation of social order and individual morality, and though he believed that the orthodox theology was shot through with nonsense, He had no trust in the wisdom of private or popular judgment to develop a more beneficent ritual or creed. The progress of reason could come only through the percolation of enlightenment from the instructed few to the emulous many. He acknowledged his share in opening a path for Luther. His own praise of folly was at that moment circulating by the thousands throughout Europe, pointing scorn at monks and theologians and giving sharp point to Luther's blunt tirades. When the monks and theologians charged him with laying the egg that Luther hatched, he answered wryly, "Yes, but the egg I laid was a hen, whereas Luther has hatched a gamecock." Luther himself had read The Praise of Folly and nearly everything else published by Erasmus, and he told his friends that he was merely giving more direct form to what the famous humanist had said or hinted for many years past. On March 18, 1519, he wrote to Erasmus humbly and reverently, soliciting his friendship and, by implication, his support. Erasmus had now to make one of the pivotal decisions of his life, and either horn of the dilemma seemed fatal. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1.
Generally are on my side. For yourself, you have good friends in England, even among the greatest persons there. You have friends here, too, me in particular. As to me, my business is with literature. I confine myself to it as far as I can and keep aloof from other quarrels, but generally I think courtesy to opponents is more effective than violence. It might be wiser of you to denounce those who misuse the Pope's authority than to censure the Pope himself, so also with kings and princes. Old institutions cannot be rooted up in an instant. Quiet argument may do more than wholesale condemnation. Avoid all appearance of sedition. Keep cool. Do not get angry. Do not hate anybody. Do not be excited over the noise you have made. I have looked into your commentary on the Psalms, and I am much pleased with it. Christ give you his Spirit for his own glory and the world's good. Despite this cautious ambivalence, the theologians of Louvain continued to attack Erasmus as the fountainhead of the Lutheran flood. On October 8, 1520, Aleander arrived, posted the papal bull excommunicating Luther, and scored Erasmus as a secret fomenter of the revolt. The pundits accepted Aleander's lead and expelled Erasmus from the Louvain faculty on October 9, 1520. He moved to Cologne, and there, as we have seen, defended Luther in conference with Frederick of Saxony on November 5th. On December 5th, he sent to the elector a statement known as the Axiomata Erasmi, to effect that Luther's request to be tried by impartial judges was reasonable, that good men and lovers of the gospel were those who had taken least offense at Luther, that the world was thirsting for evangelical truth, that is, truth based solely on the gospel, and that such a mood so widely spread could not be suppressed. With the Dominican Johann Faber, he composed a memorial to Charles V, recommending that Charles, Henry VIII, and Louis II of Hungary should appoint an impartial tribunal to try Luther's case. In a letter to Cardinal Campeggio, on December 6th, he urged justice for Luther. I perceived that the better a man was, the less he was Luther's enemy. A few persons only were clamoring at him in alarm for their own pockets. No one as yet answered him or pointed out his faults. How, while there are persons calling themselves bishops whose moral character is abominable, can it be right to persecute a man of unblemished life, in whose writings distinguished and excellent persons have found so much to admire? The object has been simply to destroy him and his books out of mind and memory, and it can only be done when he is proved wrong. If we want truth, every man ought to be free to say what he thinks without fear. If the advocates of one side are to be rewarded with mitres, and the advocates on the other with rope or stake, truth will not be heard. Nothing could have been more invidious or unwise than the Pope's bull. It was unlike Leo X, and those who were sent to publish it only made things worse. It is dangerous, however, for secular princes to oppose the papacy, and I am not likely to be braver than princes, especially when I can do nothing. The corruption of the Roman court may require reform, extensive and immediate, but I and the like of me are not called on to take a work like that upon themselves. I would rather see things left as they are than see a revolution that may lead to one knows not what. You may assure yourself that Erasmus has been and always will be a faithful subject of the Roman See. But I think, and many will think with me, that there would be a better chance of a settlement if there were less ferocity, if the management should be placed in the hands of men of weight and learning, if the Pope would follow his own disposition, and would not let himself be influenced by others. Luther made it more and more difficult for Erasmus to intercede for him, since with each month the violence of his speech increased, until in July 1520 he invited his readers to wash their hands in the blood of bishops and cardinals. When news came that Luther had publicly burned Leo's bull of excommunication, Erasmus confessed himself shocked. On January 15, 1521, the Pope sent him a letter expressing pleasure in his loyalty. At the same time, Leo sent instructions to Aleander to treat the humanist with every courtesy. As the Diet of Worms approached, a German prince asked Erasmus to come to Luther's help, but he replied that it was too late. He regretted Luther's refusal to submit. Such submission, he thought, would have furthered the movement for reform. Now he feared civil war. In February 1521, he wrote to a friend, "Everyone confessed that the Church suffered under the tyranny of certain men, and many were taking counsel to remedy this state of affairs. Now this man has arisen to treat the matter in such a way that no one dares to defend even what he has said well. 6 months ago I warned him to beware of hatred. The Babylonian captivity has alienated many from him, and he daily puts forth more atrocious things." Luther now abandoned hope of Erasmus's support and put him aside as a cowardly pacifist who thinks that all can be accomplished with civility and benevolence. At the same time, and despite Leo's instructions, Aleander and the Louvain theologians continued to attack Erasmus as a secret Lutheran. Disgusted, he moved to Basel on November 15, 1521, where he hoped to forget the young Reformation in the old Renaissance. Basel was the citadel of Swiss humanism. Here labored Beatus Renanus, who edited Tacitus and Pliny the Younger, discovered Velius Paterculus, and superintended the printing of Erasmus's New Testament. Here were printers and publishers who were also scholars, like Hans Amerbach and that saint among publishers, Johann Froben, or Frobenius, who wore himself out over his presses and texts, and, said Erasmus, left his family more honor than fortune. Here Dürer lived for years. Here Holbein made breathtaking portraits of Froben and Bonifacius Amerbach, who gathered the art collection now in the Basel Museum. 7 years before, on an earlier visit, Erasmus had described the circle with fond exaggeration. "I seem to be living in some charming sanctuary of the Muses, where a multitude of learned persons appears as a matter of course. No one is ignorant of Latin, none of Greek. Most of them know Hebrew. This one excels in the study of history, that one is deeply versed in theology, one is skilled in mathematics, another is a student of antiquity, another is learned in the law. Certainly up to this time it has never been my good fortune to live in such an accomplished society. What a sincere friendship prevails among them all, what cheerfulness, what concord." Living with Froben, Erasmus acted as literary advisor, wrote prefaces, edited the Fathers. Holbein made famous portraits of him at Basel between 1523 and 1524. One is still there. Another was sent to Archbishop Warham, and is now in the Earl of Radnor's collection. The third, in the Louvre, is Holbein's masterpiece. Standing at a table writing, wrapped in a heavy fur-trimmed coat, hooded with a beret covering half of each ear, the greatest of the humanists betrays in his premature age, he was now 57, the toll taken by ill health, a peripatetic life of controversy, and the spiritual loneliness and grief brought on by his attempt to be fair to both sides in the dogmatic conflicts of his time. Disheveled strays of white hair emerged from under the beret. Grim, thin lips, features refined but strong, a sharp ferreting nose, heavy eyelids almost closed on tired eyes. Here, in one of the greatest of all portraits, is the Renaissance slain by the Reformation. On December 1st, 1522, the new Pope, Adrian VI, wrote to Erasmus in terms suggestive of the extraordinary influence with which both sides credited him. "It lies with you, God helping, to recover those who have been seduced by Luther from the right road, and to hold up those who still stand. I need not tell you with what joy I shall receive back these heretics without need to smite them with the rod of the imperial law. You know how far are such rough methods from my own nature. I am still as you knew me when we were students together. Come to me in Rome. You will find here the books which you will need. You will have myself and other learned men to consult with, and if you will do what I ask, you shall have no cause for regret." After a preliminary exchange of letters pledging each other to secrecy, Erasmus opened his heart to the Pope. "Your Holiness requires my advice, and you wish to see me. I would go to you with pleasure if my health allowed. As to writing against Luther, I have not learning enough. You think my words will have authority. Alas, my popularity, such as I had, is turned to hatred. Once I was Prince of Letters, Star of Germany, High Priest of Learning, champion of a purer theology. The note is altered now. One party says I agree with Luther because I do not oppose him. The other finds fault with me because I oppose him. At Rome and in the Brabant I am called heretic, heresiarch, schismatic. I entirely disagree with Luther. They quote this and that to show we are alike. I could find 100 passages where St. Paul seems to teach the doctrines which they condemn in Luther. Those counsel you best to advise gentle measures. The monks, Atlases they call themselves, of a tottering church, estrange those who would be its supporters. Some think there is no remedy but force. That is not my opinion. There would be frightful bloodshed. The question is not what heresy deserves, but how to deal with it wisely. For myself, I should say, discover the roots of the disease. Clean out those to begin with. Punish no one. Let what has taken place be regarded as a chastisement sent by Providence, and grant a general amnesty. If God forgives my sins, God's vicar may forgive. The magistrates may prevent revolutionary violence. If possible, there should be a check on the printing presses. Then let the world know and see what you mean in earnest to reform the abuses which are justly cried out against. If your Holiness desires to know what are the roots to which I refer, send persons whom you can trust to every part of Latin Christendom. Let them consult the wisest men they can find in the different countries, and you will soon know." Poor Adrian, whose good intentions outran his powers, died broken-hearted in 1523. His successor, Clement VII, continued to urge Erasmus to enter the lists against Luther. When finally the scholar yielded, it was with no personal attack on Luther, no general indictment of the Reformation, but by an objective and mannerly discussion of free will. De Libero Arbitrio, 1524. He admitted that he could not fathom the mystery of moral freedom, nor reconcile it with divine omniscience and omnipotence. But no humanist could accept the doctrines of predestination and determinism without sacrificing the dignity and value of man or of human life. Here was another basic cleavage between the Reformation and the Renaissance. To Erasmus it seemed obvious that a God who punished sins that his creatures, as made by him, could not help committing, was an immoral monster unworthy of worship or praise. And to ascribe such conduct to Christ's Father in heaven would be the direst blasphemy. On Luther's assumptions, the worst criminal would be an innocent martyr, fated to sin by an act of God, and then condemned by divine vengeance to eternal suffering. How could a believer in predestination make any creative effort or labor to improve the condition of mankind? Erasmus confessed that a man's moral choice is fettered by 1,000 circumstances over which he has had no control. Yet man's consciousness persists in affirming some measure of freedom, without which he would be a meaningless automaton. In any case, Erasmus concluded, let us admit our ignorance, our incapacity to reconcile moral freedom with divine prescience or omnipresent causality. Let us postpone the solution to the Last Judgment. But meanwhile let us shun any hypothesis that makes man a puppet, and God a tyrant crueler than any in history. Clement VII sent Erasmus 200 florins, or about $5,000, on receiving the treatise. Most Catholics were disappointed by the conciliatory and philosophical tone of the book. They had hoped for an exhilarating declaration of war. Melanchthon, who had expressed predestinarian views in his Loci Communes, was favorably impressed by Erasmus's argument and omitted the doctrine in later editions. He, too, still hoped for peace. But Luther, in a delayed response entitled De Servo Arbitrio of 1525, defended predestination uncompromisingly. The human will is like a beast of burden. If God mounts it, it wishes and goes as God wills. If Satan mounts it, it wishes and goes as Satan wills. Nor can it choose its rider. The riders contend for its possession. God foresees, foreordains, and accomplishes all things by an unchanging, eternal, and efficacious will. By this thunderbolt free will sinks shattered in the dust. It is significant of the 16th century mood that Luther rejected free will not, as some 18th century thinkers would do, because it ran counter to a universal reign of law and causality, nor, as many in the 19th century would do, because heredity, environment, and circumstance seem to determine, like another trinity, the desires that seem to determine the will. He rejected free will on the ground that God's omnipotence makes him the real cause of all events and all actions, and that consequently it is he, and not our virtue or our sins, who decides our salvation or damnation. Luther faces the bitterness of his logic manfully. Common sense and natural reason are highly offended that God, by his mere will, deserts, hardens, and damns, as if he delighted in sin and in such eternal torments, he who is said to be of such mercy and goodness. Such a concept of God seems wicked, cruel, and intolerable, and by it many men have been revolted in all ages. I myself was once offended to the very depth of the abyss of desperation, so that I wished that I had never been created. There is no use trying to get away from this by ingenious distinctions. Natural reason, however much it is offended, must admit the consequences of the omniscience and omnipotence of God. If it is difficult to believe in God's mercy and goodness when he damns those who do not deserve it, we must recall that if God's justice could be recognized as just by human comprehension, it would not be divine. Typical again of the age was the wide sale that this treatise on the slave will had in the 7 Latin and 2 vernacular editions that were called for within a year. In the sequel, this proved the great source book of Protestant theology. Here Calvin found the doctrine of predestination, election, and reprobation, which he transmitted to France, Holland, Scotland, England, and America. Erasmus answered Luther in 2 minor tracts, Hyperaspestes, the Defender, 1 and 2, from 1526 to 1527, but contemporary opinion gave the Reformer the better of the argument. Even at this stage, Erasmus continued his efforts for peace. To his correspondents he recommended tolerance and courtesy. He thought that the Church should permit clerical marriage and communion in both kinds, that she should yield some of her vast properties to lay authorities and uses, and that such divisive questions as predestination, free will, and the real presence should be left undefined, open to diverse interpretations. He advised Duke George of Saxony to treat the Anabaptists humanely. It is not just to punish with fire any error whatever, unless there be joined to it sedition or some other crime such as the laws punish with death. This was in 1524. In 1533, however, moved by friendship or senility, he defended the imprisonment of heretics by Thomas More. In Spain, where some humanists had become Erasmians, the monks of the Inquisition began a systematic scrutiny of Erasmus's works, with a view to having him condemned as a heretic, this in 1527. Nevertheless, he continued his criticism of monastic immorality and theological dogmatism as main provocatives of the Reformation. In 1528, he repeated the charge that many convents, both of men and women, are public brothels, and in many monasteries the last virtue to be found is chastity. In 1532, he condemned the monks as importunate beggars, seducers of women, hounders of heretics, hunters of legacies, forgers of testimonials. He was all for reforming the Church while deprecating the Reformation. He could not bring himself to leave the Church or to see her torn in half. I endure the Church till the day I shall see a better one. He was dismayed when he heard of the sack of Rome by Protestant and Catholic troops in the service of the Emperor in 1527. He had hoped that Charles would encourage Clement to compromise with Luther. Now Pope and Emperor were at each other's throats. A closer shock came when, in a pious riot, the reformers at Basel destroyed the images in the churches in 1529. Only a year before, he himself had denounced the worship of images. The people should be taught that these are no more than signs. It would be better if there were none at all, and prayer were addressed only to Christ. But in all things let there be moderation. This was precisely on this point the position of Luther. But the incensed and senseless denudation of churches seemed to him an illiberal and barbarous reaction. He left Basel and moved to Freiburg im Breisgau, in Catholic Austrian territory. The city authorities received him with honors and gave him the unfinished palace of Maximilian I for a residence. When the imperial pension came too irregularly, the Fuggers sent him whatever funds he needed. But the monks and theologians of Freiburg attacked him as a secret skeptic and as the real cause of the turmoil in Germany. In 1535 he returned to Basel. A delegation of university professors went out to welcome him, and Jerome Froben, son of Johann, gave him rooms in his home. He was now 69, thin, with features drawn taut with age. He suffered from ulcers, diarrhea, pancreatitis, gout, stone, and frequent colds. Note the swollen hands in Dürer's drawing. In his final year he was confined to his rooms, often to his bed. Harassed with pain, and hearing almost daily of fresh attacks made upon him by Protestants and Catholics, he lost the habitual good cheer which had endeared him to his friends, and became morose. Yet, almost daily, letters of homage came to him from kings, prelates, statesmen, scholars, or financiers, and his dwelling was a goal of literary pilgrimage. On June 6, 1536, he was stricken with acute dysentery. He knew himself to be dying, but did not ask for a priest or confessor, and passed away on June 12th without the sacraments of the Church, repeatedly invoking the names of Mary and Christ. Basel gave him a princely funeral and a tomb in the cathedral. The Humanists, the printers, and the bishop of the city joined in erecting over his remains a stone slab, still in place, commemorating his incomparable erudition in every branch of learning. His will left no legacy for religious purposes, but assigned sums for the care of the sick or the old, for providing dowries for poor girls, and for the education of promising youths. His standing with posterity fluctuated with the prestige of the Renaissance. Almost all parties, in the fever of religious revolution, called him a trimmer and a coward. The reformers charged him with having led them to the brink, inspired them to jump, and then taken to his heels. At the Council of Trent he was branded an impious heretic, and his works were forbidden to Catholic readers. As late as 1758, Horace Walpole termed him a begging parasite who had parts enough to discover the truth and not courage enough to profess it. Late in the 19th century, as the smoke of battle cleared, a learned and judicious Protestant historian mourned that the Erasmian conception of reform, a scholar's conception, was soon interrupted and set aside by ruder and more drastic methods. Yet it may be questioned whether, after all, the slow way is not in the long run the surest, and whether any other agent of human progress can permanently be substituted for culture. The Reformation of the 16th century was Luther's work, but if any fresh Reformation is coming, it can only be based on the principles of Erasmus. And the Catholic historian adds an almost rationalistic appreciation. Erasmus belonged intellectually to a later and more scientific and rational age. The work which he had initiated, and which was interrupted by the Reformation troubles, was resumed at a more acceptable time by the scholarship of the 17th century. Luther had to be, but when his work was done and passion cooled, men would try again to catch the spirit of Erasmus and the Renaissance, and renew in patience and mutual tolerance the long, slow labor of enlightenment. Chapter 20. The Faiths at War, 1526 to 1560. 1. The Protestant Advance, 1525 to 1530. What combination of forces and circumstances enabled nascent Protestantism to survive the hostility of both papacy and empire? Mystical piety, biblical studies, religious reform, intellectual development, Luther's audacity were not enough. They might have been diverted or controlled. Probably the economic factors were decisive. The desire to keep German wealth in Germany, to free Germany from papal or Italian domination, to transfer ecclesiastical property to secular uses, to repel imperial encroachments upon the territorial, judicial, and financial authority of the German princes, cities, and states. Add certain political conditions that permitted the Protestant success. The Ottoman Empire, after conquering Constantinople and Egypt, was expanding dangerously in the Balkans and Africa, absorbing half of Hungary, besieging Vienna, and threatening to close the Mediterranean to Christian trade. Charles V and Archduke Ferdinand required a united Germany and Austria, Protestant as well as Catholic money and men, to resist this Moslem avalanche. The emperor was usually engrossed in the affairs of Spain or Flanders or Italy, or in mortal conflict with Francis I of France. He had no time or funds for civil war in Germany. He agreed with his pensioner Erasmus that the Church badly needed reform. He was intermittently at odds with Clement VII and Paul III, even to allowing his army to sack Rome. Only when emperor and pope were friends could they effectually combat the religious revolution. But by 1527, the Lutheran heresy had become orthodoxy in half of Germany. The cities found Protestantism profitable. "They do not care in the least about religion," mourned Melanchthon. "They are only anxious to get dominion into their hands, to be free from the control of the bishops." For a slight alteration in their theological garb, they escaped from episcopal taxes and courts, and could appropriate pleasant parcels of ecclesiastical property. Yet an honest desire for a simpler and sincerer religion seems to have moved many citizens. At Magdeburg, the members of St. Ulrich's parish met in the churchyard and chose 8 men who were to select the preacher and manage the affairs of the church. This in 1524. Soon all churches in the city were administering the Lord's Supper in the Lutheran mode. Augsburg was so fervently Protestant that when Campeggio came there as papal legate, the populace dubbed him Antichrist. This also in 1524. Most of Strasbourg accepted the new theology from Wolfgang Fabricius Capito in 1523, and Martin Butzer, who succeeded him there, also converted Ulm. In Nuremberg, great business leaders like Lazarus Spengler and Hieronymus Baumgärtner won the city council to the Lutheran creed in 1526. The Sebalduskirche and the Lorenzkirche transformed their ritual accordingly, while keeping their Catholic art. In Brunswick, the writings of Luther were widely circulated. His hymns were publicly sung. His version of the New Testament was so earnestly studied that when a priest misquoted it, he was corrected by the congregation. Finally, the city council ordered all clergymen to preach only what could be found in the Scriptures, to baptize in German, and to serve the sacrament in both forms. This in 1528. By 1530, the new faith had won Hamburg, Bremen, Rostock, Lübeck, Stralsund, Danzig, Dorpat, Riga, Reval, and almost all the imperial cities of Swabia. Iconoclastic riots broke out in Augsburg, Hamburg, Brunswick, Stralsund. Probably some of this violence was a reaction against the ecclesiastical use of statues and paintings to inculcate ridiculous and lucrative legends. The princes, gladly adopting Roman law, which made the secular ruler omnipotent as delegate of the sovereign people, saw in Protestantism a religion that not only exalted the state but obeyed it. Now they could be spiritual as well as temporal lords, and all the wealth of the church could be theirs to administer or enjoy. John the Steadfast, who succeeded Frederick the Wise as Elector of Saxony in 1525, definitely accepted the Lutheran faith, which Frederick had never done. And when John died in 1532, his son John Frederick kept electoral Saxony firmly Protestant. Philip the Magnanimous, Landgrave of Hesse, formed with John the League of Gotha and Torgau in 1526 to protect and extend Lutheranism. Other princes fell in line: Ernest of Lüneburg, Otto and Francis of Brunswick-Lüneburg, Henry of Mecklenburg, Ulrich of Württemberg. Albert of Prussia, Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights, followed Luther's advice, abandoned his monastic vows, married, secularized the lands of his order, and made himself Duke of Prussia in 1525. Luther saw himself, apparently by the mere force of his personality and eloquence, winning half of Germany. Since many monks and nuns now left their convents and the public seemed unwilling to support the remainder, the Lutheran princes suppressed all monasteries in their territory except a few whose inmates had embraced the Protestant faith. The princes agreed to share the confiscated properties and revenues with the nobles, the cities, and some universities, but this pledge was very laxly redeemed. Luther inveighed against the application of ecclesiastical wealth to any but religious or educational purposes, and condemned the precipitate seizure of church buildings and lands by the nobility. A modest part of the spoils was yielded to schools and poor relief. The princes and nobles kept the rest. Under cover of the gospel, wrote Melanchthon in 1530, the princes were only intent on the plunder of the churches. For good or evil, for spiritual or material ends, the great transformation progressed. Whole provinces, East Friesland, Silesia, Schleswig, Holstein, went over almost unanimously to Protestantism. Nothing could better show how moribund Catholicism had there become. Where priests survived, they continued their support of concubines and clamored for permission to marry legally as the Lutheran clergy were doing. Archduke Ferdinand reported to the Pope that the desire for marriage was almost universal among the Catholic secular clergy, that out of 100 pastors, scarcely one was not openly or secretly married. And Catholic princes pleaded with the papacy that the abolition of celibacy had become a moral necessity. A loyal Catholic complained in 1524 that the bishops, with revolution on their doorsteps, went on with their Lucullan feasts. And the Catholic historian, speaking of Albrecht, Archbishop of Mainz, describes the luxuriously furnished apartments which this unholy prince of the Church used for secret intercourse with his mistress. Everybody, says the same historian, had become so hostile to priests that these were mocked and annoyed wherever they went. The people everywhere, wrote Erasmus on January 31, 1530, are for the new doctrines. This was true, however, only in northern Germany. and even there Duke George of Saxony and Elector Joachim of Brandenburg were resolutely Catholic. Southern and western Germany, which had been part of the ancient Roman Empire and had received some Latin culture, remained for the most part loyal to the Church. The gemütlich South preferred the gaily colorful and sexually lenient ways of Catholicism to the predestinarian Stoicism of the North. The powerful elector archbishops of Mainz, Trier, and, till 1543, Cologne, kept their regions predominantly Catholic, and Pope Adrian VI saved Bavaria by granting its dukes, for their secular uses, a fifth of ecclesiastical income in their state. A similar grant of church revenues appeased Ferdinand in Austria. Hungary entered vitally into the drama. The premature accession of Louis II at the age of 10 in 1516, and his premature death, were formative elements in the Hungarian tragedy. Even his birth was premature. The medicos of his time barely saved the frail infant by enclosing it in the warm carcasses of animals slaughtered to give it heat. Louis grew into a handsome youth, kindly and generous, but given to extravagance and festivities on meager resources amid a corrupt and incompetent court. When Sultan Suleiman sent an ambassador to Buda, the nobles refused to receive him, dragged him around the country, cut off his nose and ears, and turned him back to his master. The infuriated Sultan invaded Hungary and seized two of its most vital strongholds, Szabadka and Belgrade, in 1521. After long delays and amid the treason or cowardice of his nobles, Louis raised an army of 25,000 men and marched out with mad heroism to face 100,000 Turks on a field near Mohacs on August 30th, 1526. The Hungarians were slaughtered almost to a man, and Louis himself was drowned in stumbling flight. Suleiman entered Buda in triumph. His army sacked and burned the handsome capital, destroyed all its major buildings except the royal palace, and gave to the flames most of Matthias Corvinus's precious library. The victorious host spread over the eastern half of Hungary, burning and pillaging, and Suleiman drove 100,000 Christian captives before him to Constantinople. The surviving magnates divided into hostile factions. One group, judging resistance impossible, chose John Zapolya as king and authorized him to sign a submissive peace. Suleiman allowed him to reign in Buda as his vassal, but the eastern half of Hungary remained in effect under Turkish domination till 1686. Another faction united with the nobles of Bohemia to give the crown of both Hungary and Bohemia to Ferdinand, in the hope of securing the aid of the Holy Roman Empire and the powerful Habsburg family. When Suleiman returned to the attack in 1529, marching 135 miles from Buda along the Danube to the gates of Vienna, Ferdinand successfully defended his capital. But during those critical years, Charles V had been forced to humor the Protestants, lest all Europe should fall to Islam. The westward advance of the Turks so obviously protected Protestantism that Philip of Hesse rejoiced at Turkish victories. When Suleiman, balked at Vienna, returned to Constantinople, Catholics and Protestants were free to renew their struggle for the soul of Germany. 2. The Diets disagree, 1526 to 1541. As internal liberty varies, other things equal, with external security, Protestantism, during its safe period, indulged in the sectarian fragmentation that seemed inherent in the principles of private judgment and the supremacy of conscience. Already in 1525, Luther wrote, "There are nowadays almost as many sects and creeds as there are heads." Melanchthon was kept grievously busy moderating his master and finding ambiguous formulas for reconciling contradictory certitudes. Catholics pointed gleefully to the mutually recriminating Protestant factions and predicted that freedom of interpretation and belief would lead to religious anarchy, moral disintegration, and a skepticism abominable to Protestants as well as Catholics. In 1525, 3 artists were banished from Protestant Nuremberg for questioning the divine authorship of the Bible, the real presence in the Eucharist, and the divinity of Christ. While Suleiman was preparing the campaign that cut Hungary in half, a diet of German princes, prelates, and burghers met at Speyer in June of 1526 to consider the demands of the Catholics that the Edict of Worms should be enforced, and the counter-proposal of the Protestants that religion be left free until a general council under German auspices should adjudicate the disputes. The Protestants prevailed, and the concluding decree of this diet ruled that, pending such a council, each German state, in religion, should so live, rule, and bear itself as it thought it could answer to God and the Emperor, that no one should be punished for past offenses against the Edict of Worms, and that the word of God should be preached by all parties, none interfering with the others. The Protestants interpreted this recess of Speyer as sanctioning the establishment of Lutheran churches, the religious autonomy of each territorial prince, and the prohibition of the Mass in Lutheran areas. The Catholics rejected these assumptions, but the emperor, embroiled with the pope, accepted them for the time being, and Ferdinand was soon too busy with affairs in Hungary to make any effectual resistance. Having made his peace with Clement, Charles returned to the natural conservatism of a king and ordered the Diet of Speyer to reconvene on February 1st, 1529. Under the influence of the presiding archduke and the absent emperor, the new assembly repealed the recess of 1526 and passed a decree permitting Lutheran services, but requiring the toleration of Catholic services in Lutheran states, completely forbidding Lutheran preaching or ritual in Catholic states, enforcing the Edict of Worms, and outlawing Zwinglian and Anabaptist sects everywhere. On April 25, 1529, the Lutheran minority published a protest, declaring that conscience forbade their acceptance of this decree. They appealed to the emperor for a general council. Meanwhile, they would adhere to the original recess of Speyer at whatever cost. The term Protestant was applied by the Catholics to the signers of this protest, and gradually came into use to designate the German rebels from Rome. Still needing German unity against the Turks, Charles called another diet, which met at Augsburg on June 20, 1530, under his presidency. During this conference he stayed with Anton Fugger, now head of the firm that had made him emperor. According to an old story, the banker pleased the ruler by lighting a fire with an imperial certificate of indebtedness. As the Fuggers were financially allied with the popes, the gesture may have moved Charles a step nearer to the papacy. Luther did not attend, for he was still under the imperial ban and might at any moment be arrested. But he went to Coburg on the Saxon border and kept in touch through messengers with the Protestant delegation. He compared the assembly to a congregation of jackdaws that chattered and maneuvered before his windows, and he complained that each bishop brought as many devils, or voters, to the Diet as there are fleas on a dog on St. John's Day. It was apparently at this time that he composed the greatest of his hymns, Ein feste Burg ist unser Gott, a mighty fortress is our God. On June 24th, Cardinal Campeggio appealed to the Diet for the utter suppression of the Protestant sects. On the 25th, Christian Bayer read to the Emperor and a portion of the Assembly the famous Augsburg Confession, which Melanchthon had prepared, and which, with some modifications, was to become the official creed of the Lutheran churches. Partly because he feared a war of the combined imperial and papal forces against the divided Protestants, partly because he was by temperament inclined to compromise and peace, Melanchthon gave the statement, says a Catholic scholar, a dignified, moderate, and pacific tone, and strove to minimize the differences between the Catholic and Lutheran views. He expatiated on the heresies that the evangelicals, as the Lutherans called themselves from their sole reliance on the Gospels or the New Testament, and the Roman Catholics alike condemned. He dissociated the Lutheran from the Zwinglian reform and left the latter to shift for itself. He softened the doctrines of predestination, consubstantiation, and justification by faith. He spoke temperately of the ecclesiastical abuses that Protestantism had abated. He defended with courtesy the administration of the sacrament in both forms, the abolition of monastic vows, the marriage of the clergy. And he appealed to Cardinal Campeggio to accept this confession in the conciliatory spirit in which it had been composed. Luther regretted some of the concessions, but gave the document his indispensable approval. Zwingli sent his own Ratio Fidei to the emperor, frankly stating his disbelief in the real presence. Strasbourg, Constance, Lindau, and Memmingen presented a separate confession, the Tetrapolitana, in which Capito and Butzer struggled to bridge the gaps among the Lutheran, Zwinglian, and Catholic creeds. The extreme faction of the Catholics, led by Eck, retorted with a confutation so intransigent that the Assembly refused to submit it to the Emperor until it had been twice toned down. So revised, it insisted on transubstantiation, 7 sacraments, the invocation of saints, clerical celibacy, communion in bread alone, and the Latin Mass. Charles approved this confutation and declared that the Protestants must accept it or face war. A milder party of Catholics entered into negotiation with Melanchthon and offered to permit communion in bread and wine. Melanchthon, in turn, agreed to recognize auricular confession, fasts, episcopal jurisdiction, even, with some provisos, the authority of the popes. But the other Protestant leaders refused to go so far. Luther protested that the restoration of episcopal jurisdiction would subject the new ministers to the Roman hierarchy and would soon liquidate the Reformation. Seeing agreement impossible, several Protestant princes left for their homes. On November 19th, the diminished Diet issued its final recess or decree. All phases of Protestantism were condemned. The Edict of Worms was to be enforced. The Imperial Chamber of Justice, was to start legal actions against all appropriators of ecclesiastical property. The Protestants were to have until April 15, 1531, to accept the confutation peaceably. Charles's signature made this recess of Augsburg an imperial decree. To the emperor it must have seemed the height of reasonableness to give the rebels 6 months to adjust themselves to the will of the Diet. Within that period he offered them immunity from the Edict of Worms. Thereafter, if other duties would allow, he might have to submit the rival theologies to the Supreme Court of War. While the Diet was yet in session, several states formed a Catholic League for the defense and restoration of the traditional faith. Interpreting this as a martial gesture, Protestant princes and cities organized in March 1531 the Schmalkaldic League, which took its name from its birthplace near Erfurt. When the period of grace ran out, Ferdinand, now King of the Romans, proposed to Charles to begin war. But Charles was not yet ready. Suleiman was planning another attack upon Vienna. Suleiman's confederate, Barbarossa, was raiding Christian commerce in the Mediterranean, and Suleiman's ally, Francis of France, was waiting to pounce upon Milan the moment Charles became involved in a German civil war. In April 1531, instead of enforcing the Augsburg decree, he suspended it and asked for Protestant aid against the Turks. Luther and the princes responded loyally. Lutherans and Catholics signed the Peace of Nuremberg on July 23, 1532, pledging united aid to Ferdinand and mutual religious toleration until a general council should be convened. So numerous an army of Protestant and Catholic Germans, of Spanish and Italian Catholics, gathered under the emperor's standard at Vienna that Suleiman found the omens unfavorable and turned back to Constantinople, while the Christian army, drunk with its bloodless victory, plundered Christian towns and homes, spreading greater disaster, said eyewitness Thomas Cranmer of England, than the Turks themselves. The patriotism of the Protestants gave their movement new dignity and impetus. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 7, The Age of Reason Begins, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 6, Side 2. The Dutch Protestants felt that medieval church architecture and decoration had been forms of indoctrination, perpetuating legends and discouraging thought. They decided to worship God with prayer and sermons rather than with art. The only art they kept in their ritual was song. So their ecclesiastical architecture aimed at an almost stark simplicity. Even the Catholics raised no memorable churches in the United Provinces. Overseas merchants in the 16th century brought in, perhaps from Syria or Egypt, the idea of bulbous cupolas. The fashion spread from Holland and Russia into Germany and became a feature of Central European Baroque. Businessmen, not the clergy, dominated Dutch architecture. And first of all they built themselves sturdy dwellings, almost all alike, not instilling fear like the Florentine palace, nor arousing envy. The luxury and art were all inside, and in the flower gardens carefully tended. Their civic buildings allowed more ornament and pride. Leeuwenhoek brought French, German, and Renaissance elements into a remarkable harmony in the Rathaus, or town hall, that he built for Leiden. The Hall of the Butchers' Guild at Haarlem, also by Leeuwenhoek, is as proud as a Gothic cathedral. The town hall at The Hague shows the classic style completely domesticated in Holland. The Michelangelo of Dutch architecture and sculpture in this age was Hendrik de Keyser, who became city architect of Amsterdam at the age of 29 in 1594. There he designed the Westerkerk, the Exchange, and the East India House, all in Italian-Dutch Renaissance style. At Delft he built the town hall and the monument to William I, and in 1627 at Rotterdam he cast in bronze his masterpiece, the noble statue of Erasmus, which for some years sat calmly intact amid the ruins of the Second World War. Some of the loveliest Dutch structures dating from this period lost their lives in that failure of statesmanship. Pottery shone among the minor arts. In Rotterdam and Delft, tiles were an industry that good taste made an art. Delft raised its faience to a place in nearly every home in the Netherlands. About 1610, soon after the opening of Dutch trade with the Orient, Delft potters began to imitate Chinese ware and produced a thin blue majolica called Hollands porcelain. Soon half the Western European world displayed Delft pottery on its walls or shelves. The one major art in the Netherlands was painting. Never elsewhere in known history, not excepting Renaissance Italy, did an art win such pervasive popularity. For the years between 1580 and 1700, the art catalogues list 15,000 Dutch paintings.
Italian influence dominated Flemish art, but in the northern provinces the successful resistance to Spanish power aroused a nationalistic spirit and pride that needed only the wealth derived from overseas trade to produce a cultural explosion. Art was turned into new channels of domesticity and realism by the almost complete withdrawal of ecclesiastical and aristocratic patronage. The new patrons were merchants, burgomasters, lawyers, corporations, guilds, communes, hospitals, even almshouses, hence the portraits, group pictures, and genre. Nearly every Dutch city had its school of artists, nourished by local patronage: Haarlem, Leiden, Utrecht, Amsterdam, Dordrecht, Delft, The Hague. Simple citizens who in other lands might have been, in art, illiterate dependents of the church, adorned their homes with pictures, sometimes bought at considerable cost. So a baker proved his good taste by paying 600 florins, or about $7,500, for a single figure by Vermeer. Secularization was almost complete. Saints went out as subjects, merchants came in. The home and the fields triumphed over the church. Realism flourished. The bourgeois sitter appreciated a little idealization of himself and his wife, but dikes and dunes, windmills and cottages, sailing ships and cluttered docks pleasantly refreshed on the walls the memory of actual and common things. Jolly topers, tavern tipplers, even bordeltjes were welcomed into homes that a century earlier might have shown saintly martyrs, historic heroes, or pagan gods. Nudes were out of style. In that damp climate, with those stout forms, nudity was no delight. The Italian cult of beauty, refinement, and dignity seemed out of place in this new environment, which asked nothing more of art than the reproduction of daily life and familiar scenes. There was a sad side to this picture of a nation mad about pictures. The artists who painted them lived for the most part in poverty and low esteem. In Flanders, the Archduke, the lords, and the bishops paid their chosen artists well. But in Holland, the painters, competing individually, produced for the common market, and they reached customers largely through dealers who grew up between producer and purchaser and who knew how to buy cheap and sell dear. Dutch artists rarely received high prices. At the crest of his fame, Rembrandt earned only 1,600 guilders by the night watch, Van Goyen only 600 by his view of The Hague, and much less for the rest. Jan Steen painted 3 portraits for 27 guilders. Isaac van Ostade sold 13 of his pictures for a like sum. Many Dutch artists had to do extraneous work to butter their bread. Van Goyen sold tulips. Hobbema was a tax collector. Steen kept an inn. The artists themselves were so numerous that they glutted their market. A list of the famous ones would fill pages, and a list of their treasured works would crowd a book. 8. Frans Hals, 1580 to 1666. His ancestors had lived for 2 centuries in Haarlem. His father was a magistrate there, but for unknown reasons Frans was born in Antwerp. Not till he was 19 did he return to live in Haarlem. We hear no more of him till 1611, when the registry of a Haarlem church notes the baptism of Herman, son of Frans Hals, and his wife Anneke. The next record is from a police court in 1616, telling how Frans Hals, arrested for undue beating of his wife, was severely reprimanded and was dismissed on his undertaking to be more gentle and to avoid drunken company. 7 months later Anneke died. 5 months thereafter, in 1617, Frans married Lisbeth Reiniers. 9 days later she gave him the first of 10 children. He has left us an admirable picture of himself and this second wife. She lived with him through his remaining 47 years, putting up with all his impecuniosity and drunken bouts. There was nothing very attractive about him except that he was a great painter and a jolly soul. He was already 36 when he achieved a major success, the banquet of the officers of St. Joris's shooting guild, the first of the 5 Doelen pictures that gave Hals his rank. The Doelen were the headquarters of volunteers who practiced marksmanship, held competitions and social gatherings, and served as communal militia. Occasionally the officers of such guilds would pay an artist to paint their portraits as a group, each individual insisting that his prominence in the picture should be proportioned to his grade in the company and his contribution to the cost. Here, then, are these officers, decked out in their best finery, gathered around a feast, with one of them carrying the colorful standard of the company. Hals earned his fee, for each of these heads is an individual and powerful portrait, each different, each a biography and a masterpiece. We do not hear of another such assignment till 11 years later, but in the interval he produced pictures that are among the prizes of Dutch art. The Herring Seller, again a history in a face. The Merry Trio and Junker Ramp and his girl, both in New York. The famous Laughing Cavalier, self-confidence incarnate, with all his fortune on his back in ruff and frills and flowered cloak, and a smile almost as subtle as La Gioconda's. And in this period, around 1624, Franz painted his self-portrait, a strong and handsome face with wistful eyes denying the pride of the fine clothes and folded arms. The man was a bruised shuttlecock between the hunger for perfection and the thirst for drink. In 1627 came the second Doolan group, another officers of St. Eurus's Guild, not so clear and bright as the first. Hals deliberately turned for a time from the easy brilliance of strong colors to the more difficult manipulation of the minor keys, half-tones, gray shadows, softer outlines. Another Doolan of that year, St. Adrian's Shooting Guild, is also in subdued tones. The shooters must have been pleased, for they commissioned Hals to paint them again in 1633. Now the artist recalled his colors and displayed his genius for making every face interesting and unique. In 1639 he painted still another officers of St. Eurus's Guild, but here the individual is lost in the crowd. All in all, these Doolan are among the outstanding group pictures of all time. They illustrate the emergence of the middle class into proud prominence in Dutch history and art. In his second period, 1626 to 1650, Hals painted portraits that cry out for remembrance. The Jolly Toper, under a hat large enough to cover a multitude of drinks. The Sand Runner, disheveled and ragged and charming. The Gypsy, or La Bohemienne, smiling and bulging in the Louvre. The Jester in Amsterdam. The fanciful Balthazar Coimans in Washington. And as the climax of this maturity, Hals's supreme picture, the Regents of St. Elizabeth's Hospital. So like, so unlike Rembrandt's Syndics of the Drapers' Guild, painted 21 years afterward. Franz's incalculable carouses, though they do not seem to have injured his art, had hurt his standing, even in a land and a time that took occasional intoxication as an ode to joy. He continued to paint pictures that would have made any artist famous. Hilleboba, the Witch of Harlem, the disenchanting Descartes, enormous eyebrows, enormous nose, eyes saying dubito, and, painted at the age of 80, young man in a slouch hat. But meanwhile disasters multiplied. In 1639, Hals's son Peter was sent to an insane asylum at municipal expense. In 1641, his wayward eldest daughter, at her mother's request, was put into a workhouse. By 1650, Franz was destitute. In 1654, the local baker sued him for a debt of 200 gulden and attached the painter's goods. In 1662, the broken old man applied for and received poor relief. 2 years later, the Haarlem Council voted him a yearly pension and an immediate gift of 3 loads of peat to fire his hearth. Probably as additional alms, he was given, in this year 1664, a commission to paint 2 pictures. The Regents of the Almshouse and the Women Regents of the Almshouse. The male group shows the unsteady hand of the artist's 84 years. Many features are daubed in vaguely. But in the companion piece, the Regensen, the old skill has surprisingly returned. Here are 5 souls drawn out into their obedient faces, 5 old women wasted with unwanted tasks, prim and stern with their Puritan code, forgetting the joys and frolics of their youth. Yet through those grim features somehow shines a timid kindliness, a weary sympathy. These final pictures, last flames of the painter's fire, now with the great Doolan canvases, hang in the Franz Hals Museum that Haarlem built on the site of that almshouse. He died a pauper in 1664, but he was given honorable burial in the chancel of St. Bavon's in the city whose fame rests upon a long-resisted siege and the works of her greatest son. For 2 centuries thereafter he was almost forgotten. His pictures sold for pittances, or by auction, or not at all. If historians of art remembered him, it was to note the narrowness of his range. No religious pictures, no mythologies, no histories, no landscapes, no nudes. Or the apparently careless haste of his method. No preliminary sketches, but rapid daubs and slashes of color that relied on suggestion and the beholder's memory to fill in details. Today a possibly exaggerated acclaim balances that long neglect, and one generous critic considers Hals the most brilliant executant of portraits the world has seen. Where time, the safest judge, so vacillates in its judgment, let us be content to admire. 9. Rembrandt Harmens van Rijn, 1609 to 1669. He was born at Leyden to a prosperous miller, Gerrit Harmens, who added Van Rijn to his name, probably because his house overlooked the Rhine. The artist must have loved his father, for he painted him 11 times or more, in lordly hat and chain, and as a money-changer, and as a noble Slav, a strong, well-modelled face bristling with character, and in 1629 as a man sombered with age. His mother, too, he pictured a dozen times, most memorably in the old woman of the Vienna gallery, worried and worn. In the Rijksmuseum at Amsterdam we see her poring over a Bible. If, as some believe, she was a Mennonite, we can better understand Rembrandt's predilection for the Old Testament and his closeness to the Jews. At 14 he entered the University of Leyden, but he thought in other forms than ideas or words. After a year he withdrew and persuaded his father to let him study art. He did so well that in 1623 he was sent to Amsterdam as pupil to Peter Lastman, who was then rated the Apelles of the age. Lastman had returned from Rome to Holland with a classic emphasis on correct drawing. From him probably Rembrandt learned to be a superlative draftsman. But after a year in Amsterdam, the restless youth hurried back to Leyden, eager to paint after his own fashion. He drew or painted almost everything that he saw, including hilarious absurdities and shameless obscenities. He improved his art with fond experiments in self-portraiture. The mirror became his model. He has left us more self-portraits, at least 62, than many great painters have left paintings. Among these early autoritratti is a charming head in The Hague. Rembrandt at 23, handsome of course, for all mirrors show us handsome, hair carelessly tossed about with young superiority to conventions, eyes alert and proud with the confidence of proved ability. In fact, he had already established himself. In 1629 a connoisseur paid him 100 florins for a picture, quite a fee for a young competitor in a land where painters were as numerous as bakers, and not so amply fed. His first themes, after himself and his parents, were biblical. Jeremiah mourning the destruction of Jerusalem has the mystic aura that distinguishes Rembrandt's religious pictures, and Simeon in the Temple catches completely the spirit of Nunc dimittis servum tuum Domine. So many commissions came from Amsterdam that Rembrandt went back to it in 1631 and lived there the rest of his life. Within a year of his arrival he painted one of the world's masterpieces, the anatomy lesson of Professor Nicholas Tulp. There had already been several anatomies in Dutch painting. No precedents were broken, no modesty violated, when the distinguished surgeon, 4 times burgomaster of Amsterdam, commissioned Rembrandt to picture him giving a demonstration in anatomy in the hall of the Surgeons' Guild. He planned to present the painting to the Guild as a memorial to his professorship. It was probably Dr. Tulp who chose the 7 students to share the picture with him, obviously not pupils, but men of maturity and standing either in medicine or in another field. And Rembrandt made full use of the opportunity to show faces illuminated with character and intelligence. The cadaver seems unduly inflated, and 2 of the onlookers are posing for posterity. Dr. Tulp himself takes the affair quite calmly, as one inured and confident. But the 2 men peering over the head of the corpse are curiosity and attention vivified, and the play of light upon flesh and ruffs announces Rembrandt's specialty. Commissions now flowed in. In 2 years, 40. With money in his pocket and hunger in his blood, the artist was ripe for marriage in 1634. Saskia Eulenburg had a lovely face, dancing eyes, hair of silken gold, a comfortable figure and fortune. What could be lovelier than the Saskia in Kassel? She was the orphan daughter of a wealthy lawyer and magistrate. Perhaps her cousin, an art dealer, had induced her to sit to Rembrandt for a portrait. 2 sittings sufficed for a proposal. Saskia brought a dowry of 40,000 guilders, which made the future bankrupt one of the richest artists in history. She became a good wife despite her money. She bore patiently with her mate's absorbed genius. She sat for many pictures, though they revealed her expanding form. She let him deck her out in strange costumes for the rosy Flora now in London and the simpler wistful Flora in New York. We see his happiness in a Dresden painting where he holds her on his knee, irradiates the canvas with his smile, and raises a tall tumbler to his physical and financial ecstasy. In these grateful years, from 1634 to 1642, he turned out one masterpiece after another. He continued to picture himself. In the self-portrait of 1634 in the Louvre, handsome and jolly, with jewels in his hat and a gold chain on his chest. and again that year in An Officer, magnificent in a world-conquering hat, and in 1635 with a gorgeous hat whose plume tickles the sky. Looking for character rather than beauty, he painted in 1634 the old lady who looks down upon us from the walls of the National Gallery in London with a face corrugated by the years, and a year later the old woman in an armchair in New York. Among the human ruins of Amsterdam he found an octogenarian whom he dressed in turban and robes and pictured in an Oriental. He had a penchant for collecting costumes, jewelry, swords, fancy hats, and shoes. See them, except the sword, in Martin Day, with lace on his gloves, frills on his pants, and shields on his shoes. Now, too, he painted time-worn religious subjects with a fresh sincerity, taking his models from the old men and young women whom he met in the streets. Each picture so remarkable in technique, so striking in its manipulation of light, so moving in the intensity of its feeling, that any one of them might be defended as the artist's best. Let the sacrifice of Abraham and the angel Raphael leaving Tobias serve as examples. From these blessed years came some famous portraits, like the lady with a fan and a man with gloves, both defying words. The last achievement of this period, and perhaps the greatest picture that Rembrandt ever painted, was the immense canvas, 14 by 12 feet, that history knows as the Night Watch, but is more properly named Captain Cook's Company of Harquebusiers, from 1642. No detail is unfinished in that vast expanse, no shade of darkness or incidence of light is uncalculated, no contrast of color is unexplored. In the center the proud captain stands in brown and white and red. At his left a lieutenant in golden yellow boots and coat and hat. Swords gleam, pikes flash, pennants wave. At the right the fife and drum corps. The company emerges from its headquarters, apparently for some festival parade. Rembrandt had signed a contract with each of the 16 persons to be painted, each paying 100 florins. Many felt that equal pay had not been rewarded with equal prominence in the picture. Some complained that he had put them too deeply in shadows, or had neglected to make them recognizable by their friends. Few further group commissions came to his studio, and his prosperity began to wane. It must have been high in 1639, for in that year he bought a spacious house in the Jodenbreedstraat, a street inhabited by well-to-do Jews. It cost him 13,000 florins, an enormous sum, which he never succeeded in paying off. Probably it was intended to shelter not only his family, but his pupils, his studio, and his growing collection of antiquities, curiosities, and art. After paying half the purchase price in the first year of occupancy, he let the rest remain as a debt, on which the unpaid interest rose to a point that eventually drove him to bankruptcy. Meanwhile, his beloved Saskia was declining in health. She had borne him 3 children, but each died in childhood, and their painful birth and tragic end weakened her hold on life. In 1641 she gave birth to a son, Titus, who survived. But in 1642 she passed away. Her will left all her possessions to Rembrandt, with the proviso that on his remarriage the remainder of her legacy should be transferred to her son. A year after her death Rembrandt painted her from loving memory. That loss darkened his mood. Thenceforth he seemed obsessed with thoughts of death. Though deeply affectionate within his family, he had always preferred privacy to company. Now he courted a somber solitude. When he was painting, he brushed premature viewers away, telling them the smell of paint is not good for the health. He was not a cultured man of the world like Rubens. He read little, hardly anything but the Bible. He lived in a wordless realm of color, shadow, and light, as varied as the world of letters, but alien to it and unique. He had difficulty in donning the social graces when sitters came, and in making the small talk to keep them amused and still. They came in less number when they found that Rembrandt, like most of his predecessors, was not content to make a sketch from a sitting or two and then paint from the sketch, but preferred to paint directly on the canvas, which required many sittings. Moreover, he had an impressionistic way of painting what he thought or felt, rather than merely what he saw, and the result was not always flattering. It did not help him that his house was in the Jewish quarter. He had long since made friends with many Jews. He had engraved a portrait of Manasseh ben Israel in 1636. Now, in 1647, he painted on wood the dark face of the Jewish physician Ephraim Bonus. Almost surrounded by Hebrews, and evidently liking them, he found subjects increasingly among the Portuguese and Spanish Jews of Amsterdam. Perhaps he knew Baruch Spinoza, who lived in that city from 1632 till 1660. Some have thought that Rembrandt himself was Jewish. This is improbable, for he was christened and reared in a Protestant faith, and his features were completely Dutch. But he had no perceivable prejudice in religion or race. There is an especial depth of sympathetic understanding in his pictures of Jews. He was fascinated by their old men, their beards dripping wisdom, their eyes remembering grief. Half the Hebrew Calvary is in the face of an old Jew from 1654 in the Leningrad Hermitage, and in the portrait of a rabbi from circa 1657 in London. This last is the rabbi who, after Rembrandt's bankruptcy, gave him spiritual comfort and material aid. In 1649 we find him painting Hendrik Stoffels in bed, and we perceive that he has taken a mistress. She had been Saskia's maid. She stayed with the widowed artist, took faithful care of him, and soon consoled him with the warmth of her body. He did not marry her, for he was loath to relinquish Saskia's legacy to Titus, still a boy of 8. As he painted Hendrika in 1652, she was tolerably fair, with eyes of haunting wistfulness. It was probably she who posed for 2 studies in nudity in 1654, Bathsheba at the bath and A Woman Wading, both of them glories of color and amplitude. In July of that year she was summoned before the elders of the parish church, was severely reprimanded for adultery, and was excluded from the sacrament. In October she bore him a child. Rembrandt acknowledged it as his and managed to get it safely baptized. He learned to love his mistress as deeply as he had loved his wife. How else could he have put such tenderness in her face when he painted her in 1658 in the red robe that matched her hair? She was a good stepmother to Titus, who was growing up into a bewitching lad. See him in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, aged 14, as lovely as a girl, with the wondering eyes of youth, mystified by life and only half secure under paternal love. Or again in the Wallace collection, a year older. We can weakly imagine what a solace he must have been to Rembrandt, who in this year found economic realities crashing about his head. He labored to make ends meet. Some great religious pictures belong to this period, 1649 to 1656, of adultery and debt, Jacob blessing his grandchildren, Christ at the fountain, Christ and the woman of Samaria, and A Descent from the Cross. However, in Protestant Holland, ecclesiastical subjects were not in demand. He tried his hand at mythologies, but succeeded only when he could clothe the figures. Danae is uninviting, but Athene and Mars are unsurpassed in their kind. He continued to paint portraits of arresting character. Nicholas Breuning is snatched directly from a vivid moment of life and thought, and Jan Six is the Dutch burgomaster at his strongest and best. And about this time Rembrandt painted some nameless figures profoundly studied: the man with the golden helmet, the Polish rider, the centurion Cornelius. Beside these, most portraits seem surface sheen. Rembrandt was 50 when disaster came. He had seldom bothered to count his debits and credits. He had recklessly bought house and art, even shares in the Dutch East India Company. Now, as patronage lagged far behind maintenance, he found himself hopelessly in debt. In 1656, the Orphans' Chamber of Amsterdam, to protect Titus, transferred the house and grounds to the son, though the father was for a while allowed to live there. In July, Rembrandt was declared bankrupt. His furniture, paintings, drawings, and collections were sold in costly haste from 1657 to 1658, but the proceeds fell far short of his obligations. On December 4th, 1657, he was evicted. He moved from one house to another until at last he settled on the Rosengracht in the Jewish ghetto. Out of the wreck, some 7,000 florins were salvaged for Titus. He and Hendrika, to protect Rembrandt, formed a partnership by which they could sell his remaining works without letting them go to his creditors. They seem to have taken loving care of the aging artist. Amid these tribulations he continued to spawn masterpieces: The Man on Horseback, The Wonderful Head of an Old Man, a Karl Marx in octogenarian disillusionment, the astonishingly vivid and natural woman cutting her nails, perhaps even part of the religious ritual that required cleansing of the whole body on the eve of the Sabbath. Now, too, he painted some startling self-portraits: Rembrandt with his sketchbook in 1657, the stern face and enveloped corpulence of the more famous portrait from 1658 in the Frick collection at New York, the full-figure portrait in 1659, the worried face from 1659 in Washington. In his final decade, from 1660 to 1669, he was kept alive by his son and his mistress, But his quarters were cramped, his studio was badly lighted, his hand must have lost some of its decisiveness as the result of age and drink. St. Matthew the Evangelist is coarse in its texture, but the angel whispering in his ear is none other than Titus, now 20 and still as fair as a bride. And then, in that year 1661, came the master's last triumph, the syndics of the Drapers' Guild. The stallmeisters, examiners and controllers of cloth, commissioned the old artist to commemorate them in a group picture to be hung in the hall of their corporation. We would have forgiven some hesitancy in the composition, some crudity in details, some carelessness in the incidence of light. But criticism is at a loss to find fault there. The subdued foreground and background make the 5 main figures leap to the eye, each of them a single and separate person, but all caught in the living moment of their common thought. In many paintings of these broken years, the connoisseurs find signs of failing energy and technique, simplicity of colors, neglect of details, a hasty sweep and crudity of the brush. And yet even then we have such arresting pictures as The Return of the Prodigal, an unforgettable portrayal of loving forgiveness, and The Jewish Bride. This is wondrous fruit to come from a dying tree. But we have said nothing of his landscapes, his drawings, and his etchings. Only a few of the landscapes stand out, but the drawings are at the top of their kind. Famous are the pen-and-ink view of Amsterdam and Vienna, and an old woman sitting in Berlin. Rembrandt's etchings are prized as highly as any in the history of that painstaking art. One of them, Christ Healing the Sick, came to be known as the 100-guilder piece because it was bought for that unprecedented price, or about $1,200. In 1867, however, a copy of it brought 25,000 francs, or about $20,000. 300 etchings, 2,000 drawings, 650 paintings. This is the surviving oeuvre of Rembrandt, almost as widely known as Shakespeare's plays, almost as varied, original, and profound. Nearly all were from his own hand, for though he had aides, none of them shared his secret for revealing the invisible. Some of his work was careless, some of it repulsive, like the flayed ox in the Louvre. At times he was engrossed in technique, at times he skimped it for the vision's sake. He was as neutral as nature between beauty and ugliness, for to him truth was the ultimate beauty, and a picture representing ugliness truthfully was beautiful. He refused to idealize the figures in his biblical paintings. He suspected that those Old Testament Hebrews looked pretty much like the Jews of Amsterdam. He pictured them so, and in consequence they rise from myth or history into life. More and more, as he grew older, he loved the simple people around him rather than men dehumanized by the pursuit of gain. Where artists like Rubens sought their subjects among the beautiful, the happy, or the powerful, Rembrandt lavished his sympathetic art on the outcasts, the sick, the miserable, even the deformed. And though he made no show of religion, he seemed to embody unconsciously the attitude of Christ and Whitman toward those who had failed or had refused to compete in the war of each against all. We take a last look at him in the self-portraits of his old age. There is no vanity here. On the contrary, these are the autobiography of defeat. As he pictured himself in 1660, he was still facing life with a blend of courage and resignation. The pudgy, unshaved face was quizzical but not sad. He was still moving forward. But in another portrait of the same year, a worried look darkens and ridges the face around the rubicund nose. In 1661 he saw himself as baffled, but shrugged his wrinkles philosophically. And in his last year he pictured himself as having found peace in accepting the limits and the wry humor of life. Hendrickje died in 1662, but Titus still blessed him with the sight of youth, and in 1668 the old man rejoiced in the marriage of his son. When in that same year the son followed the mistress, the artist lost his hold on life. On October 8, 1669, the death register of the Westerkerk recorded, Rembrandt van Rijn, painter, leaves 2 children. His contemporaries hardly noticed his passing. None of them dreamed of ranking him with Rubens or even with Van Dyck. Joachim von Sandrart, his contemporary, wrote of him, "What he chiefly lacked was knowledge of Italy and of other places which afford opportunities for the study of the antique and of the theory of art." This now seems to us the secret of his greatness. Had he managed his affairs more prudently and shown more amenity in society, he might have been a richer man. His art suffered from his predilection for the society of the vulgar. Ruskin agreed with the German historian of art. Vulgarity, dullness, or impiety will always express themselves through art in brown and grays as in Rembrandt. It is the aim of the best painters to paint the noblest things they can see by sunlight. It was the aim of Rembrandt to paint the foulest things he could see by rushlight. But Eugène Delacroix, reflecting democratic developments in France, thought, "Perhaps we shall one day find that Rembrandt is a greater painter than Raphael. I write down, without taking sides, this blasphemy which will cause the hair of the academicians to stand on end." The tendency among our critics today is to rate Rembrandt above Raphael and Velázquez, equaled only by El Greco. Truth, we perceive, is a function and vassal of time. From Rubens to Rembrandt, what a gamut and chasm, between joyous light and somber shadow, between the abyss and the court, between the happy sensuality of the Antwerp noble, at home in palaces and with kings, and the Amsterdam bankrupt who knew the lower depths and was acquainted with grief. To see these two men as the contrapuntal elements of a mighty harmony is to feel in another way the greatness of the little nation that had fought a giant empire, to feel the complexity of a civilization that could produce at one end a Catholic culture gladly adorning its unquestioned creed with myths and its beloved shrines with art, and at the other a Protestant culture that could nourish the greatest artist and the greatest philosopher of the age. Chapter 19. The Rise of the North, 1559 to 1648. 1. Denmark as a great power. Let us look at the map, for maps, like faces, are the signatures of history. When Frederick II ascended its throne in 1559, Denmark was one of the strongest and most far-reaching states in Europe. It had not yet learned how clever it is to be small. In the perennial contest with Sweden for control of the commerce between the North Sea and the Baltic, Denmark was at first the victor, even extending its rule across the Skagerrak to and throughout Norway, and across the Kattegat into what is now South Sweden. It held the strategic cities of Copenhagen and Helsingør on the west side, and Malmö and Helsingborg on the east side of the Øresund, or Sound. The swirling waters, in one place only 3.5 miles wide, that now separate Denmark from Sweden. Farther east it held, through most of this period, the islands of Bornholm, Gotland, and Ursel, thereby controlling the Baltic Sea. On the south it included the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, and far away in the northwest it ruled Iceland and Greenland. The tolls charged by Denmark on commerce passing through the straits between the seas were the chief source of the kingdom's revenues and wars. Political power resided in the 800 nobles who owned half the land, kept the peasants in serfdom, elected the king, and ruled the country through the Riksdag, or national diet, and the Rigsråd, or council of state. They had profited from the Reformation by absorbing most of the property formerly belonging to the Catholic Church. In return for exemption from taxation, they were expected, but they often refused, to arm and lead their peasants in war at the call of the king. The Protestant clergy, shorn of wealth, had a minor social standing and little political influence. However, they controlled education and held a censorship over literature, which consequently produced mainly theology and hymns. The general population, numbering 1 million, enjoyed heavy meals and heavy drinking. A barber surgeon advised his clients, "It is very good for persons to drink themselves intoxicated once a month, for the excellent reasons that it frees their strength, furthers sound sleep, eases the passing of water, increases perspiration, and stimulates general well-being." 2 Danes in this period have a special claim on history: Tycho Brahe, the greatest astronomer of his generation, and Christian IV, who not only was king of Denmark for 60 years, from 1588 to 1648, but would have been a leader of men even without the advantage of royal birth. We pass by his father, Frederick II, merely noting that for him the Flemish architect Antonis van Oberger designed, between 1574 and 1585, the fortress of Kronborg Castle at Helsingør, Hamlet's Elsinore. When Frederick died in 1588, Christian was a boy of 11. A regency of 4 nobles ruled for 8 years. Then Christian took the reins. For the next half-century he lived the abundant life with such exuberance and versatile energy that all Europe marveled. He bettered the instruction of the aforesaid barber-surgeon, for he regularly required to be helped home after an evening's carouse. His profanity set a standard that few of his subjects surpassed. The number of his bastards created a problem in accountancy. His people laughed these popular faults away and loved him, for he danced at their weddings, joined in their labor, and risked his life repeatedly in their service. To all this he added a knowledge of Latin and science, an educated taste in the arts, and a simple religious faith that raised no sophomoric questions about credibility and no qualms about fun. In his spare time he helped to make Copenhagen one of Europe's most attractive capitals. His building program doubled the circumference of the city. In his reign, Schloss, or Castle Rosenborg, took form. Soon thereafter the Bourse spread its vast facade and raised its twisted steeple high. He reformed the government of Norway, developed its industries, and rebuilt its capital, which for 3 centuries bore his name as Christiania. It was renamed Oslo in 1925. In Denmark he improved administration, promoted manufactures, organized commercial companies, founded colleges and towns, and raised the condition of the peasants on the crown estates. Ambition toppled him, for he dreamed of reuniting all Scandinavia under one head, his own. The nobles objected that Sweden was unconquerable, and they refused their support. Chiefly with foreign mercenaries, he waged against Sweden the Kalmar War from 1611 to 1613. When the 30 Years' War came, he found himself uncomfortably allied with Sweden in defense of the Protestant cause. That peril over, he resumed the struggle with Sweden in 1643, though he was now 67 years old. He led his inadequate forces with romantic ardor. In the naval battle of Kolberg in 1644 he fought all through the day, despite 20 wounds and a blinded eye, and won a temporary victory. In the end, Sweden proved stronger, and the Peace of Brunnsebro in 1645 freed Sweden from paying dues for her commerce in the Sound, and ceded to her Gotland, Ursel, and 3 provinces on the Scandinavian peninsula. When Christian IV died, after 15 years of constructive labor and destructive wars, his kingdom was smaller than at his accession, and the ascendancy of Denmark had passed away. 2. Sweden, 1560 to 1654. 1. The Rival Faiths, 1560 to 1611. Between Gustavus Vasa, the founder of modern Sweden, and Gustavus Adolphus, the savior of Protestantism, Swedish history is clouded by the contest of religious creeds for political power. The first Vasa had freed Sweden from Denmark and had united his country under a strong hereditary monarchy, while noble oligarchies kept Denmark and Poland feudal and weak. The Swedish peasantry was free and was represented, along with the nobles, the clergy, and the towns, in the Riksdag or Diet. The same word bonde that in Denmark had come to mean serf was in Sweden the proud title of a freeman tilling his own soil. But the resources of the land were severely limited by climate, by inadequate population, and by Danish control of 3 peninsular provinces and the Sound. The nobles chafed in their new subordination to the king, and the Catholic Church, despoiled of her Swedish wealth, plotted patiently to recapture the people, her property, and the throne. Vasa's son, Eric XIV, from 1560 to 1568, was unfitted to meet these problems. He had courage and ability, but his violent temper stultified his diplomacy and led him to murder and madness. He infuriated the nobles by killing 5 of their leaders, one with his own hand. He carried on against Denmark the Northern 7 Years' War, from 1563 to 1570, and prepared future wars by conquering Livonia. He alienated his brother John by obstructing a marriage that would have made John heir to the Polish crown, and when John nevertheless married Princess Catherine Jagellon, Eric shut him up in the fortress of Gripsholm. Catherine came to share the rigors of John's imprisonment and inclined his ear to the Catholic faith. In 1560 Eric's brothers compelled him to abdicate, and after 6 years in confinement he was put to death by order of the Riksdag and the new king. John III, from 1568 to 1592, made peace with Denmark and his nobles, and renewed the conflict of the faiths. His wife pleaded with him, more by night than by day, to accept Catholicism. With his permission, Jesuits entered Sweden in disguise, and the ablest of them, Antonio Posivino, undertook the conversion of the king. John's conscience burned with the memory that he had consented to his brother's death. For such a fratricide the fires of hell seemed an inevitable punishment. This, Posivino urged, could be escaped only by confession and absolution in the Church, which all believed to have been founded by Christ. John yielded. He received the sacrament according to the Roman rite and promised to make Catholicism the religion of the state, Provided the Pope would allow the Swedish clergy to marry, the Mass to be celebrated in the vernacular, and the Eucharist to be administered in wine as well as bread. Posevino went to Rome. The Pope rejected the conditions. Posevino returned empty-handed. John ordered the Jesuits to receive the sacrament in both kinds and recite the Mass in Swedish. They refused and departed. In 1584, Catholic Catherine died. A year later, John married a Protestant lady who, more by night than by day, brought him back to the Lutheran faith. In August 1587, his Catholic son was elected to the Polish throne as Sigismund III. By the Statute of Kalmar, father and son agreed that after John's death, Sigismund should reign over both Poland and Sweden. But Sigismund pledged himself to respect Sweden's political independence and Protestant faith. When John died in 1592, the Riksdag, under the lead of his brother Duke Charles, met at Uppsala on February 25, 1593, with 300 clergymen and 300 laymen, nobles, burgesses, miners, and peasants, and adopted the Lutheran Augsburg Confession of 1530 as the official creed of the Swedish Church and State. The historic synod, Uppsala Möte, declared that no religion but Lutheranism was to be tolerated in the nation, that none but Orthodox Lutherans were to be appointed to ecclesiastical or political office, and that Sigismund would be crowned in Sweden only after he had accepted these principles. Meanwhile, Duke Charles was recognized as regent in the absence of the king. Sigismund, who had been educated by the Jesuits, dreamed of bringing Sweden and Russia into the Catholic fold. This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 5, Side 1. Calvin was warned by friends that he and Roussel were scheduled for arrest. Marguerite seems to have interceded for him. He left Paris in January 1534 and found refuge in Angoulême. And there, probably in the rich library of Louis de Tillet, he began to write his Institutes. In May, he ventured back to Noyon and surrendered the benefices whose income had been supporting him. He was arrested there, was freed, was rearrested, and again freed. He returned clandestinely to Paris, talked with Protestant leaders, and met Servetus, whom he was to burn. When some Protestant extremists posted abusive placards at various points in Paris, Francis I retaliated with a furious persecution. Calvin fled just in time in December 1534 and joined Cope in Basel. There, a lad of 26, he completed the most eloquent, fervent, lucid, logical, influential, and terrible work in all the literature of the religious revolution. 2. The Theologian. He published the book in Latin in 1536 as Christianae Religionis Institutio, the Principles of the Christian Religion. Within a year, the issue was sold out and a new edition was invited. Calvin responded with a much enlarged version in 1539, again in Latin. In 1541 he translated this into French, and this form of the work is one of the most impressive productions in the gamut of French prose. The Parlement of Paris proscribed the book in both languages, and copies of it were publicly burned in the capital. Calvin continued throughout his life to expand and republish it. In its final form it ran to 1,118 pages. The first edition opened with a passionate but dignified preface to the most Christian king of France. Two events gave occasion for addressing Francis: the royal edict of January 1535 against the French Protestants, and the almost simultaneous invitation of Francis to Melanchthon and Butzer to come to France and arrange an alliance between the French monarch and the Lutheran princes against Charles V. Calvin hoped to reinforce political expediency with theological arguments, and helped incline the king, like his sister, toward the Protestant cause. He was anxious to dissociate this from the Anabaptist movement, then verging on communism in Münster. He described the French reformers as patriots, devoted to the king and diverse from all economic or political disturbance. The beginning and end of this famous preface reveal the majesty of Calvin's thought and style. When I began this work, sire, nothing was further from my thoughts than writing a book which would afterwards be presented to your majesty. My intention was only to lay down some elementary principles, by which inquirers on the subject of religion might be instructed in the nature of true piety. But when I perceived that the fury of certain wicked men in your kingdom had grown to such a height as to leave no room in the land for sound doctrine, I thought I should be usefully employed if in the same work I exhibited my confession to you, that you may know the nature of that doctrine which is the object of such unbounded rage in those madmen who are now disturbing the country with fire and sword. For I shall not be afraid to acknowledge that this treatise contains a summary of that very doctrine, which, according to their clamors, deserves to be punished with imprisonment, banishment, proscription, and flames, and to be exterminated from the face of the earth. I well know with what atrocious insinuations your ears have been filled by them in order to render our cause most odious in your esteem, but your clemency should lead you to consider that if accusation be accounted sufficient evidence of guilt, there will be an end to all innocence in words and actions. You yourself, sire, can bear witness of the false calumnies with which you hear it, our cause, daily traduced, that its only tendency is to wrest the scepters of kings out of their hands, to overturn all the tribunals, to subvert all order and government, to disturb the peace and tranquillity of the people, to abrogate all laws, to scatter all properties and possessions, and, in a word, to involve everything in total confusion. Wherefore, I beseech you, sire, and surely it is not an unreasonable request, to take upon yourself the entire cognizance of this cause, which has hitherto been confusedly and carelessly agitated, without any order of law and with outrageous passion rather than judicial gravity. Think not that I am now meditating my own individual defense in order to effect a safe return to my native country. For though I feel the affection which every man ought to feel for it, yet under the existing circumstances I regret not my removal from it. But I plead the cause of all the godly, and consequently of Christ himself. Is it probable that we are meditating the subversion of kingdoms, we who were never heard to utter a factious word, whose lives were ever known to be peaceable and honest while we lived under your government, and who, even now in our exile, cease not to pray for all prosperity to attend yourself and your kingdom? Nor have we, by divine grace, profited so little in the gospel, but that our life may be an example to our detractors of chastity, liberality, mercy, temperance, patience, modesty, and every other virtue. Though you are now averse and alienated from us, and even inflamed against us, we despair not of regaining your favor, if you will only read with calmness and composure this our confession, which we intend as our defense before your majesty. But on the contrary, if your ears are so preoccupied with the whispers of the malevolent as to leave no opportunity for the accused to speak for themselves, and if those outrageous furies, with your connivance, continue to persecute with imprisonments, scourges, tortures, confiscations, and flames, we shall indeed, like sheep destined for the slaughter, be reduced to the greatest extremities. Yet shall we in patience possess our souls, and wait for the mighty hand of the Lord, for the deliverance of the poor from their affliction, and for the punishment of their despisers, who now exult in such perfect security. May the Lord, the King of kings, establish your throne with righteousness, and your kingdom with equity. It is difficult for us, in an age when theology has given place to politics as the center of human interest and conflict, to recapture the mood in which Calvin composed the Institutes. He, much more than Spinoza, was a God-intoxicated man. He was overwhelmed by a sense of man's littleness and God's immensity. How absurd it would be to suppose that the frail reason of so infinitesimal a might as man could understand the mind behind these innumerable obedient stars. In pity of man's reason, God has revealed himself to us in the Bible. That this holy book is his word, says Calvin, is proved by the unrivaled impression that it makes on the human spirit. Read Demosthenes or Cicero, read Plato, Aristotle, or any others of that class. I grant you that you will be attracted, delighted, moved, and enraptured by them in a surprising manner. But if, after reading them, you turn to the perusal of the sacred volume, whether you are willing or unwilling, it will affect you so powerfully, it will so penetrate your heart, and impress itself so strongly on your mind, that, compared with its energetic influence, the beauties of rhetoricians and philosophers will almost entirely disappear. So that it is easy to perceive something divine in the sacred scriptures, which far surpasses the highest attainments and ornaments of human industry. Consequently, this revealed word must be our final authority, not only in religion and morals, but in history, politics, and everything. We must accept the story of Adam and Eve, for by their disobedience to God we explain man's evil nature and his loss of free will. The mind of man is so completely alienated from the righteousness of God that it conceives, desires, and undertakes everything that is impious, perverse, base, impure, and flagitious. His heart is so thoroughly infected by the poison of sin that it cannot produce anything but what is corrupt. And if at any time men do anything apparently good, yet the mind always remains involved in hypocrisy and deceit, and the heart enslaved by its inward perversity. How could so depraved a being ever deserve eternal happiness in paradise? Not one of us could ever earn it by any amount of good works. Good works are good, but only the sacrificial death of the Son of God could avail to earn salvation for men. Not for all men, for God's justice demands the damnation of most men. But his mercy has chosen some of us to be saved, and to these he has given an upholding faith in their redemption by Christ. For St. Paul said, God the Father hath chosen us in him before the foundation of the world, that we should be holy and without blame before him in love, having predestinated us unto the adoption of children by Jesus Christ to himself, according to the good pleasure of his will. Calvin, like Luther, interpreted this to mean that God, by a free choice quite independent of our virtues and vices, determined long before the creation just who is to be saved and who is to be damned. To the question why God should choose men for salvation or damnation without regard to their merits, Calvin answers again in the words of Paul. For he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. Calvin concludes, In conformity, therefore, to the clear doctrine of Scripture, we assert that by an eternal and immutable counsel, God has once for all determined both whom he would admit to salvation and whom he would condemn to destruction. We affirm that this counsel, as far as concerns the elect, is founded on his gratuitous mercy, totally irrespective of human merit, but that to those whom he devotes to condemnation, the gate of life is closed by a just and irreprehensible, but incomprehensible, judgment. Even the fall of Adam and Eve, with all its consequences, in the Pauline theory, to the human race, was ordained by the admirable counsel of God. Calvin admits that predestination is repulsive to reason, but he replies, It is unreasonable that man should scrutinize with impunity those things which the Lord has determined to be hidden in himself. Yet he professes to know why God so arbitrarily determines the eternal fate of billions of souls. It is to promote our admiration of his glory by the display of his power. He argues that this is a horrible decree, decretum horribile, but no one can deny that God foreknew the future final fate of man before he created him, and that he foreknew it because it was appointed by his own decree. Others might argue, like Luther, that the future is determined because God has foreseen it, and his foresight cannot be falsified. Calvin reverses the matter and considers that God foresees the future because he has willed and determined it. And the decree of damnation is absolute. There is no purgatory in Calvin's theology, no halfway house where one might, by a few million years of burning, wipe out his reprobation. And therefore, there is no room for prayers for the dead. We might suppose that on Calvin's assumptions there would be no sense in any kind of prayer. All being fixed by divine decree, not an ocean of orisons could wash away one jot of the inexorable destiny. However, Calvin is more human than his theology. Let us pray with humility and faith, he tells us, and our prayers will be answered. The prayer and the answer were also decreed. Let us worship God in humble religious services, but we must reject the Mass as a sacrilegious pretense of priests to transform earthly materials into the body and blood of Christ. Christ is present in the Eucharist only spiritually, not physically, and the adoration of the consecrated wafer as literally Christ is sheer idolatry. The use of graven images of the deity, in clear violation of the second commandment, encourages idolatry. All religious pictures and statuary, even the crucifix, should be removed from the churches. The true church is the invisible congregation of the elect, dead, living, or to be born.
The visible church is composed of all those who, by a confession of faith and exemplary life, and participation in the sacraments of baptism and the Lord's Supper, Calvin rejects the other sacraments, profess the same God and Christ with ourselves. Outside of this church there is no salvation. Church and state are both divine and are designed by God to work in harmony as the soul and body of one Christian society. The church should regulate all details of faith, worship, and morals. The state, as the physical arm of the church, should enforce these regulations. The secular authorities must also see to it that idolatry, largely synonymous with Catholicism in Protestant usage, and other scandals to religion be not publicly set forth and broadcast among the people, and that only the pure word of God should be taught and received. The ideal government will be a theocracy, and the Reformed Church should be recognized as the voice of God. All the claims of the popes for the supremacy of the Church over the state were renewed by Calvin for his Church. It is remarkable how much of Roman Catholic tradition and theory survived in Calvin's theology. He owed something to Stoicism, especially to Seneca, and something to his studies of law. But his chief reliance was on St. Augustine, who drew predestinarianism out of St. Paul, who did not know Christ. Calvin sternly ignored Christ's conception of God as a loving and merciful Father, and calmly passed by a multitude of biblical passages that assumed man's freedom to mold his own destiny. 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 9, 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 4, 1 John chapter 2, verse 2, chapter 4, verse 14, etc. Calvin's genius lay not in conceiving new ideas, but in developing the thought of his predecessors to ruinously logical conclusions, expressing these with an eloquence equaled only by Augustine, and formulating their practical implications in a system of ecclesiastical legislation. He took from Luther the doctrine of justification, or election by faith, from Zwingli the spiritual interpretation of the Eucharist, and from Butzer the contradictory notions of the divine will as the cause of all events, and the requirement of a strenuous practical piety as the test and witness of election. Most of these Protestant doctrines had come down, in milder form, in Catholic tradition. Calvin gave them stark emphasis, and neglected the compensatory mitigating elements in the medieval faith. He was more medieval than any thinker between Augustine and Dante. He completely rejected the humanist concern with earthly excellence, and turned men's thoughts again, more somberly than before, to the afterworld. In Calvinism, the Reformation again repudiated the Renaissance. That so unprepossessing a theology should have won the assent of hundreds of millions of men in Switzerland, France, Scotland, England, and North America is at first sight a mystery, then an illumination. Why should Calvinists, Huguenots, and Puritans have fought so valiantly in defense of their own helplessness? And why has this theory of human impotence shared in producing some of the strongest characters in history? Is it because these believers gained more strength from believing themselves the few elect than they lost by admitting that their conduct contributed nothing to their fate? Calvin himself, at once shy and resolute, was confident that he belonged to the elect, and this so comforted him that he found the horrible decree of predestination productive of the most delightful benefit. Did some of the self-elect take pleasure in considering how few were to be saved, and how many were to be damned? The belief that they were chosen of God gave many souls the courage to face the vicissitudes and apparent aimlessness of life, as a similar faith enabled the Jewish people to preserve itself amid difficulties that might otherwise have sapped the will to live. Indeed, the Calvinist idea of being divinely chosen may have been indebted to the Jewish form of the belief, as Protestantism in general owed so much to the Old Testament. The confidence in divine election must have been a tower of courage to Huguenots suffering war and massacre, and to pilgrims uprooting themselves perilously to seek new homes on hostile shores. If a reformed sinner could catch this confidence, and could believe that his reform had been ordained by God, he could stand unshaken to the end. Calvin enhanced this feeling of pride in election by making the elect, penniless or not, an hereditary aristocracy. The children of the elect were automatically elect by the will of God. So, by a simple act of faith in oneself, one could, if only in imagination, possess and transmit paradise. For such immortal boons, a confession of helplessness was a bargain price. Calvin's followers needed such consolation, for he taught them the medieval view that earthly life is a vale of misery and tears. He cheerfully granted the correctness of their opinion who considered it as the greatest boon not to be born, and as the next greatest to die immediately.
nor was there anything irrational in the conduct of those who mourned and wept at the birth of their relations and solemnly rejoiced at their funerals. He merely regretted that these wise pessimists, being mostly pagans ignorant of Christ, were doomed to everlasting hell. Only one thing could make life bearable, the hope of uninterrupted happiness after death. If heaven is our country, what is the earth but a place of exile? And if the departure out of this world is an entrance into life, what is the world but a sepulchre? Unlike his poetical counterpart, Calvin gives his most eloquent pages not to the phantasmagoria of hell, but to the loveliness of heaven. The pious elect will suffer without a murmur all the pains and griefs of life. For they will keep in view that day when the Lord will receive his faithful servants into his peaceful kingdom, will wipe every tear from their eyes, invest them with robes of joy, adorn them with crowns of glory, entertain them with ineffable delights, and exalt them to a fellowship with his majesty and a participation in his happiness. For the poor or unfortunate who cover the earth, it may have been an indispensable belief. 3. Geneva and Strasbourg, 1536 to 1541. While the Institutes was in the press in March of 1536, Calvin, according to a tradition generally but not unanimously accepted, made a hurried trip across the Alps to Ferrara, probably to ask help for the persecuted Protestants of France from the Protestant Duchess Renée, wife of Duke Ercole II and daughter of the late Louis XII. Moved by the fervor of his religious convictions, she made him her spiritual guide through reverent correspondence till his death. Returning to Basel in May, Calvin ventured to Noyon to sell some property. Then, with a brother and a sister, he started for Strasbourg. War barring the road, they stopped for a time at Geneva in July of 1536. The capital of French Switzerland was older than history. In prehistoric times, it was a congeries of lake dwellings built upon piles, some of which can still be seen. In Caesar's day, it was a busy crossing of trade routes at the bridge where the Rhone rushes out of Lake Leman to wander through France in search of the Mediterranean. In the Middle Ages, Geneva fell under the secular as well as spiritual rule of its bishop. Normally, the bishop was chosen by the cathedral chapter, which thereby became a power in the city. This was essentially the government that Calvin later restored in Protestant form. In the 15th century, the Dukes of Savoy, which lay just beyond the Alps, secured control of the chapter and raised to the episcopate men subservient to Savoy and given to the pleasures of this world for fear there might not be a next. The once excellent episcopal government and the morals of the clergy under it deteriorated. A priest, bidden to dismiss his concubine, agreed to do so as soon as his fellow clergymen would be equally ungallant. Gallantry prevailed. Within this ecclesiastical ducal rule, the leading families of Geneva organized a council of 60 for municipal ordinances, and the council chose 4 syndics as executive officers. Usually, the council met in the bishop's cathedral of St. Peter, and religious and civil jurisdiction were so mingled that while the bishop minted the coinage and led the army, the council regulated morals, issued excommunications, and licensed prostitutes. As in Trier, Mainz, and Cologne, the bishop was also a prince of the Holy Roman Empire, and naturally assumed functions from which bishops are now free. Some civic leaders, led by François de Bonivard, sought to liberate the city from both the episcopal and the ducal authority. To strengthen this movement, these patriotes effected an alliance with Catholic Fribourg and Protestant Bern. Adherents of the alliance were called by the German term for confederates, Eidgenossen, oath comrades. The French corrupted this into Huguenots, or Huguenots. By 1520, the Genevese leaders were mostly businessmen, for Geneva, unlike Wittenberg, was a commercial city, mediating in trade between Switzerland on the north, Italy on the south, and France on the west. The Genevese burghers set up in 1526 a great council of 200, and this chose a small council of 25, which became the real ruler of the municipality, frequently flouting the authority of bishop and duke alike. The bishop declared the city in rebellion and summoned ducal troops to his aid. These seized Bonivard and imprisoned him in the castle of Chillon. The Bernese army came to the aid of beleaguered Geneva. The duke's forces were defeated and dispersed. The bishop fled to Annecy. Byron's hero was freed from his dungeon. The Great Council, angered by the clergy's support of Savoy, declared for the Reformed faith and assumed ecclesiastical as well as civil jurisdiction throughout the city in 1536. 2 months before Calvin arrived. The doctrinal hero of this revolution was William Farel. Like Luther, he was passionately pious in his youth. At Paris, he came under the influence of Jacques Lefebvre d'Etaples, whose translation and explanation of the Bible upset Farel's orthodoxy. For in the Scriptures he could find no trace of popes, bishops, indulgences, purgatory, 7 sacraments, the Mass, the celibacy of the clergy, the worship of Mary or the saints. Disdaining ordination, he set out as an independent preacher, wandering from town to town in France and Switzerland. Small of stature, weak of frame, strong of voice and spirit, his pale face brightened by fiery eyes and a beard of flaming red, he denounced the Pope as Antichrist, the Mass as sacrilege, the church icons as idola that must be destroyed. In 1532 he began to preach in Geneva. He was arrested by the bishop's agents, who proposed to throw the Lutheran dog into the Rhone. The syndics intervened, and Farel escaped with a few bruises on his head and some spittle on his coat. He won the Council of 25 to his views, and, with the aid of Peter Verret and Antoine Froment, aroused so much popular support that nearly all the Catholic clergy departed. On May 21, 1536, the small council decreed the abolition of the Mass and the removal of all images and relics from the churches. Ecclesiastical properties were converted to Protestant uses for religion, charity, and education. Education was made compulsory and free of charge, and a strict moral discipline was made law. The citizens were called upon to swear allegiance to the gospel, and those who refused to attend Reformed services were banished. This was the Geneva to which Calvin came. Farel was now 47, and though he was destined to outlive Calvin by a year, he saw in the stern and eloquent youth, 20 years his junior, just the man needed to consolidate and advance the reform. Calvin was reluctant. He had planned a life of scholarship and writing. He was more at ease with God than with men. But Farel, with the mien of some thundering biblical prophet, threatened to lay a holy curse upon him if he should prefer his private studies to the arduous and dangerous preaching of the undiluted word. Calvin yielded, council and presbytery approved, and, with no other ordination, he began his ministry on September 5, 1536, by giving in the Church of St. Peter the first of several addresses on the epistles of St. Paul. Everywhere in Protestantism, except among the socially radical sects, the influence of Paul overshadowed that of Peter, the reputed founder of the Roman See. In October, Calvin accompanied Farel and Viret to Lausanne, and took a minor part in the famous disputation that won that city to the Protestant camp. Returning to Geneva, the senior and junior pastors of St. Peter's set about to rededicate the Genevese to God. Sincerely accepting the Bible as the literal word of God, they felt an inescapable obligation to enforce its moral code. They were shocked to find many of the people given to singing, dancing, and similar gaieties. Moreover, some gambled or drank to intoxication or committed adultery. An entire district of the city was occupied by prostitutes under the rule of their own Reine du Bordel, the brothel queen. To the fiery Farel and the conscientious Calvin, a genial acceptance of this situation was treason to God. To restore the religious basis of an effective morality, Farel issued a Confession of Faith and Discipline, and Calvin a popular catechism, which the Great Council approved in November 1536. Citizens persistently transgressing the moral code were to be excommunicated and exiled. In July 1535, the Council ordered all citizens to go to the Church of St. Peter and swear allegiance to Farel's confession. Any manifestation of Catholicism, such as carrying a rosary, cherishing a sacred relic, or observing a saint's day as holy, was subject to punishment. Women were imprisoned for wearing improper hats. Bonivard, too joyous in his liberty, was warned to end his licentious ways. Gamblers were put into the stocks. Adulterers were driven through the streets into banishment. Accustomed to ecclesiastical rule, but to the lenient moral discipline of a Catholicism softened by southern climes, the Genevese resisted the new dispensation. The Patriotes, who had freed the city from bishop and duke, reorganized to free it from its zealous ministers. Another party, demanding liberty of conscience and worship, and therefore called libertins, or liberals, joined with the Patriotes and the secret Catholics, and this coalition, in the election of February 3, 1538, captured a majority in the Great Council. The new council told the ministers to keep out of politics. Farel and Calvin denounced the council and refused to serve the Lord's Supper until the rebellious city conformed to the sworn discipline. The council deposed the two ministers on April 23rd and ordered them to leave the city within 3 days. The people celebrated the dismissal with public rejoicings. Farel accepted a call to Neuchâtel. There he preached to the end of his days, in 1565, and there a public monument honors his memory. Calvin went to Strasbourg, then a free city subject only to the emperor, and ministered to l'Église des étrangers, a congregation of Protestants chiefly from France. To eke out the 52 guilders, or about $1,300 annually paid him by the church, he sold his library and took students as boarders. Finding bachelorhood inconvenient in this situation, he asked Farel and Butzer to search out a wife for him, and listed specifications. "I am none of those insane lovers who, when once smitten with the fine figure of a woman, embrace also her faults. This only is the beauty which allures me, that she be chaste, obliging, not fastidious, economical, patient, and careful for my health." After 2 false starts, he married, in 1540, Idelette de Bure, a poor widow with several children. She bore him 1 child who died in infancy. When she passed away in 1549, he wrote of her with the private tenderness that underlay his public severity. He lived in domestic loneliness the remaining 15 years of his life. While he labored in Strasbourg, events moved on at Geneva. Encouraged by the expulsion of Farel and Calvin, the exiled bishop planned a triumphant return to his cathedral. As a preliminary step, he persuaded Jacopo Sadoleto to write an epistle to the Genevese, urging them to resume their Catholic worship and faith, this in 1539. Sadoleto was a gentleman of exceptional virtue for a cardinal and a humanist. He had already advised the papacy to handle Protestant dissent gently, and he later received under his protection at Carpentras heretical Valdenses fleeing from massacre in 1545. In a fine Latin learned under the impeccable Bembo, he addressed to his dearly beloved brethren, the magistrates, senate, and citizens of Geneva, 20 pages of diplomatic courtesies and theological exhortation. He noted the rapid division of Protestantism into warring sects, led, he alleged, by crafty men avid for power. He compared this with the centuries-long unity of the Roman Church, and asked whether it was more likely the truth lay with those contradictory factions than with the Catholic doctrine formed by the experience of ages and the assembled intelligence of ecclesiastical councils. He concluded by offering to Geneva whatever service it was in his power to give. The council thanked him for his compliments and promised him a further response. But no one could be found in Geneva who would undertake to cross swords or Latin with a polished humanist. Meanwhile, a number of citizens asked to be released from their oath to support the confession of faith and discipline, and for a time it seemed that the city would return to Catholicism. Calvin learned of the situation, and in a reply to the cardinal he rose with all the power of his mind and pen to the defense of the Reformation. He countered courtesy with courtesy, eloquence with eloquence, but he would not yield an inch of his theology. He protested against the implication that he had rebelled through personal ambition. He could have risen to far greater comfort had he remained orthodox. He admitted the divine foundation of the Catholic Church, but he charged that the vices of the Renaissance popes proved the capture of the papacy by Antichrist. To the wisdom of church councils he opposed the wisdom of the Bible, which Sadoleto had almost ignored. He regretted that the corruption of the Church had necessitated secession and division, but only so could the evils be cured. If Catholics and Protestants would now cooperate to cleanse the doctrine, ritual, and personnel of all the Christian churches, they would be rewarded with a final unity in heaven with Christ. It was a powerful letter, perhaps unappreciative of the incidental virtues of the Renaissance popes, but otherwise phrased with a comity and dignity rare in the controversies of the time. Luther, reading it in Wittenberg, hailed it as quite annihilating the cardinal. "I rejoice," he cried, "that God raises up men who will finish the war against Antichrist which I began." The Council of Geneva was so impressed that it ordered the 2 letters printed at the city's expense in 1540. It began to wonder whether, in banishing Calvin, it had lost the ablest man in the Swiss reform. Other factors nourished the doubt. The ministers who had replaced Farel and Calvin proved incompetent both in preaching and in discipline. The public lost respect for them and returned to the easy morality of unreformed days. Gambling, drunkenness, street brawls, adultery flourished. Lewd songs were publicly sung, persons romped naked through the streets. Of the 4 syndics who had led the movement to expel Farel and Calvin, one had to be condemned to death for murder,
another for forgery, a third for treason, and the fourth died while trying to escape arrest. The businessmen who controlled the council must have frowned upon this disorder as impeding trade. The council itself had no taste for being replaced and perhaps excommunicated by a restored bishop. Gradually, a majority of the members came to the idea of recalling Calvin. On May 1, 1541, the council annulled the sentence of banishment and pronounced Farel and Calvin to be honorable men. Deputation after deputation was sent to Strasbourg to persuade Calvin to resume his pastorate at Geneva. Farel forgave the city for not extending him a similar invitation, and with noble generosity joined the deputations in urging Calvin to return. But Calvin had made many friends in Strasbourg, felt obligations there, and saw nothing but strife in store for him at Geneva. "There is no place in the world that I fear more." He agreed only to pay the city a visit. When he arrived, on September 13, 1541, he received so many honors, so many apologies, so many promises of cooperation in re-establishing order and the gospel, that he had not the heart to refuse. On September 16th he wrote to Farel, "Your wish is granted. I am held fast here. May God give his blessing." 4. The City of God. Calvin behaved, in the early years of his recall, with the moderation and modesty that won all but a small minority to his support. 8 assistant pastors were appointed under him to serve St. Peter's and the other churches of the city. He labored 12 to 18 hours a day as preacher, administrator, professor of theology, superintendent of churches and schools, advisor to municipal councils, and regulator of public morals and church liturgy. Meanwhile, he kept enlarging the institutes, wrote commentaries on the Bible, and maintained a correspondence second in extent only to that of Erasmus, and surpassing it in influence. He slept little, ate little, fasted frequently. His successor and biographer, Theodore de Beze, marveled that one little man, unicus homunculus, could carry so heavy and varied a burden. His first task was the reorganization of the Reformed Church. At his request, the small council, soon after his return, appointed a commission of 5 clergymen and 6 counselors, with Calvin at their head, to formulate a new ecclesiastical code. On January 2, 1542, the Great Council ratified the resultant Ordonnance ecclésiastique, whose essential features are still accepted by the Reformed and Presbyterian churches of Europe and America. The ministry was divided into pastors, teachers, lay elders, and deacons. The pastors of Geneva constituted the Venerable Company, which governed the church and trained candidates for the ministry. No one henceforth was to preach in Geneva without authorization by the company. The consent of the city council and the congregation was also required, but episcopal ordinations and bishops were taboo. The new clergy, while never claiming the miraculous powers of the Catholic priests, and though decreeing themselves ineligible for civil office, became under Calvin more powerful than any priesthood since ancient Israel. The real law of a Christian state, said Calvin, must be the Bible. The clergy are the proper interpreters of that law. Civil governments are subject to that law and must enforce it as so interpreted. The practical men in the councils may have had some doubts on these points, but they appear to have felt that social order was so profitable to the economy that some ecclesiastical assumptions might for the time being go unchallenged. Through an astonishing quarter of a century, a theocracy of clergymen seemed to dominate an oligarchy of merchants and men of affairs. The authority of the clergy over Genevese life was exercised through a consistory or presbytery composed of 5 pastors and 12 lay elders, all chosen by the council. As the pastors held tenure throughout their ministry, and the elders for only a year, the consistory, in matters not vitally affecting business, was ruled by its ecclesiastical members. It took the right to ordain the religious worship and moral conduct of every inhabitant. It sent a minister and an elder to visit every house and family annually. It could summon any person before it for examination. It could publicly reprove or excommunicate offenders, and could rely on the council to banish from the city those whom the consistory banned from the church. Calvin held power as the head of this consistory. From 1541 till his death in 1564, his voice was the most influential in Geneva. His dictatorship was one not of law or force, but of will and character. The intensity of his belief in his mission, and the completeness of his devotion to his tasks, gave him a strength that no one could successfully resist. Hildebrand, revived, could have rejoiced over this apparent triumph of the Church over the state. So empowered, the clergy first regulated religious worship. The whole household shall attend the sermons on Sunday, except when someone shall be left at home to tend the children or the cattle. If there is preaching on weekdays, all who can must come. Calvin preached 3 or 4 times a week. Should anyone come after the sermon has begun, let him be warned. If he does not amend, let him pay a fine of 3 sous. No one was to be excused from Protestant services on the plea of having a different or private religious creed. Calvin was as thorough as any pope in rejecting individualism of belief. This greatest legislator of Protestantism completely repudiated that principle of private judgment with which the new religion had begun. He had seen the fragmentation of the Reformation into 100 sects, and foresaw more. In Geneva, he would have none of them. There, a body of learned divines would formulate an authoritative creed. Those Genevans who could not accept it would have to seek other habitats. Persistent absence from Protestant services, or continued refusal to take the Eucharist, was a punishable offense. Heresy again became an insult to God and treason to the state, and was to be punished with death. Catholicism, which had preached this view of heresy, became heresy in its turn. Between 1542 and 1564, 58 persons were put to death, and 76 were banished for violating the new code. Here, as elsewhere, witchcraft was a capital crime. In 1 year, on the advice of the consistory, 14 alleged witches were sent to the stake on the charge that they had persuaded Satan to afflict Geneva with plague. The consistory made little distinction between religion and morality. Conduct was to be guided as carefully as belief, for good conduct was the goal of right belief. Calvin himself, austere and severe, dreamed of a community so well regulated that its virtue would prove his theology and would shame the Catholicism that had produced or tolerated the luxury and laxity of Rome. Discipline should be the backbone of personality, enabling it to rise out of the baseness of human nature to the erect stature of the self-conquered man. The clergy must lead by example as well as precept. They may marry and beget, but they must abstain from hunting, gambling, feasting, commerce, and secular amusements, and accept annual visitation and moral scrutiny by their ecclesiastical superiors. To regulate lay conduct, a system of domiciliary visits was established. One or another of the elders visited yearly each house in the quarter assigned to him, and questioned the occupants on all phases of their lives. Consistory and council joined in the prohibition of gambling, card-playing, profanity, drunkenness, the frequenting of taverns, dancing, which was then enhanced by kisses and embraces, indecent or irreligious songs, excess in entertainment, extravagance in living, immodesty in dress. The allowable color and quantity of clothing and the number of dishes permissible at a meal were specified by law. Jewelry and lace were frowned upon. A woman was jailed for arranging her hair to an immoral height. Theatrical performances were limited to religious plays, and then these too were forbidden. Children were to be named not after saints in the Catholic calendar, but preferably after Old Testament characters. An obstinate father served 4 days in prison for insisting on naming his son Claude instead of Abraham. Censorship of the press was taken over from Catholic and secular precedents and enlarged, this in 1560. Books of erroneous religious doctrine or of immoral tendency were banned. Montaigne's Essays and Rousseau's Émile were later to fall under this prescription. To speak disrespectfully of Calvin or the clergy was a crime. A first violation of these ordinances was punished with a reprimand, further violation with fines, persistent violation with imprisonment or banishment. Fornication was to be punished with exile or drowning, adultery, blasphemy, or idolatry with death. In one extraordinary instance, a child was beheaded for striking its parents. In the years 1558 to 59, there were 414 prosecutions for moral offenses. Between 1542 and 1564, there were 76 banishments and 58 executions. The total population of Geneva was then about 20,000. As everywhere in the 16th century, torture was often used to obtain confessions or evidence. Regulation was extended to education, society, and the economic life. Calvin established schools and an academy, searched through Western Europe for good teachers of Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and theology, and trained young ministers who carried his gospel into France, Holland, Scotland, and England with all the ardor and devotion of Jesuit missionaries in Asia. In 11 years, from 1555 to 1566, Geneva sent 161 such envoys into France, many of whom sang Huguenot psalms as they suffered martyrdom. Calvin considered class divisions natural, and his legislation protected rank and dignity by prescribing the quality of dress and the limits of activity for each class. Every person was expected to accept his place in society and to perform its duties without envy of his betters or complaint of his lot. Begging was banned, and indiscriminate charity was replaced by careful communal administration of poor relief. Calvinism gave to hard work, sobriety, diligence, frugality, and thrift a religious sanction and laurel that may have shared in developing the industrious temper of the modern Protestant businessman. But this relationship has been overstressed. Capitalism was more highly developed in Catholic Florence and Flanders before the Reformation than in Calvin's Geneva. Calvin rejected individualism in economics as well as in religion and morals. The unity of society, in his view, was not the free individual, with whom Luther had begun his revolt, but the city-state community, whose members were bound to it in rigorous law and discipline. No member of the Christian community, he wrote, holds his gifts to himself or for his private use, but shares them among his fellow members, nor does he derive benefit save from those things which proceed from the common profit of the body as a whole. He had no sympathy with acquisitive speculation or ruthless accumulation. Like some late medieval Catholic theorists, he permitted interest on loans, but in theory he limited it to 5% and urged loans without interest to necessitous individuals or the state. With his approval, the consistory punished engrossers, monopolists, and lenders who charged excessive interest. It fixed prices for food and clothes and surgical operations. It censured or fined merchants who defrauded their clients, dealers who skimped their measures, clothiers who cut their cloth too short. Sometimes the regime moved toward state socialism. The venerable company established a bank and conducted some industries. If we bear these limiting factors in mind, we may admit a quiet and growing entente between Calvinism and business. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.